Peng Wanxiang's fingers danced across the mechanical keyboard, the crisp clacking of the keys pattering like rainfall. Lines of code streamed down the screen. In his eyes they resembled a musical score, and merely looking at them filled him with ease. From the living room, his daughter Peng Xiaoya's peals of laughter drifted over in waves threaded through with his wife, Wang Qianyu's soft humming. The lilting tune melted into the ears like cotton candy, dissolving on the tongue. Peng Wanxiang's lips curved slightly, but his hands did not stop moving. In this life his most worthwhile investments were a gentle wife, a lively little girl, and 3 tiny Pomeranians as fluffy as balls of fur. Done. The television screen in the living room suddenly flickered. A shrill alarm tore through the quiet of the house like a knife, followed by a taut male voice blasting from the speakers, "Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. A localized war has broken out between Country X and Country Y. All citizens please remain calm and follow subsequent official announcements. Repeat, Country X and Country Y have entered into localized warfare." Peng Wanxiang frowned, and his hands came to a halt. He stood up and walked into the living room. Wang Qianyu had stopped humming. She held Xiaoya tightly in her arms, staring fixedly at the television. The expression on her face shifted from blank confusion to growing unease. The television cut to the live news studio. The anchor's face was ashen. According to reports from our frontline correspondents, the conflict between the two nations continues to escalate. Multiple cities have already come under attack and casualties are currently being tallied. The United Nations is holding an emergency session. Peng Wanxiang walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. The street outside was already wrong. People were running and shouting, car horns blared one after another, as if the entire world had pressed down on a panic button at the same time. "Honey, what's happening? Are we going to war?" Wang Qianyu's voice trembled, and her arms tightened protectively around Xiaoya. "Don't be afraid, Qianyu." He never finished the sentence. A second alarm exploded from the television, and this time, even the announcer's voice was shaking. "Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Multiple intercontinental missiles have been detected launching and are expected to reach their target cities in 30 minutes. All citizens must immediately seek out the nearest underground shelter. Repeat, multiple intercontinental missiles have been detected. 30 minutes. Intercontinental missiles." Peng Wanxiang's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His mind buzzed, then seemed to explode outward, not in panic, but in the emergency handling reflex honed by more than a decade as a programmer. In a fraction of a second, he ran through every possible option and locked onto the single optimal solution. "Jinyu, take Yaya, we're leaving. To the underground garage." His voice was not loud, but every word hit the floor. Before Wang Qianyu could react, he had already dashed into the bedroom, yanked out the biggest travel backpack from the top shelf of the wardrobe, and flung it onto the bed. "Jinyu, grab all the clothes you usually wear and stuff them in the bag. Hurry." "Okay." Clutching Xiaoya, Wang Qianyu ran in and began yanking clothes out one-handed. At the same time, Peng Wanxiang charged into the kitchen. He yanked open the refrigerator door, water, biscuits, chips. He stopped being picky and shoved everything within reach into the pack. He spun into the bathroom and grabbed the entire medicine box. Antibiotics, cold medicine, band-aids. Life mattered more than tidiness. He took whatever he could carry. The 3 Pomeranians circled his feet, whining, their tails clamped tight between their legs. Peng Wanxiang crouched down and stuffed Kakadabi and Xiong one by one into a portable pet carrier, zipping it all the way closed. "Good, don't be afraid." He patted the carrier, his voice pressed low. "Daddy will protect you." He slung the backpack over his shoulder, grabbed the carrier in one hand, and with the other seized Wang Qianyu's arm. "Let's go. Yaya, hold on to mommy. Don't let go." Xiaoya's eyes were round and wide. Her little head had yet to catch up with what was happening, but her small hands instinctively clutched her mother's collar in a death grip. The stairwell had already gone mad. People pressed against people, shoulders slammed into shoulders, crying, shouting, and cursing tangled into a single roar, and the entire building resembled an anthill being violently shaken. "Don't push. Stop pushing." Peng Wanxiang shielded his wife and daughter with his body, using his shoulders as a shield to batter open a passage through the crush of people, forcing his way down along the fire escape. The stairwell air was stifling thick with the smell of sweat and fear. With every flight they descended, the lights overhead swayed as if they might go out at any moment. Basement level 1. They had arrived. Taking the steps 2 at a time, Peng Wanxiang rushed to their SUV, yanked the door open with a loud snap. "Get in. Hurry." Hugging Xiaoya, Wang Qianyu scrambled into the back seat. The pet carrier landed at her feet, the 3 little Pomeranians inside trembling in a tight ball. "Seatbelts on." Peng Wanxiang tossed the backpack onto the passenger seat, leaped into the driver's side, and had just reached for the key when the ground moved. It was not a mild tremor. It felt as though the entire world had been kicked hard from underneath. The concrete above their heads groaned with a teeth-grating scrape. Dust poured through newly opened cracks like a waterfall, and chunks of rubble clattered against the car roof with a barrage of metallic pings. The garage lights flickered twice. Went out. Darkness. Utter complete darkness. Xiaoya's wail detonated in the black. "Daddy. I'm scared." "Don't be scared, don't be scared. Yeah, be good. Daddy and Mommy are right here." Wang Qianyu clutched her daughter, her own voice shaking. She soothed the child with her lips, even as tears streamed silently down her face. "Wanxiang, was it really a nuclear strike? Are we going to know?" Peng Wanxiang gripped the steering wheel in a white-knuckled fist, and with his other hand reached back to clasp his wife's icy fingers. His voice was forced into calm, so steady, even he almost believed it. I'll protect you. Our whole family is going. The words had barely fallen when a thunderous roar erupted, as if heaven itself had slammed a hammer into the crust of. A shockwave rolled over from above, and Peng Wanxiang felt an invisible giant hand smash him deep into the seat. The airbag burst out and slapped him full in the face. His chest felt as though it had been hit by a truck. For an instant, everything went white before his eyes. Then there was nothing. The world shattered into fragments mid-spin and dissolved into pure void. His consciousness sank as though plunging into deep water. Black, heavy, suffocating. His ears were filled with a constant buzzing, and every bone in his body screamed in pain, as if someone were scraping him inside and out with coarse sandpaper. Peng Wanxiang struggled to open his eyes. His lids felt weighed down with lead. A thick, rusty taste filled his mouth, so bitter he instinctively licked his lips. Blood. Still alive. Detecting host vital signs. A voice materialized out of nowhere inside his head. Cold, mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. Peng Wanxiang's consciousness was yanked sharply back. Apocalyptic survival system, binding in progress, binding complete. System. What system? His brain felt like a frozen computer violently forced to reboot, the CPU whirring at full capacity as it struggled to process those few words. The apocalyptic survival system is designed to assist the host in surviving in a post-apocalyptic environment. The voice continued unhurried like reciting a product manual. This system possesses 3 core functions. Function 1: material deconstruction and reconstruction. The host may decompose any non-living material into basic components and reconstruct them into desired items. In plain terms, it could break things down and it could build them up. Function 2: extra-dimensional storage. The host is granted an independent space of 50 cubic meters for storing non-living materials. A built-in warehouse. 50 cubic meters, enough to load up an entire railcar. Function 3: survival points. For every day the host remains alive, he gains 1 survival point. Every living creature whose survival depends on the host likewise grants 1 point per day. Points may be used to construct or upgrade items. Stay alive 1 day, earn 1 point. Those he sheltered, people or animals, counted 2. Eyes still closed, Peng Wanxiang spent 3 seconds absorbing it all in the dark. A programmer's mind has one advantage: no matter how outrageous the logic, as long as the rules are clear it can accept them. Bug or cheat code, it didn't matter. Run it first, debug later. How do I use it? He asked. Through mental control. Focus your attention, and that will suffice. Peng Wanxiang drew in a deep breath. His chest ached as though caught in a pair of pliers, but he ignored it, concentrating all his attention on the weight crushing the air from his lungs. Concrete. The collapsed concrete slab weighed at least several hundred kilos, pressing down on him mercilessly. Deconstruct, a strange power surged out from within his body like electricity and like flowing water wrapping itself around the slab. The concrete began to fragment. Not in an explosive burst, but as if turning to sand, vanishing layer by layer from the outside in. No sound, no dust. It simply silently ceased to exist. Deconstruction complete. Cement, 500 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 1 kilograms. Rebar, 50 kilograms. Impurities, 10 kilograms. Stored in extra-dimensional space. Space used 0. 8 cubic meters. Peng Wanxiang's heart gave a violent jolt. It worked. This damn system actually worked. Without hesitating, he turned the ability on the debris above and around him. Concrete chunks, twisted rebar, pulverized glass, letting the system devour them piece by piece. Deconstruction complete. Cement, 200 kilograms. Sand and gravel, 400 kilograms. Rebar, 200 kilograms. Impurities, 50 kilograms. Stored in extra-dimensional space. Space used 3. 2 cubic meters. The pressure on his body eased bit by bit, and a faint murky shaft of light seeped in through a crack above. Gritting his teeth, Peng Wanxiang wriggled free of the warped driver's seat. The windshield had shattered into jagged teeth that carved several gashes into his forearm. Blood beaded and trickled down, but he did not spare it a glance. Staggering a few steps, he threw himself at the rear door. The frame was warped and jammed solid. He gripped the doorframe, clenched his teeth, and heaved with all his strength. The metal shrieked in protest, but at last he forced it open a crack. Inside the car, Wang Qinyu was clutching Xiaoya in a death grip. The 3 Pomeranians were huddled at their feet, 6 wet, gleaming eyes fixed on him. A gash marked Wang Qinyu's forehead, the blood long dried into a dark red crust. Xiaoya's face was smeared with dust and grime, but her big eyes still shone. Alive. They were all alive. Peng Wanxiang reached in his fingertips, brushing the dirt on his daughter's cheek. His hand was trembling. He squeezed his eyes shut hard, forcing back the stings surging up his chest. It was not the time to cry. He looked around. Everywhere lay ruins, acrid dust mixed with a scorched, burnt smell, the darkness stretching out with no end in sight. They needed a place. A safe place. System. He called out inwardly. Present. Construct an underground location directly beneath us. Depth 5 meters. Dimensions 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, 2 meters high. Add a stairway passage to the surface so my wife and child can move easily. A brief pause. Construction plan generated. Consumption: cement 1500 kilograms, sand and gravel 300 kilograms, rebar 150 kilograms. Excavation will produce 500 kilograms of soil and 500 kilograms of rock, which will be automatically stored in extra-dimensional space. Confirm. Confirm. There was no hesitation. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. It was not the random sway of an earthquake, but a precise rhythmic vibration, as if soil were being turned and rock, crushed some force silently digging out a cavity below. It felt as though invisible hands wielding an invisible shovel were excavating a home for him 5 meters underground. After a little more than 10 seconds, the tremors ceased. A neat square opening had appeared in the ground. Concrete steps descended one by one, leading down to a clean level underground room enclosed on all sides by solid concrete walls. There was no decoration, no furniture, not even a single light. But it was sturdy. Safe. That was enough. Hands clamped over her mouth, Wang Qianyu stood frozen. She looked from the opening in the ground to her husband, her lips moving twice, without sound. It was Xiaoya who spoke first, leaning over her mother's shoulder, big eyes popping. Daddy's amazing. He did magic. Forcing himself to smile, Peng Wanxiang reached out to take his daughter into his arms. With his other hand, he supported Wang Qianyu, guiding them step by careful step downward. It's not magic, Yaya. Daddy just learned a new skill. A new skill. Wang Qianyu's mind was still struggling to catch moments like this. Peng Wanxiang thought for a moment about how to explain something so far beyond common sense to his wife, then chose the simplest way. It's like the building mode in a game. I can dismantle things and build things, and I've got a portable storage space for materials. And each person in our family, including the 3 dogs, can help me earn 1 point of experience every day. Once I've saved enough, I can unlock more things. Wang Qianyu blinked twice, chewing on his explanation for a few seconds. She glanced down at the solid concrete steps underfoot, then up at the flat ceiling overhead, and finally let her gaze rest on his face. Whether she believed it or not, the shelter was real. The feel of it beneath her feet was real. The fact that the ceiling would not come crashing down was real. So are we safe now? We're safe. Peng Wanxiang nodded, his tone as firm as a nail driven in. Safe for the time being. He settled his wife, daughter, and the 3 Pomeranians inside the shelter, then turned and climbed back up the stairs. While he could, he had to strip every resource he could get his hands on. He walked over to their SUV, now crushed into a metal box, and laid his palm on it. Deconstruct. The car that had accompanied him for 5 years vanished silently within a few seconds. Deconstruction complete. Steel 500 kilograms, aluminum alloy 100 kilograms, rubber 100 kilograms, glass 50 kilograms, plastic 20 kilograms, electronic components 10 kilograms, copper wire 5 kilograms, e-textiles 5 kilograms, impurities 20 kilograms. Stored in extra-dimensional space. Peng Wanxiang had no time to mourn the car. His gaze was already sweeping the surroundings. Several more totaled vehicles littered the garage, some overturned, some flattened, and inside a few of them he saw those things. Mangled, twisted remains that barely resembled human bodies. His stomach lurched. He turned his head away and forced himself to skirt past the corpses, planting his hand on the nearest intact patch of car chassis. Don't look. Don't think. Just dismantle. Deconstruction complete. Steel 1500 kilograms, aluminum alloy 300 kilograms, rubber 300 kilograms, glass 150 kilograms, plastic 60 kilograms, electronic components 30 kilograms, copper wire 15 kilograms, e-textiles 15 kilograms, impurities 60 kilograms. Stored in extra-dimensional space. 2 tons of steel in hand. Added to the concrete and gravel earlier, his extra-dimensional storage was already holding quite a family fortune. He hurried back to the shelter and emptied the backpack item by item. 3 bags of chips, 1 packet of biscuits, 6 bottles of tea drinks, 4 bottles of soda water, 1 box of antibiotics, 1 box of cold medicine. Pitifully little. But this was no time to be picky. Store. Items stored in extra-dimensional space. Space used 0. 1 cubic meters. Standing at the entrance, Peng Wanxiang measured the width of the passage with his eyes. They needed a door. Without one, the shelter felt as naked as a body without clothes. System: construct a reinforced concrete door at the entrance. Thickness 50 centimeters, width 1 meter, height 1.8 meters. Consumption: cement 200 kilograms, sand and gravel 400 kilograms, rebar 20 kilograms. Confirm. Confirm. In 3 seconds, a massive concrete door as thick as a bank vault materialized at the mouth of the passage, fitting perfectly. Peng Wanxiang pushed it experimentally. It was heavy, but it moved. He swung it shut. The dust, the burnt stench, and that indescribable odor of death outside were all sealed away. The shelter fell quiet. Sitting in a corner, Wang Qianyu held Xiaoya in her arms, the 3 Pomeranians curled up at her feet. The light was dim, just a faint glow leaking in from the crack of the door. Even so, it was 1,000 times better than outside. Qianyu. Peng Wanxiang crouched in front of her, lowering his voice. She lifted her head to look at him, eyes rimmed red, but no longer crying. He reached out to touch the wound on her forehead. The blood had dried. It was shallow, not serious. I'm going to install a ventilation duct for us, get some air moving. He stood up. System: construct a ventilation duct 30 centimeters in diameter, 5 meters long with 2 elbows. Outlet at the top of the shelter reaching to the surface. Consumption: cement 50 kilograms, sand and gravel 100 kilograms, rebar 5 kilograms. Confirm. Confirm. From nothing, a duct grew into being, extending through the wall, bending twice, and connecting with the surface. Air seeped in through the pipe, carrying a dusty tang. Dusty, but at least it was moving air. Still, it could not be allowed to flow straight in like that. Who knew what filth might be drifting outside? Peng Wanxiang flipped through the list of materials in his storage. Textiles rubber. Enough to cobble together a crude filter. System using textiles and rubber add a filtration layer inside the ventilation duct. Consumption textiles 10 kilograms, rubber 20 kilograms. Confirm. 20 kilograms of rubber. It stung a rubber would surely be useful later. But life mattered more. Confirm. The interior of the duct changed silently as a composite filter of textile fibers and rubber lined the walls, sealing tight. The air drifting in now carried far less dust. Peeking out from her mother's arms, Xiaoyao pointed her little finger at the bare concrete floor and piped up in a milky voice, "Daddy bed." The single word bed stretched out soft and long, curling upward at the end. After holding himself taut for so long, Peng Wanxiang's expression finally cracked, the corners of his mouth lifting. "All right, Daddy will make you one." He ruffled his daughter's fluffy hair. System construct a bunk bed frame of steel. Length 2 meters, width 1 meter, height 1.5 meters. Consumption steel 50 kilograms. Confirm. Confirm. A dull metallic thud rang through the air as a sharp-edged bunk bed grew into place against the shelter wall. Sturdy and stable, its 4 legs planted unshakably on the floor. Peng Wanxiang laid a hand on the upper rail. It was icy to the touch, like the door of a refrigerator. There was no mattress, no quilt, no pillows, just a bare steel frame. Sleeping on it would probably feel much like lying on the griddle of a teppanyaki iron plate. Xiaoya tilted her head, contemplating it for 2 seconds, then looked back at her father. Her little expression clearly. He walked to the bed frame, bent down into a squat, and pressed his palm against the icy steel tube. The chill made his molars clench. System used rubber and textiles to make a mattress. Rubber required 50 kilograms. Textiles required 5 kilograms. Confirm construction. He glanced back over his shoulder. Peng Xiaoya was hugging the white Pomeranian Duobi, rolling around on the floor with it in a tangled heap, playing so wildly that the saliva on their faces had all mixed together. Confirm. Rubber and textiles appeared out of thin air like 2 lumps of dough kneaded together, silently intertwining, merging, and spreading flat, until a simple mattress with a faint rubbery smell materialized atop the steel frame. Peng Wanxiang reached out and pressed his hand down. Softer than he had imagined. Not the plush give of a spring mattress, but at least it was no longer a sheet of iron. He scooped his daughter up from the floor and gently laid her on the mattress. The moment Peng Xiaoya's body touched the mattress, she started rolling from one end to the other, giggling nonstop, like a little hamster flipping onto its back. Wang Qinyu also came over, pressing her palm into the mattress twice. Her fingertips sank in and bounced back, and the tightness at the corner of her eyes eased a little. "Yaya, do you like it?" Peng Wanxiang asked. "I like it." The little girl stretched the word out with a playful lilt at the end, hugging Duobi and rubbing all over the mattress, utterly unwilling to get down. The 3 Pomeranians refused to be left out. They sprang onto the mattress in quick succession, their paws making soft puffing sounds on the surface, like stepping on a bouncy ball, their tails wagging so fast they were like little propellers. Peng Wanxiang sat down on the edge of the bed. The shelter was very quiet. So quiet that only his daughter's laughter and the soft scratching of puppy paws on the mattress could be heard. Outside lay the world after the nuclear blast. Radiation hung over heaven and earth like an invisible net, sealing everything in tight. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. The rubber smell stung his nose and made him frown slightly. He reached into the extra-dimensional space, pulled out a bottle of soda, twisted the cap off, and took 2 swigs. Sweet. Bubbles burst across his tongue, as if reminding him, "You're still alive." He looked at his daughter, then at his wife. He ran the numbers in his head. Food and water were the trump cards that would keep his family alive. 3 people, 3 dogs. The meager stores in the shelter wouldn't last a week. After a week, he refused to follow that thought through. Peng Wanxiang stood up and walked to the shelter wall, pressing his palm against it. The concrete was as cold as a tombstone. System: how can I secure a stable water source? Construct a simple underground water collection device. Required materials: steel 500 kilograms, plastic 100 kilograms, rubber 50 kilograms. Peng Wanxiang's brows knit together. Not enough plastic. No telling what crucial things this stuff might be needed for later. He couldn't squander it so casually. System: how far is the groundwater from here? 20 meters in a straight line from the shelter. 20 meters. Roughly the distance from a living room to the front gate of a housing complex. Only the direction was downward. Peng Wanxiang swept his gaze around the shelter, and his eyes settled on the corner farthest from his daughter's bed. System: dig a stairway passage straight down from this spot to the groundwater. Make the steps 80 centimeters wide and 20 centimeters high each. Steel required 300 kilograms. Confirm construction. Confirm. A dull thud rose from beneath his feet. The sound of metal twisting and compressing echoed through the walls like something underground gnawing on bones. A few seconds later, a descending stairway passage opened up before him. The steps led down one after another into a dark shaft whose end could not be seen. Peng Wanxiang pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. A beam of white light stabbed into the darkness like a knife, slicing open a curtain of black cloth. He followed the steps downward. The air grew increasingly damp, carrying a musty tang of earth and rust mixed together, tickling his nose. The stairs ended. Before him lay a pool of water, an underground dark river. Its surface was narrow, but the current swift. The phone's beam spilled over it, shattering into scattered flecks of light, like a handful of crushed glass thrown into the stream. Peng Wanxiang crouched down and dipped his hand in to scoop up a handful. Cold. Bone deep cold. System, make me a water quality detector. It must be able to monitor in real time and generate its own power from the water flow. Required materials: plastic 10 grams, glass 5 grams, electronic components 2 grams, copper wire 1 gram, rubber 2 grams. Confirm construction. The consumption was measured in mere grams. Nothing to worry about. Confirm. A palm-sized gadget appeared out of thin air in his hand. A transparent glass shell housed delicate sensing components inside, wrapped in a thin waterproof layer of rubber. The workmanship so refined it looked like a high-end aquarium accessory. Peng Wanxiang pressed it into the fastest part of the current. The tiny blades at its base spun under the flow. The screen lit up, and a string of data leapt into view. He couldn't make sense of the chemical formulas, but that didn't matter. System, is the water drinkable? The water is mildly contaminated. It is recommended to boil before drinking. Mildly contaminated. Could be worse. Boil it, and it would be drinkable. But the problem was, with what would he boil it? There wasn't even a single piece of wire in the shelter right now. Peng Wanxiang lowered his head to look at the dark river at his feet. The water rushed by, not slow at all. Wasn't this a ready-made power source? System, can this water flow be used to generate electricity? And make a battery to store it while you're at it. A small hydroelectric generator and storage battery can be constructed. Required materials: steel 100 kilograms, copper wire 5 kilograms, rubber 1 kilogram, plastic 2 kilograms, electronic components half a kilogram. Output 1000 watts. Maximum battery storage 10 kilowatt hours. Peng Wanxiang rubbed his hands together. He had all the materials but the plastic and electronic components. He opened the inventory list of his extra-dimensional space, and his mouth pulled down at the corners. Only a bit over 70 kilograms of plastic remained, and less than 40 kilograms of electronic components. Those two were hard currency for making advanced gear later. Every gram he used now had to be weighed carefully. Start with a small setup, enough for lighting and boiling water. The big one can wait. Confirm construction. A mechanical hum vibrated in the air for a few seconds. A half-meter-tall hydroelectric generator and a palm-sized storage battery appeared on the riverbank. Peng Wanxiang shoved the generator into the place where the current was strongest. The turbine immediately began to spin with a whooshing sound, and the indicator light on the battery shifted from gray to green with a soft chirp. They had power now. Peng Wanxiang stared at that tiny green light for 2 seconds, then his lips stretched into a grin. In the apocalypse, a single green light was the most beautiful sight in the world. Next, bring the water up. System, run a water pipe from the dark river to the shelter with a filtration unit attached. Required materials: plastic 50 kilograms, steel 10 kilograms, activated carbon 2 kilograms, quartz, sand 5 kilograms, PP cotton 1 kilogram. Confirm construction. Peng Wanxiang froze. Activated carbon, quartz, sand, PP cotton. He mentally ran through the contents of his extra-dimensional inventory. Nothing. Not a single one. These are materials required for the filtration system. They can effectively remove impurities and pollutants from the water and improve its safety. What if we just run the pipe for now and put the filter on hold? That is possible. However, water quality cannot be guaranteed safe. It is recommended that the host collect filtration materials as soon as possible. Peng Wanxiang let out a sigh. Even the cleverest cook cannot make a meal without rice. Fine, get the water flowing first. Confirm construction. Pipe only. An arm-thick plastic water pipe extended along the wall, turned 2 corners, climbed all the way up the stairway passage, and its far end poked through the wall of the shelter above. Gurgling sounds came from inside the pipe as if it were greeting them. Now a faucet. Required materials: steel half a kilogram, plastic 2/10 of a kilogram. Confirm construction. Confirm. A shiny new faucet appeared in his hand. With just a few twists, Peng Wanxiang had it screwed onto the wall. The system automatically linked it to the pipe. He drew a deep breath, set his hand on the handle, and turned it. A clear stream of water gushed from the faucet, splashing against the floor and scattering into a spray of droplets. Peng Wanxiang stared at that flow for several seconds. He couldn't hold it back, he laughed. On the very first day of the apocalypse, their tap water was in place. Honey. Wang Qinyu appeared behind him with Peng Xiaoya in her arms, her eyes fixed on the faucet, pouring water from the wall, her expression as if she were seeing alien technology. The little girl also stared with round, bright eyes, craning her neck to see. We did it, Peng Wanxiang said to them with a smile. We won't have to worry about water anymore. He pointed at the faucet on the wall. They're our source of life. Wang Qinyu opened her mouth. This water, where does it come from? Secret. Peng Wanxiang deliberately played coy, reaching out to take his wife's hand and scooping his daughter into his arms. The three of them walked toward the stairway entrance in the corner of the shelter. Come on, I'll show you your husband and daddy's secret base. As they descended the steps, the air grew damper with every... Peng Xiaoya clung to her mother's neck, her little face buried in the hollow of her shoulder, only a pair of eyes peeking out and darting around. Don't be scared, sweetheart. Daddy's here. Peng Wanxiang patted her small back. They reached the bottom. The phone's beam lit up the dark river, its surface flashing in the light. Beside them, the generator whirred steadily, its green light shining firm and bright. Right here, Peng Wanxiang said, pointing at their feet. There's an underground river below us. The water's not bad. Boil it, and it's drinkable. An underground river. Wang Qinyu's eyes widened. There's a river down here. Of course, Peng Wanxiang said, patting the humming generator like he was showing off a new car. See this? A hydroelectric generator. 1,000 watts. This river is working for us, now generating our power. Wang Qinyu looked at the generator, then at the dark river, then back at her husband. The entire sequence, from discovering the water source to generating power to bringing water up, had taken less than half an hour. Before the end of the world, this would have been called a civil engineering miracle. After the end of the world, this was called survival. Can we drink the water directly? Wang Qinyu leaned toward the pipe outlet, catching a droplet at the end with her fingertip and lifting it to her eyes. Boil it first. Peng Wanxiang scratched his head. We're short a few materials for the filtration unit. Once I get out there and find them, I'll add it on. Oh, Wang Qinyu nodded and asked no more. Better than anyone, she knew that having water to drink at all was already a blessing from heaven. Peng Xiaoya lay on her mother's shoulder, stretching out a small hand to reach for the droplet at the pipe mouth, but Wang Qinyu swiftly pulled her back. Don't touch. You'll get all wet. The little mouth immediately puckered and her eyes reddened in an instant. Peng Wanxiang hurriedly took her into his arms. Come on, Daddy will take you upstairs to play with the doggies. Doggies. Her crying face flipped to a smile in a heartbeat, faster than the system's construction speed. The three of them climbed back up the stairs to the shelter. Peng Wanxiang set his daughter down. The moment her short legs hit the ground, she pattered off toward the three Pomeranians and dove straight into the furry pile. Watching her daughter's back, the corners of Wang Qianyu's lips curved up. Then she turned to Peng Wanxiang. Honey, it's pitch dark in here. You can't see a thing. Peng Wanxiang slapped his forehead. Right. He had been so focused on the water that he'd forgotten the lights. Now that they had electricity that needed to be handled. System: how much material to make lights and outlets? LED light, plastic 1/10 of a kilogram, electronic components 5/100 of a kilogram, copper wire 2/100 of a kilogram. Continuous illumination for about 100 hours, consuming 1 kilowatt of power. 5-hole outlet, plastic 2/10 of a kilogram, copper wire 5/100 of a kilogram, steel 1/10 of a kilogram. Maximum power load 2,500 watts. Peng Wanxiang did a quick mental calculation. The consumption was all in scraps and slivers, costs he could afford. 2 lights, 5 outlets. Make them all. Confirm. A pile of items appeared in his hands out of nowhere. 2 palm-sized LED lamps and 5 square outlets, each crafted like a factory product, with even a blank space reserved where a logo could go. System made with quality control maxed out. Yaya, come help Daddy carry the lights. The little girl, still hugging the Pomeranian, Xiong scampered over, tilting her head to peer at the things in his hands. What are those, Daddy? Lights. With these it'll be bright at night. He had Wang Qinyu hold their daughter steady while he took the lamps and outlets and started mounting them on the walls. The system automatically took care of the wiring. All he had to do was press the hardware into the wall and fix it in place. It was like playing with building blocks. Just a few clicks and it was done. Dusting his hands off, Peng Wanxiang stepped back a couple of paces to look it over. Not bad. Straight and orderly. He walked to the passageway entrance and laid his finger on the brand new switch. Yaya watched closely. Click. White light burst forth. In an instant, the entire shelter transformed from pitch black to brightly lit. The dusty concrete walls, steel bed frames, rubber mattress, and faucet on the wall, all of it stood out in sharp clarity. Wah! Peng Xiaoya's mouth dropped open, and the Pomeranian Xiong in her hands almost slipped to the floor. So bright, so bright. The 3 Pomeranians were startled by the sudden blaze of light. They shrank back for 2 seconds, then realizing there was no danger, started wagging their tails again. Standing under the lamp, Wang Qinyu lifted her head to look at the modest but steady LED light on the ceiling. She said nothing, but her eyes reddened. They had water. They had power. They had light. On the first day after nuclear bombs had blasted the world into ruins, in a space 5 meters beneath the ground, this family had found themselves a little patch of light. The lights turned on, and the shelter finally had some liveliness. Peng Wanxiang let out a long breath. Life after the apocalypse seemed to have a glimmer of hope. He plopped down onto the makeshift mattress, the smell of rubber still lingering, but it was 100 times better than sitting on the ruins. Time to start taking stock. Air check. Water check. Electricity check. A place to sleep also check. Next, he rubbed his stomach and a gurgle sounded as punctual as an alarm clock. Food. This is the most pressing issue at hand. He summoned the system interface and flipped through the inventory in the alternate space. 3 packs of chips, 1 pack of cookies. Well, there's a late-night snack sorted for tonight. But what about tomorrow? The day after? He couldn't just live on chips every day. That's not survival. That's finals week for college students. He scratched his head. He needed to come up with a plan to secure a fresh food source. However, the food problem could wait. There was something far more critical: radiation. What is the current level of radiation outside? Can the concrete walls of this shelter hold up? He didn't want to wake up one morning to find he had grown 2 extra fingers. System, can you create a device to detect external radiation? Yes. Required materials 0. 1 kilogram of electronic components 0. 5 kilograms of plastic 0. 3 kilograms of glass. Once constructed, it can monitor the radiation intensity within a 500-meter radius of the shelter in real time, with data synced to the internal display. Do you confirm the construction? Peng Wanxiang glanced at the materials list. It seemed trivial. Confirm. In his hand appeared a palm-sized metal box along with an equally sized LED screen. 1 for the outside and 1 for the inside, a complete set. Peng Wanxiang carried the detector to the entrance of the shelter and fixed it to the outer wall. Then he turned back, nailed the LED screen to the inner wall, and connected the power. The screen lit up. A string of numbers flashed before him. Peng Wanxiang's smile froze on his face. It wasn't green. It wasn't yellow. It was a blinding red as if morning. 5,600 USVH. Peng Wanxiang gasped. What does this number mean? In a normal environment, the annual maximum radiation dose for a person is 5,600 USVH. Means that standing outside for 1 hour exposes a person to radiation equivalent to 5 years' worth. In the Chernobyl disaster site, this number would rank among the highest. Wang Qianyu was holding Peng Xiaoya and came over. Upon seeing the screen, her face turned pale. She didn't understand the specific numbers, but the sea of red on the screen was a clear sign that it was bad news. What should we do? Her voice tightened as she instinctively held her daughter closer. It's okay, we're 5 meters underground here. The concrete is thick enough to withstand it. Peng Wanxiang patted the wall, his tone steady, as if he were saying it's a nice day today. But he knew quite well inside. Concrete can block alpha particles and beta particles, but gamma rays. Those things have penetrating power comparable to X-rays. For them, concrete walls are no more effective than a screen door against mosquitoes. To block gamma rays, one needs lead. Peng Xiaoya seemed to sense the tension in the adults, pouting her lips as her eyes began to redden. Yeah, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Peng Wanxiang quickly took his daughter into his arms, gently patting her back with his large warm hands. The little girl leaned against his shoulder, sniffling, but holding back tears. He handed his daughter back to Wang Qianyu, turned around, and stared at that blinding red number on the screen. 5,600. The longer he looked at it, the heavier his heart felt. System, is there a way to reduce the radiation intensity in the shelter? The shelter currently faces a threat from gamma rays. It is recommended to use lead plates or lead glass for physical shielding. Additionally, consuming anti-radiation drugs or foods can enhance the host's resistance. Lead. The problem is, he didn't have a single gram of lead. System, I don't have any lead right now. Is there any way to get some? Peng Wanxiang rubbed his temples. This was like a boss saying go live tomorrow while you haven't even rented the server. There is a way. The system's tone was slow, like a late-night radio host deliberately teasing listeners. The host has a considerable amount of steel and copper. Although these metals are not lead, they contain trace amounts of lead elements. I can deconstruct all of them, extract the lead, and then reconstruct them into lead plates. Peng Wanxiang's eyes brightened. That's a good idea. How much can you extract? Will it be enough? It depends on how much raw material you are willing to invest. The system paused. Preliminary estimates suggest that from your 1789, 4 kilograms of steel and 909 kilograms of copper wire, if fully deconstructed, you can extract about 2 kilograms of lead. 2 kilograms. Peng Wanxiang twitched his lips. Nearly 2 tons of metal yield only 2 kilograms of lead. This recovery rate was worse than the returns he had from stock trading back in the day. He glanced at the 4 walls and ceiling of the shelter with a total area of at least 40 square meters. How much area can 2 kilograms of lead cover? It probably wouldn't even be enough for a corner of one wall. 2 kilograms definitely isn't enough. Do you have any other options? There are. The system began to squeeze out more information. The host also has a batch of electronic components which contain relatively high lead content. Solda, lead, tin alloys, and circuit boards are all good materials. Peng Wanxiang instantly perked up. How much can you extract? From 298 kilograms of electronic components if fully deconstructed. With good luck, you could get about 5 kilograms of lead. Adding the previous amount from the steel and copper, the total would be around 7 kilograms. 7 kilograms. That's 3.5 times better than 2 kilograms. Although still far from turning the entire shelter into a lead box, at least it was no longer a single-digit figure. How much area can 7 kilograms of lead cover when made into lead plates? If the thickness is 5 millimeters, it would cover about 1 4 square meters. 1 4 square meters. The total area of the shelter is 40 square meters. That is equivalent to saving money for a year to buy a new computer only to find it's just enough for a mouse pad. Covering the entire house with lead plates. Forget about it. Peng Wanxiang stroked his chin, his gaze falling on his daughter in the corner. Peng Xiaoya was nestled in Wang Qianyu's arms, her cheeks flushed, her big eyes blinking, completely unaware of the deadly threat floating above her head. Lead plates can't cover the house. Then let's cover the people. System, how many suits can be made from this lead if fashioned into protective clothing? A full-body version with a thickness of 2 millimeters can be made into 3 adult-sized suits. Or 2 adult-sized suits plus 1 child-sized suit. 2 adult suits, 1 child suit. Do it. No hesitation whatsoever. Received. Should I deconstruct the materials and construct now? Wait a moment. Peng Wanxiang suddenly stopped. He looked down at the lead cage at his feet. No, the lead cage hadn't been made yet. He looked down at the 3 Pomeranians squatting at his feet. Kakadobi Xiong, the 3 little creatures huddled together, their 6 eyes looking up at him, tails tucked tightly. They don't have protective clothing to wear. After making the protective clothing, what can be done with the remaining lead? The remaining materials can be used to construct a small lead shelter occupying no more than 0.5 square meters, sufficient to accommodate 3 small dogs. Peng Wanxiang looked at the 3 dogs and then at the system interface. Alright, first make the protective clothing and use the rest for the dog cage. Confirmed. As soon as the words were spoken, the air seemed to churn. Steel, copper, wire, electronic components. Those accumulated resources silently crumbled before him. The metals shattered into particles, the particles crushed into powder, and the lead elements were drawn out thread by thread like panning for gold, extracting 7 kilograms of life from 2,000 kilograms of slag. Then they were reassembled. Lead powder coagulated, compacted, and molded. Minutes later, 3 sets of silver-gray protective clothing and a small lead cage appeared on the ground. 2 large ones and 1 small one perfectly sized. The protective clothing felt heavy and hand-thick with the unique chill of metal. The craftsmanship was surprisingly fine, the seams perfectly aligned, and the inner lining had an added layer of soft fabric ensuring it wouldn't chafe the skin. The lead cage was no slouch either, the welds were polished smooth and all edges were rounded. Clearly the system had considered the safety of the dog's paws. Peng Wanxiang picked up the smallest set and turned it over in his hands. A child-sized version. The cuffs were elastic to prevent slipping down. Yaya, come here, daddy will put on your new clothes. Peng Xiaoya peeked out from her mother's embrace, blinking at the silver-gray garment with a face of what is this thing. Wang Qinyu also approached, reaching out to touch the fabric of the protective clothing, then glancing at the lead cage, a hint of warmth flashing in her eyes. Honey, this. Can it really protect against radiation? Is that cage for Kaka and the others? What the system produces must be high quality. Peng Wanxiang smiled as he spoke, squatting down to dress his daughter in the protective clothing. The cage is indeed made for the 3 little ones. With such high radiation outside, they need protection too. Peng Xiaoya initially resisted wearing it, complaining that the clothing was heavy and odd. But when she realized that she looked like a little robot once she put it on, her interest was piqued. She raised her short arms and waved them around. Mommy, look. I'm Ultraman. Wang Qinyu laughed at her antics, her stiff expression finally softening. Peng Wanxiang helped his wife into her protective clothing and donned the last piece himself. The 3 of them stood in the shelter, the silver-gray protective clothing reflecting the light from the LED bulbs, resembling 3 astronauts preparing to land on the moon. However, what they were about to face was not the moon but a ravaged Earth that had been plowed by nuclear bombs. Qinyu, let's put Kaka and the others inside. Wang Qinyu nodded and walked to the corner, gently picking up the 3 Pomeranians huddled together, placing them one by one into the lead cage. Kaka was the first to enter, sniffing the cage wall and finding no danger before lying down. Dobby and Xiongxiong followed, the 3 little dogs squeezed together, staring at each other with wide eyes, tails tucked, yet at least they didn't bark. Peng Wanxiang squatted down to look at the 3 furry balls in the cage, his fingers reaching through the gap to pat Kaka's head. Sorry for the trouble, once daddy gets more lead, I'll get you a bigger house. Kaka licked his finger as a response. Alright, let's eat something to fill our stomachs first. Peng Wanxiang pulled out chips and cookies from the alternate space along with a few bottles of drinks, laying them on the ground. The snacks he had casually stuffed into his bag before the apocalypse now held a value equivalent to a gold bar. If gold bars still existed. Wang Qinyu tore open a pack of cookies, breaking them into small pieces, carefully feeding them through the cage's gaps to the 3 Pomeranians. Kaka, Dobby, and Xiongxiong ate eagerly, finally wagging their tails, making puff 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 sounds against the floor of the cage. Peng Xiaoya was holding a bag of chips, her cheeks stuffed full, puffing her cheeks like a little hamster storing food. Watching this scene, Peng Wanxiang felt a slight easing of tension in his heart. But just a little. Snacks wouldn't last long, the lead plates were far from enough, and the radiation outside still blared that glaring number on the screen. He had to go out. He needed to take advantage of the protective clothing while it was still useful, searching through the ruins outside, looking for food materials, anything that could help this family survive another day. Qinyu and Yaya, eat first, I'll take a quick look outside. Wang Qinyu raised her head, her lips moving. She knew he had to go. Come back quickly. Don't worry, I'll just look around nearby, won't go far. Peng Wanxiang patted the back of her hand and bent down to kiss his daughter on the forehead. Yaya, listen to your mommy, a daddy is going to find you some delicious food. I want strawberry flavored. The little girl, still chewing on chips, mumbled her request. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but smile. Even during the apocalypse, she was picky about flavors. This girl was truly fearless. Alright, strawberry flavored. He stood up, adjusted his protective clothing, and glanced back once more. Don't take off the protective clothing, wait until I come back to talk. Wang Qinyu nodded, tightening her protective clothing, and didn't say anything more. Peng Wanxiang turned and walked toward the exit of the shelter. Outside the shelter, the silence was unnaturally profound. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the concrete door reminiscent of a bank vault and took a deep breath. Regret washed over him. The protective mask blocked the dust, but it could not suppress the stench. The metallic tang, the charred odor, and a certain indescribable decay twisted together like a braid, invading his nostrils. It was far more intense than canned herring. One whiff could linger for a lifetime. He looked around. This was the underground garage of the community on the B1 level. Once filled with family cars, the place now resembled a giant stomping ground, tipped over and in disarray. The wreckage of cars lay scattered haphazardly. Some were burnt down to their skeletons like skinned iron beasts. Others were unrecognizable, their hoods flipped up like mouths screaming in agony. A few vehicles maintained bizarre postures, fronts pointing to the sky, rears embedded in walls, frozen in the moment of the apocalypse. Hell is nothing compared to this, Peng Wanxiang muttered, his tone surprisingly calm. It was not that he was unafraid. As a programmer who had witnessed too many crash sites, the priority of emotional breakdown was always ranked below problem solving. He stepped carefully through the ruins. His feet occasionally crunched on shards of glass, the sound crack echoing loudly in the dead silence of the garage. Which vehicle should I start with? Peng Wanxiang scanned the area, his gaze akin to selecting cabbages at a market. Ultimately, he stopped beside an SUV that still looked relatively intact. The front was crumpled, but the chassis remained intact. It should yield plenty of useful parts. He placed his palm on the cold metal, silently chanting, "Disassemble." Vroom, a slight tremor. The 2-ton hunk of iron before him seemed to be pressed by an unseen delete key, disintegrating layer by layer silently and cleanly. In mere seconds, not even a screw was left. Disassembled: 800 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 50 kilograms of glass, 30 kilograms of plastic, 50 kilograms of rubber, 10 kilograms of textiles, 20 kilograms of impurities. Stored in the alternate space. A smile crept across Peng Wanxiang's lips. This feeling was akin to scoring a rare item in a game. Addictive. He did not stop. He turned to the next vehicle. Placing his palm on it, he commanded, "Disassemble." Then the next one. "Disassemble." And the next. "Disassemble." The system's notification sounds kept pinging in his mind. Steel, aluminum, alloy, glass, rubber. The numbers climbed rapidly, and the inventory in the alternate space filled up like a gushing faucet. Peng Wanxiang felt like an unflagging scavenger, leaving no scrap behind. As he dismantled vehicles, he inadvertently cleared a 2-meter-wide path. Walking through the ruins was exhausting. He had to leave a route for future entries and exits. After more than 2 hours, the path extended over 50 meters, and he had dismantled nearly everything in the garage. Huff! Peng Wanxiang wiped the sweat from his brow, leaning against an intact support pillar to catch his breath. Then with a thought, he opened the inventory list in the alternate space to take stock. Steel, 5,200 kilograms. Aluminum alloy, 2,100 kilograms. Glass, approximately 1,200 kilograms. Plastic, 127 kilograms. Rubber, 829 kilograms. Textiles, 100 kilograms. Electronic components, 200 kilograms. Impurities, 280 kilograms. Looking at these numbers, Peng Wanxiang felt a sense of reassurance. The steel and aluminum alloy were sufficient. He had the confidence to build anything substantial in the future. Plastic and electronic components were still somewhat lacking. These two were hard currencies, so he had to be frugal. However, overall this haul was a considerable profit. He tucked away the inventory list and walked back along the newly cleared path. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty garage, each step like measuring the pulse of this dead world. He pushed open the door of the shelter. With a muffled thud, the heavy concrete door closed behind him, sealing off the deadly stench from the outside once more. "Honey, I'm back," he called out while brushing off the dust from his clothes. The lead protective suit glimmered coldly under the lights, making him look as if he had just crawled out of a mine. Wang Qinyu rushed over, holding Peng Xiaoya. "Hubby, how is it outside? Are you okay?" The worry in her eyes spoke volumes more than her words. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Peng Wanxiang smiled, reaching out to ruffle his daughter's little head. "I dismantled all the scrap cars outside today and collected a mountain of steel, aluminum, alloy, rubber, and so on. The alternate space is packed full. I even cleared a path for easier access in the future." He pointed to his forehead and raised an eyebrow. "Your husband is now a mobile recycling station." Wang Qinyu chuckled softly, then quickly straightened her expression and nodded seriously. "Impressive, impressive." Yet the admiration in her gaze was impossible to conceal. "Yaya, did you miss Daddy?" "I did. Daddy hugged me." The little girl opened her arms and lunged at him. Peng Wanxiang caught her, tossing her gently, making her giggle like a jingling bell. He sat down by the bed with his daughter on his lap, starting to survey the shelter. Planning was in order. This shelter was essentially just a bare shell, a 4-sided bare cement wall, a bed, a faucet, and 2 lamps. Can people live here? Yes. But can they live like humans? Far from it. Peng Wanxiang stood up, placing Xiaoya on the bed to let her play by herself, and began to wander around the room, gesturing as he walked. "This area will be the sleeping zone." He walked to the side of the bed, framing it with his hands. "A desk and a chair need to go here in case I need to fix something or record data. There should be a workspace." Then he moved to the foot of the bed. "A wardrobe can go here. Even though there aren't many clothes to store right now, life has to keep moving forward." Lastly, he walked to the farthest corner from the bed and stepped twice. "This area." He glanced back at his daughter, flipping on the bed, lowering his voice. "A bathroom. We can't keep resolving things in primitive ways, can we?" With the planning complete, the programmer was all about efficiency. Having finished the needs analysis, he submitted directly. "System. Construct a metal desk and chair beside the bed. Construct a metal wardrobe at the foot of the bed. Construct a bathroom in that corner, including a mirror, wash basin, toilet, and shower. Additionally, how will waste be handled?" The system replied immediately. "Desk and chair, 100 kilograms of steel. Wardrobe, 150 kilograms of steel. Complete bathroom set, 10 kilograms of glass, 5 kilograms of plastic, 50 kilograms of steel, 5 kilograms of rubber. Materials are sufficient. Do you confirm the construction?" "Yes, proceed all at once." The sounds of metal clashing echoed in the shelter, as if an unseen renovation crew was racing against time. In a matter of seconds, a sharp-edged metal desk appeared beside the bed, accompanied by a matching chair sturdy enough to be used as a weapon. At the foot of the bed, a large metal wardrobe stood tall, its doors fitting snugly together, opening to reveal two. In the corner, a fully equipped bathroom materialized out of thin air, a mirror bright enough to reflect a person, a smooth and rounded wash basin, a simple but sturdy toilet, and a showerhead waiting for water. Peng Xiaoya peeked out from the bed, her eyes wide like copper bells, her mouth forming an O. Daddy made magic again. This is called renovation. Peng Wanxiang corrected her, his tone serious. Soon the system's voice chimed in again, regarding waste disposal. Option 1, simple cesspool. 100 kilograms of cement, 200 kilograms of sand and gravel, 10 kilograms of rebar. Requires regular cleaning. Option 2, biogas fermentation tank. Add sealing and fermentation equipment, 20 kilograms of plastic, 30 kilograms of steel, 10 kilograms of rubber. Can produce biogas for power generation or cooking, requires regular cleaning of sludge. Option 3, ecological recycling system. Add filtration, decomposition, and cultivation devices, 5 kilograms of glass, 10 kilograms of plastic, 80 kilograms of steel, 20 kilograms of electronic components. Waste will be completely decomposed into harmless substances, producing organic fertilizer without the need for cleaning. 3 options. Peng Wanxiang stroked his chin, beginning to eliminate choices in his mind. Option 1. A purely transitional solution. Dig a pit and clean it regularly. He had suffered enough writing code in his past life, he wasn't going to make his life miserable again. Pass. Option 2. Sounded high-tech, generating biogas for cooking. But upon closer thought, what exactly was being fermented? If the sealing wasn't done well, would there be a boom sound? They had survived the apocalypse as a family. They couldn't be undone by their own toilet, could they? Besides, the hydroelectric generator was already sufficient. There was no need to take that risk. Pass. Option 3. Turning waste into treasure, producing organic fertilizer, fully automated processing, no cleaning. Isn't this akin to transforming decay into something miraculous, even when faced with disaster? In the apocalypse, wanting to grow vegetables, fertilizers are crucial. With this system, it was like turning the family's waste into future food. The perspective had shifted. System option 3, confirm. Consumption: 5 kilograms of glass, 10 kilograms of plastic, 80 kilograms of steel, 20 kilograms of electronic components. Constructing. A fine vibration traveled underfoot. Peng Wanxiang walked to the bathroom and looked. Under the toilet was a metal box connected to several pipes and a small control panel with green indicator lights glowing. The craftsmanship was exquisite, exuding a full sense of technology. Before the apocalypse, this contraption could have sold for tens of thousands on crowdfunding. Ecological recycling system construction complete. Waste will be automatically decomposed into harmless substances, transported through pipes to the cultivation device, producing organic fertilizer. The fertilizer collection point is located on the left side inside the shelter's entrance. Peng Wanxiang hurried to the left side of the entrance. Sure enough, a nondescript metal drawer had appeared at the base of the wall. He pulled it open to find it empty and pristine. But it wouldn't be long before what was stored inside would be the family's future meals. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but laugh. On the first day of the apocalypse, there was water power, lights, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. Even the way this life didn't seem so hard to bear after all. Perfect. Peng Wanxiang clapped his hands, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The name Ecological Circulation System sounded exhilarating. In the future, the family's waste would be processed automatically, and it could even produce organic fertilizer. Just imagine the day they plant vegetables and gather around for a warm meal together. The thought alone was enough to make one bubble with joy. However, beauty aside, tasks had to be tackled one by one. He looked up at the upper bunk. A bare steel frame, not previously the materials were tight, barely enough to make a mattress for the lower bunk, leaving the upper bunk empty. Now that the family had more resources, it was time to fill it. System arranged for a mattress for the upper bunk. 10 kilograms of textile, 5 kilograms of rubber. Confirm. Confirm. As per the usual procedure, after a muffled sound, a brand new mattress appeared steadily on the upper bunk. Peng Wanxiang pressed his hand down on it. It was moderately soft and firm, even better than the one on the lower bunk. He nodded. His wife and child would sleep on the lower bunk, while he took the upper bunk all settled. But just having a bed was not enough. He took 2 steps back and surveyed the layout of the shelter, his programmer's obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicking in. The bed, desk, and wardrobe were crammed together with the bathroom in the opposite corner, leaving no wall in between. What was this called? An open-plan layout. Before the apocalypse, real estate agents would say it was spacious and airy. After the apocalypse, having someone lying on the opposite bed while using the toilet was what one might call social death. It needed to be separated. Systems surround the bedroom area with concrete walls and install a metal door. Leave a ventilation opening on the door to avoid suffocation. 200 kilograms of cement, 400 kilograms of gravel, 20 kilograms of rebar, 50 kilograms of steel. Confirm. Confirm. This time the commotion was greater than before. The ground and walls began to tremble simultaneously, concrete growing out from the foundation, forming one wall, then 2, ultimately enclosing the bed, desk, and wardrobe tightly within. A metal door was embedded in the center with a fist-sized ventilation opening above the door frame. Peng Wanxiang stepped inside. The air circulated, not stifling. Light streamed in through the ventilation opening, and the door crack combined with the LED lights inside, creating a bright and cheerful environment. 4 walls, 1 door, 1 bed, 1 desk. It felt like a home, but he did not rush to feel happy. his palm pressed against the freshly built concrete wall, feeling the rough texture with his fingertips while his mind was occupied by another thought. Radiation. Concrete can block alpha and beta radiation, but gamma rays still penetrate. The lead protective suit he made earlier was form-fitting and effective, but he couldn't expect his wife and child to wear that while sleeping. His daughter seemed quite happy wearing that Ultraman gear, but it was heavy and cumbersome. If worn for a whole night, even adults would struggle, let alone a child. The best solution: turn the bedroom itself into a lead shielding zone. Safe upon entering, protective suits worn only upon exiting. System: is there a way to add lead protection to this bedroom? The system provided two options. Option 1: directly attach lead plates to the inner layer of concrete. Requires 500 kilograms of lead maximum radiation shielding effect. Option 2: mix lead powder into the existing concrete, upgrading the entire wall. Requires 200 kilograms of lead plus 50 kilograms of cement and 100 kilograms of gravel. 80 shielding effect, but sufficient. 500 kilograms of lead. Peng Wanxiang's mouth twitched. His inventory of lead in the alternate space was 0. Not even a gram. System: deconstruct all the steel, copper, wire, and electronic components I have on hand. How much lead can be extracted? The system calculated for a few seconds. After deconstructing the steel, copper, wire, and electronic components, approximately 257 kilograms of lead can be extracted. 257. Nearly half short of 500, but more than enough for 200. Peng Wanxiang mentally went through the options. Option 1: 500 kilograms perfect protection in one go, but the materials fell nearly half short, making it unfeasible. Pass. Option 2: 200 kilograms 80 protection, but the materials were sufficient, and it could be done right now. 80 it is. In the apocalypse, perfectionism was not the way to go. Functionality was the key. Back when he wrote code, he often told product managers, launch first, iterate later. Life philosophy consistent throughout. Option 2: confirm. Deconstructing, steel, copper, wire, electronic components all decomposed, lead extraction completed, upgrading concrete walls. Buzz. A low resonating sound echoed for a few seconds in the bedroom. The color of the wall visibly darkened from gray-white to lead-gray. The texture shifted from rough to dense. Peng Wan. The sound was muffled, completely different from knocking on the previous wall. A heavy sense of security settled in. A weight lifted from his heart. Although most of the steel and electronic components were invested, leaving his resources significantly depleted, it was worth it. Those things could be gathered again later. His wife and child's lives could not be gathered again. He turned and walked out of the bedroom, seeing Wang Qianyu sitting outside, holding Xiaoya, gazing at him eagerly. The little girl in her arms was sleepy, nodding off, yet stubbornly kept her eyes open, refusing to sleep. It's done. Peng Wanxiang smiled at them, his tone as light as saying the takeout has arrived. The bedroom walls are mixed with lead, which can block radiation. From now on, you won't need to wear protective suits in this room. Wang Qianyu froze for a second. Then she looked down at the heavy, cumbersome silver-gray protective suit she was wearing, and then back up at the bedroom door. It was not fear. It was that feeling, being suddenly told in the apocalypse, you can take a breath now. Really? If I lied to you, I'm a puppy. Peng Xiaoya sleepily chimed in. Daddy is a big dog. Kaka is a puppy. Wang Qianyu's composure shattered, and she laughed, tapping her daughter's forehead. The family of 3 entered the bedroom. The protective suits were taken off one by one, neatly folded at the door. Peng Wanxiang stretched his shoulders. Goodness, after wearing the lead suit for most of the day, his shoulders felt flattened. Wang Qianyu also sighed in relief, twisting her neck, her expression visibly relaxing. Xiaoya, needless to say, once free of the protective suit, her short legs kicked twice, darting towards the edge of the bed like a released hamster. However, Peng Wanxiang shifted his tone, becoming slightly more serious. Once you step outside this door, you must wear the protective suit. No compromises. He squatted down to meet his daughter's eyes. Yaya, remember, once you go outside, wear your clothes. And Kakadobi and Xiongxiong must not be allowed to run outside. The little girl nodded vigorously, her expression serious, not quite like a 3-year-old. Got it. Kakadobi and Xiongxiong can't go out. Peng Wanxiang ruffled her hair. Good girl. Wang Qianyu picked up her daughter and headed towards the bathroom. They'll help Yaya wash up. You hurry and clean up. All right, you go first. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the wall, looking down to see 3 Pomeranians circling around his feet, 6 eyes staring up at him, tails tucked, but mouth smacking. The meaning was unmistakable. Brother, we're hungry. I almost forgot about you 3. He pulled out the last pack of chips from the alternate space and had the system create a small plastic bowl. Crushing the chips, he poured them into the bowl. The 3 little dogs crowded around, their heads pushing together, crunching happily, their tails finally wagging. Peng Wanxiang watched them finish eating, collected the bowl, and silently noted it down in his mind. All snacks were used up. Tomorrow the food issue must be resolved. He shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, turned to the bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and rubbed his feet with no water heater. The water was cold, making him gasp. But after washing away a day's worth of grime and sweat, he felt much refreshed. After washing up, Peng Wanxiang pulled out the last bit of textile and rubber from the alternate space. System: 3 pillows, 2 blankets. 12. 5 kilograms of textile, 2 kilograms of rubber. Confirm. Confirm. 3 pillows and 2 blankets appeared in his hands, neatly arranged. He placed 2 pillows and 1 blanket on the lower bunk, leaving 1 pillow and 1 blanket for the upper bunk. Wang Qianyu came out from the bathroom holding the clean Xiaoya and paused at the sight of the made bed. Pillows, blankets, a mattress of appropriate firmness. 5 meters underground on the first day of the apocalypse. She said nothing, gently lying down with her daughter. The blanket covered Xiaoya up to her chin. The little girl yawned, her eyelids drooping, mumbling a vague request. Daddy, tomorrow, strawberries. Before finishing her sentence, she fell asleep. Her breathing became light and even. Wang Qianyu turned on her side, tucking the blanket for her daughter, then lifted her head to look at Peng Wanxiang, who was climbing to the upper bunk. Husband. Thank you. Her voice was soft, barely audible over the hum of the generator. Peng Wanxiang's hand paused on the ladder, not turning around. The corners of his mouth twitched. What thanks? Family does not speak of such things. He climbed onto the upper bunk, lying down, pulling the blanket to his chest. The ceiling was dull gray. The lead gray concrete was close enough to feel oppressive. But he knew that this layer of concrete, outside the lead, was 5 meters of soil. Beyond the soil lay a world ravaged by nuclear explosions. And beneath him was his wife and daughter. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes. His mind continued to run through tomorrow's task list. Food. The most urgent issue. Snacks had run out. Tomorrow he must go out to find food or figure out a way to establish a planting system. Materials. Most of the steel and electronic components were invested in the lead wall. He needed to gather more. The rubble on the ground still had a lot of unbroken building remnants, which were moving material stores. Filtration devices. The pipes were still exposed with no activated carbon quartz sand or PP cotton in sight. Radiation. He glanced at the monitor today. It read 5214 μSVH, a slight drop from this morning's 5600. The good news was it was decreasing. The bad news was it was slow. Outside for the time being remained a death zone. After listing everything, his brain's CPU finally slowed down. His consciousness gradually sank. Sinking into the blanket, into the darkness, into that hard-won sense of stability at the end of the first day of the apocalypse. From the lower bunk came his daughter's steady breathing. The 3 Pomeranians huddled at the foot of the bed, occasionally emitting tiny snores. Peng Wanxiang smiled slightly. First day of the apocalypse. They survived. Tomorrow, he had to find food. Peng Wanxiang groggily opened his eyes, stretching his arm, and nearly hitting the ceiling above. Oh right. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Exactly 10 o'clock. To be able to wake up naturally in the apocalypse, such fortune must be a mistake from the heavens. As he rolled out of bed, his feet barely touched the ground when he heard a burst of giggles. Turning his head, he saw Peng Xiaoya sitting cross-legged on the chair at the desk, clutching an empty drink bottle, sometimes using it as a telescope, other times as a microphone, thoroughly enjoying her own performance. This little girl could hold a concert with just a bottle cap. Looking over at Wang Qianyu, she was squatting in the corner of the bedroom, one hand holding a small shovel, and the other a plastic bag, her expression calm and movements swift, scoop bag tie all in one go. No need to guess, the 3 little ones had worked overtime again last night. Wife, you've worked hard. Peng Wanxiang rubbed his eye. I'm used to it. Wang Qianyu didn't even lift her head as she carried the bag of mixture into the bathroom. Splash. The sound of the toilet flushing followed. As the apocalypse's waste manager, certified and skilled Peng Wanxiang shook his head, suddenly reminded of something important. System, how many survival points do I have now? Current survival points, 6 points. 6 points. He counted on his fingers. 1 point for himself, 1 point for his wife, 1 point for his daughter, 1 point for Kaka, 1 point for Dabi, and 1 point for Xiong. All accounted for. This system is quite considerate. Even the dog counts for the head count. What can I upgrade with 6 points? Peng Wanxiang rubbed his hands together, feeling like he was accumulating coupons in a game that he needed to spin to feel satisfied. The system wasted no time and directly started listing options. Plan 1, reinforce the shelter structure. Upgrade concrete to reinforced concrete, maximizing strength. Required survival points, 10 points. Plan 2, expand space. Increase length, width, and height by 1 meter, doubling the area. Required survival points, 8 points. Plan 3, upgrade the air filtration system. Upgrade from basic to high-efficiency version, filtering radioactive dust and harmful gases. Required survival points, 6 points. Plan 4, upgrade the water supply system. Multi-level filtration, providing drinking water directly. Required survival points, 5 points. Plan 5, upgrade the power system. Increase power to 3000 W. Required survival points, 12 points. Plan 6, upgrade the bedroom area. Improve soundproofing and insulation. Required survival points, 4 points. After hearing this, Peng Wanxiang rolled his eyes internally. Good grief, what a show. Like a visit to a luxury car dealership. The sales consultant rattled on, praising every feature, while every price was steep, just short of welding your wallet shut. But to be fair, each of these 6 plans had its own appeal. Reinforcing the shelter. Sounds hardcore, but the current concrete isn't cracked, no rush. Expanding space. 8 points, too expensive, it's not like we're out of room right now. Air filtration. This is crucial. The current basic filter made of fabric and rubber can only hold out as long as faith supports it. If it fails one day, the whole family would be breathing in radioactive dust, and that's no joke. Water supply system. Boiling water can manage for now, so it can wait. Power upgrade. 1000 watts is sufficient, no need for more. Bedroom upgrade. Purely for comfort. Excluding those options, the answer became crystal clear. System, can't you offer a discount? First-time buyer special. New user trial price. System pricing is fair. The cold mechanical voice offered not a single extra word. Fine, I'll give you that. Peng Wanxiang pouted, deciding not to argue with the AI. Plan 3 upgrade the air filtration system confirmed. 6 survival points deducted current survival points 0. Upgrading. Just as he finished speaking a crisp sound echoed from the ventilation duct, and the previously humming wind disappeared, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Listening closely, there was wind, but it was extremely light and steady like a cat walking on cotton, barely audible. Peng Wanxiang looked up at the vent. Clean and quiet. This upgrade was silent, but the results were visibly discernible. Upgrade complete. 6. Daddy Yaya is hungry. The sweet voice yanked him back from the delight of system shopping. Peng Xiaoya squatted beside the desk, her little face scrunched up, still clutching that empty drink bottle, looking like a little. Now that you mention it, I'm hungry too. Peng Wanxiang patted his belly, which let out a gurgle, reporting in time. Honey, me too. Wang Qinyu emerged from the bathroom, her face bearing the 2 words, exhausted. Woof woof woof. The 3 Pomeranians, unwilling to be left out, circled around Peng Wanxiang's legs, their 6 eyes fixed on him. Great. They were all hungry. 6 mouths waiting to be fed, and the pressure on him, as the head of the family, instantly rose. No need to rush, let me see what supplies we have left. Peng Wanxiang concentrated, opening the alternate space. The virtual interface spread out, and the inventory list was clear at a glance. He scanned from top to bottom, his mouth drooping. Potato chips, 3 bags, one of which was already opened. Biscuits, a bag with 2/3 remaining. Tea drinks, 6 bottles. Sparkling water, 2.5 bottles. That's it. Just these. Before the apocalypse, this was a weekend snack list for binge-watching shows. After the apocalypse, this was the entire ration for a family of 6. He took the items one by one from the alternate space and piled them on the desk. 3 bags of potato chips. He directly crushed the open bag, pouring it into a small plastic bowl and pushing it onto the floor. Kakadabi xiong xiong, it's time to eat. The 3 Pomeranians rushed over, their heads jostling at the bowl's edge, crunching away, with tails finally wagging. Wifey, you have some of these for now. He pushed the remaining 2 bags of intact potato chips and the bag of biscuits over, opened a bottle of sparkling water, placing it next to the half-finished bottle from before. Wang Qinyu looked at the table and frowned slightly. With so little food, dividing it among 3 people left each of them with barely 2 bites. Daddy, Yaya wants milk. Peng Xiaoya grabbed a piece of potato chip and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel storing food, mumbling her request. Yaya darling, there's no milk now. How about some potato chips? Wang Qinyu patted her daughter's head, her voice soft. No, I want milk. The little girl pouted, her eyes suddenly reddening, a precursor to a storm. Yaya. Peng Wanxiang quickly squatted down, looking seriously at his daughter. Daddy will go out later to find some milk powder for you, and once I find it, I'll make it for you, okay? Really? The little girl blinked, her big eyes half in doubt. When have I ever lied to you? Last time you said you'd take me to the zoo. Peng Wanxiang, that was because of the apocalypse. The little girl thought for a moment, feeling that this reason seemed plausible. She responded with an "oh," took the sparkling water handed to her by Wang Qinyu, hugged the bottle, and finally calmed down. Peng Wanxiang stood up and took a swig from the half-open bottle of sparkling water. The bubbles burst on his tongue, the coolness sliding down his throat. Just that one sip, it was impossible to fill him up, but it provided a sort of psychological comfort. He looked at the pitiful snacks on the table and began to contemplate. With this little food, if he rationed it, it could last until tonight at best. Tomorrow. There wouldn't be a tomorrow. No, he had to make sure there was food to eat tomorrow to have a tomorrow. I need to go out and find food. His tone was calm, but his gaze was already set. Wang Qinyu paused her actions and looked up at him. She didn't ask, "Are you really going?" She knew the answer. Just be careful. For words spoken in a very low voice, but each one was heavy. Don't worry. Peng Wanxiang walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and took out the silver-gray lead protective suit. The cold light flickered under the LED lamp. Before the apocalypse, wearing this outfit outside would have been considered performance art. After the apocalypse, it's the most valuable life-saving gear. No exceptions. He carefully felt along each seam, tracing his fingertips over every inch, confirming there were no damages or cracks. Then he put it on. The heavy weight resting on his shoulders provided a sense of security. Once dressed, he casually glanced at the radiation monitoring screen on the wall. Current radiation intensity, 4736 μSVH. It had dropped from yesterday's 5600. Good news, it's decreasing. Bad news, 4736. Staying outside for an hour would expose him to radiation equivalent to over 4 years for a normal person. It remained a deadly number. Peng Wanxiang looked again at the ecological recycling system panel, with all indicators showing green lights functioning normally. Well, at least he didn't have to worry about bowel movements. He walked to the door and bent down to plant a kiss on his daughter's forehead. Yaya, Daddy is going out to find something delicious for you. Stay home and listen to Mommy. I want strawberry flavor. The little girl, still chewing on potato chips, mumbled yesterday's order. Okay, strawberry flavor. He looked again at Wang Qinyu. I'll just be around, not going far. Wang Qinyu nodded, her fingers unconsciously gripping the cuffs tighter. The 3 Pomeranians circled around his feet for 2 laps, whining, as if to say, take us with you. Peng Wanxiang squatted down, petting each of them. Be good, guard the house. Protect Mommy and your sister. Kaka licked his fingers. Dabi rubbed against his pant leg. Xiong Xiong sneezed. Consider that a response. System, can we upgrade this protective suit to include a breathing filter? After going out yesterday, my throat still feels like it's coated in cement. Upgrading the lead protective suit requires 10 kilograms of lead, 500 grams of activated carbon, 2 square meters of high-density filter, and several electronic components. Lead is available. Activated carbon, none. High-density filter, none. Electronic components, cleaned out when upgrading the lead wall, just now. Missing 2 items, no upgrade possible. Alright, I'll put it on hold for now. Peng Wanxiang sighed, adding another item to his mental to-do list. In this apocalypse, living comfortably is harder than rushing to meet a coding deadline. He approached the shelter's heavy door, placing his hand on the thick concrete door as solid as a bank vault. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the heavy door of the shelter, and a wave of scorching wind mixed with dust struck him heated. He instinctively squinted, feeling a sharp dryness sting his throat. Cough, cough. The mask did little to help. This fresh air after the apocalypse felt like chewing on sandpaper with every breath. After spending most of the previous day in the garage, he finally cleared a path to the outside world. Today's task was clear. Go out to find food and extend this path further. He arrived at the entrance of the community and paused. The road was blocked. To be precise, a large section of the outer wall of the entire building had collapsed, turning concrete steel bars and shattered bricks into a small mountain that completely sealed off the exit to the street. Before the apocalypse, this would have required an excavator warning tape and a demolition team. After the apocalypse, he was the demolition team. Peng Wanxiang slapped his palm onto the rubble. Decompose. The small mountain before his eyes collapsed, shattered, and vanished at a visible speed, like someone had pressed the delete key, transforming it from a physical entity into data, and then into nothingness. In a few seconds it was clean as a whistle, not even a speck of dust remained. Decomposed 1,200 kilograms of cement, 2,500 kilograms of sand and gravel, 150 kilograms of steel bars, 30 kilograms of impurities. Stored in a different space. The path was cleared. Peng Wanxiang stepped out of the garage and onto this transformed land. He froze for a moment when he first saw the sky. It was gray without a single cloud. The sun resembled a red-hot iron lump that had cooled down, its color darkened, giving off a dull light, providing no warmth to the skin, only an indescribable sense of oppression. The air carried all sorts of smells. Dust, burnt aromas, rust, and a sickly sweet smell of decay. One whiff made it clear what it was, but his mind refused to dwell on it. In the distance, the tall buildings had collapsed by more than half. Some were snapped in half, with the upper sections hanging there like guillotines ready to fall. Some leaned at odd angles against adjacent buildings, supporting each other like 2 drunken men. A few were left with just their framed steel bars sticking out of the concrete, clawing at the gray sky. The streets were deserted. The skeletal remains of burnt-out cars leaned against the roadside glass, shattered everywhere, crunching underfoot. Silence. An eerie silence. This street used to be jam-packed during the morning rush hour, with honking horns echoing from start to finish. Now, utter stillness. Even the wind was too lazy to blow. Peng Wanxiang stood at the street corner, absorbing it all, silent for 2 seconds. Then he pushed his emotions down. It wasn't the time for sentiment. He lifted his foot and walked in the direction of his memories. The street to the left of the community used to be lined with various shops. Convenience stores, hardware stores, barbecue places, fruit shops, pharmacies, a bustling street full of life. Now the signs lay shattered on the ground, some still recognizable. Open 24 hours. Irony. The first stop, a convenience store. He remembered the location clearly, the third shop to the left at the street corner. Upon approaching, he found the entire storefront crushed under a wall that had collapsed from the second floor. The sign revealed only half of its content, with the words Family Mart reduced to just fam. Nothing left, huh? Peng Wanxiang muttered. He placed his palm on the rubble. Decompose. The walls, floors, and broken bricks peeled away layer by layer, as if being unwrapped by an invisible hand. Moments later, the interior of the convenience store was exposed. The shelves were some crushed, but most still on the shelves. Peng Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Instant noodles. An entire row of instant noodles. Red packaging, purple packaging, green packaging. All vibrant and neatly arranged. Next to them were boxes of ham sausages stacked high, covered with a layer of dust, but the packaging was intact. Deeper inside, compressed biscuits, mineral water, carbonated drinks, 8 treasure porridge, and luncheon meat. Although some were smashed with broth and debris everywhere, what remained was enough to keep a family well fed for a while. Without a second thought, Peng Wanxiang collected everything with intact packaging into the different space. Stored 30 buckets of Kong Shifu braised beef noodles, 25 buckets of Tongyi pickled cabbage beef noodles, 20 buckets of Jinmeilong spicy beef noodles, 50 ham sausages, 30 bags of compressed biscuits, 24 bottles of mineral water, 12 bottles of cola, 12 bottles of Sprite, 15 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 10 cans of luncheon meat. The system's announcements kept coming, and the more Peng Wanxiang listened, the more elated he became, unable to suppress a grin. This haul was a huge profit. Before the apocalypse, this would have just been a regular convenience store stock. After the apocalypse, this was a lifeline for a family of 6. However, what surprised him even more was that the system immediately followed up with a note. Reminder: all items stored in the different space will automatically eliminate negative states, including, but not limited to, radiation, pollution, bacterial growth, oxidation, and decay. Peng Wanxiang paused. This function. He looked down at the bucket of instant noodles he was about to collect, dust covering the surface, exposed to who knows how much radiation outside. But as long as it's put into the different space, it comes out clean. System does your different space also have a sterilization? The different space is in an independent temporal state with a stable internal environment unaffected by external physical, chemical, or biological factors. Contaminants attached to stored items will be stripped away at the moment of storage and converted into basic materials. Translated, self-sterilizing, radiation-proof, and preserving freshness all in one. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. This is not just a warehouse. This is an apocalypse version of a vacuum preservation cabinet. With this function, all those foods and water sources contaminated by radiation can still be used as long as their integrity is intact. The possibilities had completely opened up. He snapped back to reality and continued his scavenging. Turning to the last row of shelves, he found some daily necessities huddled in the corner. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel, shampoo, all jumbled together. Before the apocalypse, these items combined wouldn't even be worth the price of a takeout meal. After the apocalypse, try living without a toothbrush for 3 days, and you'll start questioning life. However, he didn't plan to use these items directly. Since the different space can preserve them, he would decompose them first and reconstruct them when needed later. Besides, once these items are dismantled, the plastic, rubber, glycerin, and other components might be worth more than the finished products. He decomposed all the daily necessities in one go. The system spat out a long list of chemical components such as fluoride, sodium fatty acids, glycerin, sodium lauryl ether sulfate, each name longer than the last, and Peng Wanxiang gave up after glancing at a couple. Alright, I'm not taking a chemistry exam, just keep them stored. The convenience store was completely looted. The next stop, right next to the convenience store, the old shop that used to have a sign saying Old Zhang Hardware, was still there. No one knew where Old Zhang had gone, but his stock was still here. The hardware store didn't have any food, and Peng Wanxiang didn't bother to rummage through it piece by piece. He directly packed the entire storefront along with the building debris. With a slap of his palm, he said, "Decompose." Hammers, wrenches, screwdrivers, electric drills, wires, pipes, all transformed into data in the different space. Steel, copper, plastic, rubber, all accounted for. The quantity wasn't large, but even mosquito legs are meat. Peng Wanxiang stood on the cleared ground, looking up. About 10 more shops stood crookedly there. Some walls were cracked, some roofs had collapsed halfway, and some doors had flown off, resembling a row of mouths missing teeth. He calculated in his mind. He would clear this entire row and then leave. He had been out for too long, and Qinyu and Yaya were likely getting anxious. Moreover, with this polluted air, the mask wasn't doing much and his throat was already starting to tighten. He needed to finish quickly. He stepped forward, heading toward the next target. The third stop, the barbecue restaurant. Old Wang Barbecue. This place used to be the king of the street. Every evening the smell of grilled meat wafted for miles, with lines of people waiting from the door to the curb. Beef skewers were 3 pieces for $1, lamb kidneys 5 for 2. Peng Wanxiang used to drop by for a couple of skewers and a cold beer after work. Xiaoyu was still small back, then sitting in her stroller munching on a plain grilled bun with crumbs all over her face. At that time life felt mundane. Now looking back, those were the good old days. He stood in front of the barbecue restaurant for 2 seconds. Then he slapped his palm against the wall. Decompose. The outer shell of the building cracked and vanished, revealing the interior of the restaurant. The structure was still relatively intact, unlike other shops that had completely collapsed. However, the freezer door was ajar, and it was completely empty inside. The display case was also empty. Peng Wanxiang frowned. Someone must have come to loot during the disaster. All the finished products in the freezer were gone. Skewered meats, sliced vegetables, not a single stick left. However, his mind raced. He knew Old Wang well. He only started preparing ingredients at 3 in the afternoon, and the ingredients were fresh deliveries of the day. The nuclear bomb dropped at noon. This meant fresh ingredients from that day might not have had the chance to be stocked. But what if Old Wang had prepared some from the night before for the next day? Restaurants usually have a freezer in the back kitchen. While the finished products in the freezer were looted, the freezer itself, that door was as thick as a safe, not everyone could break in. Peng Wanxiang stepped into the back kitchen. First he cleared away any obstacles. A stainless steel work table, empty bowls, barbecue tools, all decomposed. 2 large ovens and 3 large freezers decomposed. Steel, copper, aluminum, alloys, glass, all accounted for. He navigated past the remnants of the work table, his gaze sweeping to the innermost part of the kitchen. A stainless steel door. The freezer. The door had a padlock, the lock had intact, indicating no one had entered. Peng Wanxiang grinned. Just as he was about to reach out to touch the lock, behind him, the tightly shut bathroom door. Creak, a soft, so faint, so light it felt like a mouse's paw scratching against the door. But in this dead silence of the ruins, that sound was louder than thunder. Peng Wanxiang's hand froze in midair. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. A rustling sound from the restroom froze Peng Wanxiang in place, as if time itself had paused. A faint metallic tang of blood hung in the air, laced with a subtle creeping stench of decay that seeped through the gaps of his protective mask. His instincts as a programmer whispered a grim truth. Unidentified anomalous noise in the ruins of the apocalypse ranked no lower than a fatal bug. He couldn't proceed without investigating. In a flash he scanned the rubble at his feet and snatched up a stainless steel tray, then flung it forward with a sharp flick of his wrist. Bang! The tray struck the bathroom doorframe, bounced off, clattered onto the floor, and spun twice before settling into silence. Inside the restroom, nothing stirred. An absolute suffocating stillness, so profound it felt like death itself held its breath. Or perhaps something within was waiting patient and poised for him to step willingly into its lair. From the charred remains of a nearby barbecue grill, Peng Wanxiang wrenched free a steel rod and gripped it tightly, his knuckles whitening. It was well balanced, neither too heavy nor too long. Not a weapon strictly speaking, but infinitely better than bare hands. He began inching toward the restroom door, each footfall silent and deliberate, his soles gliding across the dust-choked floor. Yet in the tomb-like hush of the abandoned kitchen, even his own breathing sounded unnervingly amplified, as if broadcast through unseen speakers. He halted before the door, tilted his ear, and listened for 3 full seconds. Nothing. No wind. No dripping water. Not even the whisper of breath. As if that earlier creak, the one that had drawn him here, had never existed at all. But Peng Wanxiang refused to believe it. After 15 years writing code, he developed one unshakable habit: any anomaly logged, even fleetingly, could never be dismissed as non-existent. He drew a slow, deep breath, lifted his right foot, and drove it squarely into the center of the door. Bang! The panel sprang inward, slammed against the wall, then recoiled halfway back. A wave of putrid rot and coppery blood crashed over him like an invisible wall, thick and suffocating, slapping across his face. Peng Wanxiang nearly gagged. The restroom had no windows, pitch black like a bottomless cave. He pulled out his phone and switched on the flashlight. The white beam sliced into the darkness like a blade cleaving shadow. And then he saw her. A corpse. A woman. Face down beside the sink. Her long hair spilled across the floor, veiling most of her features. Only a pallid jawline and slender neck remained visible. She wore a floral dress now torn beyond recognition. Exposed skin bore wounds. Not slashes or claw marks, but ragged, violent lacerations, as though shredded by blast force and shrapnel. Blast trauma. Peng Wanxiang's brow furrowed, his stomach clenched, but he didn't retreat. With the steel rod, he gently nudged the body. Cold. Rigid. Unresponsive. Utterly lifeless. So, the sound hadn't come from her. Something else lingered inside this cramped, silent room. Peng Wanxiang tightened his grip on the rod. His flashlight swept the narrow space, sink squat toilet corner. That shape in the gloom wasn't the silhouette of an object. It resembled a person, a small hunched figure curled tight in the shadows. Before Peng Wanxiang could focus, the shape erupted. Like a coiled spring released, a black blur shot from the corner, unnervingly fast, launching straight at him. Don't touch my mom. A raw, guttural scream. Youthful voice cracked and tearing at the edges. Peng Wanxiang's body moved before his mind caught up. His arm swung the steel rod instinctively. Yet even before the dull thud of impact, his ears had already locked onto the single word that changed everything. Mom. A child. At the last possible instant, he deflected 7/10 of his force, but the remaining 3/10 landed hard. The black blur was struck midair, sent flying backward, crashing into the wall with a muffled groan before sliding down to sit dazed on the floor. Oh! A shrill, piercing cry, thin and brittle, ricocheted wildly off the cramped walls. The steel rod slipped from Peng Wanxiang's hand and clanged onto the tile. The flashlight beam fell upon him, a boy, wiry and gaunt, 13 or 14 years old, clad in a school uniform so grimed it had lost all trace of color. His face and arms were crisscrossed with scrapes and bruises. The blow had struck his right arm. Now the entire limb trembled violently, his features twisted in agony, his face drained of blood. Yet his eyes remained locked on Peng Wanxiang, blazing with raw, unfiltered terror. With fury, and with a desperate, feral resolve. The kind that said, lay a finger on my mother, and I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. A cold weight dropped into Peng Wanxiang's chest. He sank to his knees, palms raised outward. An unmistakable universal signal. I am unarmed. That was reflex. I didn't mean to hit you. The boy shrank deeper into the corner, clutching his injured arm with his left hand, trembling uncontrollably, lips bitten, bloodless, silent, utterly mute. He just stared, like a cornered stray pup, teeth bared, not in aggression, but in pure instinctive defense. A memory flashed through Peng Wanxiang's mind. Xiaoya. What if one day his daughter hid like this, in some shattered ruin, her mother lying motionless beside her, forever beyond waking? He dared not finish the thought. My name is Peng Wanxiang. He lowered his voice to the soft, soothing timbre he used when lulling Xiaoya to sleep. I came looking for food, not to take anything. The boy stayed silent. His gaze remained hard, defiant, yet his lips quivered. Peng Wanxiang studied his right arm, already swelling, the sleeve, distended skin bruised a livid purple. Not broken, yet far from trivial. And his complexion, ashen not merely from pain, but from blood loss layered over dehydration and starvation. This boy had likely been holed up here for more than a day, guarding his mother's body. Alone. Peng Wanxiang's throat, he offered no grand speeches, no soul-searching ultimatums. No, will you come with me? Instead, he reached into his spatial storage and withdrew a bottle of mineral water. With a crisp, clean click, he unscrewed the cap, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet room. He extended it forward, placing it carefully between them on the floor. Drink first. Just 4 words. The boy's eyes fixed on the bottle. They darted from Peng Wanxiang's face to the water, then back again, 3 times. Then slowly he reached out with his left hand and grasped the bottle. First a cautious sip, as if testing for poison. Then another. Then a third. On the 4th, he gulped down nearly half the bottle, choking and coughing violently. Peng Wanxiang didn't move. He simply knelt there watching quietly until the cough subsided and the boy's breathing steadied. What's your name? Silence. Silence. More silence. Peng Wanxiang didn't rush. He remained crouched calm and steady, as if debugging a stubborn recurring error. Impatience would solve nothing. One had to wait for the system to surface its own error log. After a dozen seconds, Li Mingyu, 3 syllables barely audible, exhaled like breath leaking from a slit throat. Peng Wanxiang gave a single slow nod. Li Mingyu. He repeated the name as though registering a new account. Got it. Then he glanced at the boy, and then deliberately at the silent form in the corner. He didn't ask, is that your mother? There was no need. I have a shelter nearby. His tone was as casual as mentioning a convenience store down the street. Underground. Habitable. Water, electricity, light, and food. Your arm needs treatment. Delay any longer, and it'll worsen. He rose, brushing dust from his knees. Come with me. No, do you wanna? No, choose for yourself. Just 3 words. Simple, firm, irrevocable. Because he knew this boy wouldn't last much longer. Left here, only one ending awaited him. Li Mingyu's gaze drifted from Peng Wanxiang's face to the still figure on the floor. The light in his eyes dimmed, like a candle guttering in its final breath. My mom. 2 words, and then Peng Wanxiang paused for 2 full seconds. I'll remember this place. He said it plainly. When it's safe outside, I'll bring you back. He didn't know whether that was a promise, or merely a lifeline cast into darkness. But he knew with certainty that a 13-year-old boy needed those words to find the strength to rise from beside his mother's body. Li Mingyu bowed his head. His shoulders trembled, once, twice, then stilled. Without a sound, he tried to stand. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed again. Peng Wanxiang stepped forward, bent, and lifted him effortlessly into his arms. Light. Far too light. This boy weighed almost exactly what Xiaoya did, yet he looked 10 years older than her. Li Mingyu instinctively writhed, but exhaustion sapped his strength, leaving his resistance futile. Don't move. Another jostle, and that arm really will be ruined. His voice held no anger, only quiet authority, brooking no argument. The boy stiffened for 2 seconds, then surrendered. He rested his forehead against Peng Wanxiang's shoulder and closed his eyes. Peng Wanxiang carried him out of the kitchen, through the cleared-out storefront, and onto the street. Every step measured, every glance sweeping the skeletal ruins flanking the road. The boy remained silent in his arms, breathing shallowly. Each inhalation measured, fragile, punctuated only by the occasional stifled groan when his injured arm brushed against Peng Wanxiang's chest. Peng Wanxiang walked swiftly yet steadily, the crunch of gravel beneath his boots echoed hollowly down the desolate avenue. Almost there. Just hold on a little longer. He wasn't sure Li Mingyu heard him. When the shelter's entrance finally appeared in the distance, Peng Wanxiang slowed his pace. He glanced down at the boy slumped unconscious in his arms. His uniform filthy beyond measure, stained with dust, dried blood, and the invisible residue of ambient radiation. That clothing couldn't enter the shelter. System, deconstruct, he murmured, referring to Li Mingyu's uniform. Instantly the fabric dissolved silently in his arms, vanishing layer by layer as if erased. Deconstruction complete. Textile, 0. 5 kilograms, plastic, 0. 1 kilogram, impurities, 0. 5 kilograms. The boy lay bare in his arms. Under the flashlight's glare, his wounds looked even more severe. Peng Wanxiang wasted no time. System, generate children's sportswear, size 150. Textile, 0. 6 kilograms. Confirm. Confirm. A clean set of sportswear materialized beside him. Cradling Li Mingyu with one arm, he fumbled awkwardly with the other, trying to dress the boy. Dressing Xiaoya, 3 years old unharmed, was second nature. Dressing a wounded 13-year-old boy covered in abrasions. That difficulty level leapt instantly from beginner tutorial to nightmare mode. After considerable effort, the clothes were finally on. He retrieved another bottle of water from storage, poured some into his palm, and gently wiped the grime and dried blood from Li Mingyu's face. As his palm traced the boy's cheekbone, he felt the sharp ridge of bone beneath thin skin, jarring, unmistakable. This child hadn't eaten in days, not hours. Once the face was clean, he carefully tended to the exposed wounds, avoiding the worst injuries, delicately wiping away only the surrounding filth. When he finished, Peng Wanxiang gazed down at the boy in his arms, and a faint wry twist touched his lips. He'd picked up a child. And though compassion played its part, it wasn't the sole motive. The system had stated it plainly: every living being dependent on the host generated 1 survival point per day. 1 more life meant 1 more point. Of course, that wasn't why he brought the boy in. But to claim he hadn't considered it, that would be dishonest. After all, he was a programmer. Every decision underwent rigorous cost-benefit analysis. Pros: 1 additional person meant 1 additional point. Long-term, a net gain. Cons: 1 extra mouth meant increased food consumption. Short-term, a burden. Conclusion: long-term gains outweighed short-term costs. Besides, this was a life. A 13-year-old life. Still raw, still unformed, still waiting to begin. That arithmetic required no calculation to resolve. Standing before the shelter's sealed door, Peng Wanxiang drew a deep breath and raised his voice. "Qianyu, open up." A series of footsteps echoed from within the door, and with a click the heavy concrete door was pushed open from the inside. Wang Qianyu leaned out halfway and immediately spotted Peng Wanxiang holding someone in his arms. His expression changed. "Why did you take so long?" "Yaya and I were." "Who is this?" The second half of the sentence took a sharp turn. "Picked up on the way." Peng Wanxiang sidled through the door, lowering his head to protect the boy in his arms from hitting the doorframe. He's injured quite badly. Daddy. Peng Xiaoya came running from inside, her little legs kicking rapidly as she opened her arms to leap up. But halfway through her run, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the unfamiliar pale face in Peng Wanxiang's arms. She shrank back 2 steps, swiftly hiding behind Wang Qinyu, revealing only half her head. Mommy, what happened to the brother Daddy is holding? Her voice was soft with a trembling lilt. You be good, this brother is hurt and has no family now. Peng Wanxiang gently placed Li Mingyu on the lower bunk mattress, moving as slowly as if he were handling a fragile porcelain piece. Daddy brought him back, let's help him. Li Mingyu lay on the bed, his eyes closed, breathing shallow and rapid like a string about to snap, still straining to vibrate. Wang Qinyu didn't ask any further questions. She crouched by the bed and rolled up the sleeve of Li Mingyu's sportswear. Her movements were gentle, yet they caused the boy to furrow his brow tightly. Peng Wanxiang watched from the side. His wife was usually gentle, but after 3 years of raising children, she had seen all kinds of situations. Falls, bumps, burns, nothing was new to her. When Xiaoya fell from the sofa at 8 months old and bumped her forehead, he panicked so much his legs felt weak, while Wang Qinyu held the wound and called for an ambulance, remaining steady as a veteran. So now he chose to remain silent and let the professional take charge. Wang Qinyu first touched Li Mingyu's forehead, then withdrew her hand. He has a fever. She frowned and looked back at Peng Wanxiang, not low. Then her gaze shifted down to the boy's left arm. That arm was grotesquely swollen, forming an unnatural curve from the wrist to the forearm. The skin underneath was bruised with 2 abrasions that had begun to turn red and white, indicating infection. Wang Qinyu gently lifted the arm, her fingers tracing around the bone. Li Mingyu let out a hiss, his whole body tensing, his brow furrowed tightly, as if it could crush a mosquito. The forearm is fractured. Wang Qinyu set the arm down, her tone steady, but her lips were pressed together tightly. The wounds are also infected. He needs antibiotics and a splint for stabilization. She looked up at Peng Wanxiang. Do we have any antibiotics at home? Peng Wanxiang mentally flipped through the inventory of their storage space. The box of antibiotics they had brought from home, still there. Yes, I'll have the system create a splint. He focused his thoughts. System wooden splint, 20 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide. Wood weighs 0.2 kilograms. Confirm. Confirm. A smooth wooden board appeared in his hand, its edges rounded, feeling better than he had expected. The system's output was reliable, even the splint was well made. He handed the splint and the antibiotics from the storage to Wang Qinyu. Wang Qinyu took them, looking down at the boy on the bed. Child, it might hurt a bit next. Her voice was soft, similar to how she would soothe Xiaoya to sleep. Just bear with it. Li Mingyu didn't open his eyes, but his eyelids flickered. Wang Qinyu first rinsed the area around the wound with water from the tap, while Peng Wanxiang handed over water and towels, coordinating like they had been working in an operating room for 10 years. Then she applied the gauze, wrapped the wound, placed the splint, and secured it. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, her movements so deft that Peng Wanxiang recalled one thing. His wife had studied nursing in college. Though she hadn't worked in her field after graduation and had gone into administration, she hadn't lost her skills over the years. Peng Xiaoya had been hiding behind Peng Wanxiang the whole time, revealing only her 2 eyes peering out. Her little mouth was agape without a word, but her expression clearly conveyed mommy is amazing, but also scary. Once Wang Qinyu secured the final layer of gauze and sighed in relief, she turned back and said, Wanxiang, pour a glass of water for him to take his medicine. Peng Wanxiang unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, pouring half a glass. Wang Qinyu propped up Li Mingyu, letting him lean against her arm. The boy opened his eyes drowsily, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Wang Qinyu, then at Peng Wanxiang. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Here, take the medicine first. Wang Qinyu brought the pill to his lips. Li Mingyu hesitated for 2 seconds, then opened his mouth. The pill went down, followed by a few sips of water. Wang Qinyu gently laid him back down, tucking the corners of the blanket. All right, sleep now. The boy's eyes closed again. This time his breathing was a bit steadier than before. Wang Qinyu stood up from the bedside, glanced at Peng Wanxiang, then at the child on the bed. Leave this child to me, you've been busy all day. At this moment, Peng Xiaoya finally peeked out from behind Peng Wanxiang, her little fist clenched, looking serious. Dad, don't worry. I'll help mommy take care of my brother. And with that she shrank back again. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but chuckle a little. He looked at his wife, then at the boy on the bed. You've done well. Wang Qinyu shot him a glare. Go take care of your business. Peng Wanxiang turned and walked out of the bedroom, casually closing the door behind him. As soon as he stepped out of the lead-lined wall, the sense of pressure enveloped him instantly. He subconsciously tightened his protective suit and adjusted his mask. The radiation outside was relentless, distinguishing no day from night, present at all times. Inside the lead wall was home, though outside was hell. Just a door's distance. He stood in the shelter, surveying the surroundings. With one more person, the bed space was insufficient. They couldn't let that child sleep on the floor after he recovered, nor could 3 of them squeeze in with an additional half-grown boy on a bunk bed. System, can you create another room identical to the existing bedroom nearby? The system processed for 2 seconds. The plan is feasible. Required materials: 500 kilograms of cement, 1,000 kilograms of sand and gravel, 50 kilograms of steel bars, 5 kilograms of textiles, 10 kilograms of lead, several metals. Current inventory of textiles 0 kilograms. Insufficient for construction. Peng Wanxiang twitched at the corner of his mouth. Textiles. Again with the textiles. This thing had been a thorn in his side since the apocalypse began. Needed for making mattresses, quilts, and clothing, now needed for building a room. Yet all he had salvaged from the garage were steel and aluminum alloys, with textiles being pitifully scarce. If you dismantled a 2-ton SUV, getting 10 kilograms of textiles would be considered a miracle. Are there any other options? Suggestion 1. Dismantle the existing bed to recycle textiles. However, the recovery amount is insufficient. Suggestion 2. Wait for tomorrow's survival points to arrive, consuming the points to directly construct without additional materials. Plan 1. Dismantling the bed to fix the room. It's like tearing up pants to patch socks, pure self-sabotage. Pass. Plan 2. Wait until tomorrow. Counting the current heads, him, Qianyu Xiaya Kakadabi Bear, plus Li Mingyu 7 living beings, would earn him 7 survival points tomorrow. An upgrade for a bedroom would suffice. He would make do for tonight. He would sleep on the floor, letting Qianyu and Xiaoya take the upper bunk and Li Mingyu the lower bunk. As a programmer who had slept on the floor during all-nighters, this skill had been fully mastered in college, no doubts. He set aside the issue of sleep for the moment. He stood in the shelter, his gaze sweeping over the empty space next to the stairway leading to the underground water. His stomach growled again. Earlier he had scavenged so many instant noodles, hot dogs, and luncheon meat from the convenience store, but they were all raw, dry, and cold. Even if the storage space could disinfect and preserve without soaking, instant noodles were just a block of dough. Luncheon meat, without heating, was merely a lump of cold grease. There needed to be a place to cook. System: build a kitchen. What plan? This time the system was quick, listing 3 options in Plan 1. A simple kitchen. 100 kilograms of cement, 200 kilograms of sand and gravel, 10 kilograms of steel bars, 5 kilograms of metal. A basic stove with storage space. Equivalent to setting up a stove to boil water, an upgraded version of primitive man. Plan 2. A standard kitchen. 300 kilograms of cement, 500 kilograms of sand and gravel, 30 kilograms of steel bars, plus several metals, such as steel, copper, rubber, and plastic. With a sink and exhaust capable of proper cooking. Standard and sufficient for home living. Plan 3. In advance. 500 kilograms of cement, 800 kilograms of sand and gravel, 50 kilograms of steel bars, 30 kilograms of metals, plus fire-resistant materials, copper, plastic, and so on. High-end cooking appliances, an oven, sterilizer, independent exhaust, and ventilation, a complete set. An apocalypse version of a luxury model room. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the inventory in the storage. Cement, thousands of kilograms. Sand and gravel, tens of thousands of kilograms. Steel bars, hundreds of kilograms. Today he had scavenged outside piles of steel and aluminum alloys. Materials, abundant. 3 plans laid out before him, which one to choose. Before the apocalypse, he might have chosen Plan 2 for the best cost-performance ratio. But after the apocalypse, he pondered for 2 seconds. His daughter wanted strawberry-flavored. His wife hadn't had a hot meal. That half-grown boy would need a bowl of hot soup to warm him once he woke up. And he himself, a programmer who had survived on instant noodles and chips in his previous life, had had enough. Plan 3. He looked at the empty space next to the stairway, perfectly positioned far from the bedroom, so that the fumes wouldn't drift over, and close to the water source for washing vegetables and dishes. Right here, advanced kitchen set it up for me. With a single thought, materials piled high in the other world began to fall. Cement, sand, and steel bars. As if someone had pulled a lever, the numbers dropped rapidly. The ground beneath his feet moved first. Concrete surged up from the foundation, spreading out, compacting as flat and smooth as if measured with a ruler. Next came the walls. Sand and cement were shaped into bricks by an invisible hand, stacking up piece by piece, fitting together so perfectly that not even a seam could be found. Steel bars intertwined within the walls, and as the framework was completed, the entire space's hardness immediately increased. Then came the stove. Fireproof materials stacked layer by layer, the surface polished to a smooth sheen, feeling warm and solid to the touch, exuding a tangible sense of this thing can withstand 1,000 degrees of heat. A stainless steel countertop materialized, reflecting the cold light of LED lamps bright enough to be used as a mirror. The pot rack, stove burners, and control panel appeared one by one, as if 3D printed with maximum precision. Peng Wanxiang stood nearby, arms crossed, a smile gradually spreading across his face. This feeling was as satisfying as watching code compile without errors. Consumption: 500 kilograms of cement, 800 kilograms of sand, 50 kilograms of steel bars, 30 kilograms of iron 1, 2 kilograms of copper 0, 5 kilograms of rubber 1, 5 kilograms of plastic, 10 kilograms of fireproof material, 5 kilograms of impurities. High-end kitchen construction completed. A space larger than his original kitchen had just materialized out of thin air. High-end stoves, ovens, and sterilizers lined up neatly, resembling a model home. An independent exhaust vent opened at the top, its fan already spinning a low hum, effectively clearing away the residual dust from construction. Peng Wanxiang walked to the stove, placing his palm on the stainless steel countertop, feeling its coolness, the texture far better than any modern product. He patted it in satisfaction. All right, with this stove, even boiling plain water can feel ceremonial. But just having a stove wasn't enough, he needed utensils. System: a set of stainless steel kitchenware. Pots, bowls, ladles, pans, spatulas, spoons, all of it. Consumption: 2. 5 kilograms of iron 0. 5 kilograms of impurities. Confirm. Confirm. A series of crisp sounds followed. A row of gleaming stainless steel utensils appeared on the countertop, ranging from frying pans to soup spoons, all neatly arranged. The craftsmanship was even more exquisite than IKEA's. Produced by the system, it truly had never disappointed him. Peng Wanxiang picked up the frying pan and tossed it lightly, feeling its weight and hand the bottom perfectly flat. From a post-apocalyptic Michelin 3-star kitchen equipped to perfection. He set the pan down, his gaze sweeping over the empty corner of the kitchen. It still needed a refrigerator. Storing food in the other world was convenient, but it was his mental operation, and his wife and child couldn't use it. He couldn't just shout every time he wanted to eat, "Honey, get me a bottle of water. Daddy, I want to eat ham." Calling him 80 times a day would drive anyone mad. They needed a physical refrigerator, one that the whole family could access. System, bring me a double-door refrigerator. Silence ensued for a second. Missing key materials, electronic components. Current inventory insufficient. Seek alternatives. Peng Wanxiang's mouth twitched. Electronic components, this again. He had used a large batch when upgrading the lead walls, and then another batch for creating the ecological recycling system. Now the inventory was nearly depleted. These things were more precious than gold in the apocalypse. Can they be substituted? Yes. Increase the amount of copper and glass to replace some of the electronic component functions. However, the refrigeration efficiency will decrease by about 10 and energy consumption will increase by 15, approximately 0.23 kilowatt-hours per hour. A 10 decrease in refrigeration efficiency wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like they were storing ice cream, and instant noodles and luncheon meat wouldn't be that delicate. Confirm. Built. Consumption 5 kilograms of iron 2. 5 kilograms of plastic 0. 5 kilograms of rubber 2 kilograms of refrigerant 1. 5 kilograms of copper 0. 5 kilograms of glass and 1 kilogram of impurities. A silver-gray double-door refrigerator materialized in the corner of the kitchen. It was quite large, capable of storing nearly half the inventory of a convenience store. Peng Wanxiang walked over and opened the door. A rush of cold air hit him in the face. While this refrigeration effect, even at a 10 decrease, was still stronger than the one he had at home. Next, he closed the refrigerator door and began the finishing touches. The exhaust vent needed to connect with the main ventilation duct of the shelter, otherwise frying something would fill the entire basement with the smell of grease, and his wife would be the first to get angry. System, connect the kitchen exhaust vent to the main ventilation duct. Consumption 0. 5 kilograms of iron 0. 1 kilograms of rubber. Confirm. The duct extended silently, clicking into place. Connect power and water as well. Consumption 0. 2 kilograms of copper 0. 1 kilograms of plastic. Confirm. The wires crawled along the wall, while the water pipe branched off from the main line, bending twice to connect to the kitchens. All done. Peng Wanxiang clapped his hands and took 2 steps back to survey the area. The stove, oven, sterilizer, refrigerator, sink, exhaust vent. Everything was in place, the layout reasonable, and even the workflow was smooth. Before the apocalypse, this kitchen could have garnered 300 likes on social media. After the apocalypse, this was the watershed moment when a family upgraded from surviving on cold chips to eating hot meals. He opened the refrigerator door and began to move in. He pulled out the supplies from the other world. Kong Shifu braised beef noodles, unification, old jar pickled cabbage, Jin Meilong spicy beef noodles, stacking them in the upper level of the fridge. Ham sausages, luncheon meat cans, and compressed biscuits went into the lower level of the fridge. Mineral water, cola, Sprite, and 8 treasure porridge squeezed into the door's compartments. As he closed the refrigerator door, Peng Wanxiang stared at the completely filled interior for 2 seconds. This scene was more satisfying than when he opened the bank app to check his balance after receiving a year-end bonus. He turned and walked to the stove, pressing a button on the control panel. The electric stove lit up the heating plate, glowing it. Without natural gas or open flames, the heating power surely couldn't compare to the stove at home. But being able to boil water and heat up meals was top tier in the apocalypse. Qianyu, yeah, come take a look. The metal door of the bedroom creaked open. Wang Qianyu carried Xiaoyu out, 3 Pomeranians following closely behind their paws, making a pat-pat-pat sound. Xiaoyu was the first to see the kitchen. Her little head leaned forward, her eyes spinning around her mouth, forming an O shape. Wow, this is so big. Wang Qianyu stood at the kitchen door, scanning the area up and down. The stove, refrigerator, oven. Her gaze lingered on each item for 2 seconds, her expression shifting from surprise to daze, then to an indescribable emotion. Are you sure this is a shelter, not a model home? What model home has this setup, eh? Peng Wanxiang opened the refrigerator door to show her. Look, the inventory is plentiful. Just, he pointed at the stove. It's electric, no natural gas. The heating power is a bit lacking, but it'll have to do. Wang Qianyu walked to the stove, her fingers brushing the stainless steel surface. It was cool, shiny, and spotless. She didn't speak, but her nose twitched. Daddy, Yaya is hungry. Xiaoyu timely interrupted the sentimental moment, tugging at Peng Wanxiang's pant leg, her face conveying a clear warning of, if you don't serve food soon I'll cry. Alright, I'll make it right away. Peng Wanxiang ushered the mother and daughter back towards the bedroom. You two take Yaya back inside. It's not safe outside without lead protection, don't stay out too long. Let Li Mingyu take a look too. Wang Qianyu nodded, carrying Xiaoyu back. After a couple of steps, she turned back. Don't just focus on being busy, make sure you eat too. Gotta go back now. The metal door closed. Peng Wanxiang stood in the kitchen, pausing for 2 seconds in silence. Then he got to work. For people, him Qian Yu Xiaoya and Li Mingyu. He opened the refrigerator and pulled out 4 bowls of instant noodles, 2 bowls of beef braised noodles, 1 bowl of old jar pickled cabbage, and 1 bowl of spicy beef noodles. He also took out 4 ham sausages. The first meal on the second day of the apocalypse, instant noodles with ham. In the past, this had been the standard fare for programmers working late into the night, and he would self-criticize after finishing. Now this was a hearty meal that could bring tears to the family's eyes. He filled a kettle with water and placed it on the stove, pressing the heating button. The heating plate buzzed and the indicator light lit up. While waiting for the water, he tore open the seals of the 4 bowls of instant noodles, taking out the seasoning packets, sauce packets, and vegetable packets one by one, sorting them by flavor. His movements were slick. This was a skill he had honed over 4 years in college. He could do it with his eyes closed. The kettle began to bubble. Peng Wanxiang lifted the kettle, pouring hot water into the instant noodle bowls with a sizzle. Steam carrying the aroma of the seasoning wafted up, filling his nostrils. The smell of braised beef. He had inhaled this scent for over a decade, from university dorms to rented apartments, and from rented apartments to his marital home. He used to think it was cheap, but now, his nose suddenly felt a bit sour. He quickly sniffed, pressed the lid down tight, and secured it with the fork attached to the instant noodle bowl. 3 minutes. While waiting for the noodles, he rummaged through the cabinet for a small pot, filled it with some water, and placed it on another burner. He cut the 2 ham sausages into pieces and tossed them in to cook. This was for the 3 little ones. They couldn't gnaw on instant noodles, but ham sausage pieces soaked in hot water were fragrant, soft, and easy to digest. 3 minutes passed. Peng Wanxiang lifted the lid off the instant noodles, and a rush of steam hit him in the face. He stirred the noodles, vegetables, and seasonings together, the glistening mixture looking appetizing. He cut the 2 ham sausages in half and dropped them into each of the 4 bowls of instant noodles. He picked up 2 bowls and pushed open the bedroom door. Dinner's ready. Xiaoya was the first to dash over, extending her little hands, eager to grab a bowl. Give me. Hot. Don't touch the bowl. Wang Qianyu, quick on her feet, intercepted, taking the bowl, blowing on it, and using a fork to lift a small bunch of noodles to Xiaoya's mouth. The little girl slurped it up, chewed a couple of times, and her eyes sparkled instantly. Delicious. She shouted those words loud enough for the entire shelter to hear. Peng Wanxiang walked to the lower bunk. Li Mingyu was leaning against the pillow, his eyes open, but his gaze a bit vacant. He looked like he had just woken up, his face still pale, though slightly better than when he was carried back yesterday. Can you sit up? Li Mingyu glanced at him, said nothing, and tried to prop himself up. With strength in his left hand, but unable to move his right arm due to the splint, he swayed a bit before stabilizing. Peng Wanxiang placed the bowl of instant noodles in front of him. Eat first. Just 2 words, nothing extra. Li Mingyu looked down at the steaming bowl of noodles. The steam carrying the aroma of braised beef wafted up, sticking to his face. His Adam's apple bobbed. Then he picked up the fork, lowered his head, and started eating 1 bite at a time. He didn't say thank you, but by the 3rd bite his hand trembled as he picked up the noodles. Peng Wanxiang didn't look at him and turned to leave. Some things didn't need to be said. A child who had guarded his mother's corpse in a ruined toilet all day could sit up and eat a bowl of instant noodles. That was already a step forward. He returned to the kitchen, picked up his bowl of noodles, stood by the stove, and lifted his chopsticks. Slurp. The moment the noodles hit his mouth, Peng Wanxiang felt completely relaxed. Hot. Salty. With that particular unhealthy but delicious fragrance from monosodium glutamate and palm oil. In the past, he would write code until midnight, eating a bowl of noodles by the light of the screen, thinking it was the most haphazard dinner in the world. Now standing 5 meters underground in the apocalypse, wearing lead protection gear, eating the same bowl of noodles, he felt it was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. After finishing the last sip of broth, he set the bowl down, remembering the ham sausage pieces still cooking in the pot. He quickly fished them out, poured them into a small plastic bowl, and walked to the lead cage. The 3 Pomeranians were already going crazy with anticipation. Their noses pressed against the cage wall, barking incessantly, their tails wagging so hard that the entire cage shook. Peng Wanxiang opened the cage door and set the bowl down on the ground. The 3 furry heads collided with a thud before each claimed a 1/3 of the bowl, diving in to eat. The sounds of paws scratching the ground, mouths smacking, and tails sweeping the floor mixed together, creating a lively scene that seemed implausible for the apocalypse. Peng Wanxiang squatted by and watched for a while, the corners of his mouth curving up. Once the 3 little ones had licked the bowl clean, he collected it and closed the cage door again. He returned to the kitchen, rinsed the bowl, wiped the countertop, and gave the surface a thorough cleaning. A programmer finishes what he starts. Once the code is written, it needs to be committed, and once the meal is finished, it needs to be cleaned up. That's the rule. After finishing these tasks, he walked back to the bedroom. Xiaoya was already full, nestled in Wang Qian's arms, her eyelids drooping, a bit of grease still on the corner of her mouth. Li Mingyu's bowl of instant noodles was empty, resting on the bedside table. He lay back down, facing the wall, his expression hidden from view. Wang Qianyu was tucking him in. The fever has subsided. She looked up at Peng Wanxiang, her voice very soft, afraid to disturb anyone. The antibiotics worked. He should feel a lot better after a good sleep. That's good. Peng Wanxiang nodded, his shoulders relaxing. As long as life was preserved, the rest could be dealt with slowly. He walked to the wardrobe, took off his lead protection gear, and hung it up. His shoulders finally freed from the heavy burden, he twisted his neck a couple of times, producing a couple of cracks, feeling. Then, he had to solve the problem of where to sleep tonight. The lower bunk was given to Li Mingyu, while the upper bunk belonged to Qianyu and Xiaoya. At his height of 1.80 meters, there was no space left for him. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the bedroom floor, searching for a spot just big enough to lie down between the bed and the wall. System: a rubber mattress 2 meters, long 1 meter, wide 5 centimeters thick. For the floor. Consumption 5 kilograms of rubber. Confirm. Confirm. A gray rubber mat appeared on the floor. Peng Wanxiang stepped on it. A decent level of elasticity, at least 10 times better than lying directly on the concrete floor. He pulled out a pillow and blanket from the other world and laid them on the mat. Done. A 5-star floor bed. Wang Qianyu peeked down from the upper bunk. You're sleeping on the floor. While my dear wife sleeps above, I sleep below. It's a reasonable division of labor. Peng Wanxiang lay down, resting his hands behind his head, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, it's a traditional skill for programmers to sleep on the floor. During my college days, I spent 4 years lying under the table in the lab while working on projects overnight. Wang Qianyu looked at him for 2 seconds, but said nothing more. However, she reached down and pulled half of her blanket down to drape over the edge of the bed. Peng Wanxiang reached out, but couldn't grab it. But he understood what that meant. Xiaoya rolled over in the upper bunk, mumbling in her sleep. Strawberries. I want strawberries. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but chuckle. On the second day of the apocalypse, the family was eating hot meals again. Although it was just instant noodles, they were hot. He closed his eyes. The task list in his mind refreshed automatically. The food problem was temporarily alleviated, but the stock of instant noodles would not last long. He needed to find a way to obtain seeds and soil, prioritizing the planting system. The organic fertilizer collection point in the other world would come in handy. Li Mingyu's injuries still needed monitoring. The antibiotics were running low, and he needed to find a pharmacy on the next outing. The inventory of textiles was nearly depleted. After tomorrow's 7 survival points were credited, he would build Li Mingyu's bedroom first. A 13 to 14-year-old boy squeezed into a room with a family of 3 was not a sustainable solution. The radiation level was still decreasing. 4,736. At this rate, it would take. Activated carbon, quartz, sand, PP, cotton. The materials for the water filtration system were still nowhere to be found. He went through the list again, feeling that the CPU in his mind was finally willing to throttle down. From the lower bunk came Li Mingyu's steady breathing, much more stable than during the day. In the upper bunk, Xiaoya's soft snores rose and fell, resembling a napping kitten. Wang Qianyu's breathing was light, but had settled. She had fallen asleep. Outside the bedroom door, the 3 Pomeranians huddled in their lead cage, occasionally letting out a whimper in their dreams. Peng Wanxiang lay on the floor mat, staring at the underside of the bed, just inches away. When Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes, he felt as if he had been rolled over from head to toe with a rolling pin. His whole body ached, his bones throbbed, and his back felt numb. The rubber mat, no matter how good, was still just a mat, not a mattress. He struggled to sit up and reach for the phone on the desk. The screen lit up. 900. The signal bar was empty, and the Wi-Fi icon was just a gray lump. On the third day of the apocalypse, the entire world remained disconnected from the internet. In the past, just this alone would have driven him to the brink of insanity. A programmer without internet is like a fish out of water. He rubbed his eyes and turned his head to scan the room. Wang Qianyu was sitting at the edge of the lower bunk, feeding Li Mingyu medicine. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of breaking something. The child was half reclining on the pillow, his complexion still pale, but slightly better than yesterday. At least his eyes were open. Peng Xiaoya was squatting in the corner, playing excitedly with 3 Pomeranians. Kaka was being treated as daddy, while Duobi was designated as mama, and Xiongxiong was rolling on the ground playing. The 3 dogs looked confused, but their tails wagged enthusiastically. The dog world's film emperor fully committed to the role. Peng Wanxiang felt a tickle in his throat, coughed twice, and felt a dull ache in his chest. He propped himself on his knees and crawled up from the ground. His bones creaked like he was disassembling building blocks. You're awake. Wang Qianyu turned her head and glanced at him. MHM. Peng Wanxiang's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping metal. His gaze fell on Li Mingyu. The teenager was also looking at him, his expression still somewhat guarded, but not as hardened as yesterday. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end no sound came out. Peng Wanxiang didn't mind. Trust cannot be rushed, it's like compiling a large project. Each line must run one by one, and once it's done, everything will naturally connect. He nodded at Wang Qianyu and stood up, heading towards the main door. As he passed the LED screen on the wall, his steps paused. The red numbers jumped twice, and then stabilized. 3536 MUSVH. It had dropped from yesterday's 4,736. Good news, it's decreasing. Bad news, 3536, being outside for an hour still equates to 3.5 years worth of radiation exposure. It was still a deadly number. However, the trend was positive, the half-life was doing its job. Peng Wanxiang withdrew his gaze, his thoughts stirring. System: have the survival points been credited? Current survival points, 7 points. 7 people. Himself, Qianyu, Xiaoya, Duobi, Xiongxiong. 1 point per person per day, clocking in on time. This system was far more reliable than the HR from his previous job, never delaying payment. I want to build a second bedroom with the same configuration as the first. What is the material shortfall? How many points do I need to supplement? The system processed for a second. To construct the second bedroom, the requirements are 500 kilograms of cement, 1,000 kilograms of sand and gravel, 50 kilograms of rebar, 5 kilograms of textiles, 150 kilograms of lead, and various metals. Cement, sand, and gravel, rebar, and metals will be supplied from the existing inventory in the alternate space. A shortfall of 140 kilograms of lead, 5 kilograms of textiles requires a consumption of survival points 2 points. Confirm deduct points and commence construction. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake. Old habits. Concrete surged from beneath the ground, rebar intertwined within the walls, 1 wall, 2 walls closing up, sealing the top. The metal door was embedded, fitting seamlessly. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, like watching a time-lapse video. Peng Wanxiang was startled by the noise, nearly dropping caca from her hands. She froze in place for 2 seconds, then whoosh, stood up, her little legs scampering over. Daddy performed magic again. It's not magic, it's renovation. Peng Wanxiang corrected her. Daddy is the chief architect of your family. What is It means the most skilled. Then is mommy a chief too? Your mom is the director overseeing me. Wang Qinyu couldn't help but chuckle from behind. Peng Wanxiang walked to the newly constructed room door. 2 metal doors stood side by side, the left one being the original and the right one the newly built. He took a look and felt it was slightly lacking. System hang door plates on the 2 doors. Left side 001, right side 002. Consumption 0. 1 kilograms of steel. Confirm. Confirm. 2 small iron plates appeared on the doors with a click. 001, the nest for the 3 of them. 002, for Li Mingyu. He pushed open door 002 and took a look inside. The layout was identical to 001. Upper and lower bunks, a desk, a wardrobe, a private bathroom, with lead integrated into the walls. The workmanship was flawless. It was a product of the system with stable quality control. He turned to look at Li Mingyu sitting on the bed in room 001. Mingyu, once your arm is good, you can move to the next room. Your own room. Li Mingyu was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but couldn't voice anything. His Adam's apple moved slightly. In the end, he just nodded. Peng Wanxiang didn't linger, closing the door behind him. Some things didn't need to be said too much. For a young boy who had just lost his mother, giving him a room of his own was worth more than 100 assurances of "don't worry, I'm here." He stood in the shelter scanning all the operational equipment. The lights were on, the refrigerator hummed, and the radiation detector's indicator light blinked. System, is the power sufficient? Current total power consumption is 230 watts. The hydroelectric generator outputs 800 watts, more than enough. The battery has 2 degrees and is continuously charging. Peng Wanxiang nodded. There was no worry about electricity or water. Now the biggest shortcoming. He looked down at his silver gray lead protective suit hanging on the wardrobe door like a shell waiting for him to crawl inside. This thing was his only life-saving gear when going out to scavenge for supplies. The 2mm lead layer was adequate for radiation shielding, but the breathing filter was essentially non-existent. After going out yesterday, his throat still felt like it was coated with a layer of cement, and there were no lights. In the ruins, it was pitch black, relying entirely on his phone's flashlight to find his way. The phone's battery was not infinite. What if one day it died outside? Then he would truly be blind. System, upgrade the protective suit. Enhance radiation protection, add a breathing filter, and give me a headlamp. How many points will it cost? The system processed for a second and presented a plan. Increase the protective layer from 2mm to 5mm. Upgrade the breathing filter to a double-layer structure with an outer layer blocking particles, an inner layer blocking bacteria, an activated carbon adsorption layer, and a built-in microfan with a 12-hour battery life. The LED headlamp, converging lens, can illuminate up to 50 meters. Brightest lasts for 8 hours. Consumption of survival points 3 points. 3 points. Adding the 2 points spent on constructing the room earlier, he had used 5 out of 7 points today, leaving 2. Peng Wanxiang mentally went through it. Food and medical supplies. Those had to be found outside. And the prerequisite for going out was that he had to stay alive. The protective suit was his lifeline. If the lifeline wasn't thick enough, everything else was in vain. The reasoning was the same as coding. Don't let the server crash. If it crashes, no requirements can be executed. Confirm the upgrade. A surge of power flowed from his body, enveloping the protective suit hanging in the wardrobe. The lead protective suit silently transformed before his eyes. The surface became denser, shimmering with a dull metallic sheen, and reinforced fasteners appeared at the seams, feeling very secure to the touch. The biggest change was the helmet. The previous lead shield had a field of vision comparable to looking through a peephole. Now it was replaced with a high-strength transparent visor, instantly opening up his view, as if he were wearing a panoramic sunroof. On each side of the visor were embedded filtering modules with a microfan inside whirring to life, blowing in a stream of clean air. No dust, no metallic taste, and none of that indescribable rotten sweetness. Just clean. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. Goodness. He hadn't experienced this feeling of normal breathing for a full 2 days. There was also an LED headlamp on top. He reached out to twist the knob, and a beam of white light shot out, creating a bright spot on the wall of the shelter. 50 meters of illumination distance. No longer would he need to hold up his phone as a flashlight while rummaging through the ruins. He took off the helmet and weighed it in his hands. It was heavier. The 5mm lead layer had significantly increased the weight, but it was acceptable, better than absorbing radiation. After hanging the upgraded protective suit back in the wardrobe, Peng Wanxiang clapped his hands. With 2 survival points left, he decided to save them for later. He walked to the desk and sat down, pulling up the list from the alternate space to begin planning today's tasks. Food. The instant noodles and canned food in the refrigerator could last a few more days, but that was not a long-term solution. He needed to find a pharmacy, a supermarket, and ideally some seeds. The organic fertilizer collection point should have accumulated a bit by now. The planting system needed to be prioritized. Medical supplies. Antibiotics were running low, and Li Mingyu's injuries required continued medication. Next time he went out, the pharmacy was a must-visit. Filtering materials. Activated carbon quartz, sand, PP cotton, the three major shortages in the water filtration system were still unresolved. He mentally organized the list, setting priorities. Laughter from Peng Wanxiang came from outside the door, and the little Pomeranian's paws were pattering on the ground. In the bedroom, Wanxiang was softly speaking to Li Mingyu, her tone gentle. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The lead gray concrete was close at hand. It was ugly, but it was safe. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he stood up and picked up the upgraded protective suit from the wardrobe. It was time to go out and get to work. Peng Wanxiang turned and walked into bedroom 001. Wang Qinyu sat by the lower bunk, using a cotton swab to disinfect around Li Mingyu's wound. His movements were as gentle as if he were wiping an egg. Qinyu, the protective suit has been upgraded. Peng Wanxiang patted the metallic armor on his body, unable to suppress his smug tone. Breathing filter headlamp and thickened lead layer, the full set is complete. Since there is still time, I'll take a quick stroll around the row of shops on the right. Remember, the first one is a pharmacy. Li Mingyu's antibiotics are almost out. Wang Qinyu continued her work, glancing up at him. Her gaze swept over the upgraded protective suit, reinforced seams of fully transparent mask, and a lamp on top. Alright, it looks quite impressive. She smirked slightly, like an astronaut. Li Mingyu on the bed also looked over with his eyes wide open. He didn't know about the system. He only saw an uncle who had been wearing a simple silver-gray raincoat yesterday, but today had transformed into a fully armed sci-fi warrior. In his gaze, besides curiosity, there was an indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was confusion over what exactly is this person's background. Peng Wanxiang walked to the bedside and leaned down to check Li Mingyu's right arm, which was bound with a splint. The swelling has gone down a bit. He gently patted the boy's shoulder. Once your arm is better, I'll get you a set too. At that time, we'll go out together to work. He paused, then shifted his tone. This shelter doesn't support idle people. The latter part sounded harsh, but a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Li Mingyu froze for 2 seconds, his lips moved. Just a single word. The voice was still light, but it was much less guarded than yesterday's defensive to the Peng Wanxiang didn't linger any longer. He looked at Wang Qinyu and then lightly tapped her hand. I leave the house to you. Be quick and come back. Wang Qinyu didn't lift her head, but added one more thing after finishing her sentence. Don't push yourself. Rest assured. Peng Wanxiang turned and walked out. As he passed by the lead cage, 3 Pomeranians poked their heads out simultaneously with 6 wet eyes staring at him, tails tucked, mouths open, their expressions clearly saying, Dad, aren't you taking us with you? Guard the door. He squatted down and patted each of their heads. Protect Mom and Sister. Kaka licked his face. Duobi rubbed against his pant leg. Xiong sneezed. 3 security guards reporting for duty. Creak. The heavy concrete door swung open and hot wind carrying dust slapped him in the face. But this time was different. The mini fan inside the mask buzzed, sending in fresh air that was clean and devoid of dust or decay, without that apocalyptic quality that would take 3 years off your life with a single breath. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. It felt refreshing. In the past 2 days when he went out, his throat felt like it was coated in cement, and he returned coughing like a miner. Now, breathing was smooth, vision clear, and there was even built-in lighting. Spending 3 survival points to upgrade this armor was worth it. A blood profit. He left the garage along the path cleared yesterday and stepped onto the street. This time, he didn't turn left. The shops on the left had already been thoroughly cleaned out yesterday. Today's target, on the right. In his memory, this row also had various shops. The first was a pharmacy, followed by a convenience store, a recycling station, a hardware store, a clothing store, and finally a small supermarket. First stop, the pharmacy. Not far from the community entrance, just a 2-minute walk. The pharmacy's outer wall was relatively intact, the glass door was broken, but the frame had not collapsed. Peng Wanxiang sighed in relief. Structurally sound, which meant the contents inside were likely not crushed. Li Mingyu's antibiotics were almost out. If he could find some cephalosporins or amoxicillin on this trip, that would be fantastic. He stepped inside. The sound of crunching glass underfoot echoed painfully in the silent street. Then he stopped. The shelves were still, but they were empty. Not empty in the sense of smashed to bits. They were empty in a way that indicated systematic cleaning. Shelves completely devoid of even a trace of medicine boxes. Occasionally, a few instruction leaflets were scattered on the floor, as if they had accidentally fallen while searching. The drawers behind the counter were all pulled open, and the prescription area had been turned upside down. Even the few packs of throat lozenges hanging next to the cash register were gone. Peng Wanxiang stood still for 3 seconds. His mind began to run through elimination reasoning. Possibility 1, someone bought everything before the disaster. No. The nuclear bomb has only 30 minutes from warning to impact. In that 30 minutes, an ordinary person's first reaction would be to run for their life, not to shop at a pharmacy. Moreover, since even the throat lozenges were taken, those who looted wouldn't have had the leisure to do so. Possibility 2. Someone scavenged after the disaster. This is reasonable. But here comes the problem. Outside radiation was 5,600 USVH 2 days ago, 4,736 yesterday, and 3,536 today. After 3 days, anyone without radiation protection gear would struggle to stay outside for an hour. He had a system. He had lead protective clothing. He had disinfection in the alternate space. So he could jump around outside for demolition. Then, what sort of person could clear this pharmacy so thoroughly? Did they also have radiation protection gear? Did they also have a system? The hair on the back of Peng Wanxiang. He stood in the empty pharmacy, the sound of his breathing drowned out by the fan and the mask, unable to hear his heartbeat, but he could feel it was racing. Calm down. He forced himself to rein in his thoughts. For now it was just an emptied pharmacy. He couldn't rule out the possibility that it had been closed before the disaster and the medicines had been moved out. The evidence was insufficient. Conclusions shouldn't be drawn too early. But this matter had to be noted. If similar traces were found later, it would no longer be a coincidence. He disassembled the remaining shelves and building structure of the pharmacy, taking away all the materials. Steel, glass, plastic, not a single item left behind. But what he was really thinking about wasn't these. Second stop, the convenience store. Next to the pharmacy, but this one wasn't so lucky. The entire facade had collapsed by more than half, cement blocks and rebar piled into a small mountain, sealing the store entrance tightly. Peng Wanxiang slapped his palm against it. Disassemble. The ruins silently dissipated. The interior of the convenience store was worse than he had anticipated. More than half of the shelves had fallen and crushed products were strewn across the ground. But a portion still stood with their contents well packaged, just covered in a thick layer of dust. He bent down to rummage. Chips, 3 bags, original flavor. Alright, having these is better than nothing. Cookies, 2 bags, chocolate flavor. Shia would probably like those. Mineral water, 6 bottles, the bottles intact. Batteries, lighters, cling film, toilet paper. These items that were worth little before the apocalypse now looked more valuable than gold bars. In the corner there was still a box of band-aids and a pack of iodine cotton swabs. Medicines. Although not at the antibiotic level, having something is better than nothing. He grabbed everything that was still usable and stuffed it into the alternate space. Well-packaged items were put together while damaged ones were directly disassembled into raw materials. In less than a minute, this convenience store transformed from ruins to flat ground. Peng Wanxiang brushed off the dust from his hands, making a mental note. It was less fruitful than the family mart on the left, but even mosquito legs count as meat. Then he took a closer look at how this store had been smashed. It had collapsed, naturally crushed by the wall above. It hadn't been rummaged through by anyone. For now, only the pharmacy showed abnormalities. Let's not jump to conclusions, let's continue. Third stop. The recycling station. This was a place he had passed countless times before. The iron signboard had been worn down by wind and sun to the point where only waste, recycling, was left, resembling a mosaic. Other shops still had some search processes. Go in and check the shelves for anything usable. The recycling station, it was all waste. All of it was usable. No need to rummage. Just pack it up. He slapped his palm against the outermost piece of twisted metal. Disassemble. Metal scrap, copper, rotten, aluminum, old batteries, broken plastic barrels, discarded appliance shells. The entire recycling station peeled away layer by layer, dissipating, returning to zero. The system's notification sounds were as dense as a barrage of comments. Decomposed 85 kilograms of iron, 30 kilograms of steel, 48 kilograms of copper, 110 kilograms of aluminum. Peng Wanxiang perked up at the mention of titanium alloy. Titanium alloy. There's actually titanium alloy in this pile of junk. Before he could ponder which piece of waste it was taken from, the notification continued to roll out. 5 kilograms of lead, 10 kilograms of insulating rubber, 60 kilograms of plastic, 30 kilograms of glass, 40 kilograms of rubber, 20 kilograms of paper, 5 kilograms of zinc, 3 kilograms of manganese, 1 kilogram of nickel, 5 kilograms of cadmium, 5 kilograms of electronic components, 8 kilograms of other impurities. Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. 5 kilograms of lead, 48 kilograms of copper, 5 kilograms of electronic components. These 3 items were all hard currency. He had spent most of his savings on lead walls, and now a recycling station had replenished a large portion. Indeed, the recycling station was a treasure trove in the apocalypse. What looked like garbage to others was all elements of the periodic table to the system. Just as he was about to turn to the next shop, ding! A crisp sound exploded in his mind. It wasn't the mechanical sound of a system report. It was the kind of notification sound you get when leveling up in a game. Peng Wanxiang paused, detected that the cumulative deconstruction amount of the host has reached the standard. The system's voice suddenly changed tone, slowing down slightly, as if announcing something important. Alternate space capacity increased. From 50 cubic meters, raised to 100 cubic meters. Peng Wanxiang was stunned for a second. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. 100 cubic meters. Doubled. Before 50 cubic meters had been filled with steel, concrete, gravel, and various odds and ends, and he was already nearing the limit. Every time he stuffed things in, he had to weigh them. Just like the feeling of not having enough phone memory, deleting photos, deleting videos, deleting apps, always choosing and giving up. Now, the memory had doubled. From 64G directly upgraded to 128G. The possibilities had opened up. He took a deep breath, feeling that warehouse in his mind. It really did feel much larger, spacious, like he had moved into a refreshing. With this good mood, he stepped toward the remaining shops. Hardware store. A slap of the palm. Disassemble. Steel, copper, wire, tool remnants pouring in. The quantity wasn't large, but it was varied with a bit of everything. Clothing store. He disassembled this one particularly, not because there was anything valuable inside. Just a pile of deformed hangers and dust-covered clothes that wouldn't be wanted even during a clearance sale before the apocalypse. But after disassembly, 300 kilograms of textiles. 300 kilograms of textiles. This was the material that had been in short supply since day one. Textiles were needed for mattresses, quilts, clothes, and even for building bedrooms to fill gaps. The little stock he had saved up in the past few days had long been used up. One clothing store had directly filled the textile gap. Peng Wanxiang looked at the number textiles, 300 kilograms in the alternate space, feeling even happier than when the space doubled. This was like receiving materials that the client had been holding back for 3 days finally arriving an hour before the deadline. That kind of feeling of relief those who understand will understand. Final stop, the small supermarket at the end of the street. This one had collapsed halfway, the other half teetering on the brink. Peng Wanxiang didn't go into rummage. He directly took everything, buildings and goods alike. There weren't many usable items. A few packs of seasonings, a box of plastic bags, half a box of disposable cups. The food section was mostly destroyed, but a lot of building materials were salvaged. Once the last wall dissipated into the air, the entire street was completely clean. The left side was cleared yesterday, the right side today. 2 rows of shops, over a dozen stores from the pharmacy to the supermarket, not a single one left behind. The originally crooked signs, dilapidated facades, and shattered glass, all gone. In their place was a flat expanse of cleared land. Quiet. Clean. Peng Wanxiang stood in the middle of the street looking left and right. This was not survival in the apocalypse. This was a demolition office. Peng Wanxiang walked back along the empty street. The lead protective suit felt like a moving sauna with sweat trickling down his spine, sticking to his clothes, creating an indescribable discomfort. He took a deep breath, the filtered air carrying a hint of metallic coolness, barely suppressing the restlessness in his chest. As he passed by the pharmacy, his footsteps paused. It was empty. The shelves remained spotless, without even the shadow of a medicine package. This matter had lingered in his mind like an untraceable error log. Symptoms are clear, but the cause remains a mystery. Who did it? When did it happen? How could it be done in such a radiation environment? Peng Wanxiang stood still for a few seconds. His mind began to analyze the possibilities. First possibility, there are other system holders. It's not impossible. If he could bind to a system, why couldn't others? If there really are peers, what are their abilities? Could they clash with him? If a clash occurs, would it be cooperation or territorial conflict? He couldn't answer any of these questions right now, but he had to remember them. Second possibility, government personnel. This possibility is actually greater. Nuclear bombs are not dropped on every inch of land. The military has anti-radiation equipment, underground facilities, and an organized system. If a certain military unit or government agency survived the first wave of strikes and sent people out to gather supplies, medicines would surely be a priority. After all, in the apocalypse, a box of amoxicillin is more useful than a kilogram of gold. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the second option was plausible. He tried to recall the layout of the area before the apocalypse. About 2 kilometers east, there was a commercial area with 3 underground levels that had been built according to civil defense standards years ago. Thicken walls, independent ventilation, and could serve as air raid shelters during wartime. If the government needed to build a shelter nearby, that place was almost the only choice. With this thought, Peng Wanxiang he needed to figure out what was happening outside. He could no longer remain an information island. Pushing open the shelter door, a wave of heat hit him. He hung up the protective suit and twisted his sore neck. The bedroom door was open. Wang Qinyu sat by the lower bunk, holding Peng Xiaoya, humming a tune he couldn't recognize. Li Mingyu sat at the head of the bed, his left hand scratching his stubbly chin through the gaps in the lead cage. Dobi and Xiongxiong were huddled nearby, scrambling to nuzzle closer to his hand. A 13 or 14-year-old boy was besieged by 3 Pomeranians, his expression visibly softening. In back, Wang Qinyu looked up at him, a smile curving the corners of her mouth. Daddy. Xiaoya peeked out from her mother's arms, her small arms reaching out to pounce. Peng Wanxiang walked over, scooped up his daughter, and kissed her on the cheek. Daddy is fine, there was quite a harvest outside. He returned Xiaoya to Wang Qianyu's embrace, his smile fading, becoming serious. There's something I need to test. He walked to the corner of the shelter and stood still. System, create a radio receiver. Consumption 0. 1 kilogram of copper 0. 5 kilograms of electronic components 0. 2 kilograms of plastic 0. 1 kilogram of rubber. Confirm. Confirm. A palm-sized black box appeared in his hand. The silver knob, neatly crafted, looked no different from those sold at electronic stores before the apocalypse. System quality control remained intact. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath and turned the knob. Shoo. The sound. His ears were filled with static noise, like listening to an old TV with poor reception. He patiently adjusted it 1 notch at a time. Shoo. Shhh. Nothing came through. Peng Wanxiang twisted the knob another half notch. Survivors of City, C, please pay attention. Survivors of City, C, please pay attention. A female voice. Clear and steady. Peng Wanxiang's hand froze on the knob. The entire shelter fell silent for a second. Even the 3 Pomeranians stopped scratching, ears perked up, listening. Based on your situation, please proceed to the following locations nearby. The female voice listed 3 commercial areas. Peng Wanxiang's heart skipped a beat when he heard the second one. It was the place he had just guessed. 2 kilometers east, an underground civil defense project. We have established a temporary public shelter providing simple food supplies daily. Repeating survivors of city, C, please pay attention. The broadcast began to loop. Peng Wanxiang stared at the radio in his hand, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he turned his head to look at Wang Qinyu. Honey, did you hear that? His voice was more hoarse than he had expected. The government is still there. 3 words. The moment he spoke them, even he felt a bit of a lump in his throat. The 3rd day of the apocalypse. A signal was found. They were not the only ones alive. Wang Qinyu hugged Xiaoya, staring at that radio, still broadcasting silent for a long time. Peng Wanxiang was preparing to calculate the route when he noticed his wife's brow furrowed. It wasn't the kind of furrow that expressed happiness. It was the kind that showed she was deep in thought. Wanxiang. She spoke in a low voice. Do we really trust this broadcast? Peng Wanxiang's mouth opened, but froze in midair. The excitement in his mind faded slightly. He looked at Wang Qianyu's expression, not anxious but serious. He closed his mouth and began to run another line of logic. A public shelter. It sounded good. But the word good needed a question mark in the apocalypse. He quickly made a list in his mind. Known information: the broadcast exists, the frequency is stable, the content is looping, indicating that there is indeed an organization operating behind it. Unknown information: the scale of the shelter, management methods, resource levels, safety conditions. None of it was clear. Risk assessment: a large number of survivors pouring into a closed space in a situation of scarce resources. People are harder to predict than radiation. He had a system with an alternate space, resource reserves, and an independent shelter with lead protection. These things are hard currency in the apocalypse. If he rashly went over and revealed his cards, then it wouldn't be seeking refuge, but becoming a fat sheep. The more Peng Wanxiang thought about it, the colder his back felt. You're right. His tone grew serious. I was too simplistic in my thinking. He walked over to Wang Qinyu and gently pressed down. No need to rush. Let's first clarify the situation. Wang Qinyu nodded, her tense shoulders relaxing a little. The shelter fell silent for a few seconds. Peng Wanxiang's gaze shifted to Li Mingyu, who was sitting at the head of the bed. The boy had been silent, but his eyes were bright, listening intently. Mingyu. Moi. Do you think that shelter is worth going to? Li Mingyu paused for a moment. He lowered his head, thought for 2 seconds, then looked up at Peng Wanxiang with a gaze that conveyed wisdom beyond his years. Peng, good, do you want me to go? Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. This kid was smarter than he thought. I don't want you to go. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I just want you to take a look. He pulled materials from the alternate space, focusing his thought. System 2 walkie-talkies. Consumption 0. 1 kilogram of copper 0. 5 kilograms of zinc 0. 3 kilograms of manganese 0. 1 kilogram of nickel 0. 0.05 kg of cadmium 0. 0.02 kg of electronic components 0. 15 kilograms of plastic 0. 5 kilograms of rubber 0. 1 kilogram of impurities. Constructed. 2 black walkie-talkies appeared in his hands. They were heavy, the metallic shells gleaming coldly under the light. Peng Wanxiang handed one to Li Mingyu. Once your arm is healed, I'll equip you with a set of protective gear, and you can circle around the perimeter of that commercial area. You don't need to go inside, just a glance from a distance will suffice. If anything happens, use this to contact me. Li Mingyu took the walkie-talkie, fiddled with it a bit, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Peng Wanxiang adjusted the channel and pressed the talk button, producing a crackling sound. Testing complete. The walkie-talkie in Li Mingyu's hand responded simultaneously. The boy mimicked and pressed the button. Receive complete. His voice was a bit tense, but steady. Peng Wanxiang smiled slightly. After finishing each sentence, add complete, then release the button. That way the other party knows whether it's your turn to speak or theirs. It's like adding a semicolon in coding. Without that, the entire logic gets messy. Li Mingyu didn't understand coding, but he remembered the words complete. He carefully tucked the walkie-talkie into his pocket, running his fingers over the metallic shell. It felt cool and heavy, but it brought a sense of reassurance. Peng Gu. Li Mingyu moved his shoulders a bit, careful with his arms still in the splint. Right now, aside from this arm, I'm fine in other areas. Can I do some work? Peng Wanxiang glanced at him. The boy's complexion had improved significantly from yesterday, no longer that pale, about to collapse look. But his fractured arm was still in a splint, and it was only the 3rd day, the bone hadn't even begun to heal. Your only task now is to recover. Peng Wanxiang's tone was light, but left no room for negotiation. Room 002 is yours, stay there with peace of mind. If you get bored, come to room 001 to play with Xiaoya, or tease those 3 furballs. He paused, a faint smile creeping on his lips. This shelter doesn't accommodate idle people, but the injured are exceptions. Once your arm can handle a shovel, there will be plenty of work waiting for you. Li Mingyu's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. In the end, he managed to utter 2 words, thank you. The voice was not loud, but this time it carried more warmth than yesterday's. Alright, go rest now. Li Mingyu nodded, stood up, and walked towards room 002. When he reached the door, he turned back. Wang Qinyu smiled at him. Xiaoya squatted on the ground, holding her face with both hands, and stuck out her tongue at him. Li Mingyu was stunned for a second, unable to suppress a smile. Then he turned around, entered room 002, and closed the door behind him. The bedroom fell silent again. Peng Wanxiang turned off the radio that was still broadcasting and placed it on the desk. Wang Qinyu, holding the now yawning Xiaoya, glanced at him. What are your plans for today? Peng Wanxiang didn't answer and walked over to the radiation monitoring screen on the wall. 3536 MUSVH. Still red, but the numbers were decreasing. He stared at that string of red for 2 seconds, his mind already arranging tomorrow's tasks. Li Mingyu's antibiotics. Today's pharmacy had yielded nothing. He needed to think of another way. The official shelter 2 kilometers away was an opportunity, but could also be trouble. And in his hand, he now had a reconnaissance card named Li Mingyu. When to send it out, how to send it, he needed to figure it out. Let's return to the room. He turned around, scooped up his nearly asleep daughter with one hand, and wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder with the other, heading towards room 001. The door closed behind them. Inside the lead walls, the light was warm yellow. Outside the lead walls, the world remained a ravaged one plowed by nuclear bombs. But at least he now knew one thing. There were still living people outside. Whether this was good news or bad news would have to wait until that boy's arm healed to find out. Peng Wanxiang quickly finished washing up and exchanged goodnights with Wang Qinyu and Xiaoya. He carefully climbed up to the upper bunk, and as his back touched the slightly cool bed board, the iron frame let out a soft creak. The ceiling above was still in its usual state, the lead gray concrete looming close enough to touch with an outstretched hand. He rested his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling, yet saw nothing. His mind was replaying the broadcast from the radio over and over. Official shelter. 2 kilometers to the east. 2 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, this distance would have taken 5 minutes on a shared bike. After the apocalypse, this was what they called the neighbor right next door. And what had his neighbor done? They had cleaned the ruins within a few hundred meters of his doorstep spotless. The shops were demolished, the garage cleared, leaving not even a broken brick behind. The entire street was as smooth as if a giant had licked it clean with their tongue. What should a normal nuclear explosion aftermath look like? There should be collapsed floors, twisted rebar, and shattered glass, shards piled high. And what about his area? It was flat as a pancake. If anyone passed by from outside, their first reaction would not be this place has been bombed, but rather this place has been swept clean. If the official shelter really sent someone out to patrol and found a suspicious clean area 2 kilometers away, Peng Wanxiang's stomach turned slightly. He was not afraid of radiation. The lead armor provided by the system could withstand it. He was not afraid of food shortages. The instant noodles in the alternate space would last him for a while. But he was afraid of people. To be precise, he was afraid of organized people. He alone had managed the system, securing water, electricity, food, and radiation protection. What did these things mean in the apocalypse? It meant he was a moving gold mine. And what a gold mine feared the most was not the wind and rain, but being coveted by others. The programmer's occupational hazard kicked in, and his mind automatically began to run risk assessment models. Best case scenario, the official shelter was orderly, resources abundant, each department managing its own and no interference with one another. Worst case scenario, resources scarce, order collapsed, and someone came over to requisition his shelter, taking him. The gray area between these two scenarios was the most dangerous. No, he couldn't just wait to be attacked. He had to do two. First, to cover up that clean area at the door and disguise it as normal ruins. Second, to set up a monitoring system to keep track of movements around him. After deleting, use Ctrl-Z to restore the scene. Then install cameras. A programmer's approach to problem solving is always, first patch the loopholes, then add logs. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and the tension in his heart eased a bit. With a plan, there was no need to panic. From the lower bunk came Xiao Ya's even breathing. Wang Qinyu beside her was also asleep, her breathing light as a cat's. 3 Pomeranians curled up in their lead cage, occasionally letting out soft whimpers, not knowing what kind of dog dreams they were having. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes. He went through the plan for tomorrow in his mind, once again confirming there were no logical loopholes before allowing his CPU to gradually lower its frequency. His consciousness sank. A night without dreams. He opened his eyes. The ceiling. Lead gray. An old Peng Wanxiang turned his head to take a look. Wang Qinyu lay on her side, one hand resting on Xiao Ya's belly, her long eyelashes quietly lowered. Xiaoya was curled up in a ball, her little fist clutching the blanket, the corners of her mouth turned up, as if dreaming of something delicious. He stared at her for 2 seconds. Then he carefully climbed down from the bed. His movements were more focused than when he was coding. Each step was light, afraid that the bed frame would creak and wake someone. After getting dressed, he walked to the bedside and leaned down to peck Wang Qianya's forehead. "Qinyu, I'm going out to take care of something. What time is it?" She murmured, opening one eye groggily. "Early. You keep sleeping, and we can have breakfast together." She mumbled and didn't ask further, turned over, and went back to sleep. One of the benefits of marrying a programmer. She had grown accustomed to his late night and early morning fussing, her mindset exceptionally steady. Peng Wanxiang glanced at Xiaoya once more, the little girl sleeping like a doll from a folk painting. He gently closed the metal door of the bedroom and turned to walk toward the main entrance of the shelter. He took the protective suit from the closet and donned it piece by piece. The lead layers pressed down on his shoulders, heavy but reassuring. He secured the mask and the miniature fan whirred to life, filling his lungs with clean air. He pulled open the heavy concrete door and stepped outside. The apocalyptic morning, the gray sky looked like it had been covered with a dirty rag. The air still carried a hint of decay, though it had lessened a bit, the mask filtered it down to a subtle metallic dryness. Peng Wanxiang wasted no time and headed straight for the garage direction within the community. Along the way his eyes scanned around, ears perked up with heightened vigilance. 2 minutes later, he stood in front of the garage entrance. Then, he was momentarily stunned. It was too clean. The garage entrance had originally been piled with collapsed floors, broken bricks, and rebar. He had cleared it all out with the system 2 days ago, leaving an open passage for entering and exiting. Now this passage was as smooth as a freshly paved asphalt road. Compared to the surrounding ruins that were tilted and askew, it was as if a note had been stuck on his face. Someone is here, welcome to visit. Foolish. He was cursing himself. For the last few days he had been preoccupied with moving things in and taking things out, his mind only on efficiency, never considering trace management. A common flaw among programmers, focusing on functional development while neglecting security audits. This is how online incidents occur. However, it's not too late to mend the fold. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming there were no unusual movements, and silently recited. System, repile the construction debris at the garage entrance area. It should look like a normal collapse. The more broken, the better. The more chaotic, the better. Received. Material consumption: 1,000 kilograms of cement, 2,000 kilograms of sand and gravel, 100 kilograms of rebar, 300 kilograms of rock, 200 kilograms of soil, 500 kilograms of glass, 100 kilograms of plastic, 50 kilograms of rubber, 1 kilogram of wood, 100 kilograms of other impurities. Constructing. The ground before him began to change. Broken concrete blocks seemed to grow from the air, varying in size and shape. Twisted rebar jutted out in disarray, some pointing to the sky, some twisted like a braid. Shattered glass shards sparkled on the ground, reflecting cold light in the dim atmosphere. Burnt rubber chunks, deformed plastic sheets, and gray soil layered on top of each other. In just a few seconds, the originally clean entrance transformed into a small mountain of ruins. Chaotic, dirty, broken, perfect. This was precisely how the aftermath of a nuclear explosion should appear. Peng Wanxiang circled around the ruins, inspecting them from top to bottom. Material distribution was random, collapse angles were natural, even the rust on the rebar and the cracks in the concrete were rendered. The system's aesthetic. No, it should be called the system's ugliness theory was nailed down perfectly. Before the apocalypse, this job could have made him a set designer in Hungyan. But it still lacked one thing. System, create a hidden door on the left side of the ruins capable of opening and closing. When closed, it must look identical to the surrounding ruins, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Consumption: 50 kilograms of steel, 50 kilograms of cement, 50 kilograms of sand and gravel. Generating. In the lower left corner of the ruins pile, a seemingly ordinary concrete slab shifted slightly and then returned to its position. Peng Wanxiang walked over and ran his hand along the edge. His fingers touched a slightly raised edge, hidden latch. He pushed hard. Click. The concrete slab silently slid open, revealing an opening just big enough for one person to pass through. Letting go, the slab automatically closed back, fitting perfectly. He tested it twice more. Open, close. Open, close. Smooth. Concealed. Even if someone lay on the ground with a magnifying glass, they wouldn't be able to tell that a door was hidden in this pile of rubble. Peng Wanxiang brushed off the dust from his hands and let out a sigh. After deleting and then Ctrl-Z, restoring the scene completed, he took a few steps back and took one last look at this newly constructed pile of ruins. Previously, it was the job of the demolition office. Now it was the job of a set designer. Another versatile occupation unlocked in the apocalypse. Returning to the shelter, he securely closed the main door. The tension on his body eased a bit, but only a bit. The disguise was done, which was only a temporary fix. What truly addressed the root issue was intelligence. He needed to know what was happening outside, who was active, from which direction they came, and how far they could be detected. He couldn't rely solely on his eyes and ears every time. Human perception has its limits. By the time you hear footsteps, the other party may already be at the door. He needed a pair of eyes to keep watch outside for him. To make this pair of eyes operational, he needed to set up a foundational system, local area network. While others were surviving the apocalypse with torches and spears, he was setting up servers and network cables. There was no helping it. The programmer's DNA was stirred. System, build a local area network for the shelter. 1 server, 1 router, 4 terminals, 1 UPS, complete. Report the material list. The system ran for a second, spitting out a long string. Server: 50 kilograms of steel, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 20 kilograms of copper 0. 5 kilograms of insulating rubber 0. 2 kilograms of glass. Router 0. 5 kilograms of plastic 0. 2 kilograms of electronic components 0. 5 kilograms of copper. For terminal devices 1. 2 kilograms of plastic 0. 6 kilograms of electronic components 0. For kilograms of glass. Network cable 0. 15 kilograms of copper 0. 1 kilogram of rubber 0. 2 kilograms of plastic. UPS: 20 kilograms of lead, 2 kilograms of electronic components 0. 5 kilograms of insulating rubber 0. 5 kilograms of plastic. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the list and automatically ran a stock comparison in his mind. Aluminum alloy, he had it. He had demolished an entire street yesterday, leaving a mountain of aluminum alloy. Copper, he had it. The scrap station had enough for use. Electronic components, tight but sufficient. Lead, he had it. The scrap station yielded 5 kilograms, and with the previously collected bits, he barely made 20 kilograms. All materials were gathered. Let's do it. All confirmed, let's build together. He stood at the wall by the door of room 001, watching the system. First came the server. A sharply cornered metal box appeared out of nowhere in the corner with a silver-gray shell, neatly arranged heat vents, and several rows of indicator lights on the front panel blinking in a self-check sequence. Peng Wanxiang squatted down to touch it. The metal shell was cold, solidly built with standard interfaces. The Apocalypse version of the server had no brand logo, but its performance was backed by the system. This thing's reliability was likely 100 times better than the piece of junk server at his previous company that crashed at every opportunity. The router followed suit, a palm-sized black box with 2 antennas sticking up, simple yet spirited. Then came the 4 terminal screens. Each one appeared out of thin air, moderate in size, paired with a simple keyboard and touchpad. The system automatically embedded them into 4 positions: room 001, room 002, the kitchen, and the 4th mounted on the wall of the main hall of the shelter. The UPS made its appearance last. A heavy black cube squatted beside the server with numerous heat vents and a row of interfaces on top. This device served as insurance for the entire system. In case the generator malfunctioned, the UPS could hold up, preventing the server from suddenly losing power and losing data. One of the programmer's greatest fears, not saving. It was the same in the Apocalypse. Finally, the wiring. On the walls, the network cables seemed to come alive, burrowing out on their own, following the base of the walls, the ceiling, the door frames, extending all the way, precisely plugging into each device's interface. The bending angles were neat, and the wiring paths were clear. The system's wiring level surpassed any network administrator he had ever seen. Minutes later, all devices were in place, and the connections were complete. Local area network construction completed, connected to the shelter's power system. Peng Wanxiang walked to the screen in the main hall. His finger pressed the server's power button. Virum, the deep sound of operation arose. The indicator lights changed from red to green, blinking steadily. The router's antennas lit up. All 4 terminal screens lit up simultaneously with a flash of blue light. The familiar Windows interface sprang to life on the screen. Peng Wanxiang was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Win 11. The latest version of Win 11. Did this system even arrange for an operating system? Is it a genuine version? Before the Apocalypse, the development machine at his company was still running Win 10, and the upgrade request had been rejected by the IT department 3 times. Now the world has been destroyed, and he was instead using the latest system. He casually created a folder and dragged a few files into it over the local network. 0 latency, smooth as a brand new machine fresh out of the box. No spinning circles, no not responding, no blue screens. The programmer was ecstatic. The performance of this server was many times better than that rusty piece of junk from his previous company, which crashed every few days. Of course, that was normal. The previous company's machine had a budget of 20,000 procured for 8,000, and everyone knew where that extra 12,000 went. Alright, the hardware was in place. Next, it was time to install the eyes. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, and his mind began to automatically draft the requirements document. This wasn't the kind written for a product manager, it was for the system. He cleared his throat, his tone exactly like when he used to propose technical solutions at the company. Install a camera on each pile of rubble at the entrance and garage. The requirements are as follows. First, pinhole level, the appearance must blend seamlessly with the surrounding debris, invisible to the naked eye. Second, sufficient clarity to distinguish faces within 5 meters. Third, equipped with night vision. In the Apocalypse, there are no street lights, nothing can be seen when it gets dark. If the camera is also blind, it's no different from not having it installed at all. Fourth, connect to the power supply and network of the shelter, must be online all the time, don't let me lose connection. He paused and added, the installation locations must be tricky so they aren't blocked by rainwater and not placed where they can be easily reached. I'm doing this to monitor others, not to wait for them to dismantle mine. The requirements document was submitted. In the past at the company, after writing this set of requirements, the product manager would spend 3 days negotiating with him, saying this can't be done, that can't fit into the schedule, your requirements are unreasonable. What about the system? Received, calculating required materials. 0 nonsense. Straight to work. Peng Wanxiang was almost brought to tears. This client experienced something he owed from his past life. The system presented the materials list. CMOS sensors, infrared LEDs, mini lenses, network cables, power lines, fixtures, and camouflage materials like cement, sand, and soil. A pile of bits and pieces, but the quantity of each was pitifully small. Combined, the 2 cameras weighed less than 200 grams of copper, 10 grams of electronic components, and the plastic added up to less than half a kilogram. With this little material, he wouldn't even make a splash in his alternate space. Confirm, proceed with manufacturing. A slight vibration passed through the wall, disappearing in seconds. It was infinitely quieter than the din of a drill that would run all day during his home renovations. Construction complete, corresponding materials deducted. Peng Wanxiang turned to look at the terminal screen. An icon had appeared on the desktop. A black camera style with the word surveillance device written below it in exe format. Simple. Intuitive. He reached out and double-clicked to open it. The screen split in 2. On the left, the entrance to the community. The rubble was a chaotic mess, broken bricks and tiles strewn all over. The camera was embedded in some concrete crevice, and the image was steady, as if shot with a tripod. Within 5 meters, even the grains of sand on the ground could be counted. On the right, the garage entrance. The faux rubble mountain he had just renovated that morning looked identical to the real. If he hadn't built it himself, he would never have guessed that a camera was hidden among that pile of junk. Peng Wanxiang clicked a few more times. Recording playback screenshot. All functions were present. Storage capacity, 1 month. 1 month of surveillance video available for review at any time. Before the apocalypse, this system alone could have opened a security company. He leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, letting out a sigh. The entrance was camouflaged. The eyes were installed. Next, Peng Wanxiang looked up at the metal door leading to room 001. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds, and his expression slowly hardened. Lead wall. Currently, only 2 of the bedrooms had lead mixed into the walls to block gamma rays. But what about the common areas? The kitchen, the main hall, the local network terminal, completely exposed. He was fine wearing lead protective gear. But what about Qinyu Xiaoya and Li Mingyu? If they stepped out of the bedroom and walked to the kitchen for a meal, or to the main hall to watch a screen, or even just from room 001 to room 002, every step exposed them to radiation. Wearing protective gear, that thing was heavy and suffocating as Xiaoya looked as if she were carrying half her weight when she wore it. It was not a long-term solution. He couldn't expect a 3-year-old and a recovering teenager to don lead armor just to have a meal. This isn't living, it's punishment. The entire shelter needed to be wrapped in lead. A permanent solution. System. Peng Wanxiang pondered. If I dismantle the lead protection layers in room 001 and 002 and recycle the materials along with the existing lead in the alternate space, would it be enough to provide full coverage for the entire shelter? If not, how much more is needed? The system calculated for a few seconds. Dismantling the lead protection layers in 2 bedrooms will yield 350 kilograms of recoverable lead. To provide full coverage lead protection for the entire shelter, a minimum of 800 kilograms of lead is required. Shortfall 416 kilograms. 416 kilograms. Peng Wanxiang twitched his mouth. Good grief. Just like last time when he built the lead wall in the bedroom. Lead is something you either have plenty of or lack to the point of questioning life. The system then presented 3 options. Option 1, directly spend 6 survival points to conjure 416 kilograms of lead out of thin air. Simple and brutal, a one-step solution. Option 2, use aluminum alloy from the alternate space as an equivalent substitute. With some chemical magic, the protective effect would be at a 95 discount, costing 4 points. Option 3, evenly apply the existing lead. You protect as much as possible without spending points, but the protective effect would be severely compromised. Peng Wanxiang reviewed it in his mind. Option 3, apply evenly. What's the difference from guessing on an exam? Marking a bit on every question and getting none right in the end. Protection doesn't allow for almost sufficient, but it's either enough or it isn't. Gamma rays don't negotiate. Option 2, equivalent substitution, 4 points. Sounds quite reasonable. But the words equivalent were followed by 95 discount. What does a 95 discount mean? It's good in a supermarket, but in radiation protection, it's a loophole. He wasn't afraid of being bitten by fish, he was afraid Xiaoya would be bitten. Pass. Option 1, 6 points. Expensive. Yes. A total of 7 points received today, plus the 2 points left over from yesterday, making 9 in total. Spending 6 points leaves only 3. But what does those 6 points buy? It means Qinyu no longer has to cook in lead gear. Xiaoya can run around barefoot in the shelter. It means Li Mingyu can recover without worrying about radiation leaking from the door of the bedroom. It means the 3 little dogs no longer have to be locked up in lead cages as prisoners. This calculation doesn't need to be done. Option 1. 2 words, no hesitation. Received. Dismantling lead protection layers in the bedrooms. A muffled sound came from the walls. Not loud, but the whole shelter trembled slightly. The wall colors of bedrooms 001 and 002 visibly lightened, from lead gray back to the usual grayish white of ordinary concrete. The lead that had been mixed in was slowly being extracted, turning into numbers in the alternate space. The commotion was quite significant. The metal door of bedroom 001 creaked open. Wang Qinyu was holding Xiaoya and quickly walked out, her face wearing an expression that seemed to ask, is something wrong? Li Mingyu followed behind, instinctively shielding his bandaged right arm with his left hand, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Peng Xiaoya, however, was calm, her little head turning left and right as if watching a show. A 3-year-old who has experienced a nuclear explosion, her ability to withstand shocks was already maxed out. It's okay. Peng Wanxiang waved at them. He walked over from the corner, took Xiaoya from Wang Qianyu's arms, and bounced her a couple of times on his arm. The little girl giggled and reached out to grab his chin. Upgrading the shelter. Upgrading to what? Wang Qianyu frowned, glancing at the changing wall colors, vaguely guessing something. Full lead protection for the entire house. When Peng Wanxiang said these 4 words, his tone was as relaxed as if he were saying full Wi-Fi coverage for the entire house. But Wang Qianyu understood. Her finger paused in midair, stunned for a moment. You mean, from now on in this shelter you can go anywhere without needing to wear protective gear? Peng Wanxiang looked down at Xiaoya in his arms and touched the little girl's nose with his own. Your daughter can run around barefoot without wearing that Ultraman suit anymore. Really? These 2 words were not spoken by Wang Qinyu. They were said by Xiaoya. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up, resembling 2 light bulbs shining bright enough to rival the overhead LED. No more Ultraman. No more Ultraman. She squirmed in Peng Wanxiang's arms, excited like a fish that had slipped from its owner's grasp. Wang Qinyu remained silent, but her nose twitched. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she and Xiaoya had been wrapped in heavy and suffocating lead protective gear. Wearing it for meals, wearing it to walk, even holding a child felt uncomfortable. Later with the lead-walled bedroom, they could take it off upon entering. But once they stepped outside, cooking while wearing it, drinking water while wearing it, even going to the bathroom required putting it on first. That feeling couldn't just be summed up as inconvenient. It was a suffocating sense of being constantly reminded that the outside is trying to kill you. Now no more. The entire shelter was a safe zone. She took a deep breath, pushing down the sourness, and forced a Peng Wanxiang, if you're lying to me. If I lie to you, I'm a little dog. He replied swiftly. Xiaoya immediately chimed in. Daddy is a big dog. Kaka is a little dog. This child never forgets when it comes to banter. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Dismantling of the lead protection layers in the bedrooms complete, recovering 350 kilograms of lead. Currently consuming 6 survival points to construct the full lead protection layer for the entire shelter. A buzzing. This time the vibration was larger than before. It wasn't localized. The entire shelter, ceiling, floor, and 4 walls, began to change simultaneously. The color of the concrete visibly deepened. Grayish-white turned gray turned lead gray. The texture shifted from rough to dense and solid. It felt as if the entire underground space had been wrapped in an invisible armor from the outside in. Even the ground underfoot felt different. Peng Wanxiang reached out and knocked on the nearest wall. Thud. It was solid. Heavy. The sound was completely different from that of knocking on an ordinary concrete wall. This truly felt like an impenetrable fortress. No, wait. A lead fortress. The full lead protection layer for the entire shelter has been constructed. Current protection level full coverage. Indoor radiation dose has dropped to a safe range. Current remaining survival points, 3 points. Peng Wanxiang exhaled. 6 points gone. The family's resources had thinned out again. But he looked down at his daughter, who was grinning widely in his arms, and then at his wife standing beside him with reddened eyes. Worth it. Too worth it. He set Xiaoya down, and the little girl ran off immediately, her bare feet pattering on the ground of the shelter. What she hadn't dared to do before she could do now. Daddy, the floor is cold. Of course it's concrete. Is it supposed to be hot? Hee. Laughter bounced around the lead gray walls, surprisingly not feeling oppressive. Peng Wanxiang turned his head, his gaze landing on the lead cage in the corner. The 3 Pomeranians were huddled inside, 6 eyes staring at him, tails wagging a couple of times before tucking back in, clearly asking, Boss, what about us? The lead cage. The reason he had built this was that only the bedrooms had lead protection, while the common areas couldn't withstand radiation. The 3 dogs couldn't run around freely and had to be confined. Now that the whole house had lead protection, the cage was unnecessary. Dismantle. He reached out and touched the lead cage. The metal cage silently dissipated as if someone had pressed the delete key. Recovered 1. 5 kilograms of lead, 13. 5 kilograms of steel, 0. 5 kilograms of plastic. The 3 Pomeranians froze for a second. Suddenly the iron bars around them disappeared. Then they reacted. Kaka was the first to dart out, her short legs moving swiftly, spinning around Xiaoya's feet 3 times. Duo Bai followed closely, nose to the ground as it sniffed along, as if confirming this world is still the one I know. Xiong was the last to come out, yawning after stretching, and then plopping down on the ground. The 3 former prisoners were free once again. Xiaoya was overjoyed, grabbing Kaka and rolling on the ground with her. Wang Qinyu watched this scene, her lips curving upward uncontrollably, quickly wiping her eyes with a swift motion. She didn't want to be seen. Peng Wanxiang saw it, but he didn't say anything. Some things are better left unsaid. He turned his gaze to the 2 sets of lead protection gear that Wang Qinyu and Xiaoya had worn before, neatly folded and placed at the wardrobe door. 2 large, 1 small, silver gray heavy. No longer needed. System dismantle. The 2 sets of protective gear silently disappeared. Recovered 5 kilograms of lead. 5 kilograms of lead back to the stock. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. But with the 3 dogs out of their cage, they needed a bed. He couldn't let them roll around freely on the ground, though they clearly enjoyed it. System created dog bed. A large one, enough for 3 Pomeranians to sleep together. Steel frame structure with a soft cushion on the bottom. Consumption 15 kilograms of steel, 0. 5 kilograms of plastic. Confirm. The metal frame formed out of thin air with a gray soft cushion laid flat at the bottom. No rails, no locks, and upgraded from a prison to an apartment. Peng Wanxiang placed the dog bed outside the door of room 001, close to the kitchen. Convenient for feeding, close to the bedroom, easy to wake them up. The 3 Pomeranians sniffed around their new bed. Kaka was the first to jump in, stepping on the cushion a couple of times, turning 3 circles, and then lying down. Duo Bai squeezed in next to Kaka, lying comfortably against her. Xiong was the last to enter, finding there wasn't enough space, so it plopped down right on top of the other 2. 3 layers of dog pancakes. The occupancy rate of this shelter is rising. Peng Wanxiang muttered, brushing off the dust from his hands. He straightened up, looking at Li Mingyu, who had been silent, standing nearby. The young man leaned against the doorway of room 002, his left hand in his pocket, the splint and bandage on his right arm bulging under his sportswear. His complexion was much better than the previous days, but still pale, and he was so thin that his cheekbones stood out. Mingyu, once your arm heals, I'll make you a set of protective gear just for you. Peng Wanxiang walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Wear it when you go out to work. Li Mingyu glanced at him and nodded. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. In the end he didn't. But the nod was slightly more pronounced than yesterday. Wang Qinyu patted Xiaoya's little head. Yaya, go play with Mingyu's mommy is going to cook. Okay. Xiaoya darted over, grabbing Li Mingyu's shirt, tilting her face up at him with a mouthful of rice grains. Left from eating instant noodles last night, still not cleaned off. Brother, let's play horse riding. You be the horse. Li Mingyu looked down at this little girl who didn't even reach his knees, unable to suppress a grin. My arm is broken. Then you can be a three-legged horse. Li Mingyu. He was logically crushed by a three. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he turned to walk toward the kitchen. Wang Qinyu was already busy. The kettle was placed on the heating plate, glowing a dark red. The refrigerator door opened and several buckets of instant noodles and ham sausages were taken out and arranged on the countertop. The movements were swift and her expression was calm. Like a normal wife in a normal kitchen preparing a normal breakfast. Not at all like being 5 meters underground after the apocalypse. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the kitchen doorway for 2 seconds. The aroma of food began to waft out. Seasoning packets filled with salty fragrance mingled with hot steam drifting toward the vent. Peng Wanxiang's gaze swept around the shelter. The lead gray walls emitted a cold light, the overhead LED lights shone blindingly bright, and the concrete floor felt hard and solid underfoot. The whole room was lead protected. The impact of the 6 survival points was indeed solid. Xiaoya ran barefoot on the ground all morning, while 3 Pomeranians frolicked in the shelter, and Wang Qinyu cooked without needing to put on protective clothing. Just these 3 elements were worth the price of admission. However, Peng Wanxiang had no mind to appreciate the results of the renovations at that moment. He leaned against the terminal screen in the main hall, his mind buzzing with a single project, the greenhouse. From the first day of the apocalypse, he had fixed his eyes on the idle area to the right of the shelter's main entrance. The organic fertilizer collection point for the ecological recycling system was located there, making it naturally suitable for planting. Instant noodles can prolong life, but not for a lifetime. The stock in the fridge would last at most 10 days. What then? Go out to scavenge the supermarket again. The supermarket also had a day when it would be completely looted. The only real long-term solution was one, to grow it himself. System: build an indoor greenhouse and report the materials needed. The system responded immediately. Construct an indoor greenhouse 3 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Materials required 120 kilograms of steel, 40 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 100 kilograms of glass, 15 kilograms of rubber, 200 kilograms of soil, 30 kilograms of rock, 15 kilograms of iron, and 0.8 kilograms of electronic components. Current materials in the alternate space meet construction requirements. The materials were sufficient. But Peng Wanxiang turned to look at the empty land to the right of the shelter. 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide. He estimated it visually. It wouldn't fit. The area of the current shelter, with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a main hall along with various pipes and equipment, was already cramped like an economical apartment. If he were to cram a greenhouse next to it, would it still be called a greenhouse? It would be called survival in the cracks. System: how much material is needed to expand the entire shelter to accommodate a greenhouse? It is recommended to increase the length to 8 meters and the width to 4.5 meters. Required 3,500 kilograms of cement, 7,500 kilograms of sand and gravel, 650 kilograms of rebar, 600 kilograms of lead, and 20 kilograms of impurities. The previous items were not a problem. Cement, sand, and rebar. He had demolished a street these past few days, stacking them like a mountain. But the last line, 600 kilograms of lead. Peng Wanxiang's expression froze for a second. The lead in the alternate space was not even enough for a fraction. How many survival points are needed to supplement the lead shortage? 600 kilograms of lead requires 9 survival points. 9 points. He currently had 3 points. Even adding the 7 points that would arrive tomorrow, he would only have 10 points. If he gambled at all, he would be left with 1 point, which could do nothing. Moreover, he still wanted to use survival points to exchange for seeds. System: what seeds can I exchange for 3 points? The system began listing options. Little cabbage 1 point for 50 grams. Tomato 2 points for 20 grams. Cucumber 2 points for 20 grams. Chili 1 point for 30 grams. Strawberry 3 points for 10 grams. Wheat 2 points for 100 grams. Corn 2 points for 80 grams. Peng Wanxiang stared at the line. Strawberry seeds, 3 points for 2 seconds. Xiaoya's voice played automatically in his mind. I want strawberry flavor. If that little girl knew that 3 points could exchange for a pack of strawberry seeds, she would probably pull at his pant legs. But now was not the time for emotional decisions. He pushed up his nose. He hadn't worn those glasses since before the apocalypse, but the action had already been ingrained in his muscle memory, triggered automatically while thinking. Let's do some calculations. The lead shortage was 600 kilograms, requiring 9 survival points to exchange for. But survival points were a scarce resource, so he should avoid spending them if possible. What if he could directly obtain lead from outside? In his mind, the map of City C slowly unfolded. From his neighborhood, turning right, and walking approximately 3 kilometers, the used car trading market. Before the apocalypse, he and Xinyu had gone there once to look at cars. The lot was not small, with at least a few hundred vehicles. Each car's battery contained at least 7 to 8 kilograms of lead, with some containing even more. If half of the batteries were still intact, Peng Wanxiang mentally calculated. It would be enough. Not only enough, but perhaps even surplus. And it wasn't just lead. The steel, aluminum, copper, wiring, rubber, and plastic of the car bodies. All were valuable commodities. The volume of a few hundred vehicles was more substantial than the shops he had scavenged for 2 days combined. If he could consume this batch, the alternate space would burst. But there was one problem. The used car market was less than a kilometer away in a straight line from the official shelter. If the other party also sent people out to scavenge for supplies, the probability of the two groups running into each other was not zero. When Wang Qinyu emerged from the kitchen holding 2 bowls of instant noodles, Peng Wanxiang was sitting at his desk with the aroma of the beef noodle soup arrived before him. Rich, salty, and fragrant with that unique, unhealthy, yet tempting essence of MSG. There was also a hot dog lying in the bowl cut into decorative shapes, soaking in the hot soup and steaming. What are you thinking about again? Wang Qinyu placed the bowl in front of him and sat down opposite. Your brows are furrowed like you've been debugging for 3 days without finding the bug. This metaphor, a level only for programmer relatives, utterly precise. Peng Wanxiang opened a bottle of Coke and took a sip, the bubbles exploding in his throat, relaxing him a bit. I'm thinking about going to the used car market in the west of the city. Wang Qianya's hand paused as she picked up the noodles. She knew that place. Before the apocalypse, they had gone there together to look at cars, and Peng Wanxiang had test-driven a used Passat, finding the transmission jerky and not buying it. It's very close to the shelter mentioned on the broadcast, right? It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Peng Wanxiang nodded. Less than a kilometer in a straight line. Wang Qinyu didn't respond, lowering her head to eat a few bites of noodles. After a few seconds, she set down her chopsticks. Why not? Just wait at home. Survival points increase every day, and 3 days isn't that long. She glanced at him again and added, maybe that official shelter is real. When the order outside is restored, Qinyu. Peng Wanxiang interrupted her. It wasn't an impatient interruption. He looked at her very seriously, his voice lowered slightly. Let me tell you something. Don't panic. Wang Qianya's chopsticks hovered above the bowl. This nuclear war is global. It's not just a matter of 1 or 2 missiles. Peng Wanxiang stared at the noodle soup in the bowl, his tone as flat as if he were reading a technical document. Hundreds or thousands of nuclear warheads detonating simultaneously will release smoke and dust into the atmosphere. At that time, sunlight will be blocked and the temperature on the Earth's surface will plummet. He paused. Nuclear winter. The 3 words floated lightly onto the table, but the silence that followed was as heavy as lead. Wang Qianya's face turned a shade paler. She didn't speak, but Peng Wanxiang could tell she was processing those 3 words. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, is that what you told me about before? Peng Wanxiang was taken aback. Which one? That row in your bookshelf, Metro 2033, Snowpiercer, or something like that. Wang Qianya's voice was muffled. You pointed to the book and told me that after a nuclear war there might be a nuclear winter, the surface frozen, and all plants dead. At that time I said you were too absorbed in fiction. Peng Wanxiang fell silent for 2 seconds. He had indeed said that. Back then, he was lying on the sofa reading, flipping to a certain page, and casually chatting with Qinyu, who was beside him scrolling on her phone. She had murmured a few hums without even raising her head. Back then the apocalypse felt distant. Distant like retirement. He knew it would come, but didn't want to think about it. If it really is as you say, Wang Qianya's voice grew even softer. Then waiting for the government to restore order. She didn't finish her sentence. But the meaning was very clear. Restoring what? Peng Wanxiang nodded. So we can't wait. The greenhouse must be built and seeds must be planted. The few instant noodles in the fridge wouldn't last long. Once nuclear winter arrived, nothing would grow outside. Only the underground greenhouse could provide food. He slurped a large mouthful of noodles soup, splattering on his chin, wiping it with his hand. There are hundreds of cars in the used car market, lead steel, copper wiring. All raw materials for expanding the shelter and building the greenhouse. A trip there would be worth 10 days of digging in the nearby area. Wang Qinyu looked at him. She stared for a few seconds. Then go and come back early. For words. No admonishments of you must be careful, or emotional words of ill wait for you at home. Just those 4 words, the same as the previous days. But when she put down her chopsticks, her fingers curled slightly on the table. Peng Wanxiang saw it. He said nothing. He finished the noodles in a few large bites, even drinking the soup, pushed the bowl away, and stood up. He took the protective suit from the wardrobe. 5 millimeters of lead layer, double layer breathing filter, LED headlamp, all 3 pieces in place. He put them on one by one, fastening the clasps, securing the mask, and the mini fan started humming. Heavy, but reassuring. He squatted down in front of Xiaoya. The little girl was using an empty Coke bottle as a microphone, singing to the karaoke, and nobody could tell what tune she was singing. Yaya, Daddy is going out for a while. Listen to your mother at home. Going out again. The little girl pouted. Daddy, you go out every day. Daddy is going out to work. What will you eat if I don't? Xiaoya thought for a moment, feeling this logic was flawless. She said, oh, and added, then you bring me strawberries. He'll do my best. He walked to the door 002 and knocked twice. The door opened. Li Mingyu stood by the doorframe, his right arm in a splint bulging under his sportswear and his left hand in his pocket. Brother Peng. Going out for a long trip to the used car market. I might not be back until evening. Peng Wanxiang patted him on the shoulder. Leave the house to you and Qinyu. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie. He'll do that. Li Mingyu nodded. I will. 3 words, 2 more than yesterday's HM. Progress. Peng Wanxiang didn't delay any further. He pulled open the shelter's main door, passed through the garage, and slipped out through the door, disguised as debris. The dark door closed with a click behind him, blending in with the surrounding rubble. As Peng Wanxiang set foot on the road toward the used car market, he truly grasped. This city was dead. Not merely gravely wounded, still drawing ragged breath. It had drawn its final breath. The streets he had walked countless times were now unrecognizable, even their outlines erased. Skyscrapers lay snapped like chopsticks broken by a child, their upper halves slumped crookedly onto neighboring buildings, while their lower stumps jutted upward, bristling with jagged rebar. The pavement had fractured into uneven slabs, in places entire stretches had collapsed inward, yawning black voids like open mouths of the abyss. Gazing down sent shivers crawling across one's scalp. Peng Wanxiang walked slowly. His 5mm lead-lined protective suit weighed upon him like half a sack of cement with every step he climbed. Inside his helmet, an LED headlamp cast a narrow beam of white light, slicing a luminous path through the ashen ruins. A miniature fan whirred softly within his face mask, delivering filtered air. Clean, yes, yet carrying a faint metallic astringency. What did the outside air smell like? He didn't need to inhale to know. The base note was acrid char layered over rust, crowned with a cloying, sickly sweet stench of decay. 3 notes perfectly blended, the signature perfume of the apocalypse. A walkie-talkie hung at Peng Wanxiang's waist. Every 10 minutes or so, he pressed the transmit button. Beep, beep, beep. 3 crisp staccato signals. A prearranged code with Li Mingyu, meaning alive. Unharmed. A sharp burst of static crackled from the other end, then Li Mingyu's voice emerged. Brother Peng, is everything going smoothly? Over. Fine. No people encountered along the way. Over. Peng Wanxiang replied tersely. Some stretches were utterly blocked by rubble. Concrete slabs piled high like miniature mountains. In the old world, that would have called for an excavator. Now, he struck the concrete with his palm. Disintegrate. Silently it crumbled and vanished. 300 kilograms of cement, 600 of gravel, 30 of rebar. Credits cascaded across his vision. The path was clear. Elsewhere, rubble towers rose too high to circumvent. Peng Wanxiang simply drew raw materials from his spatial rift, forged a 3-meter metal ladder, climbed over, then disintegrated, and reclaimed it. Build. Dismantle. Rebuild. 0 material loss. After several such cycles, he suddenly chuckled. Wasn't this the real-world incarnation of Death Stranding? In the game, Sam carried cargo across ravines and peaks, building ladders, bridging chasms. Here, Peng Wanxiang bore leaden armor across ruins, erecting ladders only to dismantle them again. The difference? Sam delivered goods. Peng Wanxiang carried his own life. Once the surface recovers, my system could single-handedly manage reconstruction for an entire district. He murmured the thought inwardly, and bestowed upon himself a title: Apocalypse Infrastructure Maniac. Though at that very moment this so-called maniac staggered forward, legs trembling as if he'd just finished a marathon. His footsteps never faltered. His vigilance remained at maximum intensity, eyes sweeping ceaselessly across the flanking ruins, ears pricked for any anomaly. The closer he drew to the official shelter, the tighter his nerves coiled. Yet today, an uncanny silence reigned. 2 hours of travel yielded not a single human silhouette. Was it the wretched weather keeping people indoors? Or had the shelter's search teams veered elsewhere? Peng Wanxiang did not ease his guard. The deeper the silence, the sharper the caution. Every coder knows when a program suddenly stops throwing errors, either it's truly fixed, or a far graver bug has taken root, merely biding its time before detonating. 2 hours later, Peng Wanxiang stood at the edge of the used car market. Or rather, at the site where the used car market once existed. Nuclear fire had scoured this place as well. Most of the perimeter wall lay in ruin, the signboard had vanished, perhaps flung into some parallel dimension. Yet amid the wreckage, the silhouettes of vehicles remained visible. Twisted metal frames, flattened tires, windshields shattered into spiderweb fractures, all haphazardly strewn, forming a vast silent automobile graveyard. Peng Wanxiang exhaled deeply, bracing himself against his knees for a brief rest. His legs felt leaden. The suit clung hot and suffocating. His undergarments were soaked through, plastered damply to his back, a discomfort beyond words. I'll definitely need a vehicle on the way back. Blueprints began unfolding in his mind, either a post-apocalyptic armored vehicle, high-clearance terrain conquering built to roll sideways across rubble, or an exoskeletal module grafted onto the suit itself, a humanoid mecha, saving time and energy. Then he sighed again. Both options devoured resources voraciously. First things first, finish what lay before him. Once his breath steadied, he approached the nearest abandoned sedan. His palm pressed flat against its chassis. Disintegrate. Silently the car dissolved. Iron 25 kilograms. Steel 30 kilograms. Copper 5 kilograms. Lead 5 kilograms. Aluminum alloy 200 kilograms. Rubber 150 kilograms. Data flooded his vision. Peng Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Lead 5 kilograms. One car yielded 5 kilograms of lead. This wrecked lot held hundreds, if even half remained viable. His perspective shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he strode toward the next vehicle. His palm struck the bodywork. Disintegrate. Credits accrued. Next. Disintegrate. Credits accrued. Next. Disintegrate. Credits accrued. He moved like a human shredder triggered by a universal select all delete command, pushing steadily from the eastern edge of the lot to the western. Each touch chimed a cascade of figures, like a supermarket register tallying purchases. Lead, 5 kilograms 4. 5 kilograms, 6 kilograms, 3. 8 kilograms. Each some stacked atop the last. An hour passed. Peng Wanxiang paused, shaking out his stiffening wrists, then summoned his spatial rifts inventory list in his mind. Total haul from this expedition. Cement, 2900 kg. Gravel, 5600 kg. Steel, 3250 kg. Iron, 1500 kg. Copper, 500 kilograms. Zinc, 20 kilograms. Manganese, 10 kilograms. Nickel, 5 kilograms. Cadmium, 5 kilograms. Lead, 200 kilograms. Aluminum alloy, 750 kilograms. Glass, 250 kilograms. Plastic, 150 kilograms. Rubber, 100 kilograms. Textiles, 50 kilograms. Lead, 200 kilograms. Peng Wanxiang clicked his tongue. Under ordinary circumstances, 200 kilograms of lead would have thrilled him for days. But today's target was 600 kilograms. Still short by 400. He stood motionless at the center of the hollow lot, then turned eastward. Approximately 1 kilometer in that direction lay the official shelter, mentioned repeatedly on broadcast announcements. And halfway there, a sprawling open-air parking lot. Before the cataclysm, it had teemed daily with vehicles, SUVs, sedans, vans. No fewer than 50 by conservative estimate. 50-car batteries alone, 5 kilograms of lead per battery, yielded 250 kilograms. Add scattered lead content from chassis and components. The 400-kilogram shortfall was covered. But the problem was proximity. That lot sat dangerously close to the official shelter. Peng Wanxiang stood rooted, two voices clashing inside his skull. One urged, return now. Tomorrow use survival points to bridge the gap, safety first. The other countered, survival points are for seeds. Strawberry seeds cost 3 points bok, choy 1 tomatoes 2, none less vital than lead. When nuclear winter descended, seeds were life itself. He heard Xiao Ye's voice, Daddy bring back strawberries. He recalled Wang Qianyu's parting words, go early. He remembered the instant noodles in the fridge, enough at most for 10 days. And after those 10 days, Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his feet had already begun moving eastward. It took just a few minutes to travel from the second-hand car market to the open parking lot. Peng Wanxiang's figure appeared in this vast area. Compared to the previously smashed second-hand car market, this place was obviously much better. There weren't many tall buildings around, so when the shockwave passed, there weren't many things to fall down. The ground was relatively flat, but the cars were not functioning. Dozens of cars were pushed askew by the shockwave, lying down like a group of drunken men who had overindulged. Some were overturned on their roofs at the roadside, some were stacked on top of each other like a stack of pancakes, and one van was even perched directly on the hood of a neighboring SUV. Its posture was peculiar, almost a form of performance art. Peng Wanxiang did not hesitate. He placed his hand on the nearest car. Disassemble. A familiar action. Where his hand touched steel, dissipated rubber vanished, and glass turned to nothingness. The system's prompt echoed in his mind with a ding-ding-ding, like clocking in on a production line. He pushed forward one car after another. When he reached the center of the lot, his steps halted. 3 RVs, 2 buses, 5 large vehicles lay quietly there like 5 beached whales. Peng Wanxiang's eyes lit up. An ordinary sedan yields only about 100 kilograms of usable material when disassembled. But RVs and buses, their mass is at least 4 to 5 times that of a sedan. The batteries alone were significantly larger than those of small cars. There was a lot more lead. He quickened his pace. His hand hardly left the car's body. Touch one, disassemble another. Touch one, disassemble one. The movements were mechanical, efficient, and ruthless. It was the standard 996 working state. The difference was, previously the output of 996 was code, now it was survival supplies. Which was more fulfilling? It's hard to say, but at least this job now didn't involve bickering with product managers. An hour later, the entire parking lot was clean. 55 cars, not a single one left. Even the tire tracks on the ground had been effortlessly scraped away. The system report arrived as expected. A total of 55 cars disassembled, including 3 RVs and 2 buses. Materials accounted 50 kilograms of cement, 100 kilograms of sand and gravel, 2850 kilograms of steel, 1250 kilograms of iron, 450 kilograms of copper, 800 kilograms of zinc, 200 kilograms of manganese, 100 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cadmium, 450 kilograms of lead, 1500 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 500 kilograms of glass, 300 kilograms of plastic, 200 kilograms of rubber, 200 kilograms of textiles, and 200 kilograms of other impurities. Peng Wanxiang stared at the string of numbers, stunned for 2 seconds. Lead, 4500 kilograms. He needed 600. Now he had 4500, exceeding the KPI by more than 7 times. This wave wasn't just a recovery. It was a full revival plus 3 layers of shields. The batteries from the RVs and buses were indeed powerful. The lead from 1 RV was equivalent to that from 10 small cars. Peng Wanxiang looked at the number lead 4500 kilograms in the other space and couldn't suppress a smile. How miserable it had been to be constrained by lead before, and now it felt so good. It was like, after waiting 3 months for a delayed payment from a client, suddenly receiving a lump sum that was 7 times the principal and interest. That feeling those who understand will understand. Objective achieved. Peng Wanxiang turned and stepped toward the direction of the shelter. The return journey was smoother than the way there. When he came here, he had to explore the path, clearing temporary routes blocked by rubble. Going back, he took the original path unimpeded. In 2 hours, he walked quickly and steadily. His mind was busy, planning tasks as he walked. First, expand the shelter. The materials were sufficient and lead was no longer lacking. He would get to work as soon as he returned. Second, build a greenhouse. This was the main event of the day. The seeds needed to be planted quickly. Nuclear winter waits for no one. Third, he recalled something Qianyu had said before. Before the apocalypse, there was a time when the two of them were curled up on the sofa scrolling through their phones, and Qianyu suddenly said, "When we have money in the future, we should buy a small cottage in the countryside, raise a few chickens, grow some vegetables, and live a carefree life." He hadn't even looked up at the time carefree life. You can't even keep succulent plants alive. Qianyu kicked him. Now thinking back, the countryside cottage was likely gone, and the chickens were probably gone too. But growing vegetables was something he could arrange. It just wouldn't be in a backyard. It would be in a concrete box. He wasn't sure if this counted as fulfilling a dream. The shelter's door swung open. Peng Wanxiang slipped inside, closing the door. The lead protective suit was hung toward the wardrobe. His hand paused in midair. He stared at the protective suit he had just taken off, and then looked down at his own clothes. A certain string in his mind. The protective suit had been outside all day. What had it picked up? Dust, debris, radioactive residue. Unseen and untouchable, but it surely existed. He had just walked in wearing dirty clothes. Passing through the main hall. Walking past the kitchen. He almost wanted to check on his daughter in room 001. If there were radioactive particles on his clothes, he would be a mobile source of contamination. Wherever he went, radiation would follow. The lead walls could block the gamma rays from outside, but they couldn't stop the dirty things he brought in himself. Peng Wanxiang slapped his forehead. Foolish. Too foolish. It was like installing a firewall on a server only to inadvertently transfer a virus via USB. External defenses were in place, but internal security audits were a total mess. In recent days, he had been too focused on dismantling and building, with his mind full of how to acquire more materials and how to make the shelter sturdier, completely overlooking a fundamental issue: control of the entry and exit process. There needed to be a decontamination area. When returning from outside, one must first disinfect, wash, and change clothes, confirming cleanliness before entering the living area. This process existed in nuclear power plants, biological laboratories, and infectious disease hospitals. A post-apocalyptic shelter. Even more necessary. He didn't rush to change clothes or look for Qianyu. First, he needed to set things straight. System: build a decontamination area on the inside of the shelter's door. Include ultraviolet disinfection, spraying, and rinsing, wastewater treatment. Don't leave anything out. Please report the material list. The system ran for 2 seconds and spat out a long list. Main structure of the decontamination area: 500 kilograms of cement, 1.0 kilograms of sand and gravel, 50 kilograms of steel, 50 kilograms of lead, 20 kilograms of glass, 10 kilograms of rubber, 30 kilograms of plastic, and 5 kilograms of impurities. Ultraviolet disinfection lamp 0. 5 kilograms of electronic components, 5 kilograms of plastic. Spraying device: 15 kilograms of plastic, 5 kilograms of rubber, and a small amount of copper and iron. Small wastewater treatment device: 100 kilograms of cement, 200 kilograms of sand and gravel, 10 kilograms of steel, 50 kilograms of plastic, 10 kilograms of rubber, and 1 kilogram of electronic components. Wastewater treated will be discharged into the septic tank, and solid waste will be collected in special containers for regular cleaning. An isolation door needs to be added. Steel option: consume 100 kilograms of steel. Lead option: consume 150 kilograms of lead. Please choose. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the list. The main structure was inexpensive and the basic materials were sufficient. The ultraviolet lamps and spraying devices were also not outrageous. The wastewater treatment was a bit more complicated, but the consumption of electronic components was small and manageable. As for the isolation door, steel was cheap, but lead was expensive. However, a decontamination area is meant to isolate against radiation contamination. If a steel door were placed there and radioactive particles leaked through the gaps, then building this decontamination area would be pointless. Lead material. He did not hesitate, confirming the choice of lead material. Consuming 2 survival points. Current remaining 1 point. He spent 2 more points. Today's points were spent like flowing water, but they were spent wisely, so he felt no regret. Build immediately. Building. The ground beneath him trembled. The space inside the shelter's door began to transform. Concrete surged from the ground, walls rose, lead layers were embedded, and pipes branched off from the main line. The spraying heads were embedded in the ceiling, ultraviolet lamp tubes embedded in the walls, and the wastewater treatment device squatted in the corner, heavy and square. Finally, there was the lead isolation door. Thick, heavy, and sealing tightly when closed. In less than a minute, a complete decontamination area appeared at the entrance of the shelter. From now on, the entry and exit process of the shelter has changed, leaving passing through the decontamination area to the outside. Returning, entering the decontamination area, closing the isolation door. Take off the protective suit, turn on the ultraviolet lamp for disinfection, turn on the spraying device for rinsing, and change into clean clothes. Confirm that there are no issues before opening the inner door to enter the living area. A door separates the world of death outside. A decontamination area filters out all the dirty things brought. The standard input verification. Before data enters the database, it first passes through a filtering function blocking what should be blocked and washing what should be washed. Nothing dirty is allowed to come in. Peng Wanxiang walked into the decontamination area and tried the process. He put the protective suit back on and stood under the spraying head. The ultraviolet light turned on. A cold blue glow swept across the surface of the protective suit, quiet and frigid. The spraying device activated. Fine mist enveloped him mixed with the pungent smell of disinfectant, drenching him from head to toe. Water streamed down the protective suit and pooled into the drainage at the floor, being sucked away by the wastewater treatment device. After rinsing for 2 minutes, he turned off the water and the light. He took off the protective suit and hung it on the hook on the wall of the decontamination area. From now on, the protective suit would be stored here. No entry into the bedroom, no entry into the kitchen, no contact with any living areas. He pushed open the inner door of the decontamination area and walked into the shelter. Clean. From inside to outside, from head to toe. Peng Wanxiang looked down at his feet and sniffed at his sleeves. The smell of disinfectant was faint, not pleasant, but reassuring. He glanced at the overall layout of the decontamination area. The organic fertilizer collection point that used to be next to the front door had been seamlessly integrated into the structure of the decontamination area, right next to the wastewater treatment device. Reasonable. Both are areas for processing dirty things, making it convenient for management. The system's work was getting increasingly detailed. The decontamination area can be upgraded in the future at a chlorine disinfection module. Radiation and pathogen detection sensors connect to a local area network system and monitor various indicators in real time, automatically unlocking the inner door once standards are met. Peng Wanxiang nodded. Automated access control. A good thing, but not urgent. The current version was sufficient. He needed to conserve materials. The greenhouse was still waiting. Wow, there's an extra room. A voice came from behind. Peng Wanxiang turned his head. Xiaoya had appeared out of nowhere, peeking into the decontamination area, her eyes darting around curiously, as if she had entered an amusement park. Wang Qianyu followed behind her, gaze falling on the lead isolation door, slightly furrowing her brow. What is this? A decontamination area. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the doorframe. From now on, when I return from outside, I will first disinfect and rinse here, and only enter after cleaning up, to prevent bringing outside radioactive dirty things into the home. Wang Qianyu's brow relaxed. She didn't speak, but the way she looked at Peng Wanxiang changed. Not the kind of helplessness that says you're up to your shenanigans again, but a sense of relief that said you finally thought of this. This should have been done long ago, she said. Just 4 words. But Peng Wanxiang picked up on the subtext. I didn't say anything before when you walked in wearing dirty protective gear, but I was worried all along. The programmer received this error log. Fixed. Deployed. It won't happen again. The door of room 002 opened slightly. Li Mingyu poked half his head out, scanning the area and landing his gaze on the decontamination area. Brother Peng, is this what you were just talking about? Yes, the decontamination area. Peng Wanxiang waved him over. Come take a look. Li Mingyu approached, his left hand in his pocket, the splint on his right arm bulging out of his sportswear. He stood at the entrance of the decontamination area, not rushing to enter, first examining the equipment one by one inside. Ultraviolet lamp tubes. Spraying heads. The square wastewater treatment device in the corner. He looked very seriously, not like he was touring, but almost as if he was remembering. Memorizing the position and function of each item. Brother Peng. He spoke up. This set of equipment. I will have to use it when I return from outside, right? Peng Wanxiang glanced at him. The kid didn't ask what is this, nor did he say that's amazing. His first reaction was, how will I use this in the future? Practicality. A good seed. Yes. Peng Wanxiang patted him on the shoulder. Once your arm is healed, and you go out to work, you must follow the decontamination process each time you return. Take off the protective suit, turn on the disinfection light, rinse, and change clothes. Not a single step can be skipped. Li Mingyu nodded, still staring at that wastewater treatment device, as if pondering its operating principle. Peng Wanxiang didn't disturb him. A 13 or 14-year-old boy, his curiosity was more useful than anything. Letting him figure it out for himself was more effective than explaining it 10 times. Peng Wanxiang trudged back to room 001, his steps as heavy as if they were leaden. Wang Qianyu and Xiaoya followed closely behind. He plopped down onto the metal chair, leaning back and exhaling deeply. The 3 Pomeranians seemed to receive a unified command, surrounding him in unison. Kaka nudged his calf with its head, Duobi rested its chin on his foot, while Xiong took the most direct approach, sitting squarely on his shoe, looking up and whimpering. Peng Wanxiang bent down and patted each of them in turn. Kaka's sleek black fur felt as smooth as if it had been lacquered. Duobi's fluffy white head was like a ball of cotton candy, and Xiong inherited all the best traits from its parents. Round face and big eyes, squatting on the ground like a plush toy. Having petted them enough, he looked up at Wang Qianyu. Wife, I'm starving. Can you please make me a bowl of noodles? Add 2 hot dogs. Wang Qianyu glanced at him, but said nothing, turning to head into the kitchen. Her steps were light and her movements quick, as if she had been busy in her own kitchen for 10 years, despite the fact that this kitchen had only been built 2 days ago. Xiaoya did not follow, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, her feet swinging in the air as she looked up at him. Daddy, are you tired? Daddy's not tired. Peng Wanxiang reached out to lift her up and placed her on his lap. The little girl exuded a scent of milk, warm and soft like a freshly baked bun. What did you do today, Yiya? Zioya's chatter sprang open like a lid. Kaka learned to spin in circles today. I taught it. Duobi was naughty, so I scolded it. Xiong was sleeping the whole time. And Brother Mingyu told me a story. She furrowed her brows, trying hard to remember. What was it about? I forgot. But it was really nice. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but laugh. He ruffled his daughter's hair, his fingers sinking into the soft strands. There was a strange feeling in his chest, hard to define as either soreness or warmth, but it was a bit painful from the pressure. It was the 4th day of the apocalypse. This girl could still smile like that. That was enough. Enough of everything. He spent some time playing with Xiaoya and the 3 fluffy balls. Xiaoya had Kaka pinned on her lap as her baby. Duobi circled around in protest, while Xiong lay flat playing dead. The division of labor among the 3 Pomeranians remained as chaotic yet harmonious as ever. When Wang Xinyu entered with the noodles, steam rose from the bowl and the aroma of braised beef flooded the room. Peng Wanxiang took the bowl from her. The hot dogs were cut into decorative pieces, resting in the noodles, glistening with oil. He wasted no time picking up his chopsticks and devouring it. 3 mouthfuls of noodles, 2 sips of soup, and 3 bites of hot dog. He finished the entire bowl from start to bottom in less than 2 minutes, even drinking the broth. He let out a satisfied burp. Feeling content, he picked up the empty bowl, ready to head to the kitchen to rinse it. His gaze swept across the corner. His steps halted. At the corner, the makeshift trash can made from a plastic bag had unknowingly turned into a small instant noodle cups, hot dog wrappings, empty mineral water bottles, used gauze, and Zioya snack wrappers were all crammed together, bulging and bursting at the seams. An indescribable odor wafted out from that pile of stuff. It wasn't necessarily foul, but it was stuffy. In a sealed space with no wind, the smell of garbage couldn't escape. It would only grow more concentrated. Peng Wanxiang frowned. Since day one, he had been busy with water, electricity, lead walls, kitchens, and local networks. He had been a construction beast, yet he had completely forgotten the most basic waste disposal. Classic. It was like writing a project, having completed 80 functionalities, but forgetting to set up the logging system. Once the production environment was up and running, the garbage logs would fill up the disk and crash the entire service. For people, 3 dogs, generating waste from daily living, relying on a single plastic bag stuffed in the corner. That wasn't waste disposal. That was burying one's head in the sand. System report a waste disposal plan. The system responded instantly. Suggest constructing a small waste disposal station. Life waste classification, compression, and storage. Once the accumulated waste reaches a certain amount, the host can use the deconstruction ability to recycle it, converting it into basic materials. Peng Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Waste recycling, turning waste into treasure. The instant noodle cups were plastic, the hot dog wrappings were aluminum foil, the mineral water bottles were PET, and the gauze was textile. These items were garbage when thrown away, but after going through the system, they became materials. The apocalypse's circular economy was closed loop. He glanced around the interior of the shelter. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, main hall, wash area, equipment zone. Everything was full. Every space had its owner, and even the smallest gaps had been carefully calculated. Stuffing more inside. Not possible. Building outward. Sure. Outside the main door to the right side of the wash area, there was a patch of empty land. Garbage didn't need lead protection, nor did it require people to live there. Building it outside was just right. But there was a key point. The opening for dumping garbage had to be inside the shelter. He couldn't let Xinyu and Xiaoya run outside in protective suits to throw away trash. That wasn't called throwing away garbage. That was called adventuring. System build a small waste station to the right side of the main door. The main body is outside and the dumping opening connects to the interior of the shelter. Dry and wet separation sealed to prevent odor, with a bottom drain connected to the existing sewage treatment system. Report the plan and materials together. The system took a second to process. Small waste disposal station. 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 5 meters high. Wall thickness 30 centimeters of concrete. Internal compartments dry and wet separation. The top is equipped with a sorting opening with hydraulic support and sealing strips connected to the interior of the shelter through pipes. The bottom drainage outlet connects to the existing sewage treatment device. It comes with a small exhaust fan and filtering module. Required materials 200 kilograms of cement, 400 kilograms of sand and gravel, 30 kilograms of steel 6, 5 kilograms of iron 0, 5 kilograms of copper 2, 5 kilograms of aluminum alloy 2, 5 kilograms of rubber and 8 kilograms of trace metals like zinc, manganese, and nickel, plus 6 kilograms of materials like carbon, along with a small amount of plastic. Peng Wanxiang mentally calculated his inventory. Today he had scraped the ground at the second-hand car market and parking lot, acquiring over 100,000 kilograms of steel and 15,000 kilograms of aluminum alloy. This amount of materials was hardly a drop in the bucket. It was like buying 3,000 yuan worth of items at the supermarket only to find out at checkout that he was short by a 50-cent pack of tissues. Confirm, construct. A muffled sound resonated under his feet. The walls began to grow in places he couldn't see. The concrete extended outward along the shelter's outer wall, rebar interlaced, and pipes drilled out from the inner wall, bending at 2 angles to connect to the forming station outside. Dozens of seconds passed. Construction completed. Peng Wanxiang turned to look at the right wall of the shelter. 3 openings had appeared. They were square, palm-sized, each equipped with a flip cover. The flip covers bore labels, generated by the system in a simple drawing style, easy to understand. The left one depicted a fishbone, kitchen waste. The middle one showed a bottle, recyclables. The right one depicted a cross, other waste. Peng Wanxiang walked over, lifted the flip cover of the middle one, and peeked inside. The pipe slanted downwards, leading to the station outside. The flip cover closed tightly, sealing perfectly, without letting any odor escape. The feel of the sealing strip was excellent. Pressing it down made a satisfying click sound, locking it in place akin to the quality feel of a high-end trash can's foot pedal. He opened and closed each of the 3 flip covers in succession. Smooth. Sealed. No odor leakage. The quality control of the system from the shelter to the waste station remained consistently reliable. Xinyu Ye Mingyu. Come take a look. Wang Xinyu held Xiaoya's hand as they emerged from the bedroom, while Li Mingyu followed from room 002. The 3 stood by the wall staring at the 3 newly appeared openings. These are the waste classification openings, Peng Wanxiang pointed out. From now on, when you're done with instant noodle cups, empty bottles, leftover food, just throw them in according to the labels. The station is built outside, so the smell can't come in. He added, if you run out of garbage bags, come find me, and I'll make more. Wang Xinyu nodded. She didn't say anything like you really thought this through. After marrying a programmer for so many years, she was already used to him suddenly coming up with I've thought of another problem and immediately taking action to resolve it. Previously, it was fixing computers, routers, or toilets. Now it was fixing the shelter. The essence hadn't changed, only the scale had increased a bit. Daddy, what's this? Xiaoya stood on her tiptoes, pointing at the left flip cover with the fishbone drawing. This is for leftover food. Oh, so it's for bones. Not just bones. Vegetable scraps, fruit peels, and leftover rice count too. What about the instant noodle cups? Throw the instant noodle cups in the middle one. What about paper? Also the middle one. And caucus poop. The one on the right. Xiaoya carefully examined all 3 openings, nodding her little head 3 times, as if she were memorizing a multiplication table. Got it. Bones on the left, bottles in the middle, and poop on the right. Peng Wanxiang replied. That's a very accurate summary. After explaining everything in the house, he walked into the wash area and put on his protective suit again. He needed to see for himself what the station outside looked like. He pushed open the big door and stepped out. There was originally only one staircase leading to the surface. Now on the right side, there was an additional short staircase extending down with a gray door at the end. As he pushed open the door to the waste processing station, a blend of indescribable odors rushed towards him. Peng Wanxiang instinctively wrinkled his nose. The sealing device was in place, but with various types of waste mixed together, the chemical reactions were unpredictable. No matter how tightly sealed, what needed to ferment would still ferment. Fortunately, the ventilation fan was working well, whirring as it sucked the strange stench outside. The air filtration system at the end ensured that these apocalyptic special fragrances wouldn't backflow into the shelter. Peng Wanxiang scanned the interior. 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. It was larger than he had anticipated. This time the system was generous, not skimping on space. 4 trash bins squatted beneath the disposal opening, each corresponding to 1. He walked over and lifted a lid. There were already some deposits inside. A few instant noodle cups, aluminum foil wrappers from sausages, and a bag of biscuits nibbled by Xiaoya. Not much, but every little bit adds up. In a few days, when these accumulate to a certain amount, he could directly grab them, decompose, recycle, and tally the materials. The instant noodle cups were plastic, the aluminum foil was aluminum, and the mineral water bottles were PET. What others saw as trash, the system viewed as elements of the periodic table. The apocalyptic closed-loop economy starts with the trash bin. He crouched down to look at the sewage outlet at the bottom. The pipes were neatly connected with tight seals at the elbows, allowing liquid waste to flow directly into the sewage treatment system. The entire design was clean and straightforward, without unnecessary twists and turns. The system's work never made him worry about quality control. Peng Wanxiang stood up and clapped his hands. The waste station had passed inspection. Next item. He turned and walked out of the waste processing station, returning to the shelter. Instead of heading to the bedroom, he stood directly in front of the empty wall in the main hall. The greenhouse. It was a project that had been on his mind since day one, and it was time for delivery today. System greenhouse initiate construction. The plan was submitted earlier. Are there any updates? The system took a second to respond. The greenhouse construction plan has been optimized. Expand using the existing walls of the shelter to reduce redundant construction. Final dimensions 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. The walls and roof will use double-layer hollow glass. High transparency, while physically isolating external radiation residue. Internal multi-layer planting racks made of aluminum alloy, height adjustable to maximize vertical space. Top-mounted LED plant growth lights, adjustable spectrum, simulating natural sunlight cycles. Equipped with a small circulating fan to adjust temperature and humidity. The irrigation system uses a drip irrigation plan with pipes directly connected to the underground river water source, precisely calibrated for each planting unit. A waterproof layer at the bottom with a drainage outlet connecting to the sewage treatment system. Peng Wanxiang mentally reviewed it. Adjustable spectrum, meaning crops could grow without relying on sunlight. Nuclear winter had arrived, the sky was gray and all surface plants had perished, but his crops were 5 meters underground, equipped with their own artificial sun. Drip irrigation, water saving. Though the underground river had enough water, saving where possible was a habit formed from coding. Save memory when possible, optimize server resources when feasible. The same went for growing crops. Material list. Aluminum alloy 50 kilograms, glass 200 kilograms, rubber 5 kilograms, plastic 20 kilograms, electronic components 1 kilogram, impurities 5 kilograms. Peng Wanxiang mentally calculated. Today he had brought back a layer of soil from the parking lot, 1.5 kg of aluminum alloy, 5 kg of glass. This amount of consumption was akin to scooping a spoonful of water from the Pacific Ocean. Add a temperature and humidity sensor, connect to the local network, and display data in real time. Additional consumption: electronic components 0.5 kilograms, plastic 2 kilograms. Stock is sufficient. All confirmed. Let's build everything together. Constructing. The ground began to tremble. It was not a violent shake, but a dull rhythmic buzz, as if something was growing in. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the wall of the main hall, arms crossed, watching the wall beside the cleaning room begin to change. The concrete receded to the sides, as if an invisible hand had pried open an opening. Then the glass arrived. Double-layer hollow glass panels emerged from the air, each piece embedded into the metal frame. Transparent, clean, reflecting a faint cool glow under the LED lights. The aluminum alloy planting racks formed out of thin air, lightweight, organized, stacked layer upon layer with uniform spacing. The slots on the racks were as precise as if measured with calipers. When planting pots were placed on them, they fit snugly. The LED growth lights at the top lit up. It was not ordinary white light, but a warm hue with a slight pinkish-purple tint. The plant spectrum. Peng Wanxiang had seen this kind of light before. Before the apocalypse, while scrolling through short videos, he often encountered those balcony gardening influencers using supplemental lights. The pinkish-purple light shining on the vegetable leaves made the whole scene resemble cyberpunk. Now he had one himself. Not on a balcony, but 5 meters underground. Not an influencer, but a survivor in the apocalypse. The drip irrigation pipes made their final appearance. Thin plastic tubes emerged from the wall, winding along the edges of the planting racks, with a micro-sprinkler branching off every few centimeters. At the other end of the pipes, they connected to the main line of the underground river water source. Automatic watering. No need for human supervision. Peng Wanxiang watched the entire greenhouse materialize from nothing akin to observing a 3D printer producing a product, layer upon layer, each precisely crafted. Finally, there was a click. The circulating fan in the corner whirred to life. A warm, humid breeze surged from the greenhouse, carrying an indescribable freshness. It was not the scent of food, not the tang of disinfectant. It was the smell of the air itself. Clean, alive, reminiscent of the air that should exist in spring. In this concrete box 5 meters underground, smelling this scent was even more intoxicating than the aroma of braised beef noodles. Peng Wanxiang stepped into the greenhouse. 4 meters long, 2 meters wide. Not big. Before the apocalypse, it was even smaller than his home balcony. But after the apocalypse, this was a complete agricultural ecosystem. The multi-layer planting racks were neatly arranged, empty, waiting for crops. The LED growth lights above cast a gentle glow, the pinkish-purple light reflecting a faint metallic sheen on the aluminum racks. The fan in the corner quietly turned, air flowing evenly from one end to the other. He approached the control panel. Yes, this greenhouse also had a control panel. Embedded in the wall next to the entrance, a palm-sized screen displayed real-time temperature and humidity data. Temperature, 25 C. Humidity, 60. Peng Wanxiang stared at those two numbers for 2 seconds. On the ground, the world was slowly dying. Above, radioactive dust hung in the sky, while the radiation level outside was 3,536 μSVH. Yet this small screen informed him that beneath his feet, in this 4-meter-long glass box, the temperature was 25 degrees and the humidity was 60. Spring. He had created a spring 5 meters underground. Daddy, what is this? A voice exploded. Peng Wanxiang turned his head. Xiaoya had appeared out of nowhere, peering into the greenhouse through the glass door frame. The pinkish-purple light illuminated her round eyes, making them sparkle. Wow, what beautiful lights. Before Peng Wanxiang could respond, she dashed inside. Her short legs scampered to the front of the planting racks, tilting her head to look up. Daddy, what will be planted up there? Vegetables. Peng Wanxiang walked over and scooped her up. This is our vegetable garden. In the future, all the vegetables Xiaoya wants to eat will be grown here. Really? Xiaoya's voice shot up, and then I want to grow strawberries. Lots and lots of strawberries. The red ones. Sure. Peng Wanxiang agreed verbally, but his mind automatically recalled the price reported by the system earlier. Strawberry seeds, 3 points. 3 survival points. This girl's demands were more expensive than a project manager's requirements. Wang Qinyu followed them into the greenhouse. She didn't rush to speak, first scanning the greenhouse with her gaze. Planting racks, growth lights, fans, drip irrigation pipes, control panel. She reached out and touched the nearest layer of racks. Aluminum alloy, cool to the touch, shiny with rounded edges. Her fingers then traced along the drip irrigation pipe and paused when she reached the sprinkler. Automatic watering. Yes, it connects to the underground river water source, timed and measured. Wang Qinyu withdrew her hand. She didn't say you're amazing, nor did she say this is all we need. She stood there quietly watching the empty planting racks. She stared for a few seconds. Then she softly suggested, let's plant some bok choy. It grows quickly. This statement sounded plain, but Peng Wanxiang understood. She was already thinking about how to plant. Not can we plant, but what should we plant? This was Wang Qinyu, always jumping over the shock phase and directly entering execution mode. A woman married to a programmer, her thinking mode was somewhat influenced by agile development. Li Mingyu entered last. He stood at the door, not in a hurry to walk in. His gaze swept from the planting racks to the growth lights, then from the growth lights to the control panel, finally landing on the thin drip irrigation pipe. He watched for a few seconds. Peng Gu. Can I do the watering for this greenhouse? Peng Wanxiang glanced at. The young man stood in the pinkish-purple light with a splint on his right arm and his left hand in his pocket, wearing a serious expression. Not just politeness. Not just a declaration. He was genuinely looking for work. The corners of Peng Wanxiang's mouth twitched slightly. Drip irrigation is automatic, no need for human watering. But once the seeds are in the ground, fertilizing, pruning, and monitoring growth, there's plenty of work to be done. He patted Li Mingyu on the shoulder. When the time comes, the greenhouse will be under your management. Li Mingyu was taken aback for a second, then nodded. The nod was slight, but the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Now we just need one more thing. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the edge of the planting racks, scanning the fully functional but empty greenhouse. Seeds. The moment these two words were spoken, the greenhouse fell silent. The racks were new. The lights were bright. The pipes were clear. But without seeds, all of this was just a well-decorated empty box. System, report the seed exchange prices again. Common vegetable seeds: bok choy 1.100 g, tomato 2.100 g, cucumber 2.100 g, a chili 1.100 g. Fruit seeds: strawberry 3.100 g. Grain seeds: wheat 2.100 g, corn 2.1. Peng Wanxiang mentally went over it again. Current survival points 1 point. Not even enough to exchange for the cheapest bok choy. Building the greenhouse today didn't cost points, but earlier he had spent 6 points on lead protection and 2 points on the cleaning room. His savings were as thin as a programmer's hair, not to be pulled. Tomorrow 7 points will be credited. He calculated in his heart. 1 bok choy, 2 tomatoes, 1 chili. That's 4 points already. Then add 3 strawberries. 7 points, just enough to clear to 0. But if that happened, he would spend the entire day's survival points on seeds. What if there was something urgent needed? He needed to leave a buffer. Those who write code know, don't fill up memory, leave 20 for emergencies. Otherwise, if a sudden process comes in, it will directly lead to an OM crashing the entire service. Let's hold off on exchanging seeds today. Peng Wanxiang turned to Wang Qinyu. Tomorrow, with 7 points arriving, he'll allocate a bit, prioritizing a few fast-growing vegetable seeds. Wang Qinyu nodded. Bok choy can sprout in a week, she said. Indeed, she had already arranged the planting plan in her mind. Lettuce too, it grows quickly, she added. I haven't asked if the system has lettuce seeds yet. Peng Wanxiang replied. Let's check together tomorrow. Daddy, strawberries. Don't forget the strawberries. Xiaoya twisted in his arms, tugging at his collar, her eyes wide open. Xiaoya wants to grow strawberries. Lots and lots. The red ones. Sweet ones. I remember. Peng Wanxiang looked down at her seriously earnest little face, calculating in his heart. Strawberry seeds, 3 points growth cycle, at least 2 to 3 months. In 2 to 3 months, could this girl wait? Forget it, let's plant the seeds first. Whether they grow or not was his concern. Dinner. Still instant noodles. But today there was an extra side dish. Peng Wanxiang pulled out a pack of pickled vegetables from another space, tore it open, and divided it into 4 portions, adding a small pinch to each bowl of noodles. We have pickled vegetables now. Xiaoya picked up a strand of pickled vegetable, holding it up for 3 seconds like admiring a piece of art. Then, she stuffed it into her mouth. Salty. Delicious. Wang Qinyu shook her head, unable to suppress her smile. Li Mingyu lowered his head to eat noodles, his speed quicker than in the previous 2 days. With his left hand holding chopsticks, his movements were already smooth. After the bowl of noodles was empty, he took the initiative to collect it and brought it to the kitchen sink to rinse. No one asked him to do it. He did it on his own. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the doorframe and glanced over, not saying a word. Some things didn't need to be spoken. Just doing it was enough. After dinner, Xiaoya nestled in Wang Qianyu's arms, her eyelids growing heavy. The 3 Pomeranians curled up in their dog bed, breathing in unison. Li Mingyu returned to room 002, and the door closed. Peng Wanxiang climbed up to the upper bunk, his back touching the cool metal plate with a creak. Familiar territory. He rested his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The lead gray concrete was close at hand. The task list in his mind refreshed automatically. Seeds. Tomorrow 7 points will be credited. Allocation plan: 1 bok choy, 2 tomatoes, 1 chili, 3 strawberries. Perfectly 7, clearing to 0. It was a risk, but worth it. The sooner the first batch of seeds went into the ground, the sooner there would be harvest. Nuclear winter waits for no one. Medicine. Li Mingyu's antibiotics were running low, and the pharmacy line had gone empty. He needed to think of another way. Either go to a further pharmacy for luck or directly exchange for survival points. The latter was expensive, but stable. Surveillance. The 2 cameras had been set up for a day. He needed to check the playback to confirm that there were no abnormalities outside. The incident of the pharmacy being cleared had been lingering in his mind, unresolved. Transport. Today's round trips to the second-hand car market and parking lot took over 4 hours, and his legs were nearly worn out. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. He needed to create a mode of transport. Nothing too advanced, just something that could run and carry cargo. He reviewed the list to ensure nothing was overlooked. On the lower bunk, Xiaoya's soft snores rose and fell steady as a metronome. Wang Qianyu's breathing had calmed, and she had fallen asleep. In room 002 next door there was no sound. Li Mingyu was probably asleep too. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes. The fourth day after the apocalypse. A waste processing station and a greenhouse had been added. Tomorrow the seeds would be sown. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. The world above was still slowly dying. But in this concrete box beneath his feet, something was about to come to life. When Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes, the first thought that crossed his mind was not, "I lived another day." It was seeds. The ceiling still had that lead-gray demeanor. There was no sunlight. 5 meters underground, not to mention the sun, even the moon, was irrelevant to him. The LED tube lights emitted a cold white glow, the only sky in this concrete box. He turned his head to take a glance. On the lower bunk, Wang Qinyu lay on her side, her arm draped over Xiaoya. The little girl curled up like a shrimp, her mouth slightly open, drool soaking a small patch on the pillow. 3 Pomeranians huddled in the doghouse at the door, stacked in 3 layers, their breathing sounds alternating. Peng Wanxiang quietly slipped out of bed, the iron frame only creaking softly. He stood in front of the desk, his thoughts shifting. System survival points. Current survival points, 8 points. Yesterday there was 1 left, today 7 arrived. 1 point per person per day, 7 mouth salary paid on time. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, his mind automatically running the resource allocation model. Last night's plan was 1 point for small cabbage, 2 points for tomatoes, 1 point for chili peppers, 3 points for strawberries. A total of 7 points, leaving 1 point as a buffer. The programmer's rule: do not fill memory, leave 20 for system emergencies. If the server is full and a sudden request comes in, it will directly lead to an out-of-memory error, crashing the entire service. Survival points are the same. In case something unexpected happens today, having not a single point on hand would be called running naked. Therefore 7 points to buy seeds, leaving 1 point. But he scanned the list again. Cucumbers, 2 points. Wheat, 2 points. He stared at these 2 lines for 3 seconds, tapping his fingers on the table. Cucumbers can be eaten raw or cooked, high in vitamin C. Wheat can be ground into flour as staple food. He wanted both. But 8 points are still 8 points. This is not writing code. Writing too much code only slows down compilation, but spending too many points really means they are gone. Cut the demands. He held a demand review meeting with himself. The MVP, minimum viable product version. First, introduce vegetables that can be produced quickly to verify whether the greenhouse system works. Tomatoes have a growth cycle starting from 2 months, which is a medium to long-term investment, but they are high in vitamin content, and their nutritional value is undeniable. Chili peppers are hardy and easy to cultivate and necessary seasoning. Strawberries. His mind automatically replayed Xiao Ya's voice, "I want strawberry flavored." Looping. Single. There was no pause button. 3 points. A pack of strawberry seeds. The growth cycle takes at least 2 to 3 months. The input-output ratio is extremely low. From a purely rational perspective, taking these 3 points to exchange for wheat 100 grams of seeds would be a significant improvement in cost-effectiveness. But Peng Wanxiang glanced at the little shrimp curled up on the lower bunk. Strawberries, keep them. The demand review meeting concluded. Final plan: small cabbage, 1 point; tomatoes, 2 points; chili peppers, 1 point; strawberries, 3 points. A total of 7 points, leaving 1 point for emergencies. Cucumbers and wheat will wait until tomorrow's income. After all, seeds won't run away, or first plant the first batch and run through the process. System redeem seeds. 100 grams of small cabbage, 100 grams of tomatoes, 100 grams of chili peppers, 100 grams of strawberries. Redemption successful. Consumed survival points, 7 points. Current remaining 1 point. For paper bags appeared in his palm. They were palm-sized, rough in texture, identical to the seed bags sold for 2 yuan at the market. Peng Wanxiang opened the pack of small cabbage, pouring a few seeds into his palm. They were dark brown, the size of sesame seeds, round and plump. They lay quietly in his hand. Just this little thing. Before the apocalypse, they piled up in the supermarket shelves. No one would glance at a pack for 5 yuan. After the apocalypse, 7 survival points. The entire family's daily income. He carefully poured the seeds back into the paper bag, pinching the opening tightly. He stood up and walked towards the greenhouse. As the glass door of the greenhouse opened, a powdery purple LED light spilled over his face. 25°C, humidity 60. The numbers on the control panel flickered and stabilized. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the multi-layered planting racks. They were made of aluminum alloy, empty and resembling freshly assembled server racks. Hardware in place, software yet to be installed. Now it was time to install the software. He first needed to address the soil issue. The planting racks had a basic soil layer preset by the system, but that was just the foundation. Seeds need nutrients to sprout. Mere soil is not enough. He turned into the cleaning room and crouched down in front of the organic fertilizer collection port. He opened the lid of the collection port, revealing a layer of deep brown powdery substance. The ecological recycling system had been running for 4 days, and the products of decomposition accumulated here. He sniffed it. No smell. Truly no smell. The system's decomposition ability was indeed effective. It had broken down organic matter to the molecular level, retaining essential nutrients while eliminating odors and pathogens. He manifested a small shovel, using the system, scooping the fertilizer into a metal basin. It wasn't much, probably just over 2 pounds. The yield of 4 days. The contributions of 4 people and 3 dogs. The entire family's waste turned into fertilizer for growing vegetables. Peng Wanxiang stood up with the basin, his expression complicated. This closed loop is indeed tightly sealed. He returned to the greenhouse, mixed the organic fertilizer with the basic soil layer on the planting rack, and turned it over a few times until the color was uniform. Then, he began planting. Small cabbage. He tore open the paper bag, poured the seeds into his palm, and pressed them into the soil one by one with his fingertips. Spacing 2 centimeters, depth half a centimeter. His fingers sank into the soft soil, dirt getting under his nails. These hands just 3 days ago were typing code on a keyboard, staying up late to finish project interface documentation. Now, planting cabbage in a concrete box 5 meters underground. The transition was quite significant. Yet the tactile sensation was surprisingly good. The soil was moist, soft, warm. In this world filled with concrete, and lead the moment his fingers touched the soil, he realized he hadn't touched anything alive for several days. Iron is dead. Concrete is dead. Lead is dead. Soil is alive. After finishing planting small cabbage, he started with tomatoes. Tomato seeds were larger than cabbage, flat and light yellow. He followed the planting videos he had watched before. Don't ask why a programmer watches planting videos. It was recommended by an algorithm, and he just watched it. Buried the seeds, spacing them 5 centimeters apart. Tomatoes have a developed root system. Planting them too close will lead to competition. It's similar to team management. Too many people in tight spaces decreases efficiency. Chili seeds are the smallest, resembling fine sand. He simply used the system to create a paper funnel, evenly scattering the seeds, then gently covering them with a layer of soil. Finally, strawberries. He opened the paper bag that cost 3 points, pouring it into his palm. The seeds were as fine as pepper. 100 grams of strawberry seeds, quite a number, yet each one was pitifully small. These things will take at least 2 to 3 months to grow into fruit-bearing strawberry plants. Moreover, strawberries are delicate. Temperature, humidity, light. If any of these are not properly maintained, they will give up on you. High maintenance costs, long delivery cycle, client demands are specific. Must be red, must be sweet. Peng Wanxiang muttered while sowing the seeds. Isn't this just the project I took on in my past life? All the seeds were in the ground. He opened the drip irrigation system, and the micro sprayer hissed, releasing a fine mist of water. Water droplets fell on the surface of the soil, slowly soaking in the color, changing from light brown to dark brown. Moist. Quiet. The powdery purple light illuminated the 4 rows of planting racks, and the air carried a fresh scent of soil soaked in water. It wasn't the aroma of food. It wasn't the harshness of disinfectant. It was the breath of life. In a concrete coffin 5 meters underground, smelling this scent was more tightening to the throat than smelling braised beef noodles. What is Daddy doing? A childish voice appeared from behind. Peng Wanxiang turned around. Xiaoya stood at the greenhouse door, barefoot, her hair spiking with 3 tufts, her face still marked with pillow creases. She had just woken up and came for a patrol. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables? The little girl's eyes lit up, and she dashed in barefoot. Peng Wanxiang caught her. Put on slippers. There's water in the greenhouse. Oh. She ran back, put on her slippers, and ran back again. What vegetables did Daddy plant? Small cabbage, tomatoes, chili peppers. He squatted down, pointing at the innermost, and strawberries. No need for him to say more. The little girl dashed over by herself. She clung to the edge of the planting rack, tiptoeing to get her little face close to the soil, staring at those nearly invisible strawberry seeds for 3 seconds. Then she turned her head, looking confused. Daddy, where are the strawberries? They're planted. In the soil. Then why can't I see them? Because they are still seeds. You have to wait for them to sprout, grow leaves, bloom, and bear fruit before they become the red strawberries you eat. Xiaoya took 2 seconds to digest this. How long do we have to wait? 2 to 3 months. The little girl's face fell. That speed was like pressing the fast-forward button from full of expectation straight to hopeless in life. 2 to 3 months. That's so long, so long, so long. Daddy, can't you make it faster? No. Seeds have their own rhythm. Just like you growing taller, you can't rush it. Xiaoya looked at the soil, then looked at him, her little mouth pouting for 2 seconds. Then she did something Peng Wanxiang didn't expect. She bent down, brought her mouth close to the edge of the planting rack, and softly said to the direction of the strawberry seeds, "Little strawberries grow up quickly. Once you grow up, I want to eat you." She paused for a second. "Just kidding, I will eat you. But I will say thank you." Peng Wanxiang. He turned his head, pretending to look at the control panel. It wasn't that he didn't want to laugh. He was afraid that laughing would make his daughter dislike him. The footsteps of Wang Qianyu approached from outside. She reached the greenhouse door and scanned the inside. Her gaze swept from the planting racks to the drip irrigation pipes, finally landing on the dark marks on the soil surface that had just been watered. She didn't say that's impressive. She didn't say that's amazing. She walked to the nearest row of planting racks and touched the moist soil. Cabbage. This row is cabbage, that row is tomatoes, and the inner ones are chili peppers and strawberries. Fertilizer added. Yes. The organic fertilizer collected from the port, it's not much, just enough for now. Wang Qianyu nodded, pressing her finger on the soil surface. The soil is a bit hard. Peng Wanxiang was taken aback. How did you notice that? My mom used to grow vegetables on the balcony. She said, her tone flat, as if she were talking about something very ordinary. If the soil surface forms a crust after watering, the roots won't dig deep. It needs to be loosened. She turned to look at him. Do you have any small tools? For loosening the soil. Peng Wanxiang. He looked for 2 seconds. System, create a small loosening rake. Consumption, steel 0.05 kilograms. A small rake appeared in his hand, palm-sized, 3 times iron, made perfectly grippable. He handed it over. Wang Qinyu took it, crouched down, and gently drew a few lines on the soil surface. Her movements were skilled, controlling the force perfectly. Neither too deep nor too shallow, just enough to loosen the crusted surface without harming the seeds below. You actually know how to do this. Peng Wanxiang watched from the side, somewhat surprised. It's just planting vegetables, not... She didn't lift her head. He'll handle the soil loosening, fertilizing, and monitoring growth in the greenhouse from now on. You take care of the outside things. The division of labor was clear. No need to write a demand document. Another figure appeared at the door. Li Mingyu stood outside the greenhouse, his left hand in his pocket, the splint on his right arm bulging under his sportswear. He didn't rush in scanning the planting racks. Punga, have you planted them? Yes, I have. Can I come in and take a look? It's your place, feel free to look. Li Mingyu walked in, his gaze falling on the drip irrigation pipes, following the pipes from the sprayer all the way to the wall entrance, as if tracing a line. Then he crouched down in front of the outermost row of planting racks, staring at the soil surface for a few seconds. What is this? Chili peppers. What about the one next to it? Strawberries. He nodded, looking for a while longer. Punga, you said the greenhouse is mine to manage. I can work with one hand now. He moved his left hand. Loosening soil watering, he'll do it. Peng Wanxiang. The boy squatted in the powdery purple light, his complexion looking much better than a couple of days ago, his eyes carrying a sense of... Peng Wanxiang thought for a moment, probably called a sense of having found something to do. A young boy who lost his mother in a place that did not belong to him found something he could take responsibility for. This was more useful than building him 10 rooms. All right. Peng Wanxiang patted him on the shoulder. Daily maintenance of the greenhouse is up to you. But there's a rule. Write a growth log once a day. Which row of racks, how much has grown, what color are the leaves, any abnormalities. Write it on the terminal, it'll check it at night. Growth log. Yes. It's just like keeping a diary, but you're writing about the vegetables. Li Mingyu was taken aback, his mouth twitching. Writing a diary for vegetables? Don't underestimate this. Peng Wanxiang said earnestly. Growing vegetables is like writing code. If you don't keep a log, when a bug occurs, you won't know where to start looking. Today the leaves turn yellow, you check the log, and see that 3 days ago too much water was given, and you've found the problem. Agricultural version of debugging. He wasn't sure if Li Mingyu understood debug, but the boy nodded, his expression serious. He'll remember. 2 words. Clean and clear. The seeds were in the ground. In the greenhouse, there were 4 rows of planting racks neatly arranged. The soil was moist, the lights warm, the fan was turning, and the air flowed gently. Xiaoyu squatted in front of the row of strawberries, supporting her chin with both hands, staring intently at the soil surface. Like waiting for takeout. The 3 Pomeranians had snuck in at some point. Kaka turned in circles in the greenhouse. Xiong lay down next to the lowest rack, and Duobi nudged his nose against the soil, sniffing and sneezing. Wang Qinyu held the loosening rake, turning over the soil surface of the remaining few rows of racks. Li Mingyu stood in front of the control panel, studying the 2 numbers, 25 COI 60. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the greenhouse door frame, scanning around. Seeds in the soil. Lights above. Water in the pipes. Fertilizer in the soil. The family was in the greenhouse. He suddenly remembered what Wang Qinyu had said before the apocalypse. Once we have money, let's buy a small courtyard in the countryside and grow some vegetables. The courtyard was gone. The countryside was most likely gone too. But the vegetables were planted. 5 meters underground in a lead gray concrete box, there were 4 rows of planting racks with soil on the racks and seeds in the soil. The seeds were unaware that the outside world had been plowed by nuclear bombs. The seeds did not care whether the radiation level was 3,536 or 5,600. The seeds only knew one thing. There is soil, water, and light, so they will grow. This is probably the simplest and most comforting logic in the apocalypse. A new day dawns. The LED lights emit a cold white glow. The lead gray ceiling feels familiar. Peng Wanxiang turned his head. On the lower bunk, Wang Qinyu lay sideways with Xiaoyu curled up in her arms, sleeping like a little piglet, a line of drool at the corner of her mouth. Then he turned to the terminal screen. The surveillance footage was crystal clear. In the frame, snow was falling. Peng Wanxiang paused for a moment. His brain's CPU stuttered for a full half a second. Is it snowing? He sat up, fingers tapping on the keyboard, bringing up the meteorological data module. This was an external sensor he had casually connected to the local network yesterday, sampling once an hour. The data was straightforward. Over the past 24 hours, the external temperature had dropped by 17 degrees Celsius. The decline trend ongoing. Peng Wanxiang stared at the string of numbers, his brows furrowing into a frown. 17 degrees. One day, 17 degrees. Before the apocalypse, this would have been called an extreme weather event, trending on the Meteorological Bureau's website, with experts coming out to say it was a once-in-a-century occurrence. After the apocalypse, 3 words automatically sprang to his mind. Nuclear winter. Peng Wanxiang remained silent for about 3 seconds. Then he rapidly reviewed all the logical chains that had crossed his mind during those 3 seconds. The smoke and dust produced by a nuclear explosion enters the stratosphere, spreading, blocking solar radiation, leading to a drastic drop in surface heat and global cooling. This is a textbook-level chain reaction with no exceptions. Time point: 4 days since the nuclear war. It typically takes 7 to 10 days for the smoke to rise into the stratosphere, but concentrations vary by region. Some areas may experience it sooner. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Peng Wanxiang recalled the few books on the shelf that Wang Qinyu had mocked him for saying he had become obsessed with apocalyptic novels. The book stated that during the harshest phase of nuclear winter, surface temperatures could plummet by another 20 to 30 degrees below baseline. That is not winter. That is the frozen epoch. He touched his nose. Initially, when he mentioned nuclear winter to Qinyu, it was purely a worst-case scenario warning, hoping secretly that he was exaggerating. As it turned out, he was damn right. There was no sense of joy. He carefully climbed down from the bunk, got dressed, and took another look at the main hall terminal. Confirmed. It really was snowing outside. Not heavily, just gently falling, as if someone had shaken a duck-down quilt from high above. Snowflakes fell on the ruins, on the twisted rebar, on the carefully arranged fake mountain of rubble. White, clean, and it was utterly incongruous with this city plowed through by nuclear bombs. Peng Wanxiang stared at the surveillance footage, his index finger unconsciously tapping twice on the tabletop. The door to room 001 opened a crack. Wang Qinyu emerged holding 2 cups of hot water, glanced at the terminal screen, and her gaze lingered on the snow scene, saying nothing. About the nuclear winter I mentioned yesterday, Peng Wanxiang began. It's here. She finished pushing a cup of hot water in front of him and sitting down. Not sure if it's the full version, but the direction is right. Peng Wanxiang cradled the cup with both hands. The temperature is still dropping, currently at 17 degrees, and the trend hasn't stopped. Wang Qinyu nodded. Her fingers gently traced the rim of the cup before stopping. What about the greenhouse? No impact. The constant temperature system is running. It won't falter even if it hails outside. That's good, she said, standing up and turning toward the kitchen. 2 minutes later, the sound of boiling water came from inside, deep, even, and steady. Encounter bad news, accept it, immediately find something to do next. This woman's execution ability had not diminished one bit since the apocalypse. The door to room 002 opened. Li Mingyu stood at the entrance, left hand in his pocket, the splint on his right arm bulging over his tracksuit. His gaze first fell on the terminal screen, lingering for 3 seconds before shifting to Peng Wanxiang, his eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his years. Is it nuclear winter? Most likely. Li Mingyu did not respond further, staring at the snowflakes falling in the footage for a moment longer. What about the vegetables in the greenhouse? It's fine, they're isolated from the outside and won't be affected. He obviously sighed with relief. Peng Wanxiang glanced at him, thinking that this kid was more concerned about the vegetables than about his own safety, but that was a good thing. Daddy, it's snowing. It's snowing. Xiaoya suddenly appeared, clinging to the edge of the terminal screen, tiptoeing to peek inside. I want to build a snowman. A super big one. Then have a snowball fight. And then roast sweet potatoes. Peng Wanxiang squatted down and pinched his daughter's little cheek. Once the snow stops, Daddy will take you. He said that, but in his mind, by the time the snow stops, it might already be 2 years. Xiaoya simply said, oh, without giving it much thought, turning around to play with Kaka. A 3-year-old's worldview is simple. What Daddy says is true, and if he says to wait, then wait it is. Peng Wanxiang watched her retreating figure, his throat tightening, but he remained silent. Breakfast was still instant noodles. Beef flavor with sliced ham arranged on top, steaming hot. While eating noodles, Peng Wanxiang mentally rearranged today's task list. With nuclear winter arriving early, the priority of the greenhouse had increased, and the pace for seeds needed to accelerate. This line was fine, as it had already been implemented yesterday. Medicine. Li Mingyu's antibiotics were running low. The pharmacy line had fallen through. Either find a more distant hospital to gamble on luck or directly trade survival points. Though the latter was expensive, it was stable. A plan for this line had to be made today. The official shelter. This entry had lingered at the bottom of his task list for like a bug that had gone wrong, but had never been fixed. It hadn't crashed the service, but every time he saw it, it was unsettling. Peng Wanxiang drained the soup base as well and pushed the bowl aside. If he didn't go, it would forever remain an information blind spot. Information blind spots are breeding grounds for all risks. He had been backstabbed once in the company for not having information. The cost of that time was losing a project. The cost this time could be his life. Fine. He would go himself. Observe from a distance, do not engage, do not expose, and clarify the situation first. I'm going on a trip today. He put down his chopsticks and glanced at Wang Qinyu. Her action of picking up noodles paused for a to the east. Heading east. Around the periphery of the official shelter, taking a look. Wang Qinyu set down her She didn't look at him, keeping her head down, fingers lightly tapping on the table. It was silent for 3 seconds. When will you be back? Not a question. It was a statement confirming the time. Before dinner. All right. She stood up, carrying the bowl towards the kitchen, turning her back to him as she tossed a line. Don't be reckless on the way. For words. Not be careful, not can you not go. It was don't be reckless on the way. Peng Wanxiang looked down at the half bowl of soup left in his bowl, a slight smile curving his lips. Worried to the core, yet her words remained unchanged. A tough cookie with 20 years of professional experience. He turned to look at Li Mingyu. I'm leaving the house to you. Keep the walkie-talkie on, call me anytime if something comes up. Understood. The boy nodded, his eyes steady. Punga, stay safe. Daddy. Xiaoya climbed up on Kaka's back and rushed over, tugging at his clothes, looking up at him seriously. You have to bring me. Go buy them at the store. The red ones. Peng Wanxiang replied. The supermarket was bombed, darling. Xiaoya thought for a second and offered the ultimate solution, then let the snowman bring them back. Peng Wanxiang took 3 seconds to digest this logic and ultimately decided not to argue. Fine, let the snowman bring them back. Putting on the protective suit. A 5mm lead layer pressed against his shoulders, heavy but solid. The dual-ear breathing filter buzzed to life. The air was clean, carrying a familiar metallic tang. The LED headlamp was turned on. He secured the walkie-talkie at his waist and pressed 3 times. Li Mingyu's side responded with 3 short confirmation sounds. Clean and neat. Peng Wanxiang entered the decontamination chamber, completed the process, pushed open the concrete dark door, and stepped outside. The dark door closed behind him with a click, merging with the surrounding rubble. Outside, the snow continued to fall. The gray sky, the gray ground, the snow was white, but as it fell contaminated by the colors of the ruins, it turned gray. Even the snow had been stained by the apocalypse. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. The filtered cold air filled his lungs, painfully cool. He turned on the headlamp, the beam cutting through the snowstorm heading east. He encountered no one on the way. The silence was unsettling. Not the kind of tranquility that suggests the world is resting, but the deadly stillness of living things have all hidden away. As he walked, he scanned the ruins, remaining alert, but not moving recklessly. He wasn't here to gather materials today, he was here to assess the situation. Every 10 minutes, he pressed the walkie-talkie 3 times. Li Mingyu responded with 3 beeps. This code was simple, effective, and to the point. An hour and a half later, the commercial area came into view. Or rather, the remains of the commercial area. The glass curtain wall complex of 5 stories now stood at only 2.5. The upper half had been flattened, the edges cut cleanly, as if sliced by a knife, rebar jutting out cloaked in white snow. But the underground entrance had not collapsed. Moreover, there was a shelter outside the entrance. Peng Wanxiang found a pile of rubble, crouched down, lowered his posture, and observed closely. The materials of the shelter were very solid. Concrete and steel rebar meshed neatly, the outer walls painted gray, blending closely with the surrounding rubble. But the seams were too tidy. Ruins are chaotic, they collapse randomly and illogically. This shelter had a logic. 3 observation ports distributed at different angles, mutually compensating for blind spots. Peng Wanxiang scanned around and confirmed that his current position was precisely in the intersection blind spot of the 3 observation ports. Luck, or rather instinctive positioning. He noted these details down. The other party had someone knowledgeable about tactics. This information is crucial. Just as he was about to change angles for another confirmation, inside the shelter a shout broke out. Short, suppressed, like something was blocking their mouth, allowing only a thin seam to leak out. But that thin seam was enough. It was a human voice. It was the sound of someone in extreme pain. Peng Wanxiang's fingers tightened around the walkie-talkie, crouching behind the rubble, motionless. Then came the sound of impact. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was chaotic, but the force was heavy, as if something inside was desperately hammering its way out. Metal clashing against metal, dull and prolonged, each sound carrying an indescribable sense of despair. Peng Wanxiang let his mind calmly run through this logical chain. The official shelter should theoretically be organized, controlled resources, stable order. What was actually presented was lead-layered shelter, tactical observation ports, internal screams, impact sounds, and he lowered his gaze, looking at the small patch of ground visible through the seams of the shelter. That small patch of ground illuminated by the light. Dark red, not rust. Peng Wanxiang had already run through the conclusions in his mind. Either the order here had collapsed long ago with someone using the official facade to conduct shady dealings, or the officials were still present, but there were extremely serious issues internally. Neither situation is good news. He turned around, preparing to withdraw. Don't move. A voice emerged from 3 meters to his left rear. Low, flat, calm, train calm. Peng Wanxiang did not move. He slowly turned his head. The protective suit was thicker than his, with a heavier lead layer. The gun was pointed at him. Not a hunting rifle, not some haphazardly modified weapon. It was a standard handgun. Peng Wanxiang's gaze lingered on the gun for 2 seconds, and the programmer's debugging mode quietly activated. This standard handgun indicated that the other party had an official background or had obtained equipment from official personnel. The other party did not shoot immediately, indicating that what they wanted was not his life. What do they want? Who are you? The other party asked, their voice filtered through the mask, vibrating with metal. What are you doing here? Peng Wanxiang stood in the apocalyptic snowstorm, the lead armor weighing down on him, gun barrel aimed at his face. He found himself surprisingly calm. Not the kind of calm that comes from being stunned. It was like encountering a new bug, beginning to seek the root cause of the issue. Problems arise. Then let's solve them. I came here after hearing the radio broadcast. Peng Wanxiang's voice trembled, genuinely for the most part. A programmer by trade, fluent in drafting requirement specifications, razor-sharp in critiquing product managers, but performing the role of a traumatized survivor on cue. That was uncharted territory. His acting repertoire barely extended to mandatory talent shows at company year-end galas, unpolished, barely passable. Fortunately, the suffocating weight of the apocalypse lent his performance an authentic edge. Radio broadcast. The man tilted his head, his gaze scanning Peng Wanxiang like a barcode reader, assessing each syllable for veracity. Yais. Peng Wanxiang let his shoulders slump and frayed his voice further. I'd been hiding in the ruins for days, nearly starved. When I heard the broadcast announcing an official shelter here, I came as fast as I could. Each word emerged as if wrested from the depths of exhaustion. Meanwhile, another thread of cognition ran silently beneath the surface, muzzle angle. Approximately 30 degrees rightward aimed at the left side of the helmet, the man's stance. Feet slightly apart, weight subtly shifted onto the left foot. If he lunged right now, the man's reaction time would fall between 0.3 and 0.5 seconds. Enough. Raise your hands. Slowly turn around. Peng Wanxiang complied, hands rising deliberately, toes pivoting with measured slowness. Then he saw the eyes. The gas mask's semi-transparent lenses couldn't conceal what seeped through from within. It wasn't vigilance, nor caution. Something more primal, greed. The kind that surged unbidden like a beast catching the scent of blood. You? This place. Is it truly an official shelter? Peng Wanxiang sustained the act, his voice laced with genuine revulsion. Of course. A strange self-satisfied sneer curled the man's lips. Certified personally by the Sea City Municipal Authority, what doubt could remain? Then, those screams, just now. The man's eyes flickered, just once. That single fleeting shift was all it took. Merely disciplining those who refused to obey. Peng Wanxiang turned the phrase inside out in silence, holding the thought for 2 steady seconds. Not someone was injured, not an accident occurred, but disobedience and punishment. Subject person. Object penalty. Verb imposition. The logic chain was clear, rules existed, compliance was enforced, consequences administered. This was no shelter. It was a cage, gilded with bureaucratic legitimacy. Now walk with me. The man leveled his pistol, its barrel pressing against Peng Wanxiang's temple. Or I'll shoot. Peng Wanxiang murmured an obedient, "Oh," and stepped forward, slowly. Slowness signaled cooperation. In truth, he was closing the distance. 8 meters. 2 meters. Enough. He lunged. No cinematic roll, just raw, reckless momentum, shoulders slamming into the man's chest, 5 fingers locking instantly onto the sleeve of his protective suit, palm flush against fabric. System, decompose. The instant contact was made, the man's suit dissolved soundlessly. Lead lining vanished first, then rubber, then circuitry, dissolving into digital smoke, metal clasps registering in inventory. The pistol was last. The trigger finger hadn't even begun its motion before the weapon transmuted into raw material data, settling quietly into the void space. The man froze, stunned for a full second. He stared down at his bare hands. No suit, no gun. Just tattered underlayers and a gas mask the system had inexplicably overlooked. Those eyes, now stripped of greed, filled instead with pure terror. You are. System, reconstruct. From Peng Wanxiang's palm, matter coalesced, sharp edges emerged, the trigger mechanism locked into place. A solid cold handgun. He leveled it. Bang. The report was muted, but in that tomb-like silence the man crumpled, slowly without struggle. Peng Wanxiang remained rooted, pistol still trained ahead, a body at his feet, snow swirling above his head. He exhaled, a long slow breath, calm but waited. He recalled writing NPC death logic once: trigger condition, collapse animation, 5 points, respawn timer reset, 3 lines max. Reality offered no respawn timer. No points accrued. Peng Wanxiang created a new folder in his mind, filed the incident under resolved, and buried it deep. Now was not the time to open an emotional ticket. He turned and ran. Gunshots drew attention. Basic survival. He ran with precision, not panicked zigzagging, but scanning the ruins as he moved, which rubble pile concealed ambushes, which stretch offered open sight lines. His mind constructing a real-time map. A programmer's instinct: execute the flow, debug the route, optimize while running. At 200 meters, he ducked into the shadow of a collapsed structure, crouched behind a concrete slab, and pulled out his radio. Beep, 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 3 steady tones. Hiss. Li Mingyu answered instantly, voice taut. Brother Peng, what's the situation? Complications arose. Peng Wanxiang lowered his voice, summarizing the encounter in terse, unembellished sentences. Not a wasted word. 2 seconds of silence followed. Food. Li Mingyu uttered only those 2 words. Peng Wanxiang heard the hesitation, not confusion, but the cognitive whiplash of reconciling sheer absurdity with undeniable reality. Highly probable. It's in his eyes. Another 2 seconds of silence. Brother Peng, what's your plan now? Return first. Reassess everything. He paused. Tell Qian Yu not to open the gate. Wait for me. Keep the radio open. We stay connected. A faint rustle crackled over the line, Li Mingyu tightening his grip. Brother Peng. The people inside. The boy trailed off, yet the unspoken question hung unmistakable in the frozen air. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the concrete slab, wind and snow biting through gaps in his suit, cold piercing. I know. For words only. No vow to rescue, no declaration to prioritize survival. Li Mingyu asked. The radio went silent. Peng Wanxiang didn't move. He crouched in that shadow for 2 minutes, letting his mind process the event in full. Every detail, every implication, every logical branch. Official shelter was a fiction. There was organization, fortified cover, standardized weaponry, systematic scavenging operations. This infrastructure exceeded any capability of ordinary survivors. Someone was orchestrating this, experienced, resource-rich, purpose-driven. Using radio broadcasts as bait, cloaking coercion in the guise of authority, then processing those who entered. The trap was sophisticated, but it rested on a fatal miscalculation. The bait had drawn a programmer armed with... This wasn't luck. It was a catastrophic version mismatch, choosing the wrong opponent for this iteration. Peng Wanxiang rose brushed snow from his knees and placed his palm flat against the nearby ruin. System decompose. Decomposed 600 kilograms, cement 1,200 kilograms, gravel 70 kilograms, rebar. Materials streamed into inventory. He walked on hand, never withdrawing. Ruins diminished behind him, inventory counters climbing steadily, one increment at a time, rhythmic as a heartbeat. Another mental process had already begun, drafting the next operational framework. Rescuing required better gear. Gear demanded materials. Materials meant salvaging. How many lives to save? How much risk to bear? How to manage aftermath? An apocalyptic requirements document. Interlocking, exhaustive, uncompromising. Peng Wanxiang trudged back through the snow, pace deliberate, the document already drafted to its third page in his mind. The white layer thickened beneath his boots. A brutal campaign had already been scheduled, in silence deep within his thoughts. The perspective shifts to the official shelter. The pungent smell of disinfectant mingles with the musty odor of the underground space. A single breath can bring up the stomach acid. A team in white protective suits hurriedly surrounded the area, guns lowered but footsteps steady. Trained. A body lay at the entrance in an awkward position, face up, limbs spread like a discarded rag doll. The white protective suits barely glanced. They had seen too many bodies. Footsteps echoed from behind. Not rushed, not slow, each step fell in perfect rhythm. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Black protective suits. Amidst the white, this black stood out strikingly. Not the kind of black that sought to be low-key, but the kind that declared, I don't need to be low-key. He approached the body and crouched down. The voice muffled behind the gas mask sounded as if it came from the bottom of a well. What's the situation? Not a question, but a demand for report. Report, sir. The nearest white protective suit stepped forward, voice tense. Zhang Chong fell about 40 meters to the west of the entrance. Fatal wound. Center of the brow, a single shot. The black protective suit remained silent, fingers brushing aside the hair on the corpse's forehead. The bullet hole was clean. Not the kind made in a panic, jagged and torn. It was a perfectly round. The person who fired this shot had a steady hand. Where's the protective suit? Gone. A hint of something unexplainable in the white protective suit's voice. The gun is also gone. The entire set of equipment, not even a screw left. The black protective suit's finger lingered at the edge of the bullet hole, unmoving. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Is there any relation to the incident at the Jingxuan neighborhood? Most likely. Another white protective suit chimed in. The shop street at the entrance of Jingxuan has been completely wiped clean. Not blown up, not demolished. Simply vanished into thin air. The foundation was scraped clean as if no house had ever been built there. We dispatched 2 teams for investigation. The conclusion is unanimous. Someone possesses a certain special material decomposition ability. The black protective suit stood up. He didn't turn around, but all the white protective suits felt the pressure emanating from that black, silent, and heavy. Seal off all entrances and exits. Double the patrol frequency. His voice was low, but each word was like a nail hammered into the concrete wall. Retrieve all external surveillance archives, examine frame by frame. I want to know what this person looks like, where they came from, and where they went. Yes. The white protective suits dispersed. Their footsteps were dense and orderly like a swarm of startled ants. The black protective suit stood alone in the passage. He looked down at the already cold body on the ground, his gaze penetrating through the mask's lens, landing on that clean bullet. His lips moved slightly. No sound. But if someone could read lips, they might discern the 2 words. Interesting. The perspective returns to Peng Wanxiang. The wind and snow had intensified, more than doubled since he stepped out. Grayish-white snowflakes flew horizontally, hitting the lead protective suit with a rustling sound, as if someone were rubbing sandpaper against him. Peng Wanxiang lowered his head against the wind, each step heavy and firm. Snow piled up nearly an inch thick on his protective suit, his shoulders weighed down, as if carrying 2 bags of rice. A hidden door. He pressed his palm against it, the concrete slid open silently. He sidled in, the hidden door closed behind him, cutting off the sound of the wind and snow. Decontamination room. He went through the process. A UV light swept over, a spray shower came down, the taste of disinfectant filled his nose. The protective suit was removed and hung on the wall, damp and dripping. The inner door swung open. Warm air greeted him. Not real heating. Rather the kind of warmth mixed with the smell of instant noodles, the mild heat of LED lights, and the natural warmth that accumulates from people staying too long. But after freezing outside for over 2 hours, this warmth felt better than anything else. Wang Qinyu almost burst. Her footsteps were hurried, but when she reached him, they abruptly halted, standing still, her eyes scanning him from top to bottom, confirming he had all his limbs intact, no parts missing. Li Mingyu followed behind, standing at the door of 002, not stepping forward, but his gaze remained fixed. Xiaoyu made her entrance last. Her short legs moved quickly as she ran over with a pat, hugging Peng Wanxiang's thigh tightly. Daddy, you're back. I'm back. Peng Wanxiang patted his daughter's head, and then looked up at Wang Qinyu. He didn't smile. Wang Qianyu's expression sank. Is it the same as you said on the intercom? The same. Even worse. Peng Wanxiang walked over to a metal chair and sat down, stretching his legs forward as if his bones had been pulled out, slumping back against the chair. He didn't beat around the bush. That place is not a shelter. It's a cage. Wang Qianyu's fingers curled slightly. The broadcast is bait, those who enter are the fish. I saw with my own eyes iron cages, lookout points, standard weapons. along with the screams coming from the shelters. He paused. Someone is being raised like livestock inside. The main hall fell silent for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, the sound of the LED lights was as clear as if ringing in one's ears. Li Mingyu's left hand clenched into a fist. His knuckles turned white. He didn't speak, but Peng Wanxiang saw his expression. Not fear, but something surging from the roots of his teeth. This child had hidden with his mother's corpse in the bathroom of a barbecue restaurant for several days. He understood better than anyone what it meant to be trapped. Wang Qianyu took a deep breath, her voice low. How many people? Uncertain. But the scale of the shelter is not small, at least dozens. Again silence. Xiaoya nestled on Peng Wanxiang's lap, her small head resting against his chest, her big eyes blinking. She didn't quite understand what the adults were saying, but she could sense, after Daddy returned today, something felt different. Peng Wanxiang patted the back of Wang Qianyu's hand. I need to go rescue the people. 6 words. No tone for Wang Qianyu looked at him for 3 seconds. How to go? Not are you crazy? Nor it's too dangerous. It was how to. Peng Wanxiang's lips moved slightly. This woman. I need a bulletproof vehicle, a gun that can suppress firepower, and someone to help me monitor the screens. He turned to look at Li Mingyu. The boy stood at the door of 002, his right arm in a splint bulging under his sportswear, his left hand still clenched into a fist. Can your arm operate the joystick? Li Mingyu paused for a second. Then he released his fist and moved his left hand's 5 fingers. One by one he stretched them out, then one by one tightened his fist. The left hand is fine. That's enough. Peng Wanxiang nodded. When the time comes, you'll sit in the vehicle and help me control the weapon platform on the roof. Aim and fire, just these 2 tasks. Aye. Li Mingyu opened his mouth, his Adam's apple moving slightly. He wanted to say, I've never touched a gun. He wanted to say, I'm only 13. He wanted to say, I'm afraid. But those words turned around in his throat, and what finally came out was, when do we leave? Peng Wanxiang looked at him for 2 seconds. Then he patted his shoulder. The force was not great, but very solid. Tomorrow. Prepare the gear tonight. Peng Wanxiang approached the terminal and closed his eyes. System, I want to build a vehicle capable of withstanding light weapon fire, able to run in ruins, and hold at least 6 people. Plans and materials report together. The system ran for 3 seconds. The list it produced was longer than he had anticipated, but each item had green stock numbers. Sufficient. More than enough. The legacy of those 55 vehicles in the parking lot finally found a proper use today. Peng Wanxiang finished scanning the list, a smile curved his lips. After being a second party for 30 years today, he finally set requirements for himself. The first party was himself, the second party was also himself, and the product manager was still himself. The demand was clear, resources were in place, the schedule was just one word: tonight. This was perhaps the only project in his career that had 0 objections to the requirements. He designed a new protective suit for Li Mingyu. The same model as his own, 5mm of lead layer double layer breathing filter LED headlamp. 2 sizes smaller with narrower shoulder width and elastic cuffs added for his right arm that was bound with a splint to move easily. When Li Mingyu put on the protective suit, he froze for a moment. He looked down at himself. Silver gray lead armor wrapped from neck to ankle, and when the mask was secured, the fan whirred to life, filtering the air to a clean, odorless state. It's so heavy. You'll get used to it. Peng Wanxiang patted his shoulder armor. Let's go outside. The 2 passed through the decontamination room, pushed open the hidden door, and stepped into the open space outside the garage. The snow continued to fall, but the wind had lessened. Peng Wanxiang stood still, taking a deep breath. System, construct. The ground trembled. Not the violent shaking of an earthquake. It was a dull, rhythmic, buzzing sound, as if something enormous was pushing up from the ground. Li Mingyu instinctively took half a step back. Then he saw it. Steel plates. One by one steel plates emerged from the air, as if invisible hands were pulling them from the void. Thick and heavy with edges cut perfectly. They hovered in the air for less than a second, then clack, 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 they began to interlock, like building blocks, but each piece weighed several hundred kilograms. The chassis formed first. Sturdy steel beams crisscrossed and welded together, the suspension system extended from both sides, shock absorbers embedded in, and the drive shaft passed through. Then came the tires. 6 wheels. Not ordinary tires. The tread is as wide as a small table, the patterns deep enough to fit a finger, the rubber glossy black, exuding a scent of fresh rubber. The body of the vehicle rises upwards. Steel plates layer upon layer, rivets automatically returning to their places, welds closing silently. The outer shell is covered with a layer of lead plates, matte, gray, non-reflective, almost identical to the color of the ruins. The front of the vehicle tapers to a wedge shape, not for aesthetics, but to distribute force sideways when colliding. The windshield settles into place. Multi-layered, thick enough to appear green, looking through at the outside world, seems to be separated by a layer of water. Outside, the glass is covered with a metal protective mesh, diamond-shaped, the gaps just wide enough to see the road, yet not wide enough for stones to fly in. A platform pops out from the roof with a click. Round with bearings, it can rotate 360 degrees with a push of a hand. That is the weapon platform. The entire process takes less than 2 minutes. Li Mingyu watched from start to finish, his mouth agape, forgetting to close it. An armored vehicle. Crouched in the snow, the 6 wheels pressed deep imprints the steel plates of the vehicle, glinting coldly in the dim light of the overcast sky. It is not beautiful. No streamlined shape, no paint, no unnecessary decorations. It is simply a chunk of steel. But this chunk of steel is heavy enough to slightly sink the ground, dense enough to change the taste of the air. Like an iron beast crouched in the snow, it hasn't moved, just sitting there makes one's neck feel cold. This. Li Mingyu's voice came muffled from behind his gas mask, tinged with a sense of unreality. This is you. Just now. 2 minutes ago, it was just a pile of numbers in another dimension. Peng Wanxiang stepped forward and patted the vehicle's body. The vibrations transmitted from the steel plate are dull and solid. Now it's our ride. He walked around the vehicle, his fingers gliding over its surface, as if inspecting a work of art. Let's go get in the car. The inside of the vehicle looks spacious compared to the outside. The driver's seat is on the left front, the steering wheel thick, like gripping a steel pipe. The dashboard is simple, speed, fuel level, engine temperature, 3 gauges, without any unnecessary embellishments. Behind the passenger seat is the weapon control station. A 12-inch display screen is embedded in the panel, showing real-time footage from the roof camera. Below the screen there is a joystick and a red button. The joystick controls the direction. The red button, fire. Sit here. Peng Wanxiang pointed to the weapon control station. Li Mingyu sat down, resting his left hand on the joystick. The screen lights up, showing the snowy ground outside the crosshair, in the center, a red cross. Push the joystick to the left, turn the gun to the left. Push to the right. Lift up, raise the gun. Push down, lower it. Peng Wanxiang's voice was calm, like teaching someone to use a mouse. After aiming at the target, press the red button. Just like that. Li Mingyu focused on the screen, his left hand, trying to the crosshair on the screen moved smoothly from left to right, from top to bottom. It was very responsive. This. He swallowed. It's similar to a game controller. That's the principle. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the driver's seat. The difference is that in a game you can reload if you run out of ammo. This doesn't have a save point. Li Mingyu tightened his grip on the joystick slightly. It fell silent for a few seconds. Peng Gu. Those people. The ones locked up in the shelter. He didn't finish his sentence. But the latter half hung in the air, quite clearly. Peng Wanxiang did not turn his head. He looked at the snow outside the windshield, his voice neither high nor low. When my mother died, I hid in the bathroom for a day. That day I kept thinking, if only someone would come. Anyone would do. Just push the door open and say, come with me. No one came. Until you kicked open that door. Peng Wanxiang turned his head and glanced at him. The boy sat in the weapon control position, his protective suit wrapping around his slender body, his left hand gripping the joystick, the splint on his right arm bulging in his sleeve. His face showed no grand expressions. He simply sat there quietly, his eyes fixed on the crosshair on the screen. 3 words, 4 words, a total of 7 words. No, for justice, no, I'm not afraid. Just, I will shoot. Peng Wanxiang nodded slightly. Then try firing a couple of rounds. Li Mingyu took a deep breath, steadied the joystick, and aimed the crosshair at a tilted concrete slab 30 meters away. His thumb rested on the red button. He paused for a second. Pressed it. Da-da-da. The machine gun on the roof erupted, the gunfire illuminating the snow with a burst of orange light. Shell casings clanged as they fell on the steel plate of the roof. The concrete slab was riddled with fist-sized holes, fragments flying. The recoil traveled through the joystick into his palm, numbing his bones. Li Mingyu's body tensed for a moment. Then he relaxed. He looked down at his left hand. No shaking. Peng Wanxiang stepped out of the armored vehicle, returning to the shelter. Wang Qinyu stood in the main hall, gripping a towel tightly, her knuckles turning white. She didn't ask, are you ready? What she asked was, what will you leave me? Peng Wanxiang pulled 2 items from the alternate dimension and placed them on the table. A handgun. A small one with a non-slip grip suitable for women's hands. Next to it lay a stun gun, half the weight of the handgun, with a rounded shape looking less like a weapon and more like an oversized remote control. Wang Qinyu stared at the 2 items on the table, but did not reach out. Qinyu. Pick it up. She extended her hand. When her fingers touched the gun, she flinched. The metal was cold. Peng Wanxiang held her hand, guiding her fingers one by one onto the grip. This is the safety, push it up and the gun can fire. This is the trigger, just press it all the way down, no need for too much force. The stun gun is even simpler. Aim at the person, press this button, effective within 5 meters. His voice was gentle, like teaching her to use a new kitchen appliance. Wang Qianya's hand still trembled a bit, but she did not loosen her grip. She pushed the safety of the handgun up, then down. Up, down. Repeated it 3 times. By the 4th time her hand, remember, she said. Peng Wanxiang looked at her, his throat moving slightly. Qinyu. If it's not my voice or Mingyu's, don't open the door. I know. Anyone. In any situation. I know. She tucked the handgun behind her waist and put the stun gun into her coat pocket. The action was swift, as if practiced. In fact, she had not practiced. It was just, when it needed to be tough, this woman never held back. Yaya. Peng Wanxiang crouched down. Xiaoya came running, her little face tilted up. Daddy, look. A pink watch with a cartoon pattern strapped, the round dial painted with a rabbit. This is the little watch Daddy gave you. Peng Wanxiang pointed at an inconspicuous small button on the side of the watch. Do you see this? If a bad person gets close to you, just press this button. The watch will shoot out a little needle, and the bad person will fall asleep. Like magic. Yes, like magic. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. She looked down at the watch, her little finger poking the button, didn't press it down as Peng Wanxiang had pre-locked the safety. Remember, you can only press it when a bad person comes. You can't press it at Kaka, you can't press it at Duobi, you can't press it at Xiongxiao. Can I press it at Brother Minjiao? You can't either. Oh, Xiaoya looked a bit disappointed. Peng Wanxiang ruffled her hair, stood up, and turned. Wang Qinyu stood behind him, holding a bowl of hot water, offering it to him. He accepted it, and took a sip. The water was hot, warming him from his throat to his stomach, enveloping him in warmth. Go early, come back early. Still those 4 words. Exactly the same as when he first left. Peng Wanxiang set the bowl down and glanced at her. He said nothing, but he reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered on her earlobe for half a second. Then he withdrew. He turned around, walked into the decontamination chamber, and put on his protective suit. The hidden door opened. The armored vehicle crouched in the snow, its 6 wheels pressing into the white snow, already accumulating a thin layer. Li Mingyu was already seated in the weapon control position. The screen lit up the crosshair in the center. Peng Wanxiang sat in the driver's seat, his palm gripping the steering wheel. The grip was as thick as a steel pipe, cold and hard, but at the moment of gripping it, solid. The engine roared to life. A low rumbling sound rose from beneath the vehicle, the entire car vibrating slightly, like an iron beast just waking up, stretching its muscles. Mingyu. Yes. Are you afraid? A moment of silence. Yes. That's good. Peng Wanxiang shifted gears, releasing the handbrake. Those who aren't afraid don't live long. The armored vehicle crushed through the snow, slowly driving out of the clearing. The 6 wheels crunched over the ruins, making a creaking sound. In the rearview mirror, the hidden door of the shelter had closed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding ruins, leaving. But Peng Wanxiang knew behind the hidden door there stood a woman in front of the terminal screen, gripping a gun, her eyes fixed intently on the surveillance footage. She did not cry. She was waiting. The armored vehicle drove into the wind and snow. The silhouette of the steel beast grew smaller and smaller in the gray and white world, becoming more distant. Finally, it was swallowed by the wind and snow. The armored vehicle ground through the snow, pushing eastward. 6 wheels crushed broken bricks and frozen clods of earth. Vibrations rose through the chassis and hollow thuds, one after another, like the heartbeat of this iron beast. Peng Wanxiang kept his hands on the wheel, his eyes never leaving the windshield. Beyond the multi-layered bulletproof glass, the world lay gray and blank. The snow still fell heavier than when the buildings along the road leaned or had collapsed. A few stood only half-tall, exposed rebar jutting into the snow like a row of rotten teeth. He recognized the street. Before the inn, this had been the route he took to work every day. The office building with its tilted neck on the left had a Lanzhou noodle shop on the ground floor. He used to go there at noon, large bowl with egg and meat. The owner remembered his order. Now the owner's whereabouts were unknown. The noodle stall had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Peng Wanxiang drew his gaze back and pressed the accelerator. There was no time for sentimentality. Mingyu, here. Li Mingyu's voice came from the rear, muffled inside a gas mask edged with metallic vibration. How's your status? Okay. Peng Wanxiang stole a glance through the rear view. The boy sat at the weapons console, his left hand resting on the control stick, all 5 fingers clenched tight, fingertips white. The aiming reticle on the screen wavered slightly with the vehicle's jolts, but never strayed far from the center. But his breathing was uneven. Clouds of vapor puffed from behind the mask, nearly twice the normal rate. Nervousness. Normal. Peng Wanxiang said nothing more. Some things are better addressed on a battlefield than discussed at length. He was nervous too. Sweat on the wheel had soaked the glove lining, sticking slickly to his palms. His hand did not tremble. The wrist steadiness honed by 10 years of coding held when it mattered. The armored vehicle swung around a collapsed overpass, and the view opened up. 800 meters ahead, a fortified position. The first thing Peng Wanxiang noticed was not the building itself, but 3 observation slits. Last time he had watched from behind rubble at a distance, his angle had been limited. Now, sitting inside the armored vehicle with his sight line raised by more than a meter, he saw more clearly. The 3 observation ports formed a triangular layout covering each other's blind spots, their firing arcs overlapping to sweep roughly a 120-degree sector before the entrance. Professional. Not the sort of defense improvised by a few survivors stacking bricks. Someone who knew this work was behind it. Peng Wanxiang narrowed his eyes. Mingyu, see them? I see them. 3 openings, just like you said. I'll accelerate and charge. Your task is singular. Watch those observation ports. If you see muzzle flashes, fire. Don't wait for me to shout. Understood. Take a deep breath. Silence held in the rear for 2 seconds, then a long, deliberately slowed exhale came through. Ready, go. Peng Wanxiang pressed his right foot to the pedal. The engine's hum leapt sharp, growing from a low drone into an angry roar. The armored vehicle lunged forward like an iron bull kicked in the flank. 6 wheels churned snow and threw up to 500 meters, 300 meters, 200. A watchport flared. Not light, but muzzle fire. Rat-a-tat. The dense gunfire tore through the wind, and snow bullets struck the vehicle's frontal plate with a crisp, urgent clang, like someone hammering on a tin can. Sparks burst outside the windshield in orange clusters, striking against the gray-white curtain of snow with stark contrast. Peng Wanxiang's pupils constricted. Still, his hands did not swerve an inch. They fired, he said. His voice was low and steady. In the rear, Li Mingyu's left thumb hovered over a red button. On the screen, the reticle pinned the left observation slit. The dark hole kept spitting flames. He did not hesitate. He pressed down. Rat-a-tat-tat. The roof gun erupted, and the whole vehicle shuddered. Recoil traveled from his palm up to his shoulder, making the bones tingle. Casings clinked onto the roof like hail. The left slit's muzzle flash died out. Concrete fragments slipped from the edge, and a little cloud of dust rose. Hit! Li Mingyu's voice cut through the mask with a sharpness that surprised even him. Don't stop. Right one. He pushed the stick, the reticle slid right. Rat-a-tat. The second watch port fell silent too. Peng Wanxiang offered no respite. He floored the pedal and drove the armored vehicle straight at the bunker door. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. Brace. Boom. The sound of steel hitting concrete was not a bang, but a bone-deep thud. The vehicle shook violently. The harness yanked Peng Wanxiang forward, chest aching with a dull pain. Outside the windshield, everything was dust. Concrete, powder, rubble, and snow whipped together into a white wash hiding all sight. 3 seconds later, half the dust thinned. They were inside. The bunker interior was brighter than outside. A few emergency lamps hung from the ceiling, their pale light bleaching everything. A dozen white protective suits lay scattered along the corridor sides as some crouched behind concrete pylons, others were slumped over sandbags. All of them gripped weapons, handguns, rifles, and a long gun that resembled a shotgun. They had clearly not expected anyone to ram the door. They hesitated for roughly a second, then opened fire. Rap, bang, bang, bang. Bullets came from all directions, striking the armored vehicle in a continuous patter like rain pelting an iron roof. Peng Wanxiang crouched low in the driver's seat, his head down, eyes fixed on the side mirror's reflection. The vehicle trembled, but the armor held. 15 millimeters of steel with a lead layer. Handguns and rifles simply could not bite into it. The firepower those people wielded was to this vehicle what a slingshot would be to a tank. Mingyu sweep. Li Mingyu pulled the stick, letting the reticle trace from left to right. His thumb remained pressed on the red button. The gun's roar magnified tenfold inside the confined bunker. His eardrums buzzed. Casings rained onto the roof, the clang mingling with gunfire into an apocalyptic clamor. It was already the end of the world. Sandbags burst, scattering sand. Concrete corners were shaved away. Two white-suited figures tumbled from behind, cover their posture grotesque. They lay still and did not move again. Someone cried out. Retreat! Retreat! The remaining white suits began to fall back. Some still fired, but their hands shook and bullets went astray, hitting nothing on the vehicle. Some threw down their guns and ran. Peng Wanxiang engaged forward gear and turned the wheel. The armored vehicle pivoted inside the bunker, its nose aimed at the fastest runners. It was not pursuit, it was a blockade. 6 wheels crushed the floor with thunderous weight. The vehicle lay across the passage, sealing the escape. The man who had been running furthest glanced back and saw a steel wall pressing toward him. His legs buckled, and the gun fell from his hand. Don't kill me. Peng Wanxiang ignored him. Mingyu ceased fire. The machine gun stutter stopped. Silence descended in the bunker. It felt unnatural. Just moments ago it had been a hail of bullets. Now only breathing groans and the sporadic drip of something from a corner remained. Peng Wanxiang scanned the scene. 7 or 8 lay on the floor. Some were motionless. Others moved slowly as if their batteries had run out. 5 remained standing. 3 had discarded their guns. 2 still held weapons, but muzzles pointed at the ground. Not aiming merely because their arms could not lift the weight. Drop your weapons. Peng Wanxiang's voice came through the external loudspeaker, metallic and cold from resonance. Put them down, lie face down, hands behind your head. Uncooperative ones. The machine gun on the roof still has half a box of ammo. The 5 looked at the armored vehicle. They looked at the smoking barrel on the roof. The guns clattered to the floor. The men lay down. Peng Wanxiang exhaled. He turned his head to the rear. Li Mingyu still held his thumb down on the red button, his left hand stiff on the control stick, fingers locked dead tight. The reticle on the screen pointed at a blank wall. There was nothing in the view. Yet his hand would not unclench. Mingyu. No response. Mingyu. The boy's shoulders trembled like someone called back from a great distance. Oh, it's over. Li Mingyu looked down at his left hand and loosened his fingers one by one, slow, as if defusing a bomb. A sheen of sweat marked the control stick, glistening in the screen's cold light. He withdrew his hand, clenched it briefly, then relaxed. He opened his mouth, but could not finish the sentence. Peng Wanxiang did not rush him. Some experiences cannot be captured by words the first time they occur. He felt the same. Sweat on the wheel had cooled, stuck in the glove, cold and clammy. At his chest, there was a sensation, neither wholly dull nor wholly tight, like swallowing a shard of unchewed ice. But this was not the moment to deal with feelings. Move out. Get off the vehicle. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the door and jumped down. His boots hit the floor with a click. The ground was wet. Not only melted snow. He did not look down. He retrieved a sidearm from the pocket dimension and held it in his right hand, muzzle angled downward at 45 degrees. His left palm faced downward, ready to slap the command on anything that needed to be disassembled. He went over the 5 white-suited figures one by one. He pressed his palm against a suit. Disassemble. Lead layers, dissolved rubber, nullified metal fastenings registered into inventory. One by one, the protective suits vanished, weapons disappeared, any metallic object on them ceased to exist as equipment. The 5 lay on the cold floor in their undersuits like peeled shrimp hollowed of shells. Don't move. If you move, the rest of your clothes will be stripped off too. No one stirred. Peng Wanxiang swept up the scattered weapons on the floor. His palm passed, and rifles, pistols, and the shotgun all dissolved into material data and went into the pocket dimension. The system chimed in his mind with a string of beeps like items passing through a supermarket self-checkout. He had no desire to check the ledger. Mingyu, come here. Li Mingyu climbed down from the vehicle, stumbling slightly when his foot hit the floor and steadying himself on the door. His complexion looked poor. Behind the mask it was hard to see, but Peng Wanxiang noticed he swallowed twice. The kind of swallow that forces something. Stay here and watch them. If anyone moves, call me. Okay. Peng Wanxiang said nothing more and walked deep. The corridor was not long, 30 to 40 meters. Emergency lights hung every few meters, flickering, casting wavering shadows along the walls. The smell in the air changed. Beneath the disinfectant base, something else layered in, sour and stale like organic matter stifled in a sealed space too long. Peng Wanxiang pinched his nose. The suit's filtration blocked most of it, but a hint leaked through. That hint was enough. He quickened his pace. At the corridor's end, a steel door stood unlocked. He pushed it open. Peng Wanxiang paused. It was not that he did not want to step forward, his eyes simply needed a second to adjust to what lay inside. Iron cages, rows and rows stretching from one end to the other like a factory of chicken coops, only more cramped. Each cage measured about 1.5 meters square and less than 1.25 meters high. Adults could not stand upright inside. They curled or lay half-prone. There were people in the cages. Many people, men, women, old and young, huddled inside like parcels packed into delivery boxes. Their clothes were filthy, faces smudged, hair matted in clumps. A few bore wounds, bandages wrapped messily, seepage already darkened to black. The sour, stifling smell came from here. Dozens of eyes turned simultaneously toward the doorway. Those eyes. Peng Wanxiang had written code for 10 years and had seen every kind of bug, logic errors, memory leaks, infinite loops, null pointers, each with its own expression. He had never seen a human gaze corrupted like this. It was not anger, not sorrow, not fear. It was empty, like a server run too long with all processes dead, but a cursor blinking on a black screen. The system remained, but everything inside had gone. Then very slightly something stirred within those emptied eyes. A tiny flicker like a spark in cold ashes. Are you here to save us? A voice rasped from the nearest cave, thin, weak like paper tearing. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, hair, unkempt cheeks, hollow cheekbones prominent. Her fingers clawed at the bars, her knuckles bore cracked, bleeding sores. Peng Wanxiang opened his mouth. He had rehearsed many phrases for this moment. While still in the armored vehicle, he had imagined what to say. We've come to rescue you. Do not be afraid. Come with us. Lines prepared in advance. But standing here looking at the cages, and at those eyes, every scripted line lodged in his throat, not one word. He stepped to the nearest cage and pressed his palm against the iron bars. Disassemble. The cage dissolved without it. Those curled inside blinked in surprise. The iron floor beneath them gone, the bars at their hands gone, the mesh above gone. They sat on bare ground with nothing around them. Freedom arrived so abruptly they did not know how to respond. Peng Wanxiang moved on to the next cage and pressed it. Disassemble. The next. Disassemble. And another. Iron cages vanished one after another. With each disappearance, the system reported a string of numbers in his mind. How many kilograms of iron, how many kilograms of impurities? He did not listen. Only one sound filled his ears, the noises those people made after the cages went. Not shouts of joy, not triumphant cries. A very soft, thin gasp squeezed from deep throats like a drowning person finally surfacing to take the first breath. When the last cage vanished, Peng Wanxiang's palm hovered in midair for a second. He looked down at his hand. These were the same hands that had once planted cabbages. Now they were dismantling cages. Both were acts of taking things apart, but the tactile difference was stark. Planting had touched moist, warm, living soil. Dismantling cages placed his palm against cold, hard iron that had confined people. He drew his hand back, clenched, and released. Those who can stand, stand up. His voice was hoarser than he had expected. He cleared his throat and repeated himself. If you can stand, stand. If you cannot, do not force it. Wait, and I will help you. The crowd stirred slowly like machines rebooting one by one. Some propped themselves against the wall and stood with trembling legs. Some tried and sat back down. Others rose and stared at their own hands. Wristlines bore deep red marks from the iron bars. The middle-aged woman was the first to steady herself. She stood before Peng Wanxiang and looked up at him. The spark in her eyes shone a little brighter than before. Who are you people? Passing through, Peng Wanxiang replied, then paused and added, we will take you home. Peng Ji. Li Mingyu's voice came from the corridor. Peng Wanxiang stepped out. The boy stood in the passageway, left hand in his pocket, his right arm braced beneath the sleeve of his protective suit. I counted the numbers, he said. 37. How many wounded? Those able to walk, around 20 or so. The rest will need to be carried. Peng Wanxiang ran the transport calculation through his head. The armored vehicle's interior, packed tight, could hold 12 people. 25 left, 3 trips. That was too slow, and each extra run raised exposure risk. He glanced at the bunker's interior space and fixed his eyes on a heap of overturned metal racks in a corner. System using existing materials, attach a trailer to the rear of the armored vehicle. It only needs to seat people, appearance is irrelevant. The system processed for a second. Consume 800 kilograms of steel, 60 kilograms of rubber, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy. Construct a passenger trailer capable of carrying about 25 people. Build. Outside the bunker at the armored vehicle's tail, steel plates emerged from nothing, meshing and welding into place. 2 wheels grew from the air, axles slid and hooks latched onto the vehicle's toe points. 30 seconds. A crude, ugly but rock-solid iron trailer crouched behind the vehicle. No seats. No suspension. No comfort to speak of, but it could carry people. That was enough. Move out, Peng Wanxiang called into the interior. Those able to walk should help those who cannot. Onto the vehicle. The crowd began to shuffle out. Slowly. Very slowly, like a clogged river moving murkily but steadily. Some leaned on walls, some supported each other, some were carried with toes scraping the ground. Li Mingyu stood at the passageway helping people one by one with his left hand. A little girl of 5 or 6 was cradled in an old man's arms. Her eyes were large but empty, staring ahead without focus. The armored vehicle dragging a corrugated iron trailer rumbled over the last stretch of broken brick pavement at the residential compound's gate and ground to a halt with a grating screech just outside the shelter entrance. The engine died. The chassis still trembled faintly, like an iron ox that had just completed a long, arduous journey, now heaving heavy breaths. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the door and leapt down. His boot struck the frost-hardened ground with a sharp, brittle crack. He did not rush to call the others down. Instead, he stood motionless, scanning the perimeter in a full 360-degree sweep. Blind spots in surveillance coverage, rubble offering concealment, wind direction. The mental safety checklist ran itself automatically. Nothing abnormal. Snow continued to fall though the wind had eased. A leaden ashen sky pressed low overhead like an inverted cauldron lid. Disembark. He gestured casually toward the cargo compartment. Li Mingyu was the first to emerge, his left arm supporting an elderly man whose legs trembled with every step. The old man was gaunt as a bamboo pole, his knees quivered with each labored stride, but he stubbornly refused to be carried, gripping Li Mingyu's arm instead, and inching downward step by deliberate step. Li Mingyu did not urge him forward. He simply held steady, matching his pace precisely to the elder's faltering rhythm. Others began emerging gradually, from the main cabin and the trailer alike. 37 people. They stood huddled in the snow, necks drawn inward, eyes darting restlessly in all directions. Some stared upward at that grim, soot-darkened sky, others downward at the frost-locked shards of brick beneath their feet. Still others gazed at the ungainly armored vehicle. Ugly beyond description, yet the very machine that had saved their lives. No one spoke. Silence hung thick and taut for nearly 5 seconds, until a middle-aged woman broke it. She was the same woman who earlier inside the iron cage had been the first to rise to her feet. High cheekbones, sunken cheeks, hair tangled like a bird's nest, yet her eyes still held a defiant spark. This is the shelter you promised. She surveyed the surrounding ruins with a skeptical gaze, her tone laced with quiet insistence. I trust you, but I need to verify. Yes. Peng Wanxiang gave a single firm nod. But there's something we must clarify first. His eyes swept slowly across the 37 faces before him. Our shelter was designed for a family of 4. Just enough space for 4 people. For 37. He paused. It won't fit. A sudden uproar erupted. Then what do we do? Surely you don't expect us to sleep outside. A bald man shouted, loudest, veins bulging along his neck. Out there at this temperature, and with radiation levels this high, one night would finish us off. Or could we go back? That place has more room. A young man muttered hesitantly. Before he could finish, a woman clutching a child whirled around and glared at him. What did you say? Go back. Have you already forgotten the taste of that cage? The youth shrank back silent. Everyone. Peng Wanxiang didn't raise his voice. Yet the moment he spoke, the ambient noise instinctively subsided. Not because he commanded volume, but because 10 minutes earlier these very people had watched him dismantle iron cages one after another with his bare hands. Those hands now rested quietly in the pockets of his protective suit. Yet no one dared pretend they were harmless. I'll handle it. 3 words. No reassurances, no promises. I'll handle it. The crowd fell silent. Not convinced, but momentarily grasping at those 3 words as the only anchor within reach. Peng Wanxiang turned and approached the shelter entrance. His palm pressed against the concealed door, concrete slid aside soundlessly. Inside, Wang Qinyu stood at the center of the main hall, her right hand hanging loosely at her side, fingers slightly curled. Peng Wanxiang recognized that posture instantly, a pistol holstered behind her waist, her fingers just released from the grip, still tense, not yet relaxed. Her eyes remained locked on the doorway, unblinking. Only when she saw Peng Wanxiang's face did her shoulders ease. Just a fraction, barely perceptible unless observed closely. Peng Wanxiang saw it. Dad! A pink blur shot out from Wang Qinyu's leg, a flash of motion. Xiaoya! Her stubby legs churned furiously, her slippers slapped the floor in rapid rhythmic patters. She launched herself like a tiny cannonball, straight into Peng Wanxiang's arms. Peng Wanxiang bent and lifted her up. The little girl wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, burying her face in the hollow of his shoulder, muffled voice trembling. Dad, you're so slow. Not Dad, you're back. But you're so slow. In a 3-year-old's world, waiting was the gravest injustice. Peng Wanxiang kissed the crown of her head. My fault. Next time I'll be faster. Wang Qinyu stepped forward, her gaze sweeping methodically, from his face to his hands, then down his body. A thorough visual inspection, confirming all parts intact, nothing missing, nothing damaged. All right, fine. She nodded once, quietly terminating a mental process she'd kept suspended for hours. Then her gaze shifted past Peng Wanxiang's shoulder, to the dark threshold beyond where 37 figures stood in the snow, peering inward. Wang Qinyu's expression changed. Not fear, but the look of someone opening the refrigerator to cook dinner only to find 37 extra mouths suddenly demanding to be fed. So many. 37. 37. She repeated the number softly, almost to herself. Then her mind automatically activated its resource modeling protocol. Peng Wanxiang knew the pattern well, because he was running the same calculations in parallel. Water's insufficient, she stated. Power's borderline. Food, she didn't finish. The answer was too obvious to require articulation. Peng Wanxiang handed Xiaoye to her. Take Yi inside first. I'll sort this out. Wang Qinyu accepted her daughter, but didn't move. She held his gaze for 2 seconds. You're going out again. Not a question, confirmation. We need to expand. Materials are short. I'll make another run. Wang Qinyu's lips parted slightly, as if words queued silently behind her teeth. After 2 seconds, she swallowed them all. Eat first, then go. She turned and strode into the kitchen, swift, precise, purposeful, as though stepping onto a battlefield, except hers was the stove. Peng Wanxiang watched her retreating figure, a faint curve lifting the corner of his mouth. This woman's way of worrying was always simply, have you eaten? Mingyu. Peng Wanxiang stepped back outside the concealed door and signaled Li Mingyu with a wave. Lead them to the garage. Find a sheltered corner to wait. Don't scatter. Don't wander. Understood. Li Mingyu nodded, then turned to face the 37 people. He didn't shout commands like, follow me. He simply took one step toward the garage and glanced back. Calm. The crowd stirred and followed. Peng Wanxiang noticed a subtle detail. Li Mingyu walked ahead, yet every few paces he turned his head slightly to scan the rear, ensuring no one lagged behind. This boy's instinct for leadership was stronger than he'd anticipated. The group was settled. Peng Wanxiang returned to the main hall and sank into a metal chair, closing his eyes. Inside his mind, the requirements review meeting commenced. System, present expansion proposals. The system offered no pleasantries, only raw data delivered without preamble. Current shelter dimensions, 8 meters in length, 5 meters in width, 2 meters in height. Total volume 72 cubic meters. For 37 people to function, normally minimum 3 square meters per person for activity space, 2 square meters for sleeping, ceiling height of 2 meters. Minimum additional volume required 222 cubic meters. Expansion must proceed downward only. 3 options materialized in his mind, like 3 competing quotations. Option 1, excavate 3 sublevels, each measuring 11 meters by 10 meters. Total added volume 660 cubic meters. Ample space, comfortable living conditions. Material cost. Peng Wanxiang skimmed the list and winced. This wasn't expansion, it was constructing a shopping mall. Option 3, excavate 1 level expanded to 15 by 15 meters, 450 cubic meters. Space sufficient, yet spread too thinly. Structural integrity demands would escalate, requiring equally substantial materials. Option 2, excavate 2 levels, each 11 meters by 5 meters. Total added volume 220 cubic meters. Precisely meeting baseline demand. No surplus, yet fully adequate. Material consumption, manageable. Peng Wanxiang ranked the 3 options by cost-effectiveness in his mind. A programmer's reflex launched the MVP first, validate feasibility, then iterate. Delivering everything at once was client thinking. Surviving demanded phased delivery. Option 2, present material inventory list. The system responded instantly with a long string: cement, sand, and gravel, rebar, aluminum alloy lead. Peng Wanxiang cross-referenced each item against his extra-dimensional storage. Cement, sufficient. Sand and gravel, sufficient. Rebar, sufficient. Aluminum alloy, sufficient. Lead, he paused for 2 seconds. Radiation shielding required, lead reinforcement throughout both new walls. Required 1200 kilograms. Inventory 4500 kilograms. More than enough, plenty to spare. Scrolling further, electronic components, slight shortfall. Plastic, minor deficit, negligible. A single sortie would replenish both. Another trip required. He murmured to himself. No complaint, merely stating fact. Like coding requirements always outstrip resources, resources always outstrip time. Yet work must be done. Otherwise 37 people would sleep in the snow tonight. He rose and entered the kitchen. Wang Qinyu was boiling noodles for bowls. Prepare something for them too. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the doorframe. Wang Qinyu's hands stilled for a moment. She didn't turn, but Peng Wanxiang sensed her calculating how many instant noodle packets remained in extra-dimensional storage, how many sausages, compressed biscuits, bottled waters. Divide by 41. The resulting number was unlikely to be reassuring. Compressed biscuits and water, she said. Save the noodles, for ourselves. Not stinginess, pragmatism. 41 mouths consuming at current rates would deplete reserves in under 3 days. Noodles offered the highest caloric density among emergency rations, reserved for core personnel. Peng Wanxiang, who would venture outside to scavenge, and Li Mingyu recovering from injury. That arithmetic required no instruction. Wang Qinyu computed it flawlessly on her own. Agreed. Peng Wanxiang retrieved compressed biscuits and bottled water from extra-dimensional storage and arranged them neatly on the kitchen counter. He counted 42 biscuits, 38 bottles of water. Exactly 1 portion per person, with 5 extra biscuits reserved for the 3 dogs. I'll distribute them. He gathered the supplies and stepped out. In the garage corner, 37 people huddled together. No fire, no light, only faint LED glow seeping through the entrance. As Peng Wanxiang approached, 37 pairs of eyes turned toward him, some filled with gratitude, some with wariness, others utterly blank, still unmoored from the cage's trauma. Form a line. 1 biscuit, 1 bottle of water, per person. He placed the supplies on the ground and stepped back. No one rushed or scrambled. Not due to civility, but because their bodies retained muscle memory from the cage. Obey orders, line up, or be punished. That realization churned in Peng Wanxiang's gut. He showed no sign. One by one he distributed the rations. Some whispered, "Thank you." Others nodded silently, while many accepted theirs wordlessly, and immediately stuffed it into their mouths. The high-cheekboned woman stood 5th in line. She accepted, her biscuit, paused, then broke it cleanly in half, handing the larger piece to a boy of 7 or 8 standing behind her. The boy took it, bit down hard, cheeks puffing as he chewed vigorously. Only after watching him swallow did the woman place the smaller half into her own mouth. Peng Wanxiang observed, said nothing. Distribution complete, he stood before the group and scanned them once more. Tonight, we'll make do here. His intention flickered, and the system responded instantly. Textiles and plastics from extra-dimensional storage began depleting. Numbers descending steadily, each decrement representing real tangible resources vanishing. Seconds later, a pile materialized on the garage floor. Tents. Sleeping bags. Neatly stacked like inventory on a logistics shelf. 37 double-person tents. 37 sleeping bags. The crowd froze. The bald man's mouth hung open, crumbs tumbling unnoticed from his lip. Where did these come from? Peng Wanxiang offered no explanation. None was possible nor necessary. Mingyu, distribute them. Li Mingyu had already stepped forward. He assessed the count of tents and sleeping bags, mentally verified the head count, and gave a single decisive nod. Come forward. Collect 1 tent, 1 sleeping bag. No rushing. His voice remained low, but unwavering. A 13-year-old boy standing amid adults, evoking no sense of dissonance. Because half an hour earlier aboard the armored vehicle he'd wielded a mounted machine gun, cutting down the cage guards with cold, lethal precision. That boy was gone. People began collecting tents. No one uttered, "Thank you." Not from ingratitude, but because mouths were still chewing biscuits, hands still gripping water bottles, eyes still red-rimmed. Too much lodged in throats for even 2 simple words to surface. Peng Wanxiang turned and re-entered the shelter. Wang Qianyu waited in the main hall holding a steaming bowl of noodles. Sliced sausage, delicately scored, floated in golden broth glistening with oil. Peng Wanxiang accepted the bowl, remained standing, and began eating immediately. Chopsticks lifted, noodles slurped. 3 mouthfuls vanished in one breath, sausage snapped cleanly in 2, half the broth drained in a single gulp. Fast, brutal, effective. Heat surged from his stomach outward, his frozen limbs finally beginning to... Wang Qianyu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching him eat. You truly intend to expand? Yes. Are materials sufficient? Nearly. Another run required. When do you leave? Immediately after this. Wang Qianyu remained. A few seconds passed. The kettle bubbled softly in the kitchen. Xiaoya's infantile voice murmured to her toy, faintly audible from the bedroom. The dog's claws clicked rhythmically across the floor. Peng Wanxiang. She used his full name, signaling either anger or solemn intent. This time it was the latter. I have no objection to your saving them. Her tone remained flat, like reciting an approved document. But consider carefully, 37 people aren't 37 numbers. They're 37 mouths to feed, 37 portions of water, 37 living souls who will fall ill, quarrel, and knock on your door at midnight whispering, "I'm afraid." Peng Wanxiang set down the bowl. I know, you know, and yet you'll proceed anyway. Yes. Wang Qianyu held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she picked up a bottle of water from the counter, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him. Drink, don't choke. He accepted it and drank deeply, twice. Warm. She'd pre-mixed hot water into it. He set the empty bottle down, looked at her, and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered half a second upon her earlobe, a long-standing habit. She didn't flinch. Return early. The 4th time she'd said those words. From his first departure to now, always those 4 words. Not be careful. Not, I'll wait for you. Just, return early. 100 unspoken sentences packed into 4 syllables, yet she refused to utter a single one more. Peng Wanxiang turned and entered the decontamination chamber. He removed the protective suit from its hook and donned it. The 5mm lead lining settled heavily and reassuringly upon his shoulders. He sealed the respirator mask. The filtration system hummed to life. LED headlamp brightened. He clipped the radio to his belt and tapped it 3 times. PZZD. A crisp triple beep echoed from Li Mingyu's end. The concealed door opened. Outside, snow had intensified. The armored vehicle crouched in the white drifts, its hull dusted with fresh powder, like an iron beast that had just awakened from slumber. Peng Wanxiang slapped the hood. Steel reverberated with a deep, resonant thud. Let's go, partner. Another run. He pulled open the door, climbed in. The engine roared to life. The armored vehicle rolled slowly out of the compound, grinding through fresh snow. In the rearview mirror, the concealed door had already closed, seamlessly blending into the surrounding ruins. Yet he knew behind that door a woman had just rinsed his empty bowl, dried it meticulously, and returned it to its place. Then walked to the terminal screen and sat down. She fixed her gaze on the surveillance feed, watching the steel silhouette shrink steadily until at last it dissolved into the blizzard's white fury. The armored vehicle ground its way through deep snow toward the city center. Its 6 wheels rolled over frozen rubble and twisted rebar, transmitting a low, muffled vibration through the chassis, steady, rhythmic, unrelenting. Peng Wanxiang gripped the steering wheel, his objective clear: materials. More, always more. 37 mouths awaited food, 37 bodies needed shelter. Several items on the material list for shelter expansion plan 2 remained unfilled. Time was not on their side. The nuclear winter's snow fell heavier each hour, temperatures plunging further still. Everyone had to be moved underground before nightfall, or those newly rescued from iron cages would freeze to death at his doorstep. That outcome was unacceptable. The armored vehicle halted beside the ruins of a massive shopping mall, the former heart of Sea City's busiest commercial district. Weekends once teemed with crowds, parking spots sparked fierce competition, queues at the basement food court snaked all the way to the elevator lobby. Now, 3.5 of its 5 stories had collapsed. Its glass facade lay shattered across the ground, buried beneath snow like a white shroud draped over a colossal corpse. Peng Wanxiang leapt down, slapped his palm against the nearest concrete wall fragment, and commanded, disassemble. The wall vanished. 300 kilograms of cement, 500 kilograms of gravel, and sand, 30 kilograms of rebar. The figures flashed in his mind before settling silently into his spatial storage. He did not pause. His hand shifted to the next wall. Disassemble. Then the next. Disassemble. No flourish, no hesitation. Only motion, precise and deliberate. He simply walked forward, struck the surface, walked on, struck again. Like a machine executing a pre-programmed sequence, unwavering, efficient, devoid of sentiment. Yet the effect was staggering. Each strike erased a wall. Every 2 steps dissolved a support column. Each turn of the corridor reduced an entire shop, including floor fixtures and foundations, to raw material data instantly logged. The mall's wreckage shrank before his eyes, visibly rapidly. The first floor cleared. The basement level cleared. The fractured second floor, hesitating only 2 seconds beside a tangle of collapsed elevator shafts, he pressed his palm against it, and the entire structure, steel cables, guide rails, and passenger cabin, vanished into storage. Steel, aluminum, alloy, copper, wiring, electronic components. All valuable, none left behind. In 30 minutes the shopping mall ceased to exist. Only a vast, perfectly flat crater remained on the surface, its edges razor-sharp as if carved from the map by an invisible hand. Peng Wanxiang stood at the crater's rim and scanned his spatial inventory. The numbers surged upward dramatically. Cement, over 10,000 kilograms. Rebar, over 4,000 kilograms. Aluminum alloy, just over 2,000. Copper wire, 800 plus. Electronic components. He paused at that line and his brow relaxed. Enough. The material shortfall for expansion plan 2 had been fully resolved. Yet he did not depart immediately. His inventory counter continued rising. System notification confirmed another milestone in cumulative disassembly. Spatial storage capacity upgraded: 100 cubic meters, 200 cubic meters, 200 cubic meters. Peng Wanxiang calculated silently. This volume could easily accommodate half a city block. His scope had expanded once more. He wasted no time on the new capacity. The armored vehicle roared back to life, retracing its path homeward. En route, every obstructing ruin met his outstretched hand through the open window. Concrete, gravel, rebar, all swept away as he drove. Once worthless construction debris, now rarer than gold in this apocalyptic world. Passing the skeletal remains of the official shelter he had already stripped bare, Peng Wanxiang paused briefly. The bunker's outer shell still stood, but inside, empty. Its occupants had been evacuated, weapons confiscated, guards stripped of gear and abandoned where they stood. Only one thing remained: the lead-lined walls. He'd overlooked them during his earlier rush. Now he jumped down and entered the bunker. His headlamp swept across the interior. Slabs of lead gleamed with a dull grayish luster under the light. His palm pressed flat against the first panel. Disassemble. 50 kilograms of lead registered in his inventory. Another panel. Disassemble. Another 50 kilograms. He methodically stripped every lead plate from the bunker, like unpacking a delivery, discarding the outer shell, extracting only what mattered. What remained was an empty husk. The concrete frame still rose, yet every valuable component had vanished. Wind howled through the armored vehicle-sized breach in the entrance, a hollow, mournful wail. Peng Wanxiang spared it no further glance. He turned, climbed back into the vehicle, and drove on. Next destination, the bank. Before the collapse, he'd taken out a mortgage there. Each month repayment reminders arrived on his phone. Punctual, exact, more reliable than any alarm clock. Now the house was gone, and likely the loan too. The bank's skeleton remained, though its upper half had been sheared clean away. The lobby lay in chaos: ATMs toppled sideways, glass counters shattered, banknotes scattered across the floor, untouched. In the post-apocalypse, paper currency was truly obsolete. Mere refuse. Peng Wanxiang strode past the wreckage straight to the vault. Its blast-scarred door gaped open, metal edges curled outward like a steel blossom. He slipped inside. His headlamp traced the inner walls. From floor to ceiling, thick, dense lead plates lined every surface. Standard vault reinforcement. Not for radiation shielding, but against drilling. Yet lead was lead regardless of original purpose in this ruined world. It served precisely that function. A faint smile touched Peng Wanxiang's lips. Grateful for your generous contribution, esteemed institution. His palm made contact. 15 minutes later, the vault's walls gleamed bare, smooth and pristine as freshly painted walls. All Lead accounted for. His spatial inventory now held such a substantial reserve that even the numerical display felt reassuringly solid. Enough. Homeward. The armored vehicle crunched across deepening snow toward his residential complex. He parked outside the garage entrance. The hulking vehicle's height exceeded the underground barrier, and its width rendered passage impossible. He stepped out and glanced at the roof-mounted machine gun. Leaving it exposed invited either greed or panic. His hand settled upon it. Disassemble. The weapon dissolved into material data, vanishing without sound. One by one he dismantled every firearm aboard. Barrels, ammunition belts, optical sights, stripped cleaner than a luxury auto service. The chassis remained, for now. It might yet be needed. Next stop, the decontamination chamber. The standard protocol unfolded. Ultraviolet lamps swept overhead, disinfectant spray cascaded downward, its sharp, acrid scent flooding his nostrils. He shed his protective suit and hung it neatly on the wall. Dried off. Changed clothes. A soft chime sounded from the radiation detector. 001 USV. Clean. He pushed open the inner door. Daddy. A pink blur rocketed into his right leg. Xiaoya clung to his thigh, tilting her face upward, her large eyes blinked. You were gone for so long. Daddy's fault. Peng Wanxiang bent and lifted her effortlessly. He said it every time, and every time he couldn't. Yet Xiaoya believed him without fail. To a 3-year-old, her father's word was absolute truth, more reliable than any system alert. Wang Qinyu peered out from the kitchen doorway, scanning him head to toe, limbs intact, no missing parts, expression calm and composed. Safety check passed. The infinitesimal relaxation of her shoulders was a gesture Peng Wanxiang knew intimately. Did you secure enough materials, eh? More than enough. Then let's begin. Not you're exhausted, nor rest first. Just, let's begin. Because 37 people waited in the freezing ruins of the garage, and each passing minute multiplied risk. This woman ran a priority sorting algorithm in her mind, more precise than his own. Peng Wanxiang approached the main terminal in the central hall and closed his eyes. System execute expansion plan. Excavate 2 additional subterranean levels, each 11 meters long, 5 meters wide, 2 meters high. Include reinforced concrete structures, steel frameworks, lead radiation, shielding, basic lighting, and ventilation systems. Commence construction. The floor trembled, not with seismic violence, but with a deep rhythmic hum ascending from below, as if the entire underground space were breathing. Concrete grew silently beneath the earth. Steel beams interlocked with precision. Lead powder blended evenly into walls. LED tubes embedded seamlessly into ceilings. Stairs spiraled downward from a corner of the existing space, one step at a time, emerging organically. Motion-sensing light strips flared to life along both sides, bathing the descent in soft, pure white. The process lasted nearly an hour. No dust, no noise. Simply 2 new levels appearing beneath their feet, quiet, natural, as if they had always been there. Expansion complete. Total shelter volume 292 cubic meters. Peng Wanxiang opened his eye. Before him, a freshly formed reinforced concrete staircase descended into darkness. Light strips glowed steadily. The air carried the dry, cool scent unique to newly poured concrete. He descended. Sublevel 1, 11 meters long, 5 meters wide, 2 meters high. Empty. Cold white LED tubes cast sharp illumination. Walls stood gray and bare, the floor smooth and freshly leveled. A standard, unfinished shell. Yet for 37 souls just liberated from iron cages, this shell was paradise itself. Walls. A ceiling. Light. Radiation-free. Sufficient. He proceeded downward. Sublevel 2, identical dimensions, identical emptiness. Without hesitation, Peng Wanxiang commanded, system construct public restrooms in the left half of sublevel 2, 10 stalls, concrete partition walls connected to sewage infrastructure. Right half, communal shower area, 5 stations, same partitions. Waterproofing applied. Drainage routed to the subterranean river. The system generated a materials requisition list. He skimmed it. Basic commodities, cement, sand, gravel, rebar. Materials piled mountain high in his spatial storage. Construct. 30 minutes later, sublevel 2 was no longer barren. To the left, 10 stalls aligned in perfect formation, porcelain squat toilets, gleaming flush buttons, shimmering with metallic sheen. To the right, 5 shower stations, nozzles polished to mirror-like brilliance, floors textured with anti-slip grooves. Drain pipes fed into the subterranean river, channeling wastewater through the same ecological recycling system used upstairs. He inhaled deeply, no odor. Ventilation hummed steadily. The air remained dry, cool, faintly tinged with the astringent tang of fresh construction. Functional. Peng Wanxiang guided Wang Qinyu and Li Mingyu through the new space. Xiaoya rode atop his shoulders, tiny fists gripping his hair like reins, shouting, giddy up, all the way down. So big. Her voice echoed across the cavernous sublevel 1, resonating with natural reverb. Wang Qinyu uttered no exclamation. Her gaze swept the walls, her fingers pressed lightly against the concrete surface. Solid. A one-word inspection. Then she entered the restrooms and showers on sublevel 2, checking faucets, flush mechanisms, and drainage. She tested each, observed closely, then shut it off deliberately. Emerging, she gave a single nod. Functional. A 2-word inspection report. As a client, this woman was more efficient than every product manager he'd ever encountered, combined. Li Mingyu stood at the center of sublevel 1, turning slowly. Brother Peng, 37, people sleeping on the floor here. He performed a rapid mental calculation. Roughly 1.5 meters per person, tight, but feasible. For now, Peng Wanxiang replied. Once additional materials arrive, we'll partition rooms. But first, get everyone inside. Radiation isolation is paramount. Understood. Peng Wanxiang returned to ground level and opened the concealed hatch. In the garage corner, 37 people still huddled. Tents dotted the floor, figures curled within sleeping bags, exhaling plumes of mist that coalesced and faded in the frigid air. A middle-aged woman with prominent cheekbones, Li Fong, he later learned, rose immediately upon seeing him emerge. Any news? Come in. Peng Wanxiang gestured toward the hidden entrance. The shelter is ready. The crowd stirred, faster than before. Peng Wanxiang stood at the hatchway, counting heads one by one. Form a line. Enter the decontamination chamber first. Remove all radioactive residue from your bodies. The chamber accommodated only one person at a time. 37 individuals, each in turn. The procedure was simple: enter, undress, shower, thoroughly disinfect, undergo radiation screening, exit. Yet completing this cycle for 37 people took nearly an hour. Peng Wanxiang stood at the exit monitoring the detect. Each time someone emerged, he scanned the number, verifying safety before granting passage. 0. 02 MUSV approved. 0. 03 MUSV approved. 0. 01 MUSV approved. Not a single exception. Li Mingyu manned the registration station holding a notebook and pen, both fabricated by the system. Crisp, white paper, black ink, ergonomic grip. Name: Zhang Chong, Fortitwo chef. Li Mingyu glanced up. Specialty cuisine. Sichuan dishes mostly. Comfort food too. Zhang Chong blinked, unprepared for the question. Noted. Next, Li Fong, 35, accountant. Li Mingyu jotted 2 lines, paused. Speed of mental arithmetic. Li Fong arched a brow. I can calculate blindfolded. Noted. Next, Wang Fei, 28, fitness instructor. Li Mingyu appraised his physique. Even after days of confinement and weight loss, broad shoulders and defined arm musculature remained unmistakable. Can you lift heavy objects? Up to 100 kilograms, effortless. Recorded. Others followed. Li Mingyu's registration grew increasingly efficient, his questions sharpening. Beyond rote queries of name, age, and occupation, he probed capabilities, specialties, and pre-collapse experience. Peng Wanxiang watched silently, approving. The boy wasn't selecting who stayed or left. He was assessing skills, identifying who could perform which tasks. At 13, his perception outpaced most adults. When the final entry was logged, Li Mingyu handed the notebook forward. Peng Wanxiang scanned it. Neat script, clearly categorized: name, age, physical condition, skill, specialties. 4 columns, lucid and immediate. Beneath a handwritten note by Li Mingyu read: 1 chef, 0 medical personnel, 2 with engineering technical backgrounds, 1 plumber, 1 auto mechanic, 8 laborers, remaining 26 lack immediately applicable skills. Peng Wanxiang looked up at him. Li Mingyu stood quietly beside him. Expression neutral, yet his eyes burned with quiet intensity. Well done. Peng Wanxiang tucked the notebook away. This list is invaluable. The boy's lips twitched, almost a smile. Carrying tents and sleeping bags, the 37 people gradually filed into sublevel 1. Footsteps, murmurs, the clatter of tent poles, all merged into a resonant hum within the cavernous concrete space. Some claimed spaces, others unrolled sleeping bags, while a few sat motionless in corners. A little girl 5 or 6 years old rested silently in Li Fong's arms, her large eyes vacant as they fixed upon the LED tubes overhead. As Li Fong spread the tent, she whispered gently, "Be good. This place is safe. No one will come to take us." The girl said nothing, but she buried her face into Li Fong's neck. With 37 tents deployed, sublevel 1 grew cramped. The aisles narrowed to mere slivers, passable only sideways. Soon human warmth permeated the air, not foul but rich with the humid mingled scent of many bodies pressed close together. Unpleasant, but proof living people inhabited this space. Only the living carried such fragrance. Peng Wanxiang stood at the stairwell entrance to sublevel 1, casting one final survey. 37 people, none missing, now resided safely within the lead-shielded perimeter. Radiation, blocked. Blizzards, blocked. No one would freeze tonight. Dawn broke. Pei Wanxiang awoke to noise. Not an alarm clock, nor Xiaoya's infant murmur, but a dense, unceasing hum. Human voices. The collective resonance of dozens packed into a sealed space, coughs, hushed whispers, rustling bodies, shuffling feet. Someone argued in hushed tones, another sighed deeply. Then came the scent. Before full consciousness returned, Pei Wanxiang's nose had already awakened. Sweat, the stale, suffocating air of an enclosed space, left unventilated overnight, and something faintly unpleasant drifting up from the ventilation shaft on the subbasement level. Dozens of people had spent the night crammed into one confined space. Insufficient airflow, no hot water for bathing, and sanitation facilities pushed far beyond capacity. He'd anticipated this problem during last night's settlement. But darkness had fallen and 37 people were shivering with cold. The immediate priority was simply getting them inside and alive through the night. As for the experience of living within those walls, that was today's task. System, Have survival points been credited? He asked inwardly while rolling off his bunk and planting his bare feet on the cool floor. Confirmed. 44 living individuals sustained yesterday, including 3 canines, yielding 44 survival points. Current total 45 points. Peng Wanxiang paused for a second. 45. He recalculated swiftly, 1 point remaining from yesterday, plus 44 newly accrued. The math checked out. 44 living beings himself Qinyu Xiaoya 3 dogs Li Mingyu, and 37 newcomers. 1 point per person per day, without exception. He'd roughly tallied this ledger while rescuing them yesterday, but seeing the number materialize before him evoked a wholly different sensation. Before he'd waited until 7 each morning hoarding points for 3 or 4 days just to upgrade a single system, spending them with painstaking frugality. Now 44 points arrived daily. 1 day equaled an entire week's former yield. Peng Wanxiang exhaled slowly. This time population was processing power. Rescuing people, this deal was pure profit. He opened the bedroom door, and nearly recoiled from a wall of stagnant air. The main hall's atmosphere was several orders of magnitude worse than the bedrooms. The shelter's original ventilation system had been engineered for a family of 4. Overnight it had been overloaded by 41 living souls. Air circulation utterly overwhelmed. Wang Qinyu was already awake. She stood at the kitchen doorway clutching a towel, her expression calm, but her nostrils flared ever so slightly. Peng Wanxiang knew that look well. Endurance. She could bear it. For now. But she did not wish to endure it much longer. I'm aware of the air issue, he said. She draped the towel over her shoulder, voice terse. The smell is stronger downstairs. Several children woke up choking on it last night. Then she turned and disappeared into the kitchen, without asking how he planned to resolve it. Because when Peng Wanxiang said, I'm aware, his tone held certainty. Brother Peng. Li Mingyu ascended from the sub-basement stairwell, left hand tucked in his pocket, right arm still braced beneath his sportswear sleeve. Conditions downstairs are deteriorating. He lowered his voice as he drew near Peng Wanxiang. Peng Wanxiang glanced at him. It's the water pressure, became obvious at morning wash-up. His speech was unhurried yet precise. Over 30 people queued for water. Faucets dribbled like weak bladders, barely sufficient even to flush toilets. He paused briefly. A few have begun complaining. Who? That bald man, Wang Qing. Loud-voiced, quick-tempered. But he helped carry tents last night. Not malicious, just tactless. Peng Wanxiang nodded, filed the name away. There's something else, Li Mingyu added, lowering his voice further. The chef Zhang Chong approached me this morning. He volunteered to help cook. I told him to await your decision. If he can cook, let him. Peng Wanxiang considered it. But the kitchen remains restricted, for now. All ingredients will be drawn from the extra-dimensional storage. He handles only preparation, not inventory. Understood. Li Mingyu turned to leave, then halted. Brother Peng. Most of them didn't sleep, not because of the stench, but because. He chose his words carefully. They haven't settled yet. They'd emerged from iron cages less than a day ago. Some wounds cannot be soothed by biscuits or sleeping bags alone. Peng Wanxiang remained silent for 2 seconds. First, solve what we can solve. He walked to a corner of the main hall and closed his eyes. The air, first priority. System ventilation upgrade protocols. The system processed for 2 seconds, then presented 3 options. Peng Wanxiang scanned them swiftly. The first 2 he dismissed outright. One offered only a 50% efficiency boost, utterly inadequate for 41 occupants. The other added intelligent monitoring, but no fundamental improvement. The third, ecological circulatory air system. Plants and microbial colonies, consuming carbon dioxide, exhaling oxygen, breaking down toxins, sustaining self-regulating equilibrium. Efficiency surged to 200%. Material requirements flashed before him. Steel 500 kilograms, copper 200 kilograms, electronic components 20 kilograms, rubber 100 kilograms, soil 50 kilograms, water 10 kilograms. All materials were already stockpiled, retrieved yesterday from the shopping mall and bank, enough to cover this cost 3 times over. Survival points required 30. Peng Wanxiang stared at the figure for 2 seconds. 45 minus 30 leaves 15, more than half his total spent at once. Just yesterday, those 30 points represented over 4 days' earnings. Today, less than a day's yield. Tomorrow brings another 44. So spend. Confirm upgrade. The shelter trembled. Not a tremor of alarm, but a deep, rhythmic, organic thrum, as if something beneath the earth were quietly unfurling. Ventilation ducts branched from existing mains, extended, pierced walls, and threaded into every corner of every level. At the base of a wall in sub-basement, 2 concrete silently receded, revealing a sealed chamber. Through its observation window, rich soil, vibrant green foliage, and a glistening biofilm shimmering with muted luster across damp surfaces. A miniature breathing lung. Then, the air changed. Not abruptly, but gradually, layer upon layer of stagnation peeled away as though someone were gently stripping the husk from the atmosphere itself. First, the oppressive heat vanished. Then odors diluted. Finally, a cool vegetal breath slipped into his... For the first time since the apocalypse, he smelled something beyond mere cleanliness. He smelled life. What is that? Wang Qinyu peered out from the kitchen, nostrils twitching. The ventilation system has been upgraded. She didn't ask how. She drew in a slow breath and released it. Good. One word. Her seal of approval. Downstairs, the reaction was even more profound. 37 people had spent the night amid a forest of tents, their noses long numbed by the miasma, until suddenly air began flowing, clearing, refreshing, like having a suffocating blanket ripped from one's face replaced by a rush of crisp wind. Someone crawled from a tent, tilted back his head to gaze at the newly installed vents overhead, and inhaled deeply. This air, it smells like grass. No grass, it's like damp earth. The good kind. Bald Wanxiang poked half his head out of a tent flap, sucked in a huge breath, and let out an exaggerated sigh. Damn. This beats my old gym's fresh air system hands down. No one laughed, but several faces visibly softened. Peng Wanxiang watched from the stairwell entrance, did not descend. The air issue was resolved. Next, water. He descended the staircase to the underground riverbank. The hydroelectric generator hummed steadily, battery indicator lights glowed green, everything nominal. But the water supply pipes were failing. Originally designed for a household of 4, their diameter and pump capacity were fixed, engineered for modest demand. 1 person. Fine. 2. Manageable. 41. Like trying to hydrate an entire apartment complex using a fire hose nozzle. A hard physical limit. Expansion alone wouldn't fix the bottleneck. System water supply upgrade protocols. 3 proposals appeared. Again he bypassed the first 2. The third, intelligent recirculating water system. Variable frequency pumps, constant pressure delivery, multistage filtration, pre-filter, ultrafiltration, activated carbon reverse osmosis, and UV sterilization, plus hot water provision and wastewater recycling. His gaze lingered for a second on the line. Radiation removal efficiency, 99. That alone justified the cost. Groundwater tainted by radiation entered at one end and emerged purified, ready to drink. The lingering concern, all water must be boiled before drinking, was solved in one decisive stroke. Material requirements: steel 300 kilograms, copper 100 kilograms, of electronic components 10 kilograms, rubber 50 kilograms, of specialized filter media 5 kilograms, all abundant in existing stockpiles. Survival points required 14. 15 minus 14 leaves 1. Peng Wanxiang stared at the solitary digit for 3 seconds. In under 24 hours his balance had plummeted from 45 to 1. The old him would have felt anxiety at that number. Not anymore. Because tomorrow at 7 a.m., another 44 will arrive. This isn't spending. It's daily wage, spent the same day it's earned. Confirm. The underground river zone began transforming. Beside the lone slender pipe, thicker conduits erupted from the concrete wall. In the corner a 5 cubic meter reservoir formed, its walls smooth, its surface mirror clear. Beside it a metallic apparatus, over a meter tall, materialized soundlessly. Its matte gray surface pulsed with a steady low-frequency hum, like the beat of a tranquil, unwavering heart. An LCD panel lit up. Water pressure 3.0 MPa normal. Water quality excellent. Meets potable standards. Water temperature 40 C. Adjustable. Wastewater recycling rate 80%. Peng Wanxiang reviewed each metric. His fingers tapped the panel, tweaking parameters. A programmer's way of verifying a system: first check whether data flows correctly, then test its resilience at operational extremes. He stepped to the nearest faucet and turned the handle. A thick, unwavering stream, warm, forceful, evenly pressurized, struck his palm with clean, satisfying weight. Nothing like the feeble, dripping thread of yesterday, a relic from another era entirely. He cupped his hands beneath the flow, lifted them to his lips, and drank. Cool, pure, utterly tasteless. He drank again. Delicious. The first truly clean water he'd tasted since the apocalypse. Every drop before had required boiling, and carried the chalky mineral bitterness of the underground river. This one bore none of that. It was simply water, pure, unadulterated, empty of all trace. Peng Wanxiang shut off the tap, dried his hands, and smiled faintly. 44 points well spent. Peng Wanxiang scanned the assembled people and announced in a clear voice, the water pressure problem has been resolved. Not only is the pressure adequate, but hot water is now available. The crowd erupted in cheers. A hot shower. Finally a hot shower. Brother Peng, you are amazing. I've been caged for 4 days, I reek, someone shouted. Voices layered, chaotically ricocheting through the underground space in a low hum. Peng Wanxiang did not rush to speak. He waited. Sure enough, a thin, bespectacled, middle-aged man in the back squeezed forward 2 steps. A crack ran across the lens, but the eyes behind it were lucid, not the dazed look of a survivor, but a purposeful, appraising gaze. Mr. Peng. He pushed up his glasses, his voice hesitant, yet the wording precise. How did you come to possess this ability? The ambient noise instantly subsided. 30 or so pairs of eyes turned in unison. That question had circled through everyone's mind more than once. Walls had sprouted from nowhere, cages had vanished, armored vehicles had materialized. Such phenomena colliding together could not be unseen by any sane adult. Yet no one dared to ask. The bespectacled man did. Peng Wanxiang looked at him and fell silent for 2 seconds, his mind running a rapid risk assessment. Reveal everything. Impossible. Say nothing at all. Worse, the more you conceal, the more rumors fester. People's minds run wild with speculation. A sufficient answer would do. I acquired this ability after the apocalypse. He spoke evenly. No boasting, no explanation. Utterly matter of fact, as if saying he had instant noodles for breakfast. The subtext was clear: don't ask. You're either the chosen one, and if you doubt it, go stand under a nuclear blast and test yourself. The bespectacled man mouthed something as if to press on, but he glanced at Peng Wanxiang's expression and swallowed the rest. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Peng. He retreated back into the crowd. Peng Wanxiang mentally tagged that face observer. Not a bad man, but excessively curious. After the apocalypse, those voracious for information are either clever or troublesome. Sometimes the two are the same person. He did not let the moment cool. Now for business. 37 pairs of more people are coming to the shelter. The communal pod approach won't hold for long. Peng Wanxiang spoke softly, each word crisply enunciated. From today, we will establish rules. Rules. When those two words landed, the crowd's mood shifted subtly. Some eyes brightened, others dimmed, some faces remained impassive while shoulders tightened a half-inch. Normal reactions all around. Those newly freed from cages were instinctively allergic to the word rules. Peng Wanxiang saw it, understood, but he did not intend to skirt the issue. The apocalypse is not a corporate retreat. There was no time for team building. First matter, division of labor. He gestured to Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu produced a notebook from his pocket and handed it over. His movements were brisk, as if prearranged. Peng opened the book. The pages were coarse but the ink clear, the categories were obvious. This young man was becoming more methodical. Zhang Chong. From the crowd, a burly, good-natured, middle-aged man vocalized and stepped forward half a pace. You used to work in a five-star hotel's kitchen. Yes, Brother Peng, I can do all kinds of cuisine. Zhang Chong grinned, his voice carried like a loudspeaker. Give me a wok and I'll stir-fry compressed biscuits into something that tastes like Kung Pao chicken. A few people chuckled. All right, the kitchen is yours. Peng scribbled a few words beside the name. They'll supply ingredients, you handle the cooking. Make a list of tools you need. Got it. Zhang pounded his chest, his voice echoed off the concrete. They'll make everyone forget they're underground. Wang Jin. The muscle-bound man stepped forward like a pillar. You used to be a fitness coach. Brother Peng, I will complete the task. Before Peng finished, Wang snapped to attention with an uneven salute. Not very proper, but his voice was loud. I haven't finished. Wang O. Li Fong twitched the corner of her mouth. Peng shot him a look and restrained himself. You're in charge of This is no time to lounge. Everyone must maintain basic fitness. Be able to run to lift in critical moments. They'll have equipment fabricated for you. Understood. Peng continued down the list. Zhao Gang and Lu Mei, a middle-aged couple who ran a small suburban farm, were recognized as cultivation experts. They were assigned to the greenhouse to manage vegetable cultivation. Zhao Gang said little, nodded, his rough palm rubbing at his. Lu Mei chimed in, don't worry, mister. Peng will leave the sowing to us. We'll make sure they grow neat and even. Zhou Hai, a former electrician experienced with circuits and machinery, was next. He was assigned to the underground river area to watch over generators and the water supply. If equipment fails, find me first, Peng told Zhou Hai, adding the final instruction. Without power, the whole shelter becomes a tomb. Zhou Hai's face grew solemn. Understood. Sanitation, cleaning, and waste sorting were taken by several older women. Some had worked as community cleaners, others were housewives, but when it came to maintaining hygiene in a confined space, their experience was unmatched. Peng explained the waste sorting rules earnestly. The women listened closely, nodding from time to time. One gray-haired aunt murmured, easier to manage than the building I used to oversee. In that building, someone would toss live fish into the dumpster. No one laughed, but the mood did soften a little. As for those without obvious skills, Peng did not leave them idle. Those not assigned to specialized tasks will join the public affairs group, move supplies, assist construction, take shifts. During lulls, they may rest. No freeloaders, but no one will be mistreated. He closed the notebook. 37 people. Each now had a place to stand. Not merely taken in, but genuinely. That distinction mattered, especially after the apocalypse. Second matter. Peng scanned the circle. Currency. The word landed like a brick thrown into still water. Currency. Do we still need money after the renminbi or dollars? That last came from Wang. Someone beside him shot a look, and he hunched back. Peng waited for the buzz to die down before speaking. Not renminbi, not dollars. Contribution points. He slowed his words to ensure everyone heard. Each person earns contribution points by completing their work, which can then be exchanged for food, water, and daily necessities. The more you do, the more you gain. The better you perform, the better you earn. Those who do not work have no points. No points, no supplies. 2 seconds of silence. In those seconds, some sighed with relief. At least the rules were. Some frowned. Because no work, no food struck a nerve with those hoping for luck. Zhang Chong was first to speak. Work and eat, it's only right. Li Fong pushed back a stray hair, speaking softly but coherently. We can set different point values according to the difficulty and importance of tasks. Manual labor and technical work cannot be priced the same. This is not discrimination, but a basic difference in labor value. Peng glanced at her. An accountant. Of course, an accountant. These people were born to wrestle with numbers. Li Fong is right. I will set the standards and adjust them as needed. He mentally moved Li Fong from the ordinary survivor column to candidate for internal administration. This woman, there was still low murmuring, but no open dissent. Not because everyone agreed, because they had just emerged from. Peng had dismantled the cages for them, given them biscuits, water tents, sleeping bags, built rooms for them, connected water and power, and installed the air system. All those things together carried weight. Weight enough that any objection was suppressed by reason before it was uttered. But Peng did not lower his guard. Gratitude has a far shorter shelf life than compressed rations. System construct, contribution point, exchange terminal. He murmured the command inwardly. Material cost 1 kilogram of electronic components, 5 kilograms of steel. Small numbers, no hesitation. Confirmed. On a concrete wall in the underground public area, the surface silently receded, and a device grew out of the structure. Its metal casing was matte gray, aesthetically consistent with the shelter, ugly but sturdy. An LCD panel above glowed blue, displaying the initial interface. Beneath were rows of compartments behind clear panels stocking compressed biscuits, bottled water, towels, and other basics. Each compartment bore an exchange price, modest numbers printed plainly. The 37 people stared at the vending machine-like contraption emerging from the wall. Their expressions varied. Some were stunned, others flat. Having seen too much, their threshold for amazement had been raised. Zhang leaned in, nearly pressing his nose to the screen. Compressed biscuit, 1 point per piece. Bottled water, 1 point per bottle. Towel, 2 points each, he read aloud. He looked to Peng. Brother Peng, can cola, 1 point a bottle. That's a bit pricey. Cola is a luxury, Peng said expressionlessly. If it's too expensive, drink plain boiled water, free of charge. Zhang said, oh, and sensibly fell silent. Each person logs in with a fingerprint. The system records your contribution point balance, Peng briefly explained. Prices are not fixed, scarce items rise, abundant ones fall. Any questions? A second of silence. The bespectacled man raised his hand again. Mr. Peng, what are the criteria for adjusting prices? Who decides? A sharp question. Peng looked at him. I decide. 3 words. No democratic discussion, no collective simply I decide. The bespectacled man's lips twitched, but he asked no further question. No one around voiced up, not for lack of desire to object. People looked up at the wall that had grown the vending machine, then down at their empty hands. The objections were withdrawn automatically. Power structures after the apocalypse were simple. Those who controlled survival resources commanded authority. And at present, only one person could supply those resources. Peng understood this acutely. He felt neither inflated nor ashamed by it. This was the apocalypse, not a corporate retreat. The crowd dispersed to familiarize themselves with their new posts. The tent area on the first underground level grew busy again. Footsteps and whispers intertwined, and a new element had appeared. Purpose. Everyone knew what they were to do. They knew what they'd gain by doing it, and what they'd lose by abstaining. This was 10,000 times more reliable than gratitude. People do not run on gratitude, people run on self. Peng sat before the terminal in his room, his product manager mindset still switched on. The contribution point system V0, the minimal viable version. The roadmap for later iterations was already queued. Points transfer, a task board, rewards, and penalties, bonuses for special contributions. Each scheduled in turn, none could be rushed. Let the system run for 2 days to see where the bugs are. A programmer's credo: no system is bug-free. The key is to fix it faster than it breaks. The door opened. Wang Qinyu came in carrying Xiaoya, placing her on the lower bunk. Xiaoya immediately rolled over to tug at Kaka's ear. Kaka whimpered plaintively, but did not pull away. Wang sat beside him, not speaking at once. She glanced at the terminal's surveillance screen. The snowfall had increased outside, the drifts already covering half of an armored vehicle's wheel. Then she spoke. About the contribution points. Do you think they'll all accept it? Peng considered. Most will. Those who want. Let them go hungry once, and they'll change. Wang did not smile. Don't you think it's too harsh? Qinyu. Peng turned to her. These people just came out of cages. The rules inside those cages were disobey, and you are beaten. Wang's expression darkened. My rule is, work and you will have food. He paused. They will judge with a few seconds of silence. Wang's lips moved as if to speak. Finally, she said, I looked at Zhang Chong's lip. He wants a wok, a cleaver, and 2 cutting boards. The topic shifted into action. She stated her stance in her own way. No more debating, should we straight to how? Peng's mouth curved. Give him what he needs. Also garlic. Garlic. He says without garlic Sichuan cuisine can't be made. Peng mentally scrolled through the otherworldly inventory. There was indeed no garlic. When the greenhouse's second batch of seeds goes and plant a row of garlic for him. Wang nodded and stood. She paused at the doorway. Peng Wanxiang. You did the right thing. 3 words. No long-winded praise, no I'm proud of you. Just you did right. Then she left with Xiaoya. Her steps were steady toward the kitchen. Peng leaned back and stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. This woman. Her approval always came in one line, no revisions, no addenda. The client had truly behaved with conscience. Daddy. The door opened again, a little pink cannonball barreled in and thumped against his leg. Xiaoya looked up, her large eyes sparkling. Is the machine outside a candy dispenser? Not a candy machine. Then why are there biscuits inside? Are biscuits the same as candy? Biscuits are not candy. When will there be candy? Peng looked at his daughter's earnest face and ran through the other space in his mind. No sugar to be found. There wasn't even a shadow of sugar. But look next time Daddy goes out. Okay. Xiaoya trusted him without a second. She tiptoed to kiss his cheek and then scampered away with a pitter-patter off to tell Kaka, Daddy promised to buy me candy, you mustn't eat it. Kaka woof. Peng watched her retreating figure and smiled silently. Then he put his smile away and returned his gaze to the terminal screen. On the monitor, a queue had already formed before the exchange terminal on the first underground level. Zhang was directing the line, his voice loud enough to be heard even through the screen. Li Feng stood by the line, counting heads with her finger and lip-syncing calculations. Wang carried a box of cement blocks intended for the training area, passing beside the queue. He walked 2 paces, then returned and stood at the back of the line. Hesitated 3 seconds, exchanged nothing, and left. The bespectacled middle-aged man stood in the corner, not in line. Arms folded across his chest, his gaze moved from the exchange terminal to the queue, then to the ceiling camera. Then he looked away. Peng Wanxiang stood at the stairway entrance of the underground floor, glancing down. The originally empty concrete space was now packed with tents and sleeping bags. Colorful tents were crammed together, resembling a pile of colorful cocoons casually discarded on the ground. People were wrapped up inside the cocoons. Some lay down, some sat against the wall, some spoke softly, and others stared motionlessly at the LED tubes on the ceiling, eyes wide open but devoid of any thought. It had only been a day since he came out of the iron cage. His body was released, but his mind had not fully caught up. Peng Wanxiang shifted his gaze. System: how much material is needed to build independent rooms with bunk beds for these 37 people according to our current bedroom standards? The system replied instantly. Using the current shelter's bedroom as a template, construct 14 double-triple bunk. Consumption: 1,400 kilograms of steel, 280 kilograms of textiles, 14 kilograms of electronic components, 140 kilograms of rubber, and 28 kilograms of glass. Peng Wanxiang mentally reviewed the inventory. Steel was sufficient, as the last large-scale demolition at the shopping mall had collected plenty. Textiles, with the 300 kilograms from the clothing store still piled up, were more than enough. The consumption of electronic components and rubber was minimal, and there was also a surplus of glass. In terms of materials, there were no major issues. However, Peng Wanxiang did not take action. He stared at the tent area below for several seconds, and the thoughts racing through his mind were not about the material list, but another logic altogether. Simply building them houses would be the most convenient. With a clap of his hand, 14 rooms appeared simultaneously, as if conjured by magic. And then what? These people had just arrived, had done no work, accumulated no points, yet they would immediately move into standard rooms complete with beds, lights, and doors. What about next time? Need hot water, air conditioning, private bathrooms. Should he provide them? If so, Peng Wanxiang would transition from a shelter builder to a doomsday property management company. If not, then why provide them with rooms while withholding other necessities? Human hearts are never satisfied, especially when it comes to free offerings. More critically, the contribution point system had just launched, and the ink was barely dry. Here he was stating, work in exchange for goods, while simultaneously giving away the most valuable items for free. The credibility of the system was worth much more than 14 rooms. With this thought, Peng Wanxiang felt more assured. Li Mingyu's voice emerged from behind him. The young man stood 3 steps away, his right arm in a splint bulging under his sleeve, left hand in his pocket, looking significantly more relaxed than on the first day. What are you thinking? You've been staring down there for a long time. I was thinking about how to arrange their accommodations, Peng Wanxiang replied as he turned around. Should we build them rooms directly, or let them exchange contribution points for them? Li Mingyu did not hesitate. Exchange? Why should it be given for free? Li Mingyu's tone was not heavy, but it was firm. They haven't done anything. On the first day of being rescued, they get to live in standard rooms. What about me? I've been here moving things with a splint for 3 days, and am still in my original room. Peng Wanxiang observed him without responding. I'm not comparing myself with them. Li Mingyu seemed to realize his tone was a bit harsh, and toned it down. What I'm saying is, you can't break the rules if you give them rooms for free, then what use is the contribution point system? His words were rough, but made sense. Moreover, Li Mingyu added, lowering his voice further. We still haven't fully grasped the backgrounds of these 37 individuals. If you are too good to them too quickly, some may not appreciate it, and will just take it for granted. And then they will take advantage of you. Peng Wanxiang patted his shoulder. All right, stop teaching me how to conduct myself. He said this, but he actually took these few words to heart. A 13-year-old kid. Before the apocalypse, he was at most a middle school student, with the biggest worry being unfinished homework. Now he was discussing the intricacies of human psychology and system logic. The apocalypse was the best classroom. Unfortunately, the tuition was too expensive. On the first underground level in the common area, when Peng Wanxiang walked down, the tent area already emitted a mixed scent of sweat and dampness. The new ventilation system was working hard, but the biological output from 37 people crowded together truly tested its limits. He stood beside the exchange terminal and cleared his throat. No need for a loudspeaker. The natural echo in the underground space was the best speaker. Everyone come over. We have a plan for housing. The sounds of tent zippers, footsteps, and fabric rustling. 37 people emerged from their corners, some standing, some squatting, forming half a circle. All gazes were fixed on him. It was different from yesterday. Those eyes yesterday were empty like dead screens. Today there was something turning within them. Some showed anticipation, some vigilance, some calculation, and some were still vacant. But at least the system had rebooted. I know sleeping in tents is uncomfortable. Peng Wanxiang got straight to the point. Cramped, stuffy, hard, and if you turn over you'll bump into your neighbor's elbow. Some in the crowd nodded instinctively. Therefore the shelter will provide independent rooms. With doors, beds, lights, and basic radiation protection, they will be quite similar to the ones upstairs where we live. Before he could finish, the crowd was already in an uproar. Is this for real? Are there rooms to stay in? Peng Wanxiang raised his hand to quiet them down. But it's not free. The uproar instantly froze. 37 pairs of eyes recalibrated their focus. It's based on the same logic as the contribution point exchange terminal. He gestured towards the device on the wall. You earn points through work, accumulate enough, and then exchange for rooms. There was a 2-second silence. Then the noise erupted. How many points do we need? How long will it take to save up? I don't have a single point right now. What do we have to do to earn points? How do we earn them? Peng Wanxiang did not rush. He waited for the buzzing to naturally diminish by about 70 to 80% before continuing. For a standard room with bunk beds, basic furniture, and lighting, it will cost 100 points. 100. Wang's voice exploded, first aggressive like his muscular frame. Peng Gu, are you asking me to work myself to death? If you think it's expensive, you can choose the economical version. Peng Wanxiang remained unfazed. It's a bit smaller, simpler in configuration, but it has everything necessary. 60 points. Wang's mouth hung open, complaints almost forming, but then taking a different turn. 60. 60. That's reasonable. Li Fang next to him twitched her lips. Additionally, Peng Wanxiang continued. For families with elderly or children who need to live together, you can choose family rooms, which are larger, accommodating 4 to 6 people. 150 points. The crowd's volume dropped a notch. The sentiment of 100 points being too expensive suddenly didn't seem so glaring next to 60 and 150. Peng Wanxiang was very familiar with this tactic. Programmers may not understand pricing, but product managers certainly comprehend the anchoring effect. First set the ceiling high, and the middle tier naturally becomes affordable. How do we earn those points? The question came from Li Fang. She stood in the second row of the crowd, her posture relaxed. Arms crossed, head slightly tilted, gaze fixed on Peng Wanxiang's face. Neither submissive nor overbearing. Like she was in a quarterly budget meeting, not in the ruins 5 meters underground struggling for survival. Peng Wanxiang was waiting for this question. Every position has a fixed base point per day. He raised a finger. Kitchen 5 points per day. Greenhouse planting 5 points per day. Power equipment maintenance, which requires technical skills, earns 6 points per day. Cleaning and sanitation earn 4 points. As for the physical training instructor, he glanced at Wang Jia. 4 points per day. Wang Jia's expression fell for a second. Wait, I earn 1 point less than the cook. Zhang Chang chuckled beside him. You are just waving your arms around and fighting for my life. It's different. Public affairs team. Moving supplies, assisting with construction, patrolling in shifts. Peng Wanxiang continued, ignoring the 2. 3 to 5 points per day depending on the specific task load. Also, he paused for a moment. Special contributions will be calculated separately. Going out to search for supplies, dealing with emergencies, and technology development. These will all have additional bonuses. He did not specify the exact bonus numbers. The gray area was intentionally left open. The advantage was everyone would guess high and motivation would arise. The downside, none for now. Li Fang had already started calculating in her mind. 5 points per day. 60 points. 12 days. 12 days can exchange for an economical room. She stated her conclusion directly. Immediately others began to calculate alongside her. 12 days. Less than 2 weeks. That sounds good. What about the standard room? 20 days. Fool, 100 divided by 5, that's 20 days. What about the family room? I can save up with my dad. The buzzing began again, but this time it felt different. It carried the sound of abacus beads colliding together. Peng Wanxiang listened, feeling a bit more at ease. When people began to calculate how long to exchange for what, it indicated they had accepted the operational logic of this system. Acceptance was more important than recognition. Recognition can be revoked. But those who start calculating after acceptance, there's no turning back. However, there is one condition. Peng Wanxiang raised his tone slightly. The buzzing quieted down. The number of rooms is limited, first come, first served. The air in the crowd tightened. Those who accumulate points first will have priority in choosing rooms and moving in. For those with the same points, it's based on the time of arrival. The impact of this statement was more profound than all his previous words combined. Because this meant, it wasn't everyone slowly accumulating, but if you don't hustle, others will and will occupy the rooms before you. The first round of internal competition in the post-apocalyptic world had officially begun. Do you understand? Understood. The voices were more organized than before. They were also brighter. Disperse. Go do what you need to do. The crowd dispersed faster than they had gathered. Zhang Chang took a few steps, then turned back. Peng Gu, about my frying pan. We'll make one for you. Along with a cutting board. The items on the list will be delivered tomorrow. Great. Zhang Chang rubbed his hands and left his steps brisk, as if rushing to work. Li Fang did not leave. She stood still, gently rubbing her thumb and index finger together. That was her habitual motion when calculating. Mr. Peng. Just call me Peng Gu. Peng Gu. She paused, clearly running her phrasing through her mind. If the pricing system for contribution points needs adjustment later, I can help calculate. It wasn't a question of can you help, but rather a statement of I can help. The tone was very well measured. Peng Wanxiang looked at her for 2 seconds. All right, let's wait for the system to run for a couple of days. Pull the operational data, and if there are any unreasonable aspects, bring them directly to me. Li Fang nodded, her expression neutral. She turned and walked away. Her steps were steady, her direction clear. Peng Wanxiang silently updated her label in his mind: Internal Affairs Management. On duty. The crowd dispersed. System build housing exchange terminal. Consuming 2 kilograms of electronic components, 10 kilograms of steel. Confirmed. The wall next to the contribution point exchange terminal trembled lightly. The concrete recessed, and a new device silently emerged from the wall. It It looked like a twin to the adjacent supply exchange terminal. The same matte, gray metal shell, the same blue LCD screen. The screen lit up. Instead of food and water icons, it displayed thumbnails of individual rooms. Economical room, 60 points. A simple sketch-style small box room labeled for bunk bed 1, LED lighting 1. Standard room, 100 points. The image was slightly larger, featuring icons for a small table and cabinet. Family room, 150 points. The largest box was labeled 8, bunk beds 2, storage cabinet 1. Simple and intuitive. It operated on the same logic as those shopping apps on smartphones before the apocalypse, except the shopping cart contained not clothes or bags, but a place to sleep peacefully. Peng Wanxiang tapped a few times on the terminal, confirming that the fingerprint entry and balance display functions were working properly. All right, it was usable. He glanced back. In the tent area, some people were already peering toward the terminal. The look in their eyes was different from 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, it was watching the fun. Now it was calculating. The middle-aged man with cracked glasses stood in the corner again. No queuing. No peering. Arms crossed, his gaze shifted from the terminal screen to Peng Wanxiang. He paused for a second, shifted to the ceiling camera, paused again, then averted his gaze. Peng Wanxiang noted this action in his mind without showing it. He walked up the stairs, returning to the main hall. Xiaoyu darted out from the bedroom door, intercepting him perfectly. Daddy. The little cannonball hugged his leg, looking up at him with a serious expression as if reporting work. Kaka stole Dobby's food and Dobby is crying. Dogs don't cry. Yes, they do. Dobby's eyes are all wet. Peng Wanxiang glanced toward the bedroom door. Kaka was lying by the dog bed, wearing an innocent expression of I did nothing. Dobby was curled up in the corner, looking quiet. Xiong yawned beside them, indifferent to the situation. All right, Daddy will give Dobby extra food later. Great. Xiaoyu was satisfied, releasing his leg and tiptoeing back to the bedroom, hands on her hips, as she lectured Kaka. Did you hear? Daddy said he would give Dobby extra food. You reflect on this. Kaka woof. Translation whatever. Peng Wanxiang watched this scene, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It was already the 5th day of the apocalypse. His daughter's biggest worry was still the food bowl dispute between pets. That was just fine. It should be like this. Morning. Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes and stared at the gray concrete ceiling above for 2 seconds. It has been 7 days. 7 days since the nuclear bomb fell from the sky. In these 7 days, he has done more than in the past 30 years combined. Building shelters, connecting water and electricity, saving people, fighting, establishing an economic system. He has transitioned from a programmer to the lord of an apocalyptic city, rewriting his resume. He carefully swung his legs over the edge of the upper bunk and rolled down. His movements were light. The girl below, Xiaoyu, was sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly open, a small dark spot of drool staining the pillow. Kaka lay by her feet, his ears twitching, but he didn't open his eyes. Wang Qinyu was already awake. She was crouched in the corner, wiping the legs of the desk with a cloth. Her hair was messily tied up, her loungewear wrinkled, and her face unmade. Yet the way she wiped the desk was so meticulous it felt like she was performing surgery. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, this woman still insists on cleaning the furniture every day. Sometimes Peng Wanxiang thinks that Wang Qianyu's way of resisting the apocalypse is not hoarding supplies or training her body, but refusing to let life become careless. This is her stronghold, unyielding. You gained 44 survival points yesterday, current total 45 points. The system's settlement notification popped into his mind right on time. 44 points. After spending only 1 point yesterday, he woke up to find 44 points credited again. In the past, when he was scraping by on 7 points a day, he wouldn't have dared to spend like this in his dreams. Now in a shelter with over 40 mouths to feed, population equals productivity, and heads are like printing presses. Saving people, no matter how you calculate it, it's a profitable business. Peng Wanxiang sorted today's tasks in his mind. Expanding the greenhouse is the top priority. With 41 mouths to feed, the current output from the greenhouse is barely enough to fill gaps. The stock of instant food is decreasing at a visible rate. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits are not infinite. If they don't increase the planting capacity, soon they will go hungry in half a month. Hubby. Wang Qinyu folded the cloth neatly and placed it back on the corner of the desk, turning to him. Awake. She glanced at him. That scanning gaze, scanning him from head to toe. Confirming he was alive, confirming he was not missing any parts, confirming his mental state was online. Then her shoulders relaxed just a little. It has become a fixed routine every morning. Peng Wanxiang has gotten used to what's the plan for today? Expand the greenhouse. It's about time. Wang Qinyu had no surprise in her tone. Last night, I checked the inventory, and based on the consumption rate of 41 people, the instant food can only last another 10 days. As for the greenhouse, the bok choy, there will take at least 3 to 5 days to harvest for the first time, and the yield won't be enough for everyone. She had already calculated the numbers for him. Peng Wanxiang walked over and hugged her from behind. Wang Qinyu didn't move, but the tips of her ears turned slightly red. All right, she patted his hand. Don't get all mushy, go work. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the bedroom door and stepped into the public area. A wave of warmth from food rushed towards him. It wasn't the smell of instant noodles, but the fragrant aroma of stir-fried dishes. In the kitchen, Zhang Chong was busy at the stove wearing an apron. A stainless steel pot was steaming on the electric stove. Zhang Chong deftly tossed the contents with his left hand, while holding a spatula with his right, his movements so skillful, it seemed like he was back in the kitchen of a five-star hotel, rather than an underground shelter 5 meters down. Peng Gu. Zhang Chong spotted him resting the spatula on the edge of the pot, and wiping his sweat. Just in time, I wanted to chat with you about something. Go ahead. 4 words, overwhelmed. Zhang Chong raised a finger, his expression, not one of complaint. Cooking for over 40 people 3 meals a day, I handle everything from preparation to serving by myself. For dinner yesterday, I stood from 3 in the afternoon until 6:30. My legs felt like they weren't even mine anymore. He paused and lowered his tone. And Peng Gu, I have to be honest, the inventory is not holding up well. Compressed biscuits and instant noodles, every package eaten means one less. The vegetables from the greenhouse haven't come in yet. This is the toughest time. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the doorframe and nodded. He was already aware of all this. For Zhang Chong to proactively present the issue shows he is reliable. He isn't blowing up from waiting helplessly, he's giving a warning in advance. You handle the manpower situation yourself. Peng Wanxiang said. Find 2 or 3 agile individuals to form a logistics team, you lead them. Those who perform well, I'll give extra contribution points. Zhang Chong's eyes brightened. I'll first tackle the food shortage at the greenhouse today, and I'll be forming a scavenging team later to specifically search for supplies outside. But that's a matter for the next step. You can't eat an elephant in one bite. Understood. Zhang Chong rubbed his hands together, grinning. With your word, I feel reassured. I'll go down and scout around for anyone useful. Oh, and Peng Gu breakfast. I soaked the compressed biscuits in salt water, added some dehydrated vegetable bits, and fried them again. It doesn't taste good, but it's better than eating them dry. Peng Wanxiang took it and glanced at it. 2 biscuits fried to a crisp exterior and soft interior sprinkled with bits of vegetable leaves. Surprisingly, it looked decent. With this skill, you would have one master chef back in the day. Hey, back then I wouldn't have looked down on this kind of work. But now, Zhang Chong patted his apron, a proud look on his face. A chef who can make compressed biscuits into something exquisite probably only has me left in the whole world. Peng Wanxiang took a bite and chewed a couple of times. Saying delicious feels a bit insincere, but it is indeed a significant improvement over eating them dry. Leave a portion for Qianyu and Yaya. Already set aside, warming on the stove. Peng Wanxiang looked at him again. This person is indeed reliable. As the greenhouse door swung open, the scent of soil and green leaves filled his nostrils. In the entire shelter, the smell of this corner was the least apocalyptic. It was humid, warm, and carried a hint of an indescribable sweetness, the scent of living things growing. The pinkish-purple LED plant growth lights spread overhead, dyeing the entire space in an unreal hue, like a hydroponic chamber from some sci-fi movie set in an alien colony. But the tender sprouts emerging from the planting racks were real. The bok choy leaves had already unfurled 2 or 3 leaves, plump and vibrantly green. The tomato seedlings had grown about 10 centimeters tall, with clear fuzzy roots on the slender stems. The chili seedlings were half the height of the tomatoes, but had thick leaves and sturdy growth. The strawberries were still quiet. This plant grows slowly, and Peng Wanxiang was mentally prepared for that. Peng Gu. Zhao Gang peeked out from behind the planting rack. This man was in his 40s with a dark face, rough hands, and nails forever embedded with uncleanable dirt. He had previously rented over 10 acres of land in the suburbs to grow greenhouse vegetables, enduring the wind and rain for over a decade, etching the work of farming into his bones. He spoke little, but the tasks he undertook were never vague. Lu Mei followed behind, holding a thin bamboo stick she had found from somewhere, probably having just supported the tomato seedlings. I came to check the growth. Peng Wanxiang crouched down, scanning from the first row of planting racks to the last. Zhao Gang wasted no time and directly entered report mode. The bok choy is the fastest. I estimate it will be ready for harvest in another 4 to 5 days. The tomatoes are still early, they need to wait another month to bear fruit. The chilies will be ready around the same time. As for the strawberries, he paused, rubbing the dirt off his fingers. Strawberries are delicate. From sowing to fruiting takes at least 70 to 80 days. No need to rush. No rush. Peng Wanxiang replied. That patch of strawberries is reserved for my daughter. Whenever they bear fruit is when we'll harvest them. Zhao Gang nodded and dropped the subject of strawberries. Lu Mei, however, was a bit more talkative. She crouched beside Peng Wanxiang and pointed to a patch of bare soil next to the bok choy. Peng Gu, look here, I discussed with Lao Zhao. If we can plant a crop of leeks here, that would be perfect. Leeks are easy to grow, they can be cut, and will regrow a sustainable crop. Perfect for the poor. Do you have seeds? No. Just wishful thinking. I'll think of a way later. Peng Wanxiang stood up, crossing his arms, his gaze sweeping around. The space was insufficient. This was the first problem that was obvious at first glance. The existing greenhouse was designed for 4 people. Several rows of planting racks were enough for a family to eat fresh vegetables. But for 41 people, this level of productivity couldn't even be considered an appetizer. He mentally pulled up the system panel. Current greenhouse upgrade options. The system presented 5 options. Peng Wanxiang went through them one by one. Option 1, expand the area. Steel 500, glass 200, electronic components 5, or rubber 20, oil production doubled. A necessity. There isn't enough space, planting anything would be futile. Option 2, upgrade the planting racks to multi-layered vertical style. Steel 300 electronic components 10 oil production increased by 150. A good choice. Utilizing the same area stacking upwards optimizes space usage to the fullest. It's like adding floors in farming. Option 3 upgrade the growth lights to full spectrum smart version. Electronic components 20 production increased by 50. Useful, but lower priority. The lighting issue isn't the most critical right now. Option 4 upgrade the drip irrigation system to smart cycling version. Rubber 50, electronic components 15, saves 30 water. A long-term investment can be postponed. Option 5 environmental monitoring system. Electronic components 30, rubber 10, production increased by 20, reduces pests and diseases. A nice addition, but not urgent. With 5 options laid out before him, Peng Wanxiang made his decision in 2 seconds. Focus on the 2 largest pieces of meat first. Area layers total productivity. Combining option 1 and option 2 equals doubling the area while increasing the yield per unit area by 150. A rough calculation shows that the total yield would directly soar to 5 times the original. 5 times. The vegetable basket for 41 people can finally be supported. Execute option 1 and option 2 simultaneously. Material consumption. Steel 800, glass 200, electronic components 15, rubber 20. He mentally reviewed the inventory in the alternate space. Steel over 10,000 kilograms, remaining a thick stockpile from the previous large-scale demolition of the shopping center. 200 kilograms of glass collected from shop facades and windows, sufficient. 15 kilograms of electronic components, more than enough. 20 kilograms of rubber, quite manageable. Combined, these materials didn't even amount to a fraction of the alternate space inventory. Compared to the days when he was scraping by on just a few kilograms of lead, it felt like 2 different worlds. Confirm execution. Zhao Gang and Lu Mei were still standing nearby. You two take 2 steps back, Peng Wanxiang said. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped back. Then the greenhouse began to change. The left wall seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand, silently extending outwards. The concrete wall slowly grew in the lead gray light, the steel frame interlocking within the glass panels, seamlessly extending from the ceiling to the new wall. At the same time, faint vibrations were felt on the ground. New planting racks grew from the ground. They weren't the previous kind of single-layer racks. They were 3 layers high. The steel framework stacked upwards, each layer equipped with independent planting troughs and drip irrigation lines. Pinkish-purple LED tubes automatically embedded themselves into the bottom of each rack, illuminating the seedlings below, tripling the light coverage. The racks were completed. The lights turned on. The drip irrigation lines extended from the wall, connecting to each layer's planting troughs, with no leaks at the joints. The entire process took less than 40 seconds. Zhao Gang's mouth was agape, nearly dropping his jaw. Lu Mei forgot to place the bamboo stick she was holding, poking her palm with it without realizing. Peng Wanxiang glanced around. The greenhouse area had doubled. The planting racks had transformed from a single layer to 3 layers lined up under the pinkish-purple lights, resembling a miniature 3D farm. The earthy scent in the air was even stronger. The dry odor of new concrete mixed with the dampness of old soil, giving a peculiar sense of reassurance. The space is there, the racks are there. Peng Wanxiang looked at the empty new planting troughs. Now we just need soil. Fill the new planting troughs with growing medium, primarily soil, mixed with organic fertilizer. Consumption 480 kilograms of soil, 35 kilograms of organic fertilizer. Confirm. Organic fertilizer, the stuff produced after processing waste through the ecological recycling system. With 41 people's output, they had accumulated quite a bit in the last 2 days. A closed-loop economy in the apocalypse, from eating to excreting to planting to eating. Perfectly closed. Confirm. In the new planting troughs, deep brown soil filled up out of nowhere, the surface slightly raised, carrying a loose texture. Peng Wanxiang reached out to press down. It was suitably moist, neither hard nor sticky. Zhao Gang finally closed. He crouched down, extended his calloused fingers, scooped up the freshly laid soil, rubbed it, then brought it to his nose to smell. Good soil. For someone who has planted vegetables for over a decade, the standards for evaluation are this simple. Lu Mei had already walked around the new planting rack, twice, her fingers moving from the bottom layer to the 3rd layer, tugging at the steel pipe joints, testing their stability. Sturdy. She turned back, her eyes shining. Pungu, if we plant bok choy on all 3 layers, harvesting every 20 days, rotating. She began to calculate with her fingers. Each layer could produce about 60 to 70 pounds. 3 layers would yield over 200 pounds. Adding the previous batch, for over 40 people, if we average 10 pounds of greens per day, rotating every half month. Her eyes grew brighter as she calculated. That's enough. Not just enough, there's surplus. Zhao Gang didn't join in on her calculations. He had already squatted down in front of the new planting rack, beginning to mark the planting rows with his fingers. Pungu, what about the seeds? He asked without looking up. Tomorrow, when the survival points are credited, I'll exchange them all at once. They'll add another batch of bok choy plus leeks, scallions, and garlic sprouts. Garlic sprouts. Zhao Gang's hand marking the rows paused for a moment. Yes. He didn't say anything further, but the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. This was quite an open expression for his usually stern face. Lu Mei translated for him. He's just craving garlic sprouts with scrambled eggs. After growing vegetables for over a decade, he only longs for this dish. No eggs. Peng Wanxiang spoke the truth. Let's plant first and discuss later. Lu Mei waved her hand a look of contentment, as if to say having garlic sprouts is already enough for me. Regarding manpower, Peng Wanxiang redirected the topic. The greenhouse has expanded more than double. You two won't be able to manage alone. I'll assign 3 or 4 more people to help you. They need to be hardworking, he said. Farming isn't an office job. Bending and squatting for half a day is normal. Delicate ones will be useless here. You set the standards. Peng Wanxiang said. You two are the greenhouse managers. I'll send people over, whether they stay or not is up to you to decide. Zhao Gang glanced at him and nodded. This nod carried significant weight. It wasn't casual, it was accepting a responsibility that wasn't light. In the 5 meters underground after the apocalypse, the act of farming has transformed from a livelihood into a means of survival. The tender green shoots on the planting racks are connected to the lives of 41 people. The couple worked in perfect harmony, not a word wasted. Peng Wanxiang stood in the center of the greenhouse, surveying the newly expanded underground farm. The 3-layer planting racks stretched out under the pinkish-purple lights, the old rack area, already lush with greenery, while the newly filled soil in the new rack area was ready to go. The numbers on the temperature and humidity monitoring screen were steadily lit. 25. 3. Humidity 62. The gentle sound of the drip irrigation system was soft, rhythmic, like a slow and steady heartbeat. Above ground, the wind and snow of nuclear winter were burying the entire world in an icy coffin. Below ground, the spring at 25 degrees had just doubled its size. The greenhouse expansion is complete. Peng Wanxiang turned and left the greenhouse, heading towards the common area. Before his footsteps even crossed the threshold of the kitchen, a scent mingled with the aroma of sauce, and the heat from cooking wafted into his nostrils. Zhang Chang, clad in an apron, was busy at the stove, deftly flipping the pan with his left hand while using his right to stir, moving about with such urgency that his feet barely touched the ground. On the countertop lay neatly arranged chunks of compressed biscuit crumbs and the remaining half bag of dehydrated vegetables, while several stainless steel bowls were stacked together, soaking with ingredients waiting to be processed. One person was doing the work of 40. This kitchen needed an upgrade. System, present the current kitchen upgrade options. The system responded, instantly displaying 4 options neatly. Option 1, expand the kitchen area. Steel 300 kilograms, electronic components 5, rubber 10. Increase the number of workstations and cooking equipment, improving cooking efficiency by 50. Option 2, add a storage room. Steel 200 kilograms, electronic components 2. Expand food storage space and extend shelf life. Option 3, upgrade the smoke and ventilation system. Electronic components 10, rubber 5. Improve air quality in the kitchen. Option 4, add a dedicated washing sink. Steel 50 kilograms, rubber 20. Cleaning ingredients and utensils to enhance hygiene standards. Peng Wanxiang quickly scanned through the options, making a decision in 2 seconds. Smoke and ventilation. Just upgraded the entire house to an ecological air circulation system, so that aspect wasn't urgent. Expanding the area, storage room, and washing sink. These 3 were the essentials. Zhang Chang couldn't handle it alone, and the core reasons were twofold. The countertop was too small, causing him to bump his elbows when turning around. Ingredients piled in the corner required him to bend down 3 times just to grab something. Moreover, now that washing vegetables and cutting ingredients shared a single faucet, efficiency was severely compromised. 1, 2, 4. Let's proceed with all at once. System, execute options 1, 2, and 4 simultaneously. Consumption: steel 550 kilograms, electronic components 7 kilograms, rubber 30 kilograms. Confirm. 550 kilograms of steel. The steel salvaged from the shopping center in the alternate space amounted to over 10,000 kilograms. This little consumption was a mere drop in the bucket. Confirmed. The kitchen began to move. It wasn't a quake, but rather a dull, rhythmic sensation spreading outward from the base. The left wall silently pushed outward, and the ground seemed to be pried open by unseen hands, expanding almost twice its original size. A new stainless steel workstation emerged from the floor, spacious, with rounded edges gleaming with the characteristic cool sheen of metal. 2 new stoves were positioned next to the old one, with 3 in a row. This setup would be sufficient to run a small restaurant even before the apocalypse. At the end of the kitchen, a new wall recessed inward, forming a separate storage room. It wasn't large, but shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, featuring a sealed door and a temperature 2 degrees lower than outside. In the right corner, a double sink emerged. Made of stainless steel, it came with an extendable faucet and a drainage pipe. He twisted the faucet to test it. Water gushed out in a thick, steady stream, seamlessly connecting with the previously upgraded water supply system. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. Zhang Chang's spatula hung, suspended in midair, oblivious to the fact that the contents of the pan were nearly... He stared at the suddenly appeared stoves and workstations, then turned to glance back at the storage room that hadn't existed just a second ago. His mouth opened and closed, finally stammering out, "Peng Ge, did you just completely renovate the kitchen for me? If this were before, just the renovations alone would cost no less than 200,000. He pointed at the double sink with his spatula, his voice quivering. "This sink? I've seen brighter ones in the back kitchen of 5-star hotels." Peng Wanxiang ignored his astonishment and directly got to the point. "By the way, have you made any progress on finding a logistics assistant?" Zhang Chang's excitement deflated significantly, scratching the back of his head. "Peng Ge, look at me. am running around alone, getting up at 6 in the morning to prepare ingredients, and just as lunch is done, I have to start planning for dinner. I wish I could split myself in half. How can I afford the time to go down and pick someone? Ultimately, there's only one chef, and asking him to cook while managing human resources was simply unreasonable. Alright, I'll handle that. Peng Wanxiang patted the door frame. You get lunch ready, and he'll send someone over to assist you. Got it. Zhang Chong sighed in relief, turning back to the new stove. The sound of the spatula clinking against the pan was crisp and decisive, his energy noticeably heightened. The new kitchen infused this apocalypse chef with visibly enhanced combat power. Peng Wanxiang descended the stairs. Level 1 below. The scene in the tent area hadn't changed much since last night. Colorful tents were crammed together with people nestled inside, either lying down or sitting. The air was considerably better than yesterday, as the newly upgraded ecological circulation system worked tirelessly. However, the lingering sense of humidity from dozens of people huddled together remained. Most people had not been assigned fixed positions. Some were huddled together in small groups, chatting quietly, others leaned against the walls staring blankly, and some were flipping through the price list on the exchange terminal. These people's expressions were different from yesterday. Yesterday was confusion. Today is anxiety. Confusion is not knowing what to do. Anxiety is knowing what should be done, but not finding a way to do it. This state was just right. Peng Wanxiang stood at the top of the stairs and cleared his throat. No need for a microphone. The echo in the underground space served as a natural amplification. Everyone come over here. The sounds of tent zippers, footsteps, and fabric rubbing together. More than 30 people emerged from their corners, all eyes fixed on him. Peng Wanxiang wasted no time. The greenhouse and kitchen have just completed their expansions, and these two places directly handle the meal issues for over 40 mouths in the entire shelter, and we are currently short on manpower. The greenhouse needs people who can endure hardship and aren't afraid to bend down and squat for a whole day. Experience in farming is a plus, but those willing to learn are also welcome. If done well, contribution points will be settled daily. He raised a finger. Kitchen assistants need to be nimble and unafraid of oil smoke. Those with cooking experience will be prioritized. Similarly, contribution points will be settled daily. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to stir. I'll go to the greenhouse. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion raised his hand, first his voice booming. I've farmed for half my life, I've grown all kinds of crops. I'll go too. A woman in her 30s followed suit. Pungu, I worked in a restaurant kitchen for 3 years, so I know how to chop and prepare ingredients. Let me go to the kitchen. A tall, slender young man squeezed to the front, his expression eager with a hint of pick me. I can cook too. I've been the one cooking for my family of 4. A middle-aged woman's voice suddenly dropped mid-sentence. A family of 4. The previous family of 4. Now unsure how many are left. A moment of silence enveloped. That silence was not awkward, but rather a tacit understanding. Anyone pulled out from the crowd had the same wounds. No one pierced through it, nor comforted each other. Peng Wanxiang did not allow this silence to linger too long. Those going to the greenhouse, stand to my left. Those going to the kitchen, stand to my right. The crowd split. 4 stood on the left, 3 on the right. That was enough. In the corner, the middle-aged man wearing cracked glasses remained. With arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall, his gaze swept over the raised hands, then over the exchange terminal, finally resting on Peng Wanxiang's face. He paused for a second. No hand was raised. No word spoken. Like an observer watching a performance that had nothing to do with him. But Peng Wanxiang knew such people. Watched them most closely. He tucked this detail away in his mind, maintaining a composed exterior. In the greenhouse. Zhao Gang Lu Mei, I've brought you 4 new people. Peng Wanxiang led the 4 newcomers to the entrance of the greenhouse. The pinkish-purple growth lights cast an unreal tone on everyone's faces. Zhao Gang straightened up from behind the planting rack, his gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals one by one. That gaze was not merely assessing, it was weighing. A person who has farmed for more than 10 years can tell whether someone has worked in agriculture just by looking at their hands. The position of calluses, the thickness of knuckles, whether their stance is habitually slightly bent. This is more accurate than asking 10 questions in an interview. He stared at the dark-skinned, middle-aged man for 2 seconds. What have you grown? Rice, corn, cabbage, radishes, green beans. I've grown everything that grows in the field. Zhao Gang nodded once. Just a slight nod, but on his perpetually stern face, it was already considerable acknowledgement. Lu Mei was much more enthusiastic, patting a young woman's shoulder and saying, come, follow me first. I'll teach you how to read the drip irrigation system. Don't be afraid, it's much simpler than your previous job. Peng Wanxiang did not linger. Handing the farming duties to those who farmed was 100 times better than him standing around. Zhang Chong, the helpers have arrived. 3 kitchen assistants stood at the door, somewhat nervous. The stainless steel countertops and 3 stoves in the new kitchen gleamed under the lights, the scale larger than they had imagined. Zhang Chong stood at the stove, one hand on his hip, and the other holding a spatula, looking like the head chef of a post-apocalyptic kitchen. He scrutinized the 3 individuals. Who can flip a pan? Raise your hand. No one raised a hand. Who can julienne vegetables? Raise your hand. The tall young man raised his hand. Show me how you do it. Zhang Chong tossed a root vegetable salvaged from the alternate space over. The young man caught it, grabbed a chef's knife, and swiftly sliced through it. Though the thickness was barely, even his speed was steady. Zhang Chong leaned in for a closer look. Knife skills pass. You can handle the cutting board. He patted the young man's shoulder and turned to the other 2. You 2 will start with washing vegetables and preparing ingredients. After 2 days, I'll see if you can handle the stove. The arrangements were clear. Peng Wanxiang watched for a few seconds at the door, a slight smile curving his lips. This person was born to manage the kitchen. Coming out of the kitchen, Peng Wanxiang ran into Li Mingyu in the common area. The boy emerged from room 002, his right arm in a splint pushing against the sleeve of his sportswear, and his left hand held the registration book, likely just finished flipping through it. Peng, good morning. Morning. Li Mingyu's gaze swept around the common area. It was much emptier than yesterday. The recruitment for the greenhouse and kitchen had drawn away a group of people, and those who remained seemed less scattered than before. In front of the exchange terminal, a small group of 2 or 3 people lined up, creating an atmosphere of order that felt like things have started to operate. Are the personnel for the greenhouse and kitchen in place? Yes, they are. Then what can I do? His tone was calm, but there was an underlying intensity. Peng Wanxiang was all too familiar with that intensity. It wasn't bravado, but rather a semi-grown child holding his breath, determined not to become the one being taken care of. Since being fished out of the bathroom in the barbecue restaurant, this kid had been searching for his place. Carrying tents, registering people, guarding captives. He was willing to take on any task, just unwilling to sit idle. Your most important task right now is to recover. Li Mingyu's lips moved as if to say something. Peng Wanxiang did not give him the chance. But there's one thing that only you can do. Li Mingyu looked surprised. Peng Wanxiang gestured towards the terminal device in the corner of the common area. For screens illuminated with a cold white light, displaying external surveillance footage that cycled 24 hours. Ruins at the entrance of the community, dark doors in the garage passage, and various angles within a 200-meter radius. As the number of people in the shelter increases, both internal and external situations become more complex. I need someone to monitor the surveillance, reporting to me any unusual activity, whether someone approaches from the outside or if there's anything abnormal inside. Li Mingyu's gaze fell on the 4 screens, and his expression subtly shifted. This job isn't just about sitting. Peng Wanxiang's tone deepened slightly. You need to distinguish what is normal from what is not. The wind blowing and people walking, the snow sliding off, and someone probing. Sometimes the difference is just a tiny fraction. If you misjudge, it could cost dozens of lives. Li Mingyu did not respond, but his eyes had already brightened. It wasn't excitement, but that unique, fleeting warmth that came from being entrusted with responsibility. He glanced at the position of the terminal device. 4 screens hung on the wall of the common area right next to the staircase leading to the tent area where people came and went. Peng Gu, isn't it inappropriate to watch the surveillance here? He lowered his voice. Anyone passing by can see the images on. Peng Wanxiang looked at him with approval. This kid's instincts were sharpening. Surveillance was the eyes of the shelter. What the eyes saw could only be known by the mind, not by everyone. Exposing external intelligence to public view was akin to laying one's cards on the table. Moreover, some of these 37 people had yet to be fully understood. Wait here. System. Construct an independent surveillance room at the current location of the terminal device. 4 walls enclosing with the door opening towards the bedroom, retaining the existing terminal wiring inside. A list of material consumption popped up. Steel 50 kilograms, a small amount of fabric, and rubber for soundproofing. Not even touching the edges of the alternate space stock. Confirm. A series of fine tremors traveled through the floor of the common area. Concrete walls simultaneously rose from the 4 corners of the terminal device, silently and steadily, like 4 gray curtains being drawn up from the ground. In 2 seconds, the walls closed in. A metal door was embedded in the front, its surface flat, with no unnecessary decorations. Just like that, an independent surveillance room emerged. A few people passing by paused for a moment, then expressionlessly walked away. Nothing surprising anymore. In this shelter, walls growing from the ground had ceased to be news. Peng Wanxiang pushed the door open and stepped inside. The space was not large, but sufficient for one person to work. 4 terminal screens hung on the front wall, casting a cold white light over the room. Below was a metal desk and a chair. After closing the door, the soundproofing was decent. The noise from the tent area outside diminished by half, leaving only the steady low-frequency hum of the equipment. Come in. He waved at Li Mingyu outside the door. Li Mingyu stepped in, his gaze sweeping over the 4 screens. The images revolved slowly. At the eastern entrance of the community, snow piled halfway up the ruins. In the garage passage, the dark door was perfectly camouflaged, merging seamlessly with the surrounding debris. On the north street, under the gray sky, there was nothing, only the wind swirling the snow. From now on, this room is yours. Peng Wanxiang took the walkie-talkie from his waist and placed it on the desk. Report any abnormalities, big or small, to me at the first opportunity. The code remains the same: 3 short beeps and 1 long. Li Mingyu reached out to pick up the walkie-talkie, gripping it tightly. His fingers tightened slightly. The grip on the walkie-talkie was heavier than when holding a notebook. He nodded, then pulled out the chair and sat down. The moment his back pressed against the backrest, his shoulders relaxed a bit. Like a screw finding its thread, it twisted and perfectly fitting. Peng Wanxiang looked at him for 2 seconds, then turned and pushed the door open to leave. The door closed behind him. After finishing these tasks, Peng Wanxiang felt a wave of long-lost relaxation. The greenhouse had expanded, the kitchen upgraded, the monitoring room was now independent, and the manpower was allocated properly. In his mind, the task list finally had only one item left: the scavenging team. He walked down the corridor back to room 001 and gently pushed the door open. Wang Qinyu was sitting at the edge of the lower bunk, holding a children's literacy book, pointing at the pictures teaching word apple. Peng Wanxiang mimicked in a baby voice, her little face scrunched up, taking it as seriously as if she were tackling a college entrance reading comprehension. Kaka lay at her feet, ears perked up as if also attending the class. Dobby was in the corner, gnawing on its own claws. Xiong was yawning. Wang Qinyu looked up and smiled slightly. Back. Peng Wanxiang walked over, bent down to ruffle Zioya's head, then sat down at the edge of the bed. Wang Qinyu put down the literacy book and glanced at him. That routine parts inspection. After confirming everything was fine, her shoulders relaxed a fraction. Is everything settled? Almost. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the wall and exhaled. Just the scavenging team left. Scavenging team. Assemble a team to specifically search for supplies outside. He paused. The stock of instant food won't last long. Even if the greenhouse operates at full capacity, it will take at least 10 days to ramp up production. During this gap, we must rely on outside resources. And we still haven't found antibiotics. Mingyu's injury is only being sustained by the last bit of supplies, and we can't delay any longer. Wang Qinyu remained silent, her fingers folded on her knees, gently rubbing them. Peng Wanxiang recognized this action. She was thinking, what are you hesitating about? She looked up at him, as precise as ever. Peng Wanxiang pressed his lips together. People. One word, but Wang Qinyu understood immediately. 37 people have just entered, and I still haven't figured out their hearts. Peng Wanxiang lowered his voice, glancing at the scavenging team is going out. They need to open the secret door, wear protective suits, and contact the outside. All of these are core secrets of the shelter. Choosing the wrong person is equivalent to exposing the foundation. Wang Qianyu's expression turned slightly serious. Indeed, she didn't elaborate, merely stating 2 words. But Peng Wanxiang knew the weight of those words was anything but light. He retrieved the notebook from the lining of his clothes. Li Mingyu's registration log. He opened it. The handwriting was immature, but the categories were clear. Name, age, physical conditions, special skills, 4 columns. The last line of notes remained: 1 chef, 0 medical backgrounds, 2 engineering technical backgrounds, 1 electrician, 1 mechanic, 8 laborers, and the remaining 26 have no obvious usable skills. Peng Wanxiang flipped through the pages with his fingers, his gaze lingering on each name for 1 to 2 seconds. He wasn't reading the words. He was retrieving memories. Over the past few days, he had intentionally and unintentionally observed every face, every action, every word, while moving around the public areas. This was a programmer's occupational disease. Without enough data, one can't debug. So he had been collecting. Zhang Yuan, male, 28 years old, a veteran. Skilled in combat and reconnaissance. Peng Wanxiang recalled this face in his mind. Square jaw, crew cut, steady gaze. When he was rescued from the iron cage, this person was among the first to stand up. Not because his wounds were the lightest. On the contrary, a blood mark had been left on his left shoulder by a wire. But the first action he took after standing was not to check his own injury, but to survey the surroundings, confirming the safety of the way he scanned was not the casual looking around of an ordinary person. It was methodical. First looking at the exit, then the high points, and finally the people. At that time, Peng Wanxiang had labeled him in his mind. A scout. A reflex-level tactical awareness. Over these past few days in the shelter, Zhang Yuan had spoken little, but worked a lot. He was one of the first to start moving when the tents were being relocated, and after completing the task, he quietly returned to his position, not seeking praise or chatter. When Wang Zhe was chattering away, Zhang Yuan leaned against the wall nearby, saying nothing. But his gaze swept back and forth between Wang Zhe and Peng Wanxiang, not watching the show, but assessing the situation. Such a person would be a good soldier in the army. In the apocalypse, someone you could trust your back to. Of course, there was still a gap between being able to trust and complete trust that needed time. But in the current pool, he was the optimal choice. Peng Wanxiang circled his name. Flipping to the next page. LV Delong, 32 years old, an outdoor survival enthusiast, a content creator. Peng Wanxiang was taken aback for a moment. He recognized this name. Not from the shelter, but from before the apocalypse. Billy. Brother Long's Wilderness Survival. Over 2 million fans. Peng Wanxiang had followed his channel. The videos were hardcore. Throwing a knife into the primitive forest for 7 days, building a shelter from scratch, weaving fish baskets, and making fire by friction, all done with real tools without any staged shots. The bullet comments were all in unison, saying, Brother Long is really fierce. This person probably traveled back in time. When Peng Wanxiang had been working overtime to the point of his brain smoking, he relied on his videos for meals. Watching them made him think, so impressive. He never expected that one day he would face this person face to face in a 5-meter deep underground shelter. Sometimes the world line is just that absurd. He recalled the images in his memory. LV Dailong's presence in the shelter was quite notable. Not in a flashy way, but in a friendly manner. He could strike up a conversation with anyone and share a laugh after just a couple of sentences. Yesterday, when queuing for the cleaning station, he was the only one who joked with those behind him before entering, Brothers, don't rush, I'll wash quickly, I've never taken such a high-tech shower in my life. He wasn't carefree. He was the type of person who, after experiencing storms and waves, chose to combat fear with a sense of relaxation. In professional terms, he had high psychological resilience. In layman's terms, he could handle it. Moreover, this person's outdoor survival skills were not just theoretical. He had conducted over 100 real survival challenges in genuine outdoor environments, gaining maximum experience in terrain assessment, resource searching, and improvised toolmaking. The scavenging team desperately needed such a person. Circle him. Flip to the next page. Yiming, 21 years old, a college student majoring in civil engineering. Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. A civil engineering brother. The image in his mind flickered. A tall, thin young man wearing glasses. Not the cracked lens kind, but a pair of black-framed student glasses. He quietly nestled in the corner of the tent reading. No, wait, there was no book. He was looking at the walls of the shelter. When Peng Wanxiang passed by, he caught a glimpse. This kid was squatting in the corner, gazing up at the concrete structure of the stairway, his lips moving slightly, as if he were silently calculating something. His fingers gestured in the air for a couple of moments. At that time, Peng Wanxiang hadn't paid attention. Now flipping to this page, it suddenly clicked. A civil engineering major. He was analyzing structural stress. This kid, his occupational habit kicked in. In the post-apocalyptic underground space, he was analyzing load distribution and stress concentration against the concrete wall. Such a person on a construction site would be called an axle. In a post-apocalyptic wasteland searching for supplies, they would be called life insurance. Many buildings may appear standing on the surface, but their internal structures could have been shaken loose by shock waves, and stepping the wrong way could cause the entire building to collapse. Having someone who can assess structure in the team directly lowers the risk by one level. Circle him. Peng Wanxiang closed the notebook. 3 people. A retired scout, an outdoor survival influencer, and a civil engineering student. This configuration. If it were a game, it would be called the standard dungeon team. Tank support engineer, just missing an output role. The output role doesn't need to be chosen, he himself is it. Have you made up your mind, eh? Wang Qianyu's voice came from behind. Peng Wanxiang turned his head. 3 people. Zhang Yuan, LV, Dilong Yiming. Wang Qianyu thought for a moment. I remember Zhang Yuan, he helped a lot when we were moving the tents. He doesn't talk much, but he's quick on his feet. LV Dilong. She frowned slightly. Is he the one who smiles at everyone? Before the apocalypse, he was an outdoor survival influencer with over 2 million fans. That's a bit too social. Being social isn't a bad thing. Peng Wanxiang replied. If the scavenging team encounters other survivors outside, they need someone who can talk. You can't rely on someone like Zhang Yuan who's a silent type. Wang Qianyu's lips twitched slightly. Not refuting meant she agreed. And Yiming. He's studying civil engineering. He can assess building structures. This explanation didn't require much elaboration. Wang Qianyu was silent for 2 seconds. The key is, can you trust them? Peng Wanxiang looked at the notebook in his hand. Trusting them is not yet a certainty. Time reveals a person's heart, and my observations over the past few days can only provide a rough idea. He looked up. But the scavenging team must be formed now. If we delay, the stock of instant food won't last until the greenhouse produces crops. So, it's not about fully trusting them before letting them work, but verifying trust through their work. Wang Qianyu looked at him, her gaze holding a hint of complexity. You're becoming more and more like your former boss. Which boss? The one who always said in meetings, let's start running before we iterate. Peng Wanxiang was silent for half a second. He was just making empty promises. I'm actually paying people. Wang Qianyu couldn't help but smile slightly. On the underground level, when Peng Wanxiang found the 3 of them, they were each nestled in different corners. Zhang Yuan was sitting against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. But the gap beneath his eyelids never fully closed. LV Dilong was sitting cross-legged in the tent, drawing something in the dust on the ground with a toothpick he had found. Peng Wanxiang took a glance. It seemed like some kind of simple trap structure diagram. Occupational disease. Yiming was curled up in the corner, looking up at the ceiling. His lips were moving again. When the 3 of them were called together, Peng Wanxiang deliberately chose the innermost position on the underground level. It was a distance away from the tent area with no one nearby. It'll be straightforward. Peng Wanxiang didn't sit down leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The shelter needs a small team to go out and collect supplies. Food, medicine, and materials are all in short supply. You 3. The 3 pairs of eyes focused on him simultaneously. Zhang Yuan reacted the quickest. He stood up, his upper body slightly tensed, not intentionally, but as a reflex. When the task was assigned, the soldier's body reacted before his mind. Mr. Peng, please specify the requirements. His voice was soft, yet each word was articulated clearly. Lu Dilong also stood up, but his posture was much more casual. He patted the dust off his, but wearing an expression of I knew I would have to work eventually. Yiming was the last to stand up. His movements were a bit slow as he unconsciously pushed up his glasses. He was nervous, but his eyes were bright. I have a general understanding of your backgrounds. Peng Wanxiang's gaze first fell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, you've done reconnaissance on the battlefield and infiltration behind enemy lines. It was not a question, but a confirmation. Zhang Yuan instinctively straightened his back. Yes. Just one word. Concise and direct without hesitation. Peng Wanxiang nodded inwardly. Such a person answers without extra words or ambiguity. You haven't seen the situation outside, and I won't hide it from you. Radiation ruins extreme cold. These are fixed bosses. He paused for a moment. What isn't fixed are the people. Zhang Yuan's expression subtly changed. It wasn't fear, but a tightening as he entered the so-called official shelter you were in before, that cannibal den that used broadcasts to lure people. I've taken it down. However, there may still be similar forces around. The 3 remained silent. No explanation was needed. They had been dragged out from that cage. The deafening crash of the armored vehicle smashing through the gate, the buzzing in their ears from the gunfire, and the image of Peng Wanxiang effortlessly disassembling the cage like paper. These were etched in the minds of 37 people clearer than the flash of a nuclear bomb. Lu Dilong instinctively touched his wrist. The bruises from the cage's bars had not completely faded. So the situation outside is more complicated than you imagined in the cage. There's armament organization and tactics. You are people who have been lured. Once you should be more aware than anyone else. Zhang Yuan's jaw clenched. He was aware. Too aware. At that time I went with Li Mingyu. The guy upstairs with the right hand in a splint. Yi Ming was taken aback. Wasn't he only 13? 13. He operated the rooftop machine gun with one hand. The three fell silent for a moment. It wasn't shock. After that night their threshold for shock had been raised to the ceiling. It was a deeper realization. They realized that the person in front of them selected team members based not on age, but on usability. And now he was looking at the three of them. Peng Wanxiang didn't give them much time to digest. Lu Dilong. Hey here. Lu Dilong's response had a hint of variety show flavor. I've watched a lot of your videos. That episode on the deserted island, your fish trap, was well made. Lu Dilong's eye. Bro. Do you know me? A fan. I've followed your work. Peng Wanxiang said it casually. Lu Dilong's expression was as if he had won the lottery. Wow, no brother Peng. You should have said so earlier. We're on the same side. He rubbed his hands together, his grin stretching from ear to ear. So did you see my episode on lighting a fire in the jungle? The one where a spark was made in 3 minutes. I did. The part where you used a fire drill. The comments were all saying Brother Long's speed is too fast. Lu Dilong chuckled a couple of times, then quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and tried to look more serious. Ahem. So Brother Peng, let's get down to business. What do you need me to do? Just assign it directly. Your strengths lie in assessing outdoor environments and utilizing local materials. Once the scavenging team goes out, route selection, environmental evaluation, and temporary plans. These will be your responsibility. Lu Dilong nodded. This time he wasn't joking. The look in his eyes changed, from that of a social butterfly influencer to a serious worker. Peng Wanxiang was right about him being adaptable. Such people know when to loosen up and when to tighten up in an instant. Here. His voice was lighter than the previous two, but steady. Civil engineering what year? Junior. I've completed most of the core courses including structural mechanics, concrete design, and construction. Although I lack practical engineering experience, my theoretical foundation should suffice. He adjusted his glasses, paused, and then added. Not overly humble. He knows what he has and what he lacks. Peng Wanxiang appreciated this way of speaking. What were you calculating while squatting at the stairway? Yi Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected that action to be noticed. He instinctively touched the back of his head. It's a habit. When I see a concrete structure, I want to calculate the stress distribution. The shear wall at that corner of the stairway was well done and the reinforcement ratio was reasonable. He spoke for 3 seconds before realizing something was off, and his face turned red. Sorry, it's just a habit. No need to apologize. Peng Wanxiang looked at him. This is why I sought you out. A large portion of the outer buildings have collapsed, and what remains standing does not guarantee safety. It may look fine, but stepping in could lead to a deadly fall. This is not without precedent. Your job is simple. Before entering any building, first assess whether the structure is safe. If you say it's safe, we go in. If you say it's not, we turn around and leave, and no one will argue with you. Yi Ming's eyes brightened. Then he nodded earnestly. Understood. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the three of them. There are a few more things to address, so let me be frank. The atmosphere became quiet. First, the leader of the scavenging team is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan stood an inch taller. Once we head out, and am not around, he will be in charge. You can voice your opinions, but the final decision rests with the leader. The apocalypse is not a democratic meeting. Arguing will only waste time. Lu Dilong raised his hand. I have no objections. It's only right to listen to someone who's been a soldier when it comes to combat. Yi Ming nodded as well. Second, regarding contributions, the points for the scavenging team differ from those within the shelter. The three of them perked up at the same time. A single outing for fieldwork earns a base score of 15 points. Additional points will be awarded based on the value of the items collected and the difficulty of the task. No upper limit. 15 points. In the shelter, growing vegetables for a day earns 5 points and kitchen work also earns 5 points. Going out for a trip is equivalent to working inside for 3 days. Risk premium. Lu Dilong's eyes lit up like 2 lamps. Brother Peng, this condition, I find it very reasonable and fair. In her voice, this is a great deal. Third, Peng Wanxiang's tone turned slightly serious. What you see here and discover out there, report only to me. Do not discuss it in public areas. Especially not the location of the shelter, its entrances and exits, and protective details. Not a word should leak out. The air fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yuan spoke first. Understood. Information confidentiality. For words with no explanation or display of loyalty. Just, received, will execute. Peng Wanxiang looked at him with satisfaction. One last thing. His gaze swept across the faces of the three. Regarding equipment. Lu Dilong perked up. The radiation level outside is still above 3,000. Without protection, going out is tantamount to suicide. Peng Wanxiang mentally accessed the inventory from the alternate space. Lead which I salvaged from the parking lot and bank piled up several tons. Steel not to mention. And the fabric, we still have surplus from the 300 kilograms collected from the clothing store. Before you depart, I will provide each of you with a set of radiation protective clothing, similar to what I wear. Lead layer protection equipped with a breathing filter system and headlamp. The three exchanged glances. Additionally, Lu Dilong. Here, you have a driver's license, right? C1, passed the second test on the first try. Lu Dilong patted his chest. That's not what I meant when I asked you to take the second test. Peng Wanxiang's lips curled slightly. Have you driven an armored vehicle? An armored vehicle. The one parked at the entrance of the garage. You'll drive it. The weapon system has been removed, but the armor is still intact. It won't break or be penetrated. Lu Dilong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Zhang Yuan's expression finally showed a crack, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. A retired scout had the chance to ride in an armored vehicle for a mission again. Yiming pushed his glasses up, glancing at Zhang Yuan and then at Lu Dilong. He was the only one who couldn't drive. He muttered softly. Where will I sit tomorrow? In the back seat. Zhang Yuan interjected. The safest position. Yiming let out a relieved, oh. Peng Wanxiang noted the three individuals' reactions. Before tonight, Lu Dilong compile a list of supplies you need, standard equipment like tools, ropes, and containers. I will make what I can, and whatever I can't make, well, find it later. Got it, brother Peng, leave it to me. Lu Dilong was already brainstorming the equipment list, his fingers tapping incessantly on his thigh. Zhang Yuan. Here. You will plan the route after we head out. I'll set the general direction. Priority targets are pharmacies, clinics, and hospitals. Antibiotics are the most urgent need right now. Zhang Yuan nodded, not asking why antibiotics. In battle, one does not ask why. The commander says to take a hill, and the soldier's task is to take it. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather in the decontamination room. Peng Wanxiang cast a final glance at the three. Supplies can be found gradually, but there's only one life. Coming back alive is more important than anything else. Zhang Yuan understood. Lu Dilong received. Yiming pushed up his glasses, nodding earnestly. By the time all tasks were completed, dusk had already fallen. A scent drifted from the communal area, rich, savory, and deeply comforting. Unlike anything one would expect in a post-apocalyptic world, the aroma of soy-braised stew. Zhang Chang's culinary triumph. Canned luncheon meat braised with potatoes. The luncheon meat came from the last 2 cans remaining in the pocket dimension. The potatoes were the greenhouse's first harvest, dug up by Zhao Gang that afternoon from the vertical growing racks. Though small in size, they were undeniably fresh, having sprouted 5 meters beneath the irradiated earth. Zhang Chang sliced the luncheon meat, thickly searing both sides until lightly crisp, then simmered it together with the potato chunks. No light or dark soy sauce, no star anise or cassia bark. Only half a bag of salt, its dwindling supply uncertain, served as the sole seasoning. Yet this simple dish, once served, silenced the entire queue, not because it tasted extraordinary, but because the 3 adjectives, hot, fresh, and containing both meat and vegetables, coinciding in a single bowl, had become in this ruined world an act of quiet opulence. Peng Wanxiang himself ate an extra serving, a rare indulgence. Instant noodles paired with braised potatoes, a double dose of carbohydrates, a combination that before the cataclysm would have made even a fitness coach weep. But now, satiation was justice. After dinner, Peng Wanxiang did not return to his quarters. He pushed open the door to the surveillance room. Li Mingyu sat before the terminal, his face bathed in the cold white glow of 4 monitors. His youthful features had hardened slightly over the past few days, not from age, but from something deeper stirring beneath the surface. Any developments today? Peng Wanxiang stepped behind him, his gaze sweeping across the screens. Footage cycled: blizzards, ruins, blizzards, ruins, nothing at all. Or rather, nothing at all was itself the best possible outcome. Li Mingyu rubbed his eyes and shook his head. No activity outside. He paused. Though, there was a minor internal incident. Explain. 2 people clashed near the shower facility. Not quite a fight, just shoving during the queue, voices raised louder than usual. And then, oi. They dispersed on no escalation. Peng Wanxiang nodded once. Friction was inevitable when people gathered in close quarters. 40-odd souls crammed together, queuing for showers, for toilets, even for hot water, made harmony improbable, discord expected. For now it remained mere shoving. When resources grew scarcer, shoving would become fists. Fists would become blades. Before that moment arrived, rules and order must be firmly established. You don't need to monitor tonight. Peng Wanxiang clapped his shoulder. The surveillance system records automatically. Review the footage tomorrow morning. Understood. Li Mingyu rose and stretched. A splint bulged beneath his sleeve, yet his movements were markedly more fluid than just days before. His injury was healing. The boy paused at the doorway. Brother Peng. Moi. The scavenging team departs tomorrow at dawn, right? Yes. Li Mingyu said nothing further, only nodded and slipped out the door. Yet Peng Wanxiang understood the unspoken plea. I want to go too. In time. Once your arm has healed. Leaving the surveillance room, Peng Wanxiang turned into the tent zone and found Zhang. The veteran reconnaissance soldier sat leaning against the wall, slowly polishing the blade of his engineer's shovel with a cloth. Each stroke deliberate, uniform, unwavering. The way he tended his gear revealed his essence. Even a shovel conjured from the system was treated with the reverence reserved for an old comrade in arms. Let's review tomorrow's plan once more. Peng Wanxiang squatted opposite him. Zhang Yuan set the shovel aside and met his gaze, steady, unflinching. Priority order for supplies. Peng Wanxiang raised 3 fingers, bending them one by one. Medicines first, antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, antipyretics. Take everything you find. Food second, search supermarkets, warehouses, residential kitchens. Leave no pantry unscoured. Third, scarce materials, electronic components, lead, copper wiring. Collect whatever you encounter. Ignore ordinary construction materials, cement, sand, rebar. I'll handle those myself. My efficiency surpassed. Zhang Yuan nodded. Understood. Also, Peng Wanxiang lowered his voice by half a tone. Don't play the hero. If Yi Ming says a building is unsafe, do not enter, even if it seems promising. If you encounter others, avoid contact whenever possible. When intent is unclear, keep your distance. Understood. 2 words. No embellishment. Peng Wanxiang held his gaze, saying no more. Some men required only one telling. Repetition implied doubt. At that moment, Lu Dilong emerged from a nearby tent, clutching a sheet of paper densely covered with notes across 2 pages. Brother Peng, the inventory list is complete. Please review. Peng Wanxiang scanned it swiftly. Military backpacks 3, lead-line protective suits 3, filtered respirator masks 3, headlamps 3, engineer's shovels 3, 20-meter climbing rope, first aid kits 1, marking chalk, among others. It was an extensive list, yet each item bore clear justification. This man had filmed hundreds of wilderness survival videos. Not for show, but with professional rigor, his equipment checklist as precise as one lifted from a tactical field guide. Good. All these items are in stock. Peng Wanxiang acted immediately. Placing his palm flat against the floor, he focused his will. A low, nearly inaudible hum resonated. A deep subsonic vibration pulsed from his palm into the ground, and rebounded back, carrying tangible weight. One by one, the listed gear materialized from thin air. 3 neatly folded silver-gray lead suits. 3 plump olive-green backpacks. 3 gleaming new engineer's shovels, their metal surfaces cool and sharp. Beside them lay the climbing rope, first aid kits, marking chalk, and spare filtration canisters. Lu Dilong crouched, tugged at a backpack strap, then tested the balance and grip of a shovel. I've never unpacked a delivery this hardcore, not even in my unboxing videos. Yi Ming approached from the corner, adjusting his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the protective suits. His fingers instinctively tapped the lead layer, estimating thickness and density. A professional reflex, incurable. Carry 3 days emergency rations and water yourselves. Not for a 3-day camping trip, Peng Wanxiang added. But in case you cannot return, so you won't starve en route. The words were blunt. All 3 faces tensed, not with fear, but with the sudden bone-deep realization that the mission had ceased being theoretical. It had entered their marrow. Acknowledged. Zhang Yuan spoke first. Acknowledged. Lu Dilong echoed. Yi Ming adjusted his glasses and gave a firm, solemn nod. Having finalized every arrangement, Peng Wanxiang returned to his quarters. Wang Qinyu had already lulled Xiaoya to sleep and lay on the lower bunk, but her eyes remained open. At the sound of the door, she tilted her head slightly. Everything settled. Peng Wanxiang climbed onto the upper bunk and lay supine. The LED ceiling light had been dimmed to its lowest setting, casting only a soft, hazy halo. A rustle came from below, the sound of Wang Qinyu shifting. What will you do after they leave tomorrow? Several seeds still need exchanging at the greenhouse, and the contribution point system requires refinement. A pause. Wanxiang. Will they be all right? Peng Wanxiang stared at the ceiling. Zhang Yuan is a retired reconnaissance specialist. Lu Dilong survived hundreds of outdoor survival shoots without dying once. Yi Ming can assess structural integrity, tell whether a building will collapse before stepping inside. He paused. They're far more reliable than I was on my first outing. I wore defective protective gear back then. Wang Qinyu said nothing more, but Peng Wanxiang knew she remained unconvinced. Some anxieties defy logic. They yield only to the certainty of return. Day 2. Dawn. Survival points earned yesterday 44. Total current survival points 89. 89 points, accumulated from yesterday's allocation plus the remainder carried over from the day before. A week ago this number would have seemed astronomical. Even now, it remained substantial. Peng Wanxiang descended the upper bunk with quiet care. Wang Qinyu lay on her side, cradling Xiaoya in her arms. Their cheeks pressed together, breaths rising and falling in gentle alternating rhythm. Kaka lay curled at the foot of the bed, ears draped over his eyes, radiating serene indifference. Peng Wanxiang bent and brushed a kiss to Wang Qinyu's forehead, then bent again, gently nuzzling Xiaoya's rosy cheek. Xiaoya murmured softly and rolled over, her tiny hand slipping around Kaka's neck. Kaka endured. In the communal area, the scavenging trio stood fully equipped. Their silver-gray protective suits shimmered with muted luster under the lights. Backpacks bulged with provisions, engineers' shovels hung at their hips. Respirator masks dangled across their chests, unfastened. Zhang Yuan stood centered, close-cropped hair, square jaw, posture rigid as a steel rod. To his left, Lu Dilong rotated his wrists. To his right, Yi Ming adjusted his glasses, reinforced with tape around the frame, lest they slip mid-run. That small detail signaled seriousness. Mr. Peng. Zhang Yuan snapped a salute upon spotting him. Not textbook perfect, but weighted with gravity far exceeding formality. Peng Wanxiang gave a single curt nod. Go. The group passed through the decontamination chamber and ascended the stairwell. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the concealed door. Icy wind laden with snowflakes rushed inward. An armored vehicle crouched in the shadow of the ruined garage, its hull dusted with a pale layer of snow, like a slumbering iron beast. Peng Wanxiang retrieved a newly crafted walkie-talkie from the pocket dimension and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Channel 13. Internal use only. Press the transmit button 3 times before speaking. Your authentication signal. Zhang Yuan accepted it and tapped the side button thrice. Beep, beep, beep. Effortless. Born for this work. Effective range approximately 5 kilometers. Do not exceed this radius today. I'll install surface-based relay stations later to extend coverage, but that's for another time. Understood. Lu Dilong circled the armored vehicle, yanked open the driver's door, and peered inside. Brother Peng, this control panel, is it manual transmission? Disappointed. No, absolutely not. Lu Dilong waved his hands emphatically. Manual transmission is superior. It possesses soul. He swung into the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and squeezed twice. His expression shifted instantly, from affable content creator to razor-focused operator. Brother Peng, I will bring them back whole and unharmed. No jest in his tone. Each word landed with finality. Zhang Yuan took the front passenger seat. Yiming settled into the rear, placed his backpack, secured himself. The doors closed. The engine ignited. A deep, resonant growl reverberated through the ruined garage, echoing like the first breath of a great beast roused from slumber. The armored vehicle rolled forward, crushing gravel and snow alike, advancing steadily toward the exit. Peng Wanxiang stood just inside the hidden door, watching the gray iron shell recede gradually into the blizzard, until its taillights vanished entirely into the white void at the horizon's edge. He remained motionless for 3 seconds, then turned shut the door. This was unprecedented. The first time he had entrusted the perilous act of venturing outward to others. Before this, every expedition had been his alone. He donned the suit, opened the door, walked into ruins, faced the unknown. Danger was his. Judgment was his. Survival, his solitary responsibility. Today, however, he stood within, watching others drive his vehicle, wear his armor, carry his radio, and depart. Authority had been partially surrendered. This sensation felt alien, not born of distrust, but of something more primal, the anxiety of a programmer handing over code to run on another machine, knowing that should a bug emerge, no safety net exists. He drew a slow, steady breath. He would need to adapt. One person's capacity has limits. He could not bear everything alone forever. For the shelter to advance, others must shoulder risk alongside him. He calculated this truth clearly. Yet clarity and inner calm, these were separate matters. Peng Wanxiang returned to the shelter. The kitchen bustled with renewed energy. Zhang Chang's cooking efficiency had visibly improved since gaining assistance. Breakfast was 8 treasure congee with pickled radish. The congee brewed from assorted grains stored in the pocket dimension. The radish fermented for 2 days by Lu Mei using a modest bundle of greens harvested from a corner of the greenhouse. The flavor, unremarkable. Yet on day 8 of the apocalypse, 5 meters beneath the Earth's surface, unremarkable equaled 3 Michelin stars. Peng Wanxiang carried his bowl back to the bedroom. Wang Qinyu was awake, braiding Xiaoya's hair. The scavenging team has departed, eh? Yes, 20 minutes ago. Right? She asked no further questions. Her fingers continued weaving the braids steady and sure. Yet Peng Wanxiang noticed, after finishing, her hand lingered atop Xiaoya's crown for a beat longer than necessary. In that silent second, he knew precisely what she contemplated. After breakfast, Peng Wanxiang descended to the basement level, distributing contribution points, the day's first priority. Yet he frowned before the exchange terminal. Yesterday, he had manually allocated points, calling each name, entering values individually, confirming each entry. 40-odd individuals. That single task consumed nearly half an hour. Low efficiency was one concern, greater still was inaccuracy. Yesterday, everyone on duty received 15 points uniformly. Zhang Chang worked from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., pausing only once for an hour. Zhao Gang labored all day in the greenhouse's back, bent so long he could barely straighten it. Lu Mei taught novices until her voice grew hoarse. They each received 15 points. So did the person who moved 2 crates in the communal area and rested 3 times. Was this equitable? No. Pre-apocalypse, this was called egalitarian sharing. Post-apocalypse, it was a time bomb. When effort yields identical reward, human nature gravitates inevitably toward minimal exertion. This was not a moral failing. It was a flaw in incentive architecture. To a programmer, everything resembled system design. And this contribution point system, version 1.0, contained critical bugs. System. He addressed it mentally. Upgrade the contribution point exchange system, integrate an AI-powered attendance module. Functional requirements follow. He mentally drafted the specification, more fluently than writing a product requirements document. First, automatic recognition of each member's presence on duty. Real-time logging of work duration based on biometric and positional data. Second, work status evaluation, distinguishing between on-duty labor and on-duty idleness. Don't ask me how to define it. You understand better than I do. Third, automatic nightly settlement at 0000. Final contribution points calculated via formula base role points hours coefficient performance coefficient, then deposited directly into individual accounts. Fourth, integrated leave request function. Pre-registration permitted with no impact on historical performance metrics. Fifth, each member may access personal attendance logs, performance evaluations, and final scores via the terminal. Transparent, data-driven, auditable. The system processed for 2 seconds. Upgrading contribution point exchange system, adding AI-powered attendance performance management module. Resource cost 5 kilograms, electronic components, 5 survival points. Confirm, 5 points. 89 minus 5 equals 84. A programmer investing 5 points to automate his workflow. This was astonishingly economical. Once deployed, this system would shift labor distribution from human governance to system governance. He would no longer need to personally supervise who worked, who slacked, or who exceeded expectations. AI would watch. Data would speak. Time and mental energy saved could be redirected toward higher priority endeavors. This investment, no calculation needed, was unequivocally profitable. Confirm. The terminal screen flickered, blue light pulsing twice, then reignited with a transformed interface. The former rudimentary balance display now featured new navigation entries, attendance records, performance details, leave registration. At the bottom, stark and precise, ran a new line. Daily settlement at 0000. Data updated in real time. Peng Wanxiang tapped into attendance records and scrolled casually. Beneath each registered member's name appeared real-time data, work duration, assigned role, and current status. Zhao Gang, greenhouse cultivation on duty, duration today, 2 hours 17 minutes. Zhang Chong, kitchen supervisor on duty, duration today, 3 hours 04 minutes. Wang Fei, physical training instructor, off duty. Peng Wanxiang paused on Wang Fei's off-duty status. Early morning, and the fitness instructor had yet to begin his shift. Fine. Noted. He exited the page, a faint smile lifting one corner of his mouth. Day 8 of the apocalypse. The office automation system had officially gone live. Once he'd loathed corporate clocking systems most of all. Never imagined he'd someday design one himself. And enjoy it thoroughly. Indeed, the difference between employee and employer lies not in ideology, but in which chair one occupies. Mingyu. Peng Wanxiang intercepted Li Mingyu at the stairwell. The boy halted and tilted his head slightly. The contribution point system has been upgraded, Peng Wanxiang stated concisely. AI-powered attendance is now active. Manual distribution is obsolete. Points will auto-calculate nightly at midnight based on hours worked and performance. Li Mingyu blinked once. Silence lingered for a beat. So the system judges who performs well and who does not. What criteria does it use? This boy. His questions always struck the core. Base role points multiplied by hours coefficient multiplied by performance coefficient. The performance component is assessed by the system based on actual output, much like final grades in your former school. Li Mingyu considered this. People may contest the results. They may review full attendance logs. Every metric is public. If discrepancies arise, they may appeal directly to me. Peng Wanxiang held his gaze. But data never lies. Li Mingyu's lips twitched faintly. Not a smile, but the subtle muscular acknowledgement of a logic he respected. There's also a leave request feature. Peng Wanxiang added. Illness or urgent matters, register in advance. Understood. Li Mingyu nodded once. I'll communicate this to everyone. He took 2 steps, then paused, still facing away. His voice dropped low. Brother Peng. Moi. This system is fair. A 13-year-old boy using a word even many adults might hesitate to choose offered his verdict. Peng Wanxiang watched his retreating back and smiled silently. Li Mingyu quickly walked into the crowd and cleared his throat. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me for a moment. The buzzing sound in the tent area diminished. More than 30 pairs of eyes turned towards the boy with his right arm in a splint. A week ago, no one would have taken a 13-year-old child seriously. But in this world 5 meters underground, Li Mingyu's weight was earned bit by bit. Moving tents, registering, monitoring, relaying orders, each task perfectly poised at the threshold of just enough. The crowd quieted down 3 times faster than on the first day. The contribution point system has just been upgraded. Li Mingyu wasted no time and got straight to the point. Starting today, the system will automatically record everyone's work status, whether you showed up, how long you worked, and how well you performed, all tracked in real time. He paused for a moment, scanning the crowd. Every day at midnight, the system will automatically calculate and contribution points will be directly credited to individual accounts. No need to queue up, no need to find someone to sign off. The data speaks for itself. There was a 2-second silence. Then voices erupted. Automatically issued. So we won't have to wait for Brother Peng to record each one. Tracking work status. Does that mean slacking off, Will? Who slacked off? I moved stuff all afternoon yesterday. Li Mingyu waited until the buzzing noise had diminished by 70% before continuing. Additionally, everyone can check their attendance details on the terminal. How many hours worked, how performance is calculated, how many points are ultimately earned. All of it will be open and transparent. If you feel there's an error, you can appeal to Brother Peng. He paused briefly, adding a weighty remark. But I suggest that before you appeal, make sure to understand the data clearly. The 13-year-old used phrasing that would leave even a 40-year-old HR not knowing how to respond. Translated, it meant, don't mess around, the data doesn't lie. The crowd's reaction split into 2 factions. These people had worked all day yesterday, harboring a sense of, I did so much, why should I get the same as those who slacked off? Now the system had voiced their grievances. The other group remained silent. The reason for their silence was self-evident. In the corner, a middle-aged man with cracked glasses leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze shifting from Li Mingyu to the terminal screen on the wall, then looking away. No one cued. No questions were asked. Not even a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Peng Wanxiang stood at the stairway, capturing these reactions frame by frame. After the crowd dispersed, Peng Wanxiang walked down to the second underground level, his mind occupied with another matter. 41 people crammed into the first and second underground levels, and aside from eating, sleeping, and gardening, they had a lot of idle time. When people are idle, they start to think. When they think, trouble arises. Yesterday's scuffle in the shower room was merely an appetizer. Dozens of people were trapped in a confined space without an outlet or entertainment. Emotions, if not released outward, would explode inward. They needed an outlet. Moreover, not just a purely consumptive outlet, but one that consumed energy while also producing value. Running. Too monotonous, they wouldn't last 3 days. Playing cards. Even before the apocalypse, he found it too noisy. Peng Wanxiang thought for 2 seconds, and a word popped into his mind. Spin bikes. Not ordinary spin bikes. Ones connected to the power grid. People pedal the bikes, generate electricity, and the electricity goes into the grid. Fitness, power generation, earning contribution points, all in one. Right, and add a competitive leaderboard. Get these people motivated. No internal competition after the apocalypse. No competition is ingrained in human DNA. It's just that the direction of competition has changed, from competing on KPIs to competing on electricity generation. Peng Wanxiang's lips curved slightly. Designing an internal competition system was a dimensional strike. System: construct a gym in the open area of the second underground level. The system steadily outputted, presenting 3 proposals. The basic version, treadmills and dumbbells, 200 kilograms steel plus 50 kilograms rubber. It could barely work, but it was 2 streets away from his expectations. The standard version, treadmills, spin bikes, ellipticals, all included 500 kilograms steel. It was acceptable, but not enough. The multifunctional version, 10 treadmills, 10 spin bikes, ellipticals, rowing machines, strength training equipment, 800 kilograms steel plus 200 kilograms rubber plus 10 kilograms electronic components. Fully stocked. Peng Wanxiang didn't even look at the first 2. Proposal 3. In terms of materials, this consumption didn't even count as leftovers from the inventory. The steel saved from the major demolition at the shopping center was enough for him to build 20 more. Once the scale opened up, being stingy became meaningless. Confirmed. Spin bikes have been synchronized with the shelter's power system. Each bike generates approximately 50 watt-hours of electricity per hour of pedaling, recorded as contribution points, 1 hour 1 point. Each bike is equipped with an LED screen featuring a built-in cycling race minigame supporting rankings among players within the shelter. Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. This time the system proactively included the competitive module. Not bad. A function not mentioned by Party A but added by Party B without extra cost. This is the proper relationship between Party A and Party B. Confirm execution. A dull vibration came from the second underground level. It wasn't a single boom. It was a continuous rhythmic writhing. The ground seemed to be pushed up by invisible hands from beneath concrete, spreading outwards. Steel frames rose from the ground, intersecting, interlocking, welding shut, moving so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Treadmills sprang up one after another, their belts taut and smooth control panels glowing faintly. Spin bikes lined up in 2 rows, matte black frames, anti-slip tread on foot pedals, each bike embedded with an LED screen the size of a palm. The screen wasn't lit yet, but the cables connecting it had already slipped into the floor, seamlessly integrating with the shelter's power grid. Rowing machines, ellipticals, strength training racks, all in place. Dumbbells stacked from small to large on the rack, rubber-coated edges won't damage the floor. The entire process took 30 seconds. Peng Wanxiang stood in the center of the gym, surveying the surroundings. The lighting was bright, the equipment gleaming with a cool metallic sheen, and the floor was covered with a thin layer of rubber anti-slip mat. It was called a gym in an apocalyptic bunker, but with such configuration, charging a monthly fee of 200 to 300 wouldn't be unreasonable before the apocalypse. The commotion downstairs had clearly attracted attention. Footsteps came from the stairway, sparse and tentative. The first to peek in was Wang Zhen. The muscle trainer stood at the entrance, eyes sweeping over, then froze. As if someone had pressed the pause button on him. 3 seconds later, he sprang forward like a spring, taking 2 steps in one to reach the nearest treadmill, both hands slapping down on the handlebars, turning to look at Peng Wanxiang with the expression of someone who had just seen their father resurrected. Brother Peng. This. His voice was loud enough to resonate through the entire floor. Oh my God, Brother Peng, this is a gym. An actual gym. The people behind him surged in. They surrounded the equipment, inspecting it, tapping on metal frames, pulling resistance bands, stepping on treadmill belts. Actions varied, but the expressions on their faces were surprisingly uniform. Fresh, excited, and beneath the excitement a sense of something unspoken. Finally, there's something to do. Peng Wanxiang waited until most people had gathered, then clapped his hands twice. The noise subsided. There aren't many rules, just 3. He raised one finger. First, equipment is to be used in order of arrival. As for the strength training area, he glanced at Wang Zhen. It must be used under Coach Wang's guidance. If you injure yourself, it won't count as a work-related injury. Wang Zhen puffed out his chest. Since entering the shelter, he had felt a bit awkward in his role, as a physical training instructor caught between being too high or too low. At this moment, his stage had arrived. Peng Wanxiang raised a second finger. Second spin bikes. All eyes turned in unison to the 2 rows of black bikes. Each bike is connected to the shelter's power grid. When you pedal for an hour, you supply an hour of electricity to the shelter. At the same time, the system records 1 contribution point. There was a moment of silence. You can earn points by pedaling. Someone's voice rose half an octave. Earn points, generate electricity, and exercise. 3 things with a pair of legs. Peng Wanxiang calmly dropped the final bombshell. Additionally, each bike has a distance leaderboard displayed on the screen. It updates in real time across the entire shelter. Every day, the one who cycles the farthest will receive extra contribution points. A bomb had detonated. A leaderboard. There's an extra reward for cycling the farthest. Oh my god, isn't this? Someone blurted out the apocalyptic version of Keep. Laughter erupted. It was the kind of laugh that had been pinned up for days, finally finding an outlet. Wang Zhen had already jumped on a spin bike, feet pressing down hard. The LED screen lit up, displaying a road cycling scene, the upper right corner, flashing real-time mileage and calories. Wow, this graphics is quite smooth. The faster he pedaled, the more the cables on either side of the handlebars vibrated slightly, the invisible current flowing into the underground power grid through the gaps in the floor. Using love to generate electricity is just talk. Using legs to generate electricity is the real deal. Peng Wanxiang stood at the entrance watching for a few seconds. 3 people were already lining up for bikes. On the leaderboard, Wang Zhen's name hung alone at the top, his mileage visibly shooting up. Beside him, the 2 people who had just sat down glanced at the rankings on the screen, silently increasing their pedaling frequency. Peng Wanxiang mentally awarded his internal competition system a perfect score. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, in the shelter 5 meters underground, the first nationwide fitness competition officially commenced. After leaving the gym, Peng Wanxiang turned towards the underground river. With 10 spin bikes simultaneously connected to the power grid, along with the increased power consumption from the expanded greenhouse, the new stoves in the kitchen, and the 24-hour monitoring room, the power usage was visibly on the rise. That 1,000-watt small hydropower generator was still diligently turning, having never stopped since day 1. But relying on it alone to sustain the power consumption of over 40 people was like a small horse pulling a big cart. The power generation side was temporarily sufficient. The spin bikes were a supplement, while the hydropower generator was the main force. The problem lay in the power storage. The batteries. That lead-acid battery was a relic from the time of 4 people. With a capacity of 10 kilowatt-hours, it was more than enough, but now with 41 mouths to feed 10 light bulbs, 3 layers of greenhouse growth lights, refrigerators, ventilation, monitoring terminals, and water pumps. 10 kilowatt-hours wouldn't last 8 hours. Peng Wanxiang walked to the edge of the dark river and saw Zhou Hai squatting by the generator, wiping the battery casing with a cloth. His technique was as meticulous as cleaning his own car. Busy. Brother Peng. Zhou Hai stood up, a thin sheen of sweat on his face. I'm checking the discharge rate of this battery has noticeably increased compared to the previous days. We've added more devices, and the load has risen. I can see that. Isn't it obvious? Zhou Hai patted the battery casing, his tone carrying the solid confidence unique to water and electricity workers. This thing is like a person. When it's young, it can carry a load without issue, but if it runs overloaded for 2 days straight, it shortens its lifespan. So, it's time to replace it. Peng Wanxiang squatted down, resting one hand on the battery casing. System battery. 4 options popped up. Proposal 1, lead-acid expansion. The easiest solution, but it has a limit. Equivalent to giving an old cow a bit more fodder, it's still just an old cow. Proposal 2, nickel-cadmium. Double the capacity, but with pollution risks. Polluting a closed underground space. It's like smoking in a submarine. Excluding that. Proposal 3, lithium-ion. Performance at its peak, but requires lithium and cobalt. There's not a gram of either in the alternate space. Relying solely on survival points for exchange would be too costly. Proposal 4, sodium-ion. 150 increase in capacity, high safety, long lifespan. The materials require sodium and sulfur, which are also unavailable in the alternate space, but the exchange cost is only 5 survival points. Peng Wanxiang mentally calculated. 84 minus 5 equals 79. Acceptable. Zhou Hai, how many years have you been working with water and electricity? 11 years. Zhou Hai replied without hesitation. Have you heard of sodium-ion batteries? Zhou Hai paused for a moment, scratching the back of his head. I saw it on the news before the apocalypse. They said it was cheaper than lithium batteries and could withstand more than lead-acid batteries, but I think it hasn't been mass-produced yet. It's in mass production now? Peng Wanxiang patted the top of the battery casing. Just one. I'll show you. System proposal 4, exchange sodium and sulfur for survival points. Confirm execution. Zhou Hai hadn't reacted yet when the lead-acid battery in front of him began to change. The heavy gray casing seemed to have its bones pulled out from inside, collapsing and reorganizing. A new metallic shell grew from within with tighter lines, its volume shrinking by nearly a third. The surface sported 2 embedded display screens, one showing real-time charge percentage, the other displaying input-output power curves. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Zhou Hai squatted their mouth agape, his cloth twisted into a braid without him noticing. He leaned in to take a look at the numbers on the display screen. 30 kilowatt-hours. His voice broke. 30 kilowatt-hours. He repeated, as if confirming he hadn't misread. This thing, 3 times that of the previous one. 3 times. Faster charge discharge speed, 1000. Zhou Hai circled the new battery, squatting down to look at the terminals, then standing up to feel the heat sink on the casing, tapping the metal surface with his fingers, producing a crisp sound uniform density. He straightened up, taking a deep breath. Brother Peng, I've worked in water and electricity for 11 years, and I've changed lead-acid batteries hundreds of times. He stared at the sodium-ion battery, a complex look in his eyes. I've never seen anything like this. He paused for a moment. Good stuff. His evaluation remained simple and unadorned. But coming from a veteran water and electricity worker of 11 years, it weighed more than any technical specifications. Keep a close eye on it. If anything abnormal occurs, call me immediately. Don't worry, Brother Peng. Zhou Hai had already squatted back down, replacing the cloth with a new one, meticulously wiping the new battery's casing. Peng Wanxiang watched him with a slight smile. The man's attitude towards the battery mirrored Zhao Gang's attitude toward. Once they found their place, they would serve it to the utmost. What was most lacking after the apocalypse wasn't people, it was people who had found their roles. After returning from the dark river, Peng Wanxiang circled the shelter again. Greenhouse. Zhao Gang was busy teaching a new man how to check soil moisture at the planting rack. The old farmer bent down hand in hand, teaching a middle-aged man how to check the soil moisture. You squeeze a handful, let go. If it doesn't fall apart, it's too wet. If it crumbles, it's too dry. If it neither falls apart nor crumbles, it's just right. The newly planted baby bok choy seeds were already in the ground, along with the leeks, green onions, and garlic sprouts, exchanged for 7 survival points altogether. Lu Mei was nearby, using bamboo sticks to support the tomato seedlings, still calculating the yield. The second batch of cabbage can be harvested in 4 days, combined with the new batch if we rotate them. Peng Wanxiang didn't linger. The matter of farming should be left to those who farm. Kitchen. Zhang Chang's logistics team had already started moving. 3 helpers were each performing their duties at the new stove, chopping, preparing ingredients, washing vegetables. Zhang Chang stood in the middle, directing the rhythm of the spatula, hitting the edge of the pot sharp as a metronome. Cut the radishes into chunks, not slices. Your knife skills. All right, let me do it. The kitchen was filled with steam, carrying the aroma of sauce. Lunch on the 8th day of the apocalypse was potatoes stewed with luncheon meat, served with multigrain porridge. Monitoring room. Li Mingyu sat in front of the terminal, the cold white light from 4 screens illuminating his profile. The images slowly rotated. Snow ruins, snow ruins. Everything was calm. Peng Wanxiang knocked on the door frame. Is there any movement from the scavenging team? Li Mingyu shook his head. They've been gone for over 2 hours. The walkie-talkie hasn't made a sound. No news is good news. After Peng Wanxiang said this, he silently added a half sentence in his heart. I hope so. He glanced at the external sensor readings. Radiation level 32, 18 USVH. Still decreasing, but far from the safe line, a long way to go. Temperature 19°C. Still dropping. The curtain on the nuclear winter had just begun to rise. In the evening, the aroma of stewed dishes wafted through the public area. Zhang Chang opened the last 2 cans of luncheon meat, paired them with fresh little potatoes from the greenhouse, and made a stew. There was no light soy sauce or dark soy sauce, no star anise or cinnamon. The seasoning relied entirely on half a bag of salt and Zhang Chang's miraculous hands. The scene of 41 people lining up for food was even livelier than during peak hours in a cafeteria. The 9th day after the apocalypse. Peng Wanxiang woke from sleep as the system's settlement prompt sounded in his ear, as usual. Gained 44 survival points yesterday, current total survival points 116. Yesterday, upgrading the sodium-ion battery cost 5 points, exchanging seeds cost 7 points. A total expenditure of 12 points. Base 72 plus today's 44 equals 116 points. Something moved inside him. 44 points. Not 41. The 3 scavengers had gone out on an errand yesterday and spent the night in ruins 5 kilometers away, yet the system still included them in the daily tally. In other words, the system's definition of those surviving attached to the host was not confined to the interior of the shelter. As long as someone was taken in by Peng Wanxiang and surviving on his resources, no matter where they physically were, they counted toward the head count. That rule was more permissive than he had expected. Good. It meant that if the group expanded outward, the demographic dividend would not be diminished by distance. Peng Wanxiang climbed quietly down from the top bunk. Below, the mother and daughter slept soundly. Wang Qinyu lay on her side, one hand resting on Xiao Ya's waist, her breathing steady. Xiao Ya had her face buried in the pillow, showing only half the back of her head. Her hair was a tangled bird's nest. Kaka lay at the foot of the bed. At the stir, his ears twitched up, then flopped back down. Lazy dog. Peng Wanxiang bent and rubbed each of their heads once, then slipped out the door without a sound. In the kitchen, steam rose. Zhang Chang was already busy at the stove. Breakfast today was pancakes. Crushed compressed biscuits turned into flour, mixed with the greenhouse's first batch of leafy greens, water added to form a batter, then spread thin and fried on the electric stove. Not proper pastry. But Zhang Chang had a natural knack for making any ingredient look presentable. The surfaces of the cakes were slightly charred, folded into triangles. The plating made them seem worth more than the food itself. Brother Peng, morning. Zhang Chang indicated the warm portions by the stove with his spatula. I've saved yours. Thanks for your hard work, Peng replied. Peng Wanxiang picked up the plate, leaned against the counter, and bit into a piece. He chewed twice. To call it delicious would be an overstatement. No matter how you processed compressed biscuits, the base remained the same. Coarse dry with an indistinct chemical sweet, but with the fresh leaves mixed in there was undeniably a trace of liveliness. The first post-apocalyptic mouthful that carried a touch of green. That meaning mattered more than flavor. Halfway through he set the pancake down and took a walkie-talkie from his chest pocket, pressing the transmit key 3 times with his thumb. Beep, 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 the code. He waited 7 or 8 seconds. Beep, 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 came 3 short replies. Then Zhang Yuan's voice came through the speaker, steady, but deliberately low to avoid picking up ambient noise. Mr. Peng, it's me. How are you all? Report. The greatest gains are in pharmaceuticals. Zhang Yuan's briefing was concise and to the point. We searched 4 pharmacies yesterday. 3 had been rifled through, but under the counters and in warehouse corners there were still many overlooked supplies. We secured 3 boxes of antibiotics and batches of anti-inflammatories, antipyretics, and iodine solution. Also 2 boxes of saline in good condition. Peng Wanxiang's brow loosened. Antibiotics secured. Li Mingyu's wound had been clinging to their last reserves for nearly a week. With this shipment, they would no longer be on edge. Food. There is a department store on the mall's basement level whose main structure didn't collapse, Zhang Yuan continued. Some of the shelves were looted, but the deeper rows were untouched. We hauled a lot. Instant noodles, canned goods, condiments, instant coffee, and even a whole box of powdered milk. Powdered milk. Peng's thoughts immediately drifted to Xiao Ya's face. That girl had been nagging about powdered milk since day 1, 9 days straight. What about fresh produce? Zhang Yuan, ruined. Fruits and vegetables, all rotted. The refrigeration units had been without power too long. Meat is no good either. Yiming flashed his light into the cold storage. The colors had turned. As expected. After the blast, the entire city lost power. The cold chain died within the first hour. A powerless freezer is a coffin. Its contents only decay faster. Over by the residential blocks. At that moment, Lu Dailong's voice chimed in, carrying his usual variety show cadence, but speaking noticeably faster than normal. Brother Peng, we checked 3 apartment buildings over there. Yiming inspected the structures before we entered. We didn't take unnecessary risks. We found quite a bit in the kitchens: rice flour, cooking oil, dried goods. Household stashes were more reliable than the supermarket shelves. He hesitated. But there's one issue. The temperature has dropped sharply. Peng tightened his grip on the walkie. When we left yesterday, it felt around -15 or 16. This morning, conservatively -25, and Lu Dailong's voice carried an uncommon seriousness. Snow accumulation has nearly doubled. In places it's reached knee height. The sky is all gray. You can't even tell where the sun is. He paused 2 seconds. Brother Peng, I once filmed a winter survival segment in the Altai Mountains. That cold was a dry cold. It numbs hands and feet, but is still bearable. This cold outside now is different. It creeps into the spaces between bones. Peng Wanxiang fell silent. Nuclear winter. The cooling trend the external sensors had warned of was materializing faster than forecast. The ash and soot in the atmosphere were covering the earth like a thick quilt. Sunlight could not penetrate, surface temperatures were plunging. In theory, the extreme chill of a nuclear winter could persist for months or even years. How extreme? No one truly knew because humanity had never experienced it firsthand. All the data came from models, and models are good at underestimating the worst case. Get back early today, he said. His voice dropped a half degree. Load the supplies onto the vehicles, don't linger. If the temperature keeps falling, the roads will ice over, and even armored trucks will have trouble. Understood. Zhang Yuan's reply, transmitted through Lu Dilong, was crisp. We expect to be back before 3. Copy. Take care. Will do. The walkie fell silent. Peng clipped it back to his chest and looked down at the half pancake on his plate. He bit once more, chewed, twice swallowed. His thoughts had already moved on. -25. Yesterday the sensor read -19. A 6-degree drop overnight. 5 meters underground, the shelter enjoyed some natural thermal inertia. The heat capacity of concrete and soil could buy them time. But not for long. If the surface fell to -40 or 50, the underground temperature would be dragged down. First cold air through the vents, then walls slowly losing heat, finally the floor beginning to freeze. 41 people huddled underground without heating. They might not die immediately, but life would become miserable. The greenhouse fared far worse. Plants were an order of magnitude more delicate than humans. If temperatures dropped below 15 degrees, the bok choy's yield would fall. Below 10, tomatoes and peppers would cease growing. Below 5, total wipeout. Those green tender shoots and the tomato vines climbing the trellis would within hours turn into a pile of frost-rigid Zhao Gang and Lu mice. 2 weeks of work, the only future source of fresh vegetables for 41 mouths, were ruined. The consequence was harsher than a mere power outage. Heating was not a should we question, it was do it today, or it may be too late tomorrow. Peng set the plate on the counter. System shelter heating plans. 4 options appeared neatly. Plan 1, electric heating film system. Consumption, a small quantity of electronic components and wiring. Advantages, quick installation, rapid warming, zone temperature control. Disadvantage, high power consumption. Given current electrical loads, prolonged full operation is risky. Plan 2, small gas boiler. Consumption, steel, refractory bricks, copper, electronic components. Advantage, excellent heating performance. Disadvantage, requires natural gas. Is there natural gas in that other space? No. Is the external pipeline intact? After the blasts churned the city, the underground networks are most likely shattered like a sieve. Even if canned gas could be found when it runs out, would they go out hunting more? Excluded. Plan 3 air source heat pump. Consumption copper, aluminum, refrigerant, electronic components. Advantage high coefficient of performance. Disadvantage. Under extreme cold, heating efficiency drops significantly. That sentence alone condemned the option. An air source heat pump extracts heat from the outside air. It can manage around -10 or so. Once it goes toward -30, there is simply too little heat in the ambient air to be useful. No one could say for sure what floor the nuclear winter would settle at. If temperatures fell to -50, relying on air as your heat source would be like trying to warm an ice cellar with a cup of hot water. Excluded. Plan 4 ground source heat pump system. Consumption 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 500 meters of plastic piping, 20 kilograms of electronic components, and 50 survival points. Advantage: it uses the underground stable temperature layer for heat exchange. No matter how frozen the surface tens of meters below the ground, the temperature remains in the teens year-round. Transport that warmth up, and its efficiency outperforms the first 3 plans. Operating costs are minimal, the system is reliable, and its lifespan is long. Disadvantage: expensive and large-scale. 50 survival points. Peng stared at the number for 2 seconds. 116 minus 50 leaves 66. Did it hurt? He glanced at the external sensor on his phone. Temperature, 26°C. An hour ago it had been. He no longer hesitated. Plan 4 confirm execution. A deep muted tremor rolled up from beneath the shelter. It was not a sharp quake, but a sonorous rhythmic heave, as if some vast thing underground were turning over. Such noises were no longer news in the shelter, but each time they sounded, people instinctively paused their tasks. In the kitchen, Zhang Chang's spatula hung for a beat, then he continued flipping pancakes, as if nothing happened. They were used to it. A few people in the tent area poked their heads out of sleeping bags, exchanged a glance, then ducked back in. Oh, brother, Peng is doing infrastructure again. On the 9th day after the end, the surface shook, had already downgraded from, is it an earthquake, to he's renovating. Peng walked down the stair passage to the underground water area. By the subterranean stream, a brand new unit stood quietly in place. A silvery gray metal casing, compact lines slightly larger than the nearby hydro generator. 2 LCD screens were embedded in the housing, numbers dancing across them. Inlet temperature, outlet temperature, circulation pump speed, system coefficient of performance. Piping extended from the base of the casing into the ground and descended, leading down tens of meters to the subterranean stable temperature layer. The core logic of heat exchange was simple: tens of meters below the surface, the Earth stayed in the teens. Use circulation pipes to bring that warmth up, compress it with a heat pump to raise its temperature, then distribute it to the shelter's rooms. No burning of gas, no oil, only a little electricity to drive the circulation pump. And that small amount of power, 10 exercise bikes and a single hydro generator, could easily supply it. Peng Wanxiang approached the control panel and dialed the target temperature to 25°C. Confirmed. Seconds later, he heard the faint sound of water flowing in the pipes. The circulation pump started a steady low-frequency hum. Within a minute, he felt a mild warmth rising from the floor. It was not the fierce scorch of hot air, but a gentle, persistent warmth like soil warmed by spring sunlight. Brother Peng. Footsteps came from behind. Li Mingyu came down the stairs, his gaze fixed on the silvery unit. The boy's eyes held a flicker of curiosity. A 13-year-old's natural interest in anything new is hard to suppress. New equipment? He asked. Ground source heat pump, Peng replied, without tapping the panel. In plain terms, in winter it brings up the ground's warmth for heating, in summer it reverses and pushes indoor heat down for cooling. For nuclear winter use. Yes, it's already -26 outside and still falling. Li Mingyu was quiet. He was not the sort to need things explained twice. -26 meant something. What 41 people without heat would face, whether the greenhouse could survive. The implications ran through his mind and arrived at their conclusions automatically. What about the greenhouse? The piping covers everything. Greenhouse, bedrooms, common areas, tent layer, all connected. Li Mingyu's shoulders eased a little. He didn't probe the technicalities further. This boy's mindset had a trait. He only cared whether the problem could be solved. How it was solved could be left to brother Peng. Very good. That indicated trust had reached a certain level. The system's operational data is already synced to the monitoring terminal. Peng turned to him. Go refresh the page, you should see it. Pump speed, pipe pressure, inlet and outlet temperatures. Watch those metrics. If anything is abnormal, call me immediately. Got it. Li Mingyu turned and ran up the stairs, his steps noticeably quicker than before. Zhou Hai. Peng called toward the other side of the subterranean stream. Sure enough, the veteran electrician squatted by the hydro generator, that same well-worn rag in his hand, polishing the sodium-ion battery installed only yesterday. His devotion to equipment verged on the devout. Peng sometimes suspected that if you gave Zhou Hai a washing machine, he could make it look shinier than new. Here I am, brother Peng. Zhou Hai trotted over, his gaze shot to the new unit and froze. He looked at equipment differently. Most people looked at the casing. Zhou Hai inspected the piping routes. His eyes followed the piping from the interface at the base of the silvery casing down to where it plunged into the earth. His brow tightened a fraction, then relaxed, mentally reviewing the rationality of the layout. Ground source heat pump. Zhou Hai's voice rose a half step. Peng raised an eyebrow. You know it. I read about it before. The Indo world never worked on one. Zhou Hai crouched and traced the pipe interfaces with his fingers, then leaned toward the circulation pump and listened for 2 seconds. This pump's sound is steady, the bearings look like the maintenance-free type. He stood and looked at the control numbers, lips moving as he calculated the cops silently. Brother Peng, the system's cop, is. The unit is rated at 4. 5. Zhou drew a breath. Cop 4. 5 mint, each 1 unit of electrical input yielded 4. 5 units worth of heat. Even before the end of the world, that figure would place the unit in the top tier of HVAC equipment. This thing is excellent. Zhou Hai's appraisal was unadorned, but his eyes toward the equipment shifted. The same look had given the sodium-ion batteries yesterday. That look said, if you entrust this to me, I can tend to it perfectly. Come by, and I'll go over routine maintenance items with you. Peng patted the control panel. Zhou Hai leaned in at once, bending over with the same earnestness as a father checking his child's report card. Listen to the pump every day. I'll report any abnormal noises immediately. Check pipe pressure weekly. The gauge is here. Normal range is marked in green. If it dips below the yellow line, there may be a leak. Also check the antifreeze level monthly. I'll top up if it's low. Peng listed items one by one as Zhou Hai nodded to each and muttered them under his breath. Listen for noise, check pressure, watch fluid level, like reciting multiplication tables. Additionally, the system's operational data is on the local network. Peng added. You watch the hardware here, and Li Mingyu watches the data in the monitoring room. If either side detects a problem, both alarms will sound. Double insurance. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. Now I'm even more at ease. He tapped the equipment housing lightly, as if patting a newly acquired fine horse. Brother Peng, rest assured. I'll raise this system like my own child. Peng watched him, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The sodium-ion battery was one child. The ground source heat pump was another. The hydro generator was probably the eldest. Zhou Hai's children were multiplying. From the subterranean stream area, Peng paused in the corridor. Under his feet, a faint warmth rose from the floor. Subtle but perceptible. The heat pump had just started. The pipe network was still warming up. Once the circulation stabilized, that warmth would spread evenly through every corner of the shelter. Greenhouse, bedrooms, tent area, kitchen. Even the stairways would not be missed. 25 degrees inside. -26 outside. 25 inside. -26 outside. A 51-degree differential, all supplied by the subterranean warmth accumulated over who knew how many years. Nukes could level a city and freeze the sky, but they could not pierce the crust to reach that quiet, persistent heat deep below. It was the Earth's own body temperature. Now that warmth had been ferried into the underground home of 41 people by a network of pipes and a single pump. Peng leaned against the corridor wall and closed his eyes for 2 seconds. 116 minus 50 left 66. 66 points. Tomorrow another 44 would arrive. 110. The next day another 44. And the day after that another 44. People are production capacity, heads are printing presses. As long as people live, the points do not stop. His job was to keep everyone alive. To survive the nuclear winter. To outlast radiation decay. To live until the surface could be stood upon again. He pushed open the monitoring room door. Li Mingyu sat before the screens. The images cycled between blizzard and ruin. Everything was calm, but the external sensor number in the lower right flicked. 27°C. Another degree down. Brother Peng. Li Mingyu watched the number, his voice quiet. Will this temperature keep falling? Peng looked at the gray sky on the screen. That sky had not shown any trace of the sun for a long time. It will, he said. He did not lie. It has not reached the bottom yet. Uncertain how much time had passed, Li Mingyu's voice pulled Peng Wanxiang back from his reverie. Brother Peng, they are back. Startled, Peng Wanxiang quickly got up and stepped into the monitoring room. On the terminal screen, the image of the garage entrance showed an armored vehicle quietly squatting there. The rear door slowly opened, and Zhang Yuan was the first to jump down, his movements crisp and soundless. Lu Julong followed closely behind, with Yiming being the last to emerge, clutching a bulging backpack. The three began to move items out. Bags of all sizes piled up like small mountains at the rear of the vehicle. They'll go check on things. With that, Peng Wanxiang tossed on a lead protective suit and quickly walked out of the shelter. In the garage corridor, the cold air was heavier than it had been in the past few days. The breath he exhaled condensed into a thin layer of mist on the inner wall of his mask, which was then absorbed by the filtration system. Peng Wanxiang passed through a hidden door and saw 3 silver-gray figures bustling about at the rear of the vehicle. Brother Peng. Yiming, with sharp eyes, was the first to look up and wave at him. The tape wrapped around the glasses was still intact. Thanks for your hard work. What did you find? Peng Wanxiang approached and glanced at the pile of supplies on the ground. Brother Peng. It was a bloodbath. Lu Julong interjected, his voice booming far louder than the intercom, excitement spilling out uncontrollably. Medicines, food, and a lot of scarce materials. We'll report the details when we get back. This trip was definitely not in vain. Zhang Yuan stood by silent, but nodded slightly. From the reconnaissance soldier's mouth, this gesture equated to the haul exceeded expectations. Good. Peng Wanxiang nodded 3 times in succession. You 3 go through the decontamination procedures first, then take a good rest. The shelter has changed a bit in the past few days, and we'll have someone catch you up later. He walked to the side of the armored vehicle and placed one hand on the pile of supplies in the rear compartment. His palm warmed slightly. At the moment of contact, the supplies silently dissolved, transforming into data, flowing into a different space. Food, medicine, materials, all documented. Stored items were disinfected and preserved upon entry. He was already well versed in this process. The oil has also been collected. The vehicle will stay here for now. Peng Wanxiang placed his other hand on the fuel tank cover. A prompt flashed in his mind, deconstructed 50 liters of gasoline, stored in a different space. Zhang Yuan and the others waited for him to finish before all four of them walked back. The footsteps in the corridor echoed back and forth against the concrete walls. Peng Wanxiang asked as he walked, "Let's discuss the situation that wasn't fully mentioned over the intercom." Zhang Yuan's pace remained unchanged, but his tone lowered a notch. "We discovered human footprints in multiple scavenging spots." Peng Wanxiang paused for a moment. Judging by the freshness, within 24 hours. Zhang Yuan's reporting style was akin to writing reconnaissance reports, concise sentences, judgments, conclusions, without any extraneous words. The footprints varied in size, some male, some female. The stride and distribution were irregular, indicating no formal training. There were about 5 individuals scavenging for supplies, just like us. He paused briefly. Snow has covered part of the traces, making it impossible to determine their armament and direction of travel. But there is one detail. Peng Wanxiang looked at him. Among the footprints, one set had a very short distance between them, less than 40 centimeters apart. A child, or an injured person. Zhang Yuan refrained from making a definitive conclusion. It's possible they were carrying something and couldn't move quickly. However, based on the depth, they seemed to weigh less. Peng Wanxiang remained silent for a few seconds. "Understood. You 3 go rest first." Back in the bedroom, Peng Wanxiang shut the door. The room was very quiet. Wang Qinyu had taken Xiaoya to the greenhouse, and the 3 dogs were also absent. He paced back and forth in the room. It wasn't anxiety, he was processing thoughts. There were other survivors nearby. 5 individuals, both male and female, possibly accompanied by children, were injured. Not knowing where they came from, where they were going, or their underlying motives. If they were vulnerable individuals, he would accept them. One more head meant one more survival point, one more pair of hands meant more labor. He had calculated this from the very first day. But what if they weren't? Peng Wanxiang halted his steps. He remembered the official shelter. Broadcast fishing iron cages to catch people, guards with unabashed greed in their eyes. He recalled the clue about the pharmacy being systematically emptied. Up to now it remained unclear who was responsible. He also remembered the middle-aged man with cracked glasses in the corner of the tent area. From day one until now he had not cued, not expressed a stance, not raised a hand, and not spoken. Doing nothing. Watching everything. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath and released his clenched fist. There were unknown forces moving externally, and internally there were hearts yet to be discerned. The shelter was growing larger, more people were coming in, and the variables were multiplying. Yet what he could control was only system. Is there any method to monitor the status and movements of all personnel in the shelter in real time? He phrased the request in his mind. He didn't use the word control, but the meaning was roughly the same. The system replied instantly. Suggestion: construct electronic wristbands to be worn by all residents. Core functions: real-time positioning, health monitoring, behavior, recording, communication. Safety features: preset thresholds for dangerous behaviors such as attacking others, damaging facilities, or unauthorized exit, which trigger automatic electric shocks for warnings, adjustable from level 1 to 10. Anti-tampering mechanisms. Forced removal will also trigger electric shocks. Data is uploaded to the local area network server in real time, and the host can review it at any time. Power supply method: built-in micro-kinetic energy battery, charging through daily activities of the wearer. Fully charged it lasts for 24 hours, and in low battery mode it will automatically shut down non-core functions and alert the terminal. Single construction consumption: 5 kilograms of electronic components, 1 kilogram of steel 0, 5 kilograms of rubber 0, 5 kilograms of plastic, and 1 survival point. Peng Wanxiang stood still, staring at the air for 3 seconds. Electronic wristbands. Real-time positioning. Behavior monitoring. Electric shock penalties. Anti-tampering. In plain terms, this thing was just a set of invisible shackles. The image of the Pip-Boy from the Fallout series flashed through his mind. That was a personal information terminal, very cool, and players fought to wear them. But the Pip-Boy didn't shock people. What he was— Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes for a moment. He wasn't without hesitation. Forcing 40 living people to wear shock-enabled bracelets, this would have crossed several legal red lines before the apocalypse. But before the apocalypse, laws governed 7 billion people. After the apocalypse, the only one who governed these 41 people was him. If he couldn't keep control, the next person in an iron cage might be Xiaoya. This thought only lingered in his mind for a second. A second was enough. System: build a sample first. A warm sensation coursed through his palm. A silver-gray wristband device materialized heavy in his hand. It was wider than a watch, with a screen half the size. The metallic exterior had a texture between matte and mirror, with rounded edges that fit the curvature of the wrist. Peng Wanxiang flipped it over and fastened it to his wrist. The screen lit up. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen, body temperature. 4 basic data points pulsed in real time. A line of small text at the bottom displayed the current coordinates precise to the room. Host wrist has been exempted from permission restrictions. Penalty mechanisms have been disabled. He clenched his fist. The heart rate on the screen jumped from 72 to 76, responding sensitively. All right. Peng Wanxiang stood up, pushed the door open, and walked towards the monitoring room. Mingyu. Li Mingyu was facing 4 screens and turned his head when he heard the door. Peng Wanxiang raised his wrist to show the screen to him. Take a look at this. Li Mingyu's gaze landed on the silver-gray wristband, pausing for a second. A new device. Electronic wristband. Peng Wanxiang extended his wrist forward. Real-time positioning health monitoring behavior recording. All data is directly uploaded to the server in this room. Li Mingyu didn't rush to respond. His eyes scanned from the data on the screens to the wristband's exterior material, then to the charging module at the bottom. His way of observing was like watching the monitoring footage, first scanning the overall view, then focusing on the details. What else, he asked. Not how impressive, not that's amazing. But what else? This kid understood that if Peng Wanxiang created something that only provided positioning and monitoring, it wouldn't warrant a dedicated trip to the monitoring room. There must be more significant functions behind it. Peng Wanxiang glanced at him. Preset thresholds for dangerous behaviors. Attacking others, damaging facilities, unauthorized exit. These trigger automatic electric shocks. Forced removal also triggers them. The monitoring room was quiet for 2 seconds. Li Mingyu's expression remained largely unchanged, but his fingers slightly recoiled from the surface of the desk. Everyone will wear one. Everyone. When Peng Wanxiang said these 2 words, his tone was as flat as reading. Li Mingyu lowered his head, staring at his wrist for a while. Can the shock intensity be adjusted? From 1 to 10, it's adjustable. I plan to set it to 3 by default. A warning level not causing actual harm. Li Mingyu fell silent for a moment. Then he looked up. Do I have to wear one? Peng Wanxiang met his gaze. The boy's eyes showed neither resistance nor flattery. It was a serious look of let's clarify things before making a decision. Wear it. Peng Wanxiang didn't hesitate. Everyone except my wife will wear one. Including you. He paused, but your permissions will be different from others. The terminal in your room can access all data. Viewing only no. Li Mingyu's mouth twitched slightly. The movement was minimal, but Peng Wanxiang noticed. Not a smile. It was the subtle relaxation of muscles responding faster than thoughts after being treated as an insider. All right. One word, clean and decisive. The boy extended his left hand. Give me one. Peng Wanxiang retrieved an electronic wristband from the other space and handed it over. Li Mingyu fastened it with one hand. His right arm was still in a splint, making the action a bit awkward, but he didn't ask for help. When the screen lit up, he looked down for 2 seconds. Heart rate 68. He murmured to himself. Lower than I expected. Peng Wanxiang didn't respond. The distribution of wristbands isn't urgent. He walked to the terminal and called up the management interface of the newly launched system. The screen was filled with a dense array of options and settings. Dangerous behavior warnings, penalty mechanisms, data, upload frequency, permission levels. If we distribute them directly, at least half of the 40 people will freak out. Peng Wanxiang said while scrolling through the We need to clarify the rules first. Why wear it? What happens after wearing it? What triggers the electric shocks? If we explain clearly, the backlash will be much smaller. Li Mingyu stood beside him, his gaze following Peng Wanxiang's finger as it moved across the screen. Brother Peng, I have a question. Speak. No matter how you phrase it, some will feel like they are being treated as criminals. Peng Wanxiang's finger paused on the penalty. Indeed. So how do you plan to get them to accept it? Peng Wanxiang didn't turn around. What do you think? Li Mingyu pondered for 3 seconds. Emphasize the benefits and draw a clear line for the bottom line. His voice was not loud, but each word hit the mark. Functionally positioning health monitoring communication. These are tangible benefits for ordinary people. They can be found if something happens outside, and there will be warnings if health issues arise. The electric shock part. Just say it outright. No one is foolish. Hiding it will only arouse more suspicion. But the phrasing can be changed. Not penalty, but safety warning. Attacking others, damaging facilities, opening doors without authorization. These behaviors put everyone's lives at risk. The wristband merely gives the rules some teeth. Peng Wanxiang turned to look at the 13-year-old boy. Sometimes this kid's thought process was clearer than that of this 30-year-old. There's one more thing. Li Mingyu added. You have to wear one too. Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. You're already... Li Mingyu glanced at the silver-gray wristband on Peng Wanxiang's wrist. But when you distribute them, you must let everyone see. I'm wearing one too, just like you. Even if yours doesn't have an electric shock feature and all permissions are open, others won't know. They just need to see that the rules apply equally to everyone. The monitoring room fell silent for 2 seconds. Peng Wanxiang stared at him for a while, then nodded. All right. He turned back and typed the final settings on the terminal. Dangerous behavior thresholds. Attacking others, damaging shelter facilities, unauthorized exit. Electric shock level defaults to 3. Data uploads. Real-time, no delay. Permission levels. Highest permission, Peng Wanxiang Wang Qianyu. Can view all data and modify all settings. Management permission, Li Mingyu. Can view all data but cannot modify settings. Ordinary permission, all other individuals can only view their own data. When Wang Qianyu's name was entered, Peng Wanxiang hesitated for half a second. Not hesitating about whether to give her permission, but hesitating about whether to give her a wristband too. In the end, he deleted. 40 people wore wristbands, and only one person did not. That person was his wife. This wasn't a privilege. It was the last line of code left by a programmer. System. He issued a command in his mind. Construct electronic wristbands, 40 pieces. Construct electronic wristbands, 40. Consumption, 200 kilograms of electronic components, 40 kilograms of steel, 20 kilograms of rubber, 20 kilograms of plastic, and 40 survival points. Confirm. 66 minus 40. Remaining 26. Does it hurt? The image of the man with cracked glasses in the corner of the tent area flashed through Peng Wanxiang's mind. He recalled the cold glint of the guard's gun at the official shelter. The image of Xiaoya turning in her bed, her small hands holding onto Kaka's neck. It didn't hurt. Confirm. Construction completed. Stored in a different space. 40 silver gray electronic wristbands lay quietly in a corner of the different space, waiting to be worn on 40 wrists. Peng Wanxiang turned around and glanced at Li Mingyu. Go call Zhangchang Wang Zhen Zhaogang Lu Mei and Zhou Hai over. Let's first inform the core team. How to explain how to distribute who goes first. Once it's settled, we'll proceed. Li Mingyu nodded and turned to leave. The footsteps faded down the corridor. After a while, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open. Li Mingyu stepped aside to make way for 5 people entering in single file. Zhang Chong at the front, still carrying the aroma of the kitchen. Wang Jie came in second, nearly getting stuck in the doorframe. Zhao Gang and Lu Mei walked side by side, accustomed to entering and exiting together. Zhou Hai was the last to enter, instinctively glancing back towards the corridor, perhaps thinking of his few beloved sons. Everyone is here. Li Mingyu closed the door behind them. Peng Wanxiang did not rush to speak, first surveying the room. 5 people stood in the monitoring room, the cold white light from 4 screens illuminating their faces. Zhang Chong wiped his hands on his apron. Zhao Gang had his hands behind his back. Lu Mei stood half a step behind Zhao Gang. Wang Jie crossed his arms over his chest, and Zhou Hai's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the newly appeared data interface on the wall. They were all familiar faces. However, there was still a distance between familiar and anything goes. The reason I called you here today is to show you something first. Peng Wanxiang raised his left wrist. The silver gray wrist device reflected light under the illumination. On the screen, the data for heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature was quietly fluctuating. 5 pairs of eyes focused on it simultaneously. This thing is called electronic wristband. Peng Wanxiang turned his wrist to let everyone see clearly. Real-time location health monitoring behavior recording. Once worn, it will upload all the information in real time to the server in this room regarding where the person is in the shelter, their physical condition, and what they are doing. He paused for a moment. I plan to distribute one to everyone in the shelter. Silence lasted for 2 seconds. Zhang Chong was the first to react, his expression slightly ambiguous. Not out of rejection, but that unique culinary dilemma of this dish seems a bit pungent, but might actually need that flavor. Brother Peng, this thing. Is it just surveillance? Surveillance is part of it. Peng Wanxiang did not beat around the bush. There is also a punishment mechanism. The air tightened a bit at the mention of those 3 words. Attacking others, damaging shelter facilities, or running out without approval triggers automatic electric shock. Tampering with the wristband also triggers it. Wang Jie's arms dropped from his chest. It was not a sign of relaxation, but a need to digest this information. Electric shock. His voice lowered a notch. Adjustable from level 1 to 10. I default to level 3, a warning level. Painful, but not harmful. Zhao Gang remained silent. The old farmer stood still, his brow furrowed deeply, his gaze glued to the screen on Peng Wanxiang's wrist, as if observing a seedling that was not growing well. Indiscernible, but he sensed something was amiss. Lu Mei unconsciously tightened her grip on Zhao Gang's sleeve. Zhou Hai was the first to regain his composure. His gaze shifted from the electronic wristband to the server indicator light in the corner, then back again, his lips moving, likely contemplating whether the data transmission bandwidth would suffice. It's a profession-related issue that can't be cured. I know what you are thinking. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the terminal, crossing his arms. Having 40 people wear this is no different than tying a rope to their wrists. To put it bluntly, electronic handcuffs. He said the harshest words himself. The expressions of the 5 relaxed slightly. Not because it felt better, but because Peng Wanxiang was being honest. But I need you to understand one thing. Peng Wanxiang's gaze swept across each of their faces. It's only been a few days since 37 people entered the shelter. Who among you dares to confidently tell me that they have thoroughly understood everyone's background? No one spoke. Yesterday someone shoved in the shower, and today it could escalate. What about tomorrow? The day after? As the number of people increases, conflicts will only intensify. He paused. If someone in the shelter hurts another, if someone sneaks into the greenhouse to steal vegetables, if someone pries open a secret door to sell coordinates to unknown people, when that time comes, what will I use to protect you? What will I use to protect your families? As the last sentence fell, Zhao Gang's brow relaxed a little, and Lu Mei's fingers gripping her sleeve also loosened. The logic of this couple was very simple. Whoever protects the crops is right. Zhang Chong wiped his face. Brother Peng, I manage the meals for dozens of people in the kitchen, to be honest. It's indeed hard to manage when there are too many people. Some people have suspicious eyes. I have my concerns, but no evidence. If this thing can help keep an eye on things, I'm on board. He paused and added, but about the electric shock. Could you make it a bit milder first? I'm afraid it will leave people dazed, and the work won't be done efficiently. The chef's focus was always on, don't let it interfere with work. Wang Jie scratched the back of his head, his sturdy fingers scraping back and forth over his scalp. I have just one question. Brother Peng, are you wearing one yourself? Peng Wanxiang raised his wrist, the silver gray screen still lit. I was the first to wear it. Wang Jie chuckled and relaxed his shoulders. Okay, then I have nothing to say. The boss is wearing it. What can the little brother? Zhao Gang finally spoke. The old farmer's voice was not loud, but each word was heavy. Brother Peng, those who farm emphasize a fence. If the field doesn't have a fence, wild boars can ruin an entire season's harvest. He glanced at his wrist. This thing is the fence. It needs to be set up. Lu Mei gently nodded in agreement. But, Zhao Gang shifted his tone. Could we add an emergency call function? In case someone has an accident in the greenhouse like a fall or heat stroke, pressing this could notify you. The function exists. Peng Wanxiang nodded. Long press the side key for 3 seconds to trigger an emergency call, and the location and alarm will be sent to the monitoring terminal. Zhao Gang's brow completely relaxed. Lu Mei added. Then this function needs to be clearly explained when distributing. Just mentioning surveillance and electric shocks will make everyone resistant. First, highlight the life-saving benefits. Peng Wanxiang glanced at her. This woman always spoke less, but every word hit the nail on the head. Zhou had not said much until now. He slowly started speaking. Brother Peng, what is the power supply method for this wristband? His question was consistently straightforward. It has a built-in micro-kinetic energy battery that charges while you walk. The more you move, the faster it charges, capable of lasting 24 hours on a full charge. When the battery is low, it automatically disables non-core functions and sends an alert to the terminal. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up at that, like someone seeing good equipment for the first time. Maintenance-free. Maintenance-free. Zhou Hai nodded, his actions as crisp and decisive as tightening a screw. Peng Wanxiang scanned the room one last time, his gaze settling on Li Mingyu, who had been silent in the corner. The silver-gray screen on the boy's left wrist was quietly lit up. Heart rate 68. Lower than all the adults in the room. Mingyu, do you have anything to add? Li Mingyu thought for 2 seconds. The order of distribution matters. Go ahead. First, distribute to core positions. Zhang Chong, Zhao Gang, Zhou Hai, Wang Jia. These people have credibility in front of the crowd. If they were at first, it's like giving everyone a reassurance. He paused. Then distribute to ordinary members. When someone hesitates and looks up to see those who work the hardest wearing it, who would still dare not to wear it. Zhang Chong quietly muttered beside him. Goodness, a 13-year-old is teaching us sales. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. All right, let's go with this order. He picked up a stack of papers from beside the terminal. The electronic wristband management regulations, freshly printed by the system, clear black and white text with distinct clauses. Dangerous behavior levels: minor violations, verbal warning. Second violation, mild electric shock, level 3. Serious violations, attacking others, damaging facilities, moderate electric shock, level 5. Extreme dangerous behavior, unauthorized exit, tampering with the wristband, strong electric shock, level 8. Emergency call function, long press the side key for 3 seconds to trigger. Data access permissions, each person can only view their own data. Management will authorize separately. Appeal channel, if there are objections to attendance or punishment results, they can request a review from Peng Wanxiang directly. Mingyu, post this in a public area. Peng Wanxiang handed over the paper. Before dinner, notify everyone to gather in the kitchen. His tone dropped a notch. Make it clear to them. This is not up for discussion. Those who wear it can stay. Those who don't can leave right now. The door is right there. It's minus 27 degrees outside, and you're welcome to go anytime. Li Mingyu took the paper, turned, and exited the monitoring room. His footsteps were brisk, unlike that of an injured person with a splint on his right arm. The 5 also dispersed one after another. When they walked out, Zhao Gang and Lu Mei exchanged glances without saying a word. Zhou Hai turned back halfway to glance at the data interface on the terminal, confirming the port model before leaving. As soon as Wang Jia stepped out the door, he loosened his throat. I told you Brother Peng would eventually do something big. His voice trailed off down the corridor. Zhang Chong was the last to walk out, glancing back at Peng Wanxiang. The expression of wanting to say something, but holding back, lingered for a second before ultimately saying nothing and closing the door. Peng Wanxiang stood alone in the monitoring room. The light from the 4 screens illuminated his face. He glanced down at the silver-gray screen on his wrist. Heart rate 82. 10 points higher than usual. He took a deep breath and mentally issued 2 commands. System, set access permissions for the monitoring room. Only I, Wang Qinyu, and Li Mingyu can enter and exit. Unauthorized individuals within 1 meter will trigger an automatic warning from the electronic wristband. Forcibly entering will trigger an 8-level electric shock. Received, settings completed. After 2 seconds, he added another command. 41 electronic wristbands retrieved. In the evening, the kitchen area was lit up 20% brighter than usual. Li Mingyu had turned all the adjustable lights to the highest setting in the afternoon. It was unclear whether it was coincidence or intentional. People standing brightly were easier to talk to than those lurking in the shadows. 40 individuals gathered from various corners, forming a line that stretched from the kitchen door to the corner of the public area. The buzzing sound echoed back and forth under the low ceiling like a pot of porridge about to be uncovered. Have you heard? Brother Peng is distributing a new device. What device? It's called an electronic wristband worn on the wrist. They say it can monitor your heart rate and blood pressure, etc. Is that it? Isn't it just a wristband? I used to wear one when running. It can also shock people. The last 4 words caused the speaker to pause mid-sentence. Shock people. The rules are posted on the wall in black and white, didn't you see? The person turned to glance at the wall of the public area. The management regulations paper was posted next to the terminal, already surrounded by a group of people. Some were tiptoeing to see, some were frowning and reciting to themselves, and some had already finished reading, bowing their heads as if lost in thought. The line slowly inched forward. Peng Wanxiang stood beside the kitchen counter. On the counter behind him, 40 silver-gray electronic wristbands were neatly arranged, their metal casings reflecting a matte sheen under the light, like a row of silent gears waiting to be fitted into their respective places. To his left, Wang Qianyu was quietly holding Xiaoya. Xiaoya leaned on her mother's shoulder, curiously staring at the row of wristbands, her little finger pointing at one whose screen flickered, occasionally muttering, "It's shiny." Wang Qianyu gently patted her back, remaining silent. On Peng Wanxiang's right, Li Mingyu leaned against the wall holding a registration list. The screen on his left wrist was lit up, heart rate 72, 4 points higher than during the meeting. When the crowd quieted down by 70%, Peng Wanxiang spoke. His voice was not loud, but in the closed space, every word was crystal clear. "I won't repeat myself." The sounds of chewing, murmuring, and footsteps from everyone simultaneously lowered. "From now on, everyone will wear an electronic wristband." He picked up one from the counter and held it up. "You have all seen heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, location. Real-time monitoring data uploads. In case of emergencies, long press the side button for 3 seconds, and the location and distress signal will be sent to the monitoring room. Someone will come to find you." He paused for a moment. At the same time, it also has a punishment mechanism. Attacking others, damaging shelter items, or leaving without approval, automatic electric shock. Tampering will also result in an electric shock. The grading standards are posted on the wall, though I will not repeat them. No one in the line spoke. However, Peng Wanxiang could feel the weight of the silence, not calm but tense. Like a rubber band stretched to 7/10 about to snap. He did not give the rubber band a chance to snap. "Anyone unwilling to wear it can stand up now." His voice was flat, as if reciting a line of code. "The door is not locked. It's minus 27 degrees outside with over 3,000 radiation. After going out, you will be responsible for your own affairs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one moved. The rubber band relaxed. Not because they had come to a decision, but because they had done the math. Outside meant death, inside meant life. Just an extra ring on the wrist. Not around the neck. Peng Wanxiang nodded. First, Zhang Chang. The chef stepped out from the front of the crowd, still wearing his apron sleeves rolled up high. He walked to the front, raised his left hand, wrist facing up. Peng Wanxiang took an electronic wristband and secured it. With a soft click, the wristband automatically tightened to fit, and the screen lit up. Heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, 3 lines of data fluctuating in sync. Zhang Chang looked down at his wrist. "This thing is quite heavy." He muttered, his tone similar to when tasting a dish. "It won't affect my cooking, right?" "It won't affect it." "All right then." He turned and walked away, waving his wrist with the screen as he passed the line, a slight smile on his face. That smile was more effective than Peng Wanxiang saying 10 sentences. "Zhao Gang." The old farmer stepped forward, moving steadily, as if walking through his own vegetable field. When he extended his wrist, his fingers were still stained with the soil from the greenhouse. Click. Zhao Gang glanced at the screen, showing no expression. "The fence is set up like this." "Lu Mei, coming." Lu Mei followed behind Zhao Gang, steadily extending her left. When she looked down at the screen, she softly asked for the emergency call function. "Is it really just 3 seconds?" 3 seconds. The couple returned to the line one after the other. "Zhou Hai." The old plumber jogged up, not looking at Peng Wanxiang. His focus was on the wristband. As soon as the wristband clicked into place, he brought his wrist close to his eyes, staring intently at the screen. His fingers traced the edge, his lips moved slightly, likely reciting the specifications. "Brother Peng, what protocol does this sensor use? Bluetooth, or?" "Study it later, don't block the way." Zhou Hai reluctantly walked away, taking 3 steps before glancing back at the remaining wristbands on the operation table. Wang Jia. The fitness coach strode up, slapping his wrist on the counter. "Come on, make it tight." Peng Wanxiang looked at him. "I don't choose numbers." Wang Jia chuckled. "But Brother Peng, just wait, my heart rate data will definitely be the highest in the shelter while I'm cycling." Next. All 5 core positions had worn their wristbands. When they returned to the line with the silver gray screens on their wrists, the people waiting behind visibly relaxed. The 5 individuals who worked the most had all donned the wristbands promptly. What was there to be pretentious about when it was their turn? The line started to move faster. One by one, names were called, wrists extended, a click followed, the screen lit up, and they moved on. Peng Wanxiang's actions were quick and precise, with no unnecessary words. Names matched the registration information on Li Mingyu's list. If they didn't, he verified. The entire process was quiet, like an assembly line. Occasionally someone hesitated, extending their wrist only to pull it back a half-inch, their gaze drifting, but ultimately they still handed it over. Because the people behind were already urging them on. A slender young man took the wristband and repeatedly examined it. "This really shocks people," he asked quietly to the companion beside him. "Why would it shock you if you don't cause trouble? It's not a randomly dropped trap." "That's true." The line slowly shortened. Peng Wanxiang's gaze lingered on each face for no more than a second, but every second gathered data. Expressions, gestures, eye directions, the curve of lips when speaking. This had become his habit over the past week. A post-apocalyptic mind-reading technique relying not on mysticism, but on sampling. When the 27th person walked up, Peng Wanxiang's fingers hesitated for a moment. Not for any other reason, but because of the way this person walked. Unhurried, with a steady stride and a balanced center of gravity. Not the rhythm of, "It's my turn, hurry up," nor the sluggishness of forcing myself to come forward. It was an intentionally calibrated, unremarkable normal. A man with cracked glasses. The middle-aged man approached the counter, raising his left wrist. The movement was natural, even carrying a hint of cooperation. His lips curved slightly. Not a smile, but an expression of, I understand your approach. Who are you? Peng Wanxiang asked. Chen Weigua, 47 years old. His voice was calm, neither high nor low. Position? None at the moment. 2 words, neither humble nor arrogant. Peng Wanxiang secured the wristband onto him. Click. Chen Weigua looked down at the fluctuating data on the screen. Heart rate 64. This number was even lower than a 47-year-old middle-aged man after being fitted with a monitoring device that had an electric shock function on his wrist had a heart rate of 64. Either he had excellent physical fitness, or he had long considered all the countermeasures with not a single fluctuation in his heart. Peng Wanxiang leaned towards the ladder. Thank you. Chen Weigua said 2 words and turned to leave. On the way back to the line, he did not lower his head to study the screen like others, nor did he whisper with those beside him. He only glanced quickly at the posted management rules as he passed the wall. It was the kind of glance that indicated he had already seen it, but wanted to confirm he hadn't missed anything. Dinner. Zhang Chang's culinary skills had advanced again today. A base of mixed grain porridge topped with the freshly cut second harvest of baby bok choy from the greenhouse, blanched chopped, and mixed with a pinch of salt spread over the porridge. It didn't look too appetizing, but as the steam rose, the vibrant green aroma wafted out. Over 40 people were lined up for their meals, the queue stretching from the kitchen to the corner of the communal area. The hum echoed beneath the low ceiling. This was the first meal after receiving the electronic wristbands. Most people had already integrated the newly acquired silver gray wristbands as part of their bodies, glancing at the screen displaying their heart rate, while scooping porridge, muttering, 7 tight, whoa, not bad, before continuing to wait in line. The speed of adaptation to this device was faster than Peng Wanxiang had anticipated. That's just how people are. As long as there's a warm meal to eat, having an extra piece of metal on the wrist isn't considered a big deal. But there are always exceptions. Brother Peng. A voice drifted over from the middle of the line. It was neither high nor low, wrapped in a layer of I'm just asking casually. Peng Wanxiang's hand holding the porridge bowl did not stop as his gaze shifted over. The speaker leaned casually against the kitchen door frame, idly poking the porridge in his bowl with a spoon. In his 30s, thin with slanted eyes and a clean-shaven chin. In a place where even washing one's face required waiting in line, those who could keep their chin clean either cared a lot about their image or were particularly concerned about how others viewed them. Zhaoda. Peng Wanxiang still remembered the information from the registry. A small business owner who used to run an advertising company before the apocalypse's eloquence was his bread and butter. This electronic wristband. Zhaoda lifted his left wrist, the heart rate numbers on the screen quietly pulsing. His tone was relaxed, even carrying a hint of a smile, as if chatting at a tea party. Location monitoring, behavior tracking, all data uploaded. I understand safety is needed. He paused for a moment, his lips curling slightly. But I have a small question. Who can see the recorded data? The several people around who were drinking porridge slowed their movements. It wasn't nervousness, but a curious attentiveness. This question was not sharp, even reasonable. The critical part was, he chose to ask it in front of over 40 people. Peng Wanxiang put down his bowl. Management can see all data. Individuals can only see their own. It states on the terminal, didn't you see? I glanced at it. So, who exactly is in management? His phrasing was very clean. There was no accusation, no ambiguity, even carrying a kind of goodwill surface of I'm just confirming for everyone. But Peng Wanxiang had been writing code for 10 years. He had seen too many of these needs. On the surface they ask about A, but in reality they are testing B. Where are your boundaries of authority? Is your decision-making supervised? Is your power constrained? An advertising company boss. Indeed, this was his job, to find the psychological gaps of clients and insert words into them. The list of management is currently not necessary to disclose. Peng Wanxiang's tone had no fluctuations. Do you have any other questions? Then let me ask one more question. He raised a finger, looking very sincere. The electric shock function. Who determines what counts as dangerous behavior? The standards are posted on the wall. I saw them attacking others, damaging facilities, leaving without permission. It's quite clear. But how is it enforced? He looked around at the people watching him. For example, if 2 people push each other in line, does that count as an attack? What if someone accidentally scraped the wall while moving something? Does that count as damaging facilities? Someone in the line put down their spoon. This question was difficult to answer loudly, but it indeed scratched an itch in some people's hearts. The system determines. Peng Wanxiang replied. For words. The system. Zhaoda raised an eyebrow. So it's not judged by a person. The system evaluates based on behavior, intensity, duration, and threat level. There's no situation like just accidentally bumping into someone and getting shocked. Peng Wanxiang's gaze remained flat on him. You are someone who has run a company, you should understand a principle. Unclear boundaries of rules are the greatest insecurity. Now the boundaries are clear. Posted on the wall in black and white. Everyone can check their own data and appeal if they feel there's an error. Zhao De's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something else. But Zhang Chang spoke up first. Zhaoda, your porridge is getting cold. The chef leaned against the stove holding a spatula. His tone was not heavy, but it carried a strong the kitchen is my domain flavor. If you have any thoughts, finish eating first. Don't block the doorway, there are still people waiting behind. Zhaoda glanced back. Indeed, 3 or 4 people were waiting with empty bowls. Wang Ji extended a sturdy arm from the line and patted Zhao De on the shoulder. The force was not strong, but given his build it still made the thin person stagger forward a step. Brother, try to relax. Wang Ji grinned. If you ask me, this wristband is pretty good. Can also monitor heart rate. I pedaled my bike to 180 today. Guess which place I ranked in the leaderboard. Zhao, caught off guard by the pad and the low laughter from nearby, felt his expression stiffen for a moment. The atmosphere had already shifted, and dragging it out would only make him appear as the one who doesn't know what's good for him. All right, then I want to ask more. Zhao smiled, picked up his bowl, and walked towards a corner. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his back straight. Halfway through he passed by someone sitting against the wall in the corner. A person with cracked glasses. Chinweigua. Their gazes crossed for less than half a second. Zhao did not stop. Chinweigua did not move. But in that half a second, Peng Wanxiang's eyes captured the scene, storing it deep in his mind's folder. After the meal, Peng Wanxiang returned to his bedroom. Wang Xinyu was sitting cross-legged on the lower bunk. Xiaoya was lying on her lap, one small hand tugging on Kaka's ear while the other gestured at something. And then that uncle just like this. Xiaoya mimicked Zhao De's gesture of lifting his wrist, her baby voice ringing out. He kept asking questions, and many people were watching him. The news spread quickly. What happened to that troublemaker outside? Wang Xinyu looked up at him. He was taken care of. Peng Wanxiang walked over, casually lifting Xiaoya from Kaka. Kaka flipped over, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. The kind who puts up a front, but is actually timid inside. Not a big problem. Those who put up a front are the troublesome ones. Wang Qianya's tone was casual. The timid ones will endure, and when they can't take it anymore they explode. Peng Wanxiang paused slightly. His wife spoke rarely, but the occasional judgment that popped out was as precise as a "I'm keeping an eye on him." He placed Xiaoyao on the bed and rubbed his daughter's cheek. The electronic wristband is not a white hair's folly. As long as he wears this, I know where he is, what he's doing, and his heart rate. Wang Xinyu nodded, saying no more. She knew her husband was not an impulsive person. Someone who could plan a refuge on the very first day of the apocalypse was always 3 steps ahead in his mind. By the way, Peng Wanxiang took off his outer coat and climbed up to the upper bunk. Tomorrow let Zhang Chong arrange work for Zhao De. He can do any dirty or tiring tasks, but let him contribute points according to the system, the lowest tier. Won't that deduct from his points? No deductions. Peng Wanxiang stared at the ceiling. The system is set by me. If I break it first, it's pointless. The lowest tier of work would keep him busy for a day, earning just enough points for meals. Not more, not less. He paused. Let him do the math himself. If I don't cause trouble and do a proper job, I can earn 3 times a day. Wang Xinyu didn't say anything, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. The programmer's way of getting back at someone. It's not about making life difficult, but letting them figure out how costly it is to wear small shoes. Late at night, the refuge had quieted down. The LED lights at the end of the corridor were dimmed to the lowest setting, casting a thin layer of warm light. The drip irrigation system in the greenhouse made a rhythmic sound in some unseen corner, like a heartbeat. Monitoring room. Li Mingyu leaned back in his chair, the cold white light of 4 screens illuminating his face. External view: wind and snow. Ruins. Wind and snow. Ruins. Unchanging for millennia. Internal view: the corridor was empty. The tent area was left with only the sounds of snoring. The kitchen lights were off. In the greenhouse, Zhao Gang's new apprentice left half a lamp on, probably waiting to observe the night humidity changes. It was so calm it was almost drowsy. Li Mingyu rubbed his eyes, just about to lean over to get a drink, when suddenly a light spot moved in the lower right corner of the screen. His drowsiness evaporated within 0.3 seconds. The label of the light spot read Zhao De. Location: public restroom on the 2nd underground floor. It wasn't strange to use the restroom at this time. But Li Mingyu stared at the light spot for 5 seconds. It didn't move. A person squatting in a stall for 5 seconds without moving is normal. 10 seconds without moving, still acceptable. 30 seconds. The light spot remained completely still. Heart rate data jumped from a resting 68 to 74, 77, 81. The heart rate was rising, yet the person remained still. This combination in a restroom stall at 1 in the morning could only mean one thing. He was doing something that required focus. He wasn't just messing around. The heart rate curve was wrong. Li Mingyu's hand was already reaching for the intercom. He didn't press the transmit button immediately, but switched to the internal monitoring channel 3, the wide-angle view of the public restroom on the 2nd underground floor. The stall door was closed. From the gap at the bottom of the door, he could vaguely see the tips of Zhao De's shoes. Then he heard a sound. Very faint. The sound of metal scraping against metal. It was as if someone was using a hard object to pry at the clasp of the electronic wristband. Li Mingyu's thumb pressed down on the transmit button. Beep, beep, beep. 2 seconds later, the other side replied with 3 short beeps. Brother Peng. Li Mingyu lowered his voice, keeping it at a volume only the intercom could pick up. Zhao De. 2nd underground floor restroom. He is tampering with the wristband. On the upper bunk, Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes faster than the signal could transmit. He hadn't been fully asleep. The vibration of the intercom pressed against his chest. He had already sat up before Li Mingyu spoke. Bring up the feed. Already on it. The stall door was closed, but he could hear the sound of metal. Heart rate, at 81, still rising. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes for a moment. In his mind, the system prompt popped up. Anomalous behavior detected. ID 027. Zhao De suspected of applying abnormal force to the electronic wristband. The strong demolition threshold has not yet been triggered. Do you wish to intervene? Not triggering the threshold indicated he was still in the testing phase, looking for weaknesses in the clasp, but hadn't truly exerted force. Clever. A fool would pull hard directly. Such a person knows to try the soft approach first. Do not trigger the electric shock. Peng Wanxiang replied to the system in his mind. Then he picked up the intercom. Mingyu, activate the internal broadcast in the public restroom. Broadcast? Yes. Only turn on the speaker for that restroom area. 3 seconds later, Li Mingyu replied, it's on. Peng Wanxiang switched the intercom to the broadcast channel. Second underground floor. Public restroom. Zhao was squatting on the toilet lid. Yes, squatting on the lid, both feet on the porcelain surface like a monkey curled up in the corner. He had flipped his electronic wristband to its back with his left hand. His right hand held a piece of metal wire he had found somewhere, probing along the seam between the wristband and the clasp. His movements were very gentle, almost silent. He didn't dare to exert too much force. He had read the management system posted on the wall at least 3 times. Strong demolition triggers an 8-level electric shock. He didn't know what level 8 meant, but he knew that level 3 was painful but not injurious. Level 8. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. So he didn't dismantle it. He was just checking the structure, looking for a way to disassemble it without triggering the system. A person from an advertising company liked to start by probing the waters. The tip of the metal wire had just slid into the 2nd millimeter of the clasp seam. The speaker overhead rang out. Zhao. 2 words. The voice was not loud. It could even be described as calm. But in the closed restroom stall at 1 in the morning, that calm was colder than any roar. Zhao's hand recoiled as if it had been burned. The metal wire fell to the floor with a ding, bouncing twice before rolling. He looked up at the ceiling. The speaker was beside the ceiling light, a palm-sized round panel he had never noticed before. Heart rate 94. Put down what you have in your hand. Peng Wanxiang's voice flowed out from the speaker, as smooth as pouring water. Zhao's throat moved. He glanced down at the metal wire at his feet, then at the electronic wristband on his wrist, which was still intact. The heart rate numbers on the screen were starkly rising. 96, 98. This thing even knew how panicked he was. Brother Peng, I was just checking the workmanship on this. Zhao's throat was dry. The voice he squeezed out sounded fake even to himself. Just a little itch, a professional habit. In advertising, I want to study every product I see. Zhao. Peng Wanxiang. There were no second chances, no lines like, "I'll give you one last opportunity." Only silence. 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Zhao heard the sound of his own heartbeat, and the faint sound of current from the electronic wristband screen. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion or if that sound was indeed a bit louder than usual. Now return to your sleeping quarters. Time slipped silently forward. 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began. At dawn, Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes. Below him, mother and daughter slept soundly. Wang Qinyu lay on her side, arms wrapped gently around Xiaoya. Her breath rose and fell evenly. The little girl had buried her entire face in the pillow, leaving only the back of her head exposed, a tangle of tousled hair like a bird's nest. Kaka lay curled at the foot of the bed, her ears twitched once, then flopped back down. The daily ritual of a lazy dog. Peng Wanxiang bent low, brushing his forehead lightly against each of their sleeping heads, then slipped out the door with silent, careful steps. In the common area, the wall-mounted temperature display glowed with cold white numerals. Outdoor temperature 31°C. Indoor temperature 23°C. A low, steady hum emanated from the geothermal heat pump, vibrating faintly through the floor. Warmth radiated upward from beneath their feet, spreading evenly across the surface. The system operated flawlessly. Indoor temperature held unwaveringly at the threshold of comfort. Yet that 31 burned sharply into view. Just yesterday it had read 27. Overnight another 4 degrees vanished. No one knew where the bottom of this nuclear winter truly lay. One thing, however, was certain. It had not yet reached its nadir. Peng Wanxiang stared at the number for 2 seconds, his brow subtly furrowing before turning toward the kitchen. Dad. A voice soft as milk bounced up from behind. Peng Wanxiang turned, and there stood Xiaoya clad in her bunny-patterned pajamas, rubbing her eyes as she peered out from the bedroom doorway. Her hair stood upright in every direction like a nest of feathers, suddenly grown legs. Awake so early. He stepped forward and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Xiaoya wound her arms around his neck, pressing her cheek against his jaw and giving it a gentle, sleepy nuzzle. Where's Mom? She's still asleep. Let's not disturb her. Let her rest a while longer. Okay. Her voice stretched out, then suddenly brightened with renewed energy. Dad, what are we eating today? Every morning, without fail, her first question was always about food. On day 10 of the apocalypse, the most urgent concern of this 4-year-old remained the menu for breakfast. In a certain sense, this was perhaps the very thing Peng Wanxiang most fiercely wished to preserve. Today we'll have millet porridge made by Uncle Zhang. Yay? Yay. She clapped her tiny hands, then added earnestly, with that sweet stuff. What sweet stuff? You know, the crumbly kind. Peng Wanxiang paused for 2 seconds, then recalled it, crushed compressed biscuits sprinkled over the porridge by Zhang Chang. Xiaoya had devoured them as if they were sugar. All right, I'll tell Uncle Zhang. Steam curled thickly in the kitchen. Zhang Chang had already been moving steadily about the stove for some time. Today's meal was millet porridge topped with blanched, finely chopped leaves of greenhouse-grown cabbage, salted and laid delicately over the surface. It was no feast for the eyes, but in the dim confines of an apocalyptic bunker, the simple contrast of white porridge and green leaves qualified as Michelin-worthy. Morning, Brother Peng. Zhang Chang didn't pause his stirring. Hard work. It's my duty. He flashed a grin, his gaze flicking briefly toward the little girl nestled in Peng Wanxiang's arms, his voice instinctively softening by half a tone. Xiaoya's porridge is warmed and ready. Over there. Peng Wanxiang placed her gently onto a chair and brought over a bowl. He scooped a spoonful, blew gently across its surface, and held it to her lips. Xiaoya opened her mouth, took the spoon, chewed twice, and her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Delicious. Just a bowl of porridge, millet salt, and cabbage leaves. Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't even merit a post on social media. Yet that expression on her face. The taut string inside Peng Wanxiang's chest, wound tight for 10 days, loosened. Just a fraction. After breakfast, Peng Wanxiang found Zhang Yuan, Lu Dilong, and Yi Ming in the common area. The three had returned yesterday from an external sortie and now sat in a corner tidying their gear. Zhang Yuan wiped his gloves methodically. Lu Dilong lounged with one leg cocked, gnawing on a compressed biscuit. Yi Ming adjusted his glasses, their frames reinforced with strips of adhesive tape. Sit properly. I've something to say. All three straightened instantly. Peng Wanxiang cut straight to the point. Outdoor temperatures are plummeting too rapidly, well below 30 C and still falling. All external operations are suspended until further notice. Lu Dilong froze biscuit halfway to his mouth. So when can we go out again? Once I upgrade the thermal modules in our protective suits, or install a heating system in the armored vehicle. Peng Wanxiang paused. Whichever solution is completed first will be deployed. Yi Ming scratched his head. So, we're just idle for now. Idle. Peng Wanxiang's tone dropped half a degree. Not reprimanding, yet all three spines stiffened an extra. Starting today you assume a new role. From his spatial storage he withdrew 3 objects and placed them on the table, 3 black rod-shaped devices. Each measured roughly the length of an adult forearm, with textured anti-slip grips and indicator lights embedded at the base. Zhang Yuan picked one up first, scanning its surface before brushing his thumb over the activation button beneath the grip. An electric baton. Correct. Fully charged, it delivers 40 consecutive shocks, more than sufficient. Peng Wanxiang met each of their gazes. 40-odd souls reside in this shelter. Eating, drinking, working, sleeping. More people means more complications. You've heard about Zhaoda's incident in the restroom yesterday, tampering with wristbands. Their expressions shifted simultaneously. Zhang Yuan's brows knotted tightly. Lu Dilong set aside his biscuit and sat upright. Yi Ming's hand stilled midair, fingers still resting on his spectacles. Effective immediately, you are both scavenger team members and shelter security personnel. Peng Wanxiang looked each of them in the eye. Internal patrols. Order maintenance. Base compensation 10 contribution points per day. Performance automatically assessed by AI. Zhang Yuan flipped the baton, once in his palm, tested its weight, then snapped to attention with a crisp, sharp click. Understood. Mission assured. Lu Dilong slapped his thigh and rose. Got it. Apocalypse security detail. Well, security team does sound better than scavengers. Yi Ming stood, as well, his fingertips still tracing the baton's activation button. For an engineer, curiosity about new equipment was coded deep into his DNA. What's the discharge power output? Enough to leave a lasting impression, not enough to incapacitate. Peng Wanxiang gestured toward the remaining items on the table. These 3 are electronic wristbands, the shelter's official identification tokens. You missed distribution during your field assignments, consider this your belated issuance. They fastened the bands onto their wrists. Screens lit up, heart rate data began pulsing rhythmically. Lu Dilong turned his wrist over, repeatedly studying it from every angle. It reads heart rate. Wow, Apocalypse Edition smartwatch. Function manual posted on the common area wall. Inside his mind, Peng Wanxiang issued a silent command to the system: grant security clearance to these 3. Suppress assault on others' alerts during lawful enforcement, but retain maximum penalty protocols for any assault directed at the host. The system replied, instantly confirmed. Peng Wanxiang summarized Zhaoda's restroom incident in concise terms. This man thinks quickly and speaks even faster. His voice flattened, deliberate and calm. He isn't the type to strike first, but he's far more dangerous than those who do. Keep watch. Prevent him from building alliances. Zhang Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Acknowledged. But one thing bears emphasis. Peng Wanxiang held his gaze a moment longer. You hold batons, not immunity. Order is maintained through systems, not authority. Maintain that distinction. Understood. They responded in unison, but this time, no drill ground precision. Each paused for a beat, considering, before speaking. The weight behind those words had changed. After the trio dispersed, a system alert chimed softly in Peng Wanxiang's mind. Host A member has redeemed. How? Peng Wanxiang arched a brow. So soon. He walked to the redemption terminal and saw the names: Zhao Gang Lu, Economical Housing Unit. 60 contribution points. The couple had been among the first assigned to greenhouse duty, working steadily each day, accumulating points with quiet, unyielding consistency. 60 points, for this elderly pair, had likely been scraped together day by painstaking day. Expected, yes, but 2 days earlier than Peng Wanxiang had anticipated. Congratulations. When Peng Wanxiang located the couple preparing for work, Zhao Gang's fingers were still streaked with greenhouse soil. Brother Peng, can we really move in? Zhao Gang rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, wiping away the dirt, his disbelief palpable. Once points are accrued, occupancy is granted. Policy is policy. Lu Mei stood half a step behind her husband, lips pressed tight, eyes already glistening. For days they'd shared cramped tent quarters with over 30 others. She'd said nothing aloud, but everyone saw it. A woman past 50 forced to shield herself with a sleeping bag just to change clothes. How stifling such existence must feel. Come, I'll show you your new home. Peng Wanxiang led them down to a secluded corner of the basement level. Receiving the command, the system drew cement rebar and lead powder from its material repository, and construction began silent and seamless. The floor trembled faintly. Walls rose from bare earth, concrete solidifying at speeds that seemed accelerated as though time itself had been fast-forwarded. Lead shielding embedded seamlessly within the walls, metal door frames slotted into place, hinges locked, locks formed. In under 20 seconds, a self-contained bedroom manifested at the corridor's end. A small plaque was affixed to the metal door. 101. The shelter's first redeemed residence. The numbering was plain, but carved with unmistakable clarity. Peng Wanxiang pushed the door open and stepped aside. Go on, take a look. The room was modest. Slightly smaller than Peng Wanxiang's own master chamber, but fully equipped: a double iron frame bed, a metal wardrobe, an LED ceiling lamp, and a 5-port power outlet. A compact ventilation vent occupied one corner linked directly to the main ductwork. Zhao Gang entered and ran his fingers along the wall. Rough, unfinished concrete identical in texture to the greenhouse walls he knew intimately. Lu Mei followed, stepping into the center of the room and slowly turning full circle. Then her tears began to fall, not in sobs, but in silence. Her lips trembled twice, tears traced paths down her nasolabial folds. She raised a sleeve to wipe them, once, twice, yet they kept coming. Zhao Gang fared little better. His Adam's apple bobbed twice, his mouth opened and closed, and after a long pause he managed only a single word: good. A farmer in the aftermath of apocalypse, evaluating his first home, with just one syllable. Yet that single good carried more gravity than any ornate expression of gratitude ever could. The door unlocks via wristband scan. Peng Wanxiang held his own wrist near the sensor panel beside the door. Beep, and the lock disengaged with a soft, decisive click. Your wristbands are bound exclusively to this unit. No one else can enter. Aside from my administrative override, access remains strictly yours. Privacy is yours. Security is yours. Zhao Gang nodded firmly. Lu Mei dabbed her face dry with her sleeve, sniffed quietly, her voice still hoarse. Brother Peng. Thank you. For what? Peng Wanxiang turned and began walking away. 60 points bought it. Earned in minutes. Keep working. Want a larger unit. Keep saving. He took several steps, then glanced back. By the way, don't forget today's greenhouse shift. Moving in doesn't exempt. Zhao Gang laughed. A warm, grounded, deeply honest laugh, the kind only a lifetime of tilling soil could forge. You have my word. The emergence of Unit 101 rippled outward like a stone cast upon still water. Its echoes spread swiftly across every tent in the basement level. Did you see? Zhao Gang and Lu Mei moved in. Metal door shuts tight, and inside, a private bed, a personal wardrobe, redeemed with contribution points. Economical housing, 60 points. A cluster of people huddled together, voices hushed, yet keen, their eyes drifting repeatedly toward the sealed metal door at the corridor's far end. 60 points. I've only saved 18 so far. A woman in her 30s sighed. A middle-aged man counted on his fingers. Greenhouse and kitchen duties yield higher base points, and peddling the generator adds more. Another 10 days should do it. 10 days is fine. Anything beats sharing a tent. That's the right mindset. Nothing to envy, really. A detached, uninflected voice drifted over from the side. They turned. Zhao, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his expression one of world-weary condescension. Eyes tilted sideways as if seeing through everything. How did they save up so fast? Simple. They hold high-point positions, greenhouse, kitchen utilities. All the plum rolls are monopolized by the inner circle. The rest of us sweep floors, run errands. What, 2 or 3 points a day? He spread his hands, feigning innocence. I'm not stirring trouble. I'm just speaking plainly for everyone. Classic rhetoric. As soon as I'm not stirring trouble left his lips, the next sentence inevitably would. The advertising firm owner's professional instincts functioned with eerie reliability, even in an apocalyptic bunker. Zhao, haven't you seen Zhao Gang and Lu Mei working nonstop in the greenhouse from dawn till dusk? Planting seeds and watering plants. That's all it takes. Zhao scoffed. Anyone can do that. Then you do it. A woman retorted sharply. Zhao opened his mouth, about to reply. What's going on? A calm, steady voice echoed from the corridor's bend. Zhang Yuan led the way, flanked by Lu Dilong and Yi Mei. Their wristbands glowed faintly, black batons hung at their waists. Their pace was unhurried, but the disciplined, unmistakable aura of ex-reconnaissance operatives radiated outward, filling the corridor with palpable, precise pressure. The onlookers parted instinctively, clearing a path. Nothing, just chatting. Zhao shed his earlier demeanor and pasted on a smile. Zhang Yuan ignored the smile entirely. His gaze swept across the group and lingered on Zhao for exactly 1 second. 1 second was all it took. Grievances. Submit them at the terminal. Appeals. See Brother Peng. Zhang Yuan's voice remained low, but each word landed cleanly, precisely. Loitering in the tent zone, gossiping idly. This counts for 0 work hours. Contribution points won't sprout from thin air. Lu Dilong added, leaning slightly forward. Brother Zhao, you seem bursting with energy. Shall I ask Uncle Zhang to assign you to kitchen pot scrubbing? 8 points a day. Guaranteed. Yi Ming adjusted his glasses, said nothing, but the faintest curve touched his lips. Zhao De's smile froze on his face. He wasn't foolish. The presence they projected, the batons at their sides, the newly minted title of security team, all signaled one undeniable truth clear even to the tip of his toes. Fine, I'll say no more. Zhao De waved dismissively and walked away, neither hurried nor hesitant, spine rigid. At the corridor's bend, his gaze flickered toward a shadowed corner. There sat a middle-aged man wearing cracked spectacles. Chen Weigua. Their eyes met, briefly less than half a second. Zhao De didn't pause. Chen Weigua didn't lift his head. Zhang Yuan, Lu Dilong, and Yi Ming returned to the room and reported Zhao De's provocations in the public area to Peng Wanxiang over the radio. This son of a gun really doesn't know what's good for him. Lu Dilong gritted his teeth on the other end. I really want to give him a beating. Brother Peng, we must take care of this matter. Otherwise he'll become arrogant, and we don't know what kind of trouble he might cause in the future. Yi Ming's voice followed. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair in the monitoring room, his thumb rubbing his temple in circles. Zhao De is a thorn that must be removed. Not because of what he said today. Those words would be considered mild in any workplace group chat. But the problem lies in the context. More than 40 people are crammed in a confined space 5 meters underground, relying on one person for everything. In such an environment, a remark like, all the good work is monopolized by the core circle, is as destructive as throwing a cigarette, but into an ammunition depot. It's not about how big the fire is. It's about being surrounded by gunpowder. What do you all think? Peng Wanxiang pressed the launch button. Put him in confinement. A few days of hunger will make him obedient. Lu Dilong answered quickly, his voice loud enough to rattle the intercom. I agree with confinement. Yi Ming followed closely. But just confinement might not be enough. Oh, everyone needs to see the consequences. This kid is a ticking time bomb. If you don't defuse him, he'll explode sooner or later. Zhang Yuan finally spoke. His voice was steady like a tightened bolt. Isolate him in a separate room. Provide a basic amount of food and water daily, no more no less. Monitor him throughout, and see how he behaves. If he shows signs of repentance, let him out. No signs, keep him confined. Peng Wanxiang did not answer immediately. He stared at Zhao De's light on the monitor screen for 3 seconds. The light was in the tent area, barely moving. Heart rate 71. Very calm. Just publicly confronted by the security team, heart rate still at 71. This person is either thick-skinned to the point of being impervious to criticism or thinks he still has trump cards. Let's do it as Zhang Yuan suggested. Peng Wanxiang made a decision. System. He commanded in his mind. Open a confinement room on the side of the underground water area. 10 square. Configuration, 1 single iron bed, 1 squat toilet, 1 surveillance camera connected to the shelter's terminal. All furniture should have rounded corners to eliminate safety hazards. The door can only be opened from the outside. Add a meal pass window on the door 30 by 20 centimeters with a latch on the outside. The system did not waste a word. Received. Constructing now. The familiar muffled tremor came from beneath his feet. It only took a few seconds. Peng Wanxiang walked down the stairs, turning into the newly formed short passage on the right side of the underground water area. At the end, there was a gray metal door. He pushed it open. 10 square meters. For metal walls, cold gray. An LED light on the ceiling, just bright enough to see the entire room, but not bright enough to feel comfortable. In the corner was a single iron bed with a thin blanket folded on it. 2 meters away from the foot of the bed was a squat toilet. There was nothing else. Even a person squatting could count how many breaths they took in this place. Peng Wanxiang stood at the door and scanned the room. The red light of the camera in the ceiling corner flashed silently, staring at the empty room. In the lower middle part of the door, there was an added rectangular metal window. The edges were smooth without burrs. There was a latch on the outer side, unreachable from the inside. He closed the door and pushed it again. It didn't budge. All right. Peng Wanxiang took out the intercom. Zhang Yuan, bring Zhao De to the underground water area. The confinement room is at the end of the right passage. His voice was flat, as if reading a line of deployment instructions. No anger, no hesitation. Received. The response was succinct. The wait was not long. The sound of footsteps came first, more than 3 pairs of feet accompanied by one dragging half-hearted pair. Zhang Yuan walked in front, his right hand gripping Zhao De's left arm. Lu Dilong followed on the right, blocking any chance of escape. Yi Ming brought up the rear, clutching an electric baton with his thumb resting on the button. Zhao De was being dragged forward by 2 people, his face still wearing a defiant expression of, you all need to understand I haven't done anything illegal. But his feet were slipping. It wasn't the problem of the ground. It was his legs growing weak. What are you doing? Zhao De's voice dropped an octave compared to earlier in the tent area. He still tried to maintain the composure of a small advertising firm owner, but the tremor at the end of his words betrayed him. Peng Wanxiang, you can't. He saw the door to the confinement room. Then his voice faltered. Metal door, metal walls, iron bed, squat toilet, and the flashing red light in the corner of the ceiling. Absolute control in 10 square meters. No windows, no ventilation. There might be some, but he couldn't see them. No gaps to hide anything or pry open. Zhao De's face turned pale little by little. I just said a few words. Is this necessary? His voice rose, but the pitch was held up by sheer will. Underneath, it was empty. Peng Wanxiang did not respond. He stood by the door, stepping aside to let him in. Go in. Just 2 words. Zhao De froze in place. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. He was making a final gamble. using staying still to test the other party's bottom line. Peng Wanxiang's expression did not change at all. Zhang Yuan did not give him the opportunity to test. He bent at the waist, pushing with his left hand. Zhao De stumbled forward 2 steps, propelled by this decisive force, crossing the threshold. Bang! The metal door closed behind him. The dull echo reverberated several times in the 10 square meter space before fading away. Zhao De stared at the closed door, stunned for 2 seconds. Then he started to knock. Peng Wanxiang, open the door. This is house arrest. Illegal detention. Peng Wanxiang walked to the meal pass window, opened the latch on the outside, and leaned in to look through the 30 by 20 centimeter window. Inside, Zhao De's face was very close. Fear, anger, and unwillingness. 3 emotions took turns performing on his face, finally, settling into an expression of still tough, but eyes already softened. I gave you a chance. Peng Wanxiang's voice came through the window, not loud, but in the confined space, each word was echoed repeatedly by the walls. The rules are posted on the wall. The security team has reminded you in person. I didn't pursue the incident with the wristbands in the bathroom last night. Zhao De's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that incident to be brought up again. You stay here. Peng Wanxiang inserted the latch and stood up straight. You can come out whenever you figure things out. You. Zhao De's voice was mostly swallowed by the metal door. The remaining small part drifted down the corridor for a few seconds before being absorbed by the concrete walls. Peng Wanxiang picked up the intercom. Mingyu, here. Notify Zhang Chong to send meals to the confinement room every noon and night from today onwards. Normal meals enough to fill up, don't let him starve. Just pass them through the meal window. Okay, Brother Peng. Additionally, Peng Wanxiang paused. The monitoring footage from the confinement room opened a separate window to keep an eye on it. No need to watch it all the time, but check in every hour. Received. The intercom fell silent. Peng Wanxiang turned back to glance at the tightly closed metal door at the end of the corridor. The news spread faster than he expected. Tent area, kitchen, greenhouse, gym. Within an hour, everyone knew that Zhao De was in the confinement room. No one openly discussed it. But when Peng Wanxiang passed through the public area, he could feel the gazes. Many of them, gathering from all corners, landing on him for a second before moving away in unison. It wasn't hatred. It wasn't admiration. It was valuation. Everyone silently updated the same understanding: Peng Wanxiang is a man of his word. The rules have grown teeth and bitten someone. This was exactly the effect Peng Wanxiang wanted. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, the focus was never on the chicken. It was on the expression of the monkeys that said, I hope the next one isn't me. Back in the bedroom, Wang Qinyu was sitting cross-legged on the lower bunk, sewing clothes, reinforcing Xiaoya's rabbit pajamas with the coarse thread created by the system. The little girl was growing fast. The thread under her armpit had already pulled tight. Did you handle it? She didn't even lift her head. Confined him. For how many days? Let's see how he behaves. Wang Qinyu bit off the thread, shaking out the clothes. Peng Wanxiang, I'll say something you might not say it. Confinement works, but only for a time. She pinned the needle to the corner of the pillow and looked up. This person is in advertising, relying on his words to make a living. If you tape his mouth shut for a few days, when you let him out, he will still have that same mouth. Peng Wanxiang sat down on the chair, looking at her. What do you mean? After letting him out, he needs to be placed in a position where he can exhaust his energy. Wang Qinyu's tone was like discussing household chores. Make him busy enough that he can't think too much. Ideally, it should be the kind of work that, if done well, provides a sense of accomplishment; if done poorly, results in loss of face. Peng Wanxiang thought for 2 seconds. Coming from an advertising company, he was articulate, vain, and cared about how others perceived him. A contributor to promoting the system. Wang Qinyu's lips curved slightly. You figure it out. I'm going back to sewing. The programmer's wife was indeed a master at writing requirement documents, just raising questions, never providing answers. As the small interlude concluded, the ever-running server in Peng Wanxiang's mind had automatically switched back to the main. He leaned against the bedroom chair, closing his eyes to review the operational overview of the current shelter. Heating. Geothermal heat pumps were running, maintaining a stable 25°C. Past. Water supply. Intelligent circulation system. Online pure water is sufficient. Past. Electricity. Hydropower generation. Bicycle generation. Sodium-ion batteries. Currently enough. Past. Food. Greenhouse producing 5 times the capacity. Short-term fast food stock can last over a week. Barely past. Security. 3-member teams in place. Electronic wristbands. Fully covered monitoring without blind spots. Past. He opened his eyes. The problem lay in the food category. The greenhouse is planting vegetables. Cabbage, tomatoes, peppers. All vegetarian. More than 40 people can't survive on just vegetable leaves for long. Without enough protein, stamina will also falter. Without stamina, nothing can be accomplished. Meat. The shelter needs meat. But the prerequisite for meat is live animals. On the surface, after the nuclear explosion, there wasn't even a fly in sight. To find surviving chickens, ducks, pigs, or cows, one must venture far. How far? He did not know. Perhaps to a suburban farm several dozen kilometers away that wasn't directly hit, or perhaps to the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. But he couldn't go out now. At minus 30 degrees on the surface, the insulation module of the protective suit hadn't been upgraded, and the armored vehicle lacked heating. Going out would be a death sentence. However, that doesn't mean nothing can be done. Peng Wanxiang's gaze fell on the wall in the direction of the monitoring room. Suddenly, he remembered something. The radio he initially created with the system had received the official loop broadcast. That was the first piece of external information he obtained. But the radio's capabilities had a ceiling that was too low. The bandwidth was narrow, the range was small, it could only passively receive signals, and was prone to interference. It was like fishing with a bamboo pole, possible, but highly inefficient. He needed a net that could cover further and listen more clearly. System, is there a way to build a set of external signal receiving devices on the surface? Not at the level of a radio. I need to hear further away. The system responded instantly. Option 1, a simple radio receiving device. Low material consumption, limited receiving range, unstable signal. Skip. Option 2, a high-frequency radio receiving device. Larger receiving range, relatively stable signal. Consumes 10 kilograms of copper, 5 kilograms of electronic components, 20 kilograms of steel, 10 kilograms of aluminum alloy. Not enough yet. Option 3, a satellite signal receiving device. Can receive satellite signals globally. Consumes 20 kilograms of copper, 10 kilograms of electronic components, 50 kilograms of steel, 30 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 5 kilograms of titanium alloy, 5 kilograms of high-strength glass. Peng Wanxiang's eyes locked on the proposal. Global range. Satellite signals. Option 4, modify the existing radio. Lowest cost, limited effect. He was no longer listening to option 4. Global range, meaning that whether it was survivors from the neighboring city, remnants of the military hundreds of kilometers away, or even other countries' shelters, as long as they were still sending signals to the sky, he could intercept. In the apocalypse, information is a map. Those without a map walk blindly wherever they go. Option 3. What's the material gap? Current gap, 5 kilograms of titanium alloy, 5 kilograms of high-strength glass. To complete, 15 survival points are needed. Only 15 points. Peng Wanxiang had prepared himself for the pain of the cost. 15 points. Less than half a day's worth of human head income. Profitable. Fill in the materials and construct immediately. Received. Deducting 15 points, remaining 55 points. Constructing now. This tremor was different from... It wasn't the kind that surged from the feet upwards. It was the kind that dropped down from above. Something had sprouted above the pipelines, drilled out from the walls of the monitoring room along the concrete interior all the way up through 5 meters of soil reaching the surface. At the other end of those signal lines was a dish antenna that had just condensed from the ground. It was nestled in the crevice of the ruin. Unremarkable. But its eyes were focused on the sky. Peng Wanxiang walked into the monitoring room and then stopped at the door. The room had changed. The space that originally housed 4 terminals had expanded to nearly double. At the end was a gigantic display screen almost covering an entire wall. Below the screen was a wide control panel densely packed with buttons and indicator lights. Behind the control panel, cables spread like a spider web drilling into the walls, extending towards the surface. Li Mingyu was already standing beside it. The boy stared at the large screen for several seconds, then turned to look at Peng Wanxiang's expression, as if asking, what big task have you accomplished this time? Satellite signal receiving device. Peng Wanxiang walked to the control panel. Global range. Li Mingyu's eyebrows twitched. Just once. Then he silently moved his chair to the side, clearing more space for the control panel. This kid's reaction was always, first adapt, then digest. Peng Wanxiang pressed the red button on the left side of the control panel. The equipment hummed to life. The screen lit up. Rows of data began to scroll across the screen. The system was automatically scanning frequencies, searching for which satellites in the sky obscured by smoke and dust were still operating silently. Most channels were gray. No signal. No signal. No signal. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion was a massacre with no discrimination for near-Earth satellites. Those that survived were already few. The signal list rolled all the way down. Among more than 40 channels, only 5 emitted weak green lights. Of those 4, the signal strength was labeled as weak or very weak. Only the last one, Satellite Z. Signal strength moderate. Signal type television broadcast. This one, Peng Wanxiang didn't hesitate. Connect and decode. The screen flickered twice. The image appeared. It wasn't high definition. It didn't even qualify as clear. Snowflakes, horizontal stripes, and color blocks alternately flickered like a canvas that had been crumpled and unfolded. But in the intervals of those snowflakes, one could vaguely see a human silhouette sitting somewhere. Behind him seemed to be a wall with something posted on it, but it couldn't be seen clearly. Basic. Extremely basic. The image flickered in brightness, the signal struggled. Then the voice came. It sounded like it was coming from a very deep and distant place, wrapped in layers of noise, each word battling with static. This is Hope Radio. Li Mingyu's fingers tightened sharply on the edge of the table. Repeating. This is Hope Radio. The voice faltered momentarily. The noise surged sharply as if something was interfering with the signal. Then that voice broke through the noise again, tenacious to an unbelievable degree. Please reply if received. Hope Radio. Peng Wanxiang frowned slightly. He had heard of various radios before the apocalypse, but the name Hope Radio left him with no impression. Do we need to respond to them? Li Mingyu stared at the fuzzy figure on the screen, his voice low, as if afraid of startling someone. Wait, let's listen more. Peng Wanxiang raised his hand to signal him not to rush. Li Mingyu nodded slightly and leaned forward half an inch. The voice from the speaker repeated intermittently like a moth trapped in a storm, desperately crashing towards a light. This is Hope Radio. Repeat. This is Hope. Radio. Please respond. These few phrases played over and over. Minutes passed. No new content. No change in the call sign. No fluctuations in background noise. Peng Wanxiang stroked his chin. It's not real time. He made a judgment. It's a looped video playback. Li Mingyu also reacted, nodding slightly. It's been 10 days since the apocalypse. We can't judge when this video was recorded or whether the other party is alive or dead. Peng Wanxiang silently asked System, can you track the source of this signal? The system replied instantly. A set of data floated in his mind. Signal source City X. Straight line distance approximately 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers. Peng Wanxiang was silent for 2 seconds. This distance before the apocalypse would have been a plane ticket and a 3-hour journey. Now, at over -30 degrees on the surface with radiation everywhere and no means of long-distance transportation, this was equivalent to another world, temporarily out of reach. But the signal itself is information. Mingyu, note down the coordinates and signal parameters of this frequency. Okay. Li Mingyu was already taking notes. Peng Wanxiang glanced at him and pointed to a green communication button on the control panel. Just pick a name and reply to them. The communication button is this one. Li Mingyu was momentarily stunned. What name should I choose? Our shelters. Li Mingyu thought for less than 2 seconds and pressed the button. Hope Radio, please respond. We are the Dawn Shelter. What help do you need? He released the button. The signal started from 5 meters underground in the monitoring room, passing through pipelines and soil layers, shooting towards the gray sky with that inconspicuous dish antenna on the surface, heading towards a place that might have already become a ruin 3,000 kilometers away. Whether it could be received, he did not know. But throwing a line out in the apocalypse was certainly better than doing nothing. All right. Peng Wanxiang patted the back of Li Mingyu's chair. Continue scanning other frequencies. The screen started switching rapidly. One frequency after another. Gray, gray, all gray. No signal. No signal. No signal. Wait. Peng Wanxiang's voice. It wasn't a shout. It was the instinctive reaction of lowering one's breath upon discovering prey. Switch back to the previous one. The screen rewound. The snowflakes and horizontal lines receded like the tide. An island. An island surrounded by ocean. The colors on the screen suddenly jumped from gray-white to green. Green. Alive, fresh, and strikingly vibrant green. Trees. Grass. Shrubs. Dense vegetation covered the entire island like a piece snatched from the world before the apocalypse and pasted here intact. Li Mingyu's fingers tightened on the edge of the desk. After 10 days of viewing gray ruins, this splash of green was a shock akin to a heavy blow. This island is in the waters surrounding G-City. The system supplemented the location in his mind. Zoom in. Peng Wanxiang's voice was low, as if afraid to scare away what was on the screen. The satellite shot zoomed in. The island's details gradually emerged on the screen. Rocks along the coastline, gentle grasslands, inland, a winding creek. Then several moving black dots appeared on the slope. They weren't stones. Stones don't move. They weren't shadows of trees. Tree shadows don't form clusters. Peng Wanxiang adjusted the focus. The black dots magnified. The outlines became clear. 4 legs, a massive body bent down to graze. It's cattle. Li Mingyu jumped up from his chair, pointing at the screen. His voice was 3 times louder than he had expected. Alive. Living cattle. Peng Wanxiang did not speak, but his eyes fixed on the screen sparkled. The sparkle was not the excitement of discovering treasure, but that of someone who had been trapped underground for 10 days living on instant noodles and compressed biscuits, suddenly seeing the words protein. He began to count. 1, 2, 3. At least a dozen could be seen in the shot. Scattered on the grassland, some were grazing, some were lying by the creek, and a small one was following behind a big bull. There were calves too. They should be the cattle of nearby pastoral residents. Peng Wanxiang spoke, his voice regaining calm. No humans seen on the island, but the cattle are still alive. Most likely after the nuclear explosion the people are gone, and the cattle are left to fend for themselves on the island. He paused. This island wasn't directly hit, the vegetation is still there, and it's far enough from the mainland, with limited radiation impact. Li Mingyu scanned the screen several times back and forth, still excited. Peng, if we can bring these cattle back. Not just Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, tapping lightly on the edge of the console. Milk. Beef. Leather. Bone meal, fertilizer. If there are males and females, they can reproduce. A protein gap for over 40 people can be filled in one go. This isn't just discovering a herd of cattle. This is discovering a living industrial chain. System, how far is this island from us? About 1,600 kilometers. 1,006. That's half as close as Hope Radio, but for a team that has only 1 armored vehicle, this distance is still astronomical. Land route. At over -30 degrees, all roads are blocked. Forget driving, a person would freeze stiff after walking 2 kilometers. Sea route. No boats, no ports. Only one route remains. Fly over. System. Peng Wanxiang organized his thoughts in his mind, feeling that what he was about to say was a bit absurd. But so what? On the 10th day of the apocalypse, programmers were already building generators, greenhouses, and installing surveillance underground. Building an aircraft would be just a matter of convenience. I want to build an aircraft. The conditions are as follows. First, it must have a large enough payload. At least able to transport 10 adult cattle, considering equipment and personnel, a minimum of 5 tons. Second, it needs to be easy to operate. None of us have ever touched a control stick. We need intelligent assisted driving, preferably in a tell it where to go and it will go foolproof mode. Third, it must be able to fly in environments of -30 to 40 degrees. He paused and added list out the material. The system was silent for less than a second. A proposal popped up in his mind. A large vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft. Payload of 5 tons. Range of 5,000 kilometers. Equipped with a fully autonomous intelligent driving system supporting voice command control, no flying experience required. Designed for extreme cold, working temperature limit of -60. A materials list followed: 3,000 kilograms of steel, 2,000 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 500 kilograms of electronic components, 500 kilograms of rubber, 1,000 kilograms of lead, 500 kilograms of titanium alloy, 200 kilograms of high-strength glass, 500 kilograms of special fiber material. Peng Wanxiang reviewed the numbers. Steel and aluminum alloy were more than enough in stock, previously salvaged from dismantled cars and buildings. Electronic components and rubber were also sufficient. Let goes without saying, last time he scraped back over 4,000 kilograms from the parking lot. He couldn't even spend it all. The bottleneck was titanium alloy and high-strength glass. Stock is insufficient. What's the material gap? 80 survival points are needed to make up the difference. 100 points. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the balance in his mind. 55 points. 25 short. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock 44 points will be credited on time. Plenty. So that means. Peng Wanxiang calculated in his mind, his lips involuntarily curling up. In the last life he wrote code. In this life, he builds planes. The client no longer needs to argue with the contractor, because the client and contractor are the same person. The plane will be built tomorrow. Peng Wanxiang stood up from his chair and stretched his neck. But the helipad must be ready. Where to park? Li Mingyu's mind was quick. In front of the community. Clear the ruins and level a piece of land. Peng Wanxiang said this while walking out his steps quicker than usual. Also dig an underground hangar, keep the plane hidden underground, and raise it when needed. Li Mingyu opened his mouth, then he wanted to say this is too sci-fi, but the past 10 days had taught him one thing. In Peng Wanxiang's words, the gap between sci-fi and we'll finish it this afternoon often only required the phrase system star construction. You keep an eye on this. Peng Wanxiang walked to the door, turned back, and pointed at the large screen. Keep the frequency of hope radio on, and call me immediately if there's any new movement. Understood. Li Mingyu sat back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the still looping fuzzy figure on the right side of the screen, and then moving to the lush green island on the left. The cattle on the island were still leisurely grazing. They had no idea that a programmer was fixing a helipad for them 1,600 kilometers away. The outside world was as gray as an old newspaper that had been crumpled and torn. Snow mixed with dust fell from the nuclear winter with visibility less than 50 meters. The wind whistled through the gaps in the ruins, moaning like the entire city was softly groaning. Peng Wanxiang stood at the community exit, the sound of his breath filtered by the protective suit's mask. The beam of the headlamp illuminated the front, revealing a patchwork of concrete ruins. This was once a 6-story residential building, now crumpled like it had been flattened by a careless hand from above, shattered into pieces. At -31 degrees. The thermal layer of the protective suit kept his body temperature, but his toes still felt a bit numb. Get to work. Peng Wanxiang placed his palm against the nearest broken wall. The palm was slightly warm. As soon as he touched the broken wall, it began to disintegrate. Not shattering, not collapsing, but dissolving rapidly from the edges to the center, like pixels, bricks, cement, steel bars, shattered glass. Being broken down into the most basic elements by the system, flowing silently into another space. A wall. 3 seconds. Gone. Leaving behind a clean rectangular void, the edges neat, as if cut by a laser. Peng Wanxiang took 2 steps forward, pressing his hands against the ruins on either side. Both walls disintegrated simultaneously. Like an eraser wiping away pencil marks, the ruins receded piece by piece beneath his palms. After receding, there was a flat, empty ground. He moved faster and faster. 10 minutes later, the collapsed residential building at the community entrance completely vanished from the earth. What remained was a surreal expanse of open ground surrounded by ruins that hadn't been cleared, yet framing this patch of emptiness like a picture frame. In the other space, the stock numbers for cement aggregate and steel bars surged upward. Peng Wanxiang didn't stop. He turned towards another half-collapsed building on the right side and slapped his palm against it. The entire building began to disintegrate from the bottom up. It wasn't a violent collapse, it was an evaporative disintegration layer by layer. 4 floors, 3 floors, 2 floors, 1 floor. Within 5 seconds, a building turned into a set of data in another space. Peng Wanxiang shook his hand and walked towards the next building. An hour. The ruins within a radius of dozens of meters around the community entrance had been completely cleared. A flat area measuring about 30 meters long and over 20 meters wide suddenly appeared. It gleamed in the wind and snow. Flat. Open. The surface, compacted by the decomposed soil, was smoother than the parking lot's ground. The inventory in the other space had fattened significantly. But Peng Wanxiang's attention was no longer on the materials. He stood at the center of the open ground, visually measuring the size. Enough. System. He unfolded the construction blueprint in his mind. Build a lifting platform at this location. 20 meters long, 15 meters wide, with a non-slip surface. Descending to a depth of 10 meters. Dig a sealed space at the bottom. 22 meters long, 17 meters wide, 6 meters high, enough to park a large transport aircraft. Overall reinforced concrete structure internal walls mixed with lead to shield against radiation. The lifting mechanism will connect to the shelter's power grid, supporting remote control via electronic wristbands and manual operation from the platform sides. The system reported a series of material consumption: 5,000 kilograms of cement, 8,000 kilograms of aggregate, 1,500 kilograms of steel bars, 500 kilograms of lead, 5 kilograms of electronic components. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the inventory. The materials that had just been cleared from the ruins were even sufficient for the little excess. Start work. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. It wasn't the shaking of an earthquake, it was a deep, rhythmic vibration, as if a massive heart was beating deep. Peng Wanxiang took a few steps back, standing at the edge of the open ground to watch. In the center of the flat ground, a rectangular outline of 20 by 15 meters emerged, as if an invisible blade had cut into the earth. The soil within the outline began to sink, not collapsing, but orderly and layer by layer moving downward, like a giant cream cake being evenly sliced by an invisible knife. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The walls were simultaneously poured. Gray-white concrete grew out of the soil, enveloping the pit walls, solidifying and hardening. Steel bars intertwined into a network within the concrete, lead powder evenly mixed into the walls. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters. The bottom of the deep pit began to expand outward. An underground space broader and longer than the platform's surface slowly took shape. The ceiling arched, the corners transitioned smoothly, and the ground had non-slip texture treatment. 8 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters. The lifting mechanism finally positioned itself. Hydraulic columns on both sides grew upward, fitting seamlessly with the underside of the platform. Not a single worker, not a single machine. Only the system operated silently underground, like a terrifyingly precise 3D printer, pixel by pixel, transforming the blueprint in Peng Wanxiang's mind into reality. Peng Wanxiang stood in the wind and snow, observing the entire process. Nearly 10 minutes later, a massive reinforced concrete platform quietly embedded itself into the ground. The surface's non-slip texture was neat and beautiful, the edges flush with the ground, and no seams were visible. Next to it stood a control panel half the height of a person. A few buttons, a small screen simple enough to not require a manual. The lifting platform and accompanying underground hangar have been constructed. The system reported in his mind, its tone akin to weather forecasting. Connected to the shelter's power system. Supports remote control via electronic wristbands. Peng Wanxiang raised his left wrist. A new icon appeared on the screen of his electronic wristband, a square with an arrow clear at a glance. He tapped descend. The platform beneath his feet emitted a deep hydraulic sound, slowly sinking down. The wind and snow were left overhead, and his view shifted from the gray sky to 4 gray concrete walls. The light strips automatically lit up, casting a soft white glow. 10 meters. The platform stopped steadily. The underground hangar had arrived. The 6-meter-high space appeared spacious and solid under the light. The lead layer embedded in the walls reflected a matte finish, and there was a unique mineral scent of new concrete in the air. The ground was dry and flat enough to park. Enough to park an aircraft that hadn't been built yet. Peng Wanxiang looked around, mentally measuring the dimensions. Ample. He pressed ascend. The platform carried him back to the surface. The lifting process was smooth and silent. The only sound was the low-frequency hum of the hydraulic columns at work. It was quieter than an elevator. Peng Wanxiang stood in the snow watching this helipad that had just emerged from nothing. The wind threw snowflakes onto the platform's surface, which couldn't melt, accumulating into a thin layer of white. He suddenly felt a very absurd sensation. 10 days ago, he was still in his rental room fixing bugs, arguing with the backend over a timeout issue all afternoon. 10 days later, he stood on the ruins in a nuclear winter, just having built an underground hangar with his bare hands, preparing to build a transport aircraft capable of flying 5,000 kilometers tomorrow to catch cattle on an island 1,600 kilometers away. If the script of life were submitted to an editor, the editor would probably respond, absurd, but I'm intrigued. Peng Wanxiang shook his head, dismissing that nonsensical sentiment. Peng Wanxiang hummed a little tune, striding back with a light step. His mind was filled with images of the cows leisurely grazing on the island. There were over a dozen, including calves. Both bulls and cows were included. Bringing them back would create a living industrial chain. Milk, beef, leather, and bone meal fertilizer, addressing a protein gap for more than 40 mouths in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, the corners of Peng Wanxiang's mouth turned up slightly. He descended the stairs, passed through the washing area, and was about to push open the door to the shelter when his footsteps suddenly halted. A snap echoed in his mind as if a string had been plucked. Wait a minute. Cows. Adult cows. Standing at about 1:3 to 1. 5 meters tall and 60 to 70 centimeters wide, with horns and tail swaying the overall footprint. He glanced down at the staircase passage beneath him. He turned his head to glance at the metal door of the washing area, just wide enough for 2 adults to pass side by side. Peng Wanxiang slapped himself on the forehead. Damn. A programmer who had written code for 10 years had made the most basic parameter validation error. Too focused on constructing the landing pad, digging the hangar, and calculating the aircraft's weight, he had forgotten to check the compatibility of cargo dimensions and passage width. If this were at the company, the testing team would have turned his workstation upside down. The cows simply couldn't get in. The stairs were too steep. Their hooves couldn't find grip. The doorway was too narrow, and the cow would get stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down Peng Wanxiang's spine. No way, it had to be changed. He returned to the staircase entrance, surveying the passage that connected the garage to the shelter. The stairs were a waste. It needed to be converted into a ramp. The doorway was too narrow. It had to be widened. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath, his mind already racing with plans. System: dismantle the staircase passage from the garage to the shelter and change it to a slope. He mentally listed the requirements, clear as if writing a technical document. The slope must be gentle, one that the cows can stand on steadily. The width must be sufficient for 2 cows to walk side by side. We can't have a blockage halfway through. The system responded immediately. Received. The staircase will be converted into a 2-way ramp with a slope of 12, a width of 3.5 meters. Cement consumption 500 kilograms, sand and gravel 800 kilograms, rebar 100 kilograms. Current inventory is sufficient. Proceed with construction. Start the work. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble immediately. That familiar rhythmic low-frequency vibration, a sensation like the earth taking a deep breath. The originally tiered concrete steps began to dissolve from both ends as if ice blocks were melting under an invisible heat source. Rebar was extracted from the cross-section, gravel and cement turned to dust, silently absorbed by the system. Simultaneously, a new structure grew from the bottom. The outline of the slope seemed to be molded from the soil by an unseen hand. Concrete was poured layer by layer, and the surface automatically pressed out dense anti-slip grooves. The edges on both sides slightly rose, forming natural guiding railings. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. A wide, gentle ramp quietly laid itself before him. It extended from the garage floor all the way to the entrance of the shelter with just the right slope. Let alone cows, even an armored vehicle could easily come down. Peng Wanxiang stepped onto it and tested it with his foot, the soles of his shoes pressed against the anti-slip texture, feeling very stable. Not bad. Now not only could cows walk, but armored vehicles could also park directly at the entrance of the shelter. 2 birds with 1 stone. With the ramp completed, Peng Wanxiang turned to head towards the washing area. The 2 doors, an outer and an inner door, needed to be widened. System: completely rebuild the inner and outer doors of the washing area, enlarging the dimensions to allow adult cows to pass. The coverage area for spraying and ultraviolet disinfection will be expanded synchronously, leave no dead corners. Received. Expanding the doorway and supporting facilities of the washing area, consuming 200 kilograms of steel, 50 kilograms of lead, and 1 kilogram of electronic components. Currently under construction. The metal door frame began to melt from the edges, the old structure being disassembled and recycled, while a new frame grew out from the wall. The door frame expanded on both sides, and the height was raised a notch. When the new door panel was in place, the heavy lead isolation door emitted a dull click, fitting perfectly. Peng Wanxiang pushed it, it opened and closed smoothly. He estimated the size of the doorway. While 2 cows squeezing through side by side would be tight, one at a time would definitely be no problem. Alright, the passage and door issues were resolved. But the next problem quickly arose. Where would the cows stay? Peng Wanxiang stood in the main hall of the shelter, unconsciously tapping his fingers against his thigh. He was a programmer, not a cattle farmer. How much space was needed for raising cows, what to feed them, and how to prevent disease? He was entirely clueless. But there were people in the shelter who knew. Peng Wanxiang turned and headed towards the greenhouse. The greenhouse was warm and cozy, bathed in soft light from the pink-purple plant growth lamps. Zhao Gang was squatting beside a 3-tiered planting rack, his hands covered in dirt as he carefully loosened the soil around the newly sown tomato seedlings. Lu Mei was at the other end, checking the outlet of the drip irrigation system, muttering something to herself. The couple worked together seamlessly like a dual-core processor. Brother Zhao, sister Lu. Peng Wanxiang walked over, getting straight to the point. I'm planning to bring a batch of cows back to raise in the shelter, but I'm an outsider in this regard and would like to consult with you. Zhao Gang paused his hands. He straightened up, his expression shifting from focused on work to what did you say? Cows. The old farmer's voice rose an octave, his eyes brightening instantly. Lu Mei turned her head, as well, still holding a piece of drip irrigation pipe. Live cows? Are you serious? Absolutely. Over a dozen, including calves. I won't explain the source much, but I'm certain. Zhao Gang rubbed the dirt off his hands, his movements more agile than usual. An old farmer who had tilled the land all his life couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing the words live livestock. Raising cows. There are many considerations. First, the space must be large enough. Zhao Gang began counting on his fingers, itemizing one by one. Cows are not like sheep, their size demands at least 10 square meters of activity space per adult cow. If they are too cramped, they can become stressed. When stressed, they want to eat, and if they don't eat, they lose weight. Ventilation must also keep up. The smell of cow dung is no joke. If trapped in a closed space, high ammonia levels will harm the cows first, and humans won't be able to stand it either. And feed. Zhao Gang raised another finger. Cows are ruminants, feeding them just dry food won't do. They need roughage, hay, silage, and bran. Missing any of these is not acceptable. If there are female cows, the nutritional balance during pregnancy and lactation must also be considered. Bulls must be separated from cows. If they hit the fence during mating season, they can bend steel pipes. Lu Mei became more fluent in her explanations, speaking faster than her husband. There must also be isolation and disease prevention measures. Each core module encompasses space, ventilation, feed, isolation, and disease prevention. If you're raising over a dozen cows, what area do you think would be sufficient? Zhao Gang contemplated for a moment, extending 2 fingers. At least 200 square meters. 7 or 8 pens plus a communal activity area. The ground cannot be too slippery. If cows slip, they can injure their legs, so a layer of hay should be laid down or anti-slip measures taken. Drinking water must be flowing. Lu Mei added. Cows don't like stagnant water. If they drink it, they can easily get an upset stomach. Peng Wanxiang nodded. That was enough information. Alright, I have a clear idea now. You two keep busy, I'll take care of the rest. Zhao Gang opened his mouth as if wanting to ask, where did you get the cows? But the question faded before it left his lips. During this time, he had learned one thing. What Peng Wanxiang said he could handle, he could indeed handle. Why ask? Peng Wanxiang returned to the main hall and organized the requirements in his mind into a construction order. System. He closed his eyes as if drafting a product requirement document. Construct a 200 square meter cattle and sheep breeding area next to the greenhouse. Specific requirements are as reinforced concrete structural frame using steel structure for internal partitions divided into 7 to 8 independent pens plus a communal activity area. The ground must have anti-slip and anti-seepage treatment with a reserved waste collection channel leading into the shelter's ecological circulation system. Equipped with automatic waterers, automatic feeders, and independent ventilation ducts. The ventilation system integrated into the main circulation but with odor isolation treatment. Additionally, considering the large size of cows and the height requirements, the breeding area occupies 2 levels, the main hall level and the underground level. The main hall level will have an entrance and transport passage, while the underground level is the actual breeding space connected by a goods lift platform. No other entrances or exits will be set in the underground level, creating a closed space to prevent livestock from escaping. He finished in one breath. The system processed the information in less than a second and data popped up. Plan confirmed. Cement consumption 2,000 kilograms, sand and gravel 3,000 kilograms, rebar 800 kilograms, lead 200 kilograms, electronic components 5 kilograms. Current inventory is sufficient. Proceed with construction. Start work. This tremor was stronger than any previous one. It wasn't just a tremor underfoot, it was a deep rumble resonating from his heels to the back of his head, the entire foundation vibrating. The wall on the right side of the main hall seemed to be gripped by an unseen giant hand pushing outward, not collapsing but expanding. Concrete generated out of thin air at the edges of the wall, layer upon layer, stacking outward, and new space was squeezed out from the soil. The ground cracked open a neat seam, then sank downward. The process of sinking was visible to the naked eye. The soil was decomposed, rebar inserted in place, concrete poured, and solidified walls rising from the ground. Lead powder embedded into the walls as quickly as sesame was kneaded into dough seamlessly. The high space of the underground level took shape. Over 4 meters high, brighter than the floors where people lived. Steel structure partitions sprouted from the ground, 7 walls dividing the space into reasonably sized pens. In each pen's corners, stainless steel waterers and feeders were in place with pipelines automatically connecting to the main water supply system. Ventilation ducts emerged from the ceiling, thick metal pipes, winding like snakes, eventually merging into the shelter's main circulation system. Finally, between the main hall level and the underground level, a wide cargo lift platform locked into place. Steel cables tightened, hydraulic columns positioned, and the control panel lit up with a green light. The entire process took less than a minute. Peng Wanxiang walked to the entrance, looked down. Bright, orderly, clean. The indicator light of the automatic waterer blinked with a faint blue glow, and the stainless steel inner walls of the feeder reflected the white light of the LED ceiling lights. The ventilation system hummed deeply, and the air flowed. It didn't resemble a cow shed. It looked like a model room of a smart ranch. But something was still missing. Peng Wanxiang jumped off the lift platform and stepped onto the bare concrete floor of the underground level. It was hard and unyielding. Cows would not only slide on it, but wouldn't even be able to lie down. Zhao Gang was right. It needed to be covered. System using the stock of plant fiber impurities, lay a layer of hay on the floor of the breeding area. Thickness of 5 to 8 centimeters covering all pens and the communal activity area. Consuming impurities 50 kilograms, constructing hay layer. Completed. Golden yellow hay surged from the seams in the ground, as if someone had laid down a conveyor belt beneath the surface. Clusters of grass stems intertwined, spread, and stacked. In less than 10 seconds, the entire breeding area was covered with a thick layer of hay. A faint aroma of grass wafted up. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath. In a sealed space 5 meters underground, wrapped in concrete and lead layers, smelling the scent of hay. This incongruity instead brought a sense of security. It felt like a small piece of old times unearthed from the ashes of the apocalypse. Brother Zhao, sister Lu, could you come over? Peng Wanxiang called the couple over from the greenhouse. When Zhao Gang reached the entrance to the breeding area, his steps he leaned against the door frame, peeking down inside. Then looked again. This. The old farmer opened his mouth at a loss for suitable words. Having farmed all his life, he had helped villagers construct cattle sheds. Mud walls, wooden stakes, asbestos roofs. That was his understanding of a cow shed. What lay before him? A 4-meter-high space of reinforced concrete, 7 independent partition pens, stainless steel automatic waterers, and feeders, the ground laid with golden hay and the ventilation system humming. There wasn't even a hint of dampness in the air. This was not a cow shed, it was a five-star hotel for cows. Lu Mei followed behind, circling around the pens, her fingers brushing against the waterers, feeders, ventilation outlets, and partition railings, inspecting every detail like a project acceptance. After her inspection, she stood in the center of the communal activity area, taking a deep breath of the hastened air. Wanxiang. Lu Mei's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. This place is better than the conditions in our hometown for cows by more than 10 times. The cows are going to enjoy themselves. Zhao Gang couldn't help but mutter. Peng Wanxiang smiled. Good conditions mean healthy cows, and healthy cows mean we have meat to eat. This is a worthwhile investment. Zhao Gang nodded heavily. Farmers understand this principle better than anyone. If there's anything else that needs to be supplemented, just let me know. Lu Mei thought for a moment. If we could get some pasture seeds later, that would be great. Feeding them only hay and feed is fine, but cows grow stronger and produce more milk when they eat fresh grass. They'll find a way regarding the seeds. Peng Wanxiang promised. Once the survival points are credited, he'll exchange for a batch of pasture seeds to sprinkle in the breeding area, letting the cows graze on their own. The apocalyptic version of an ecological ranch is just around the corner. Alright, once the cows are transported back, this will be handed over to you. Zhao Gang patted his chest, unable to stop grinning. You can rest assured. Raising cows is something we are even better at than growing vegetables. Lu Mei rolled her eyes at him. Better at. Last time that old yellow cow at home was throwing a fit and refusing to eat grass, who was it that soothed it back? That's different. That cow was just stubborn. Alright. Peng Wanxiang waved his hand, interrupting their bickering. You two can discuss the specific division of labor. I only care about the results. The two exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. After leaving the breeding area, Peng Wanxiang wandered around the shelter once more. In the underground water zone, he stared at the electricity panel on the wall for a while. The shelter's equipment was increasing. Growth lights in the greenhouse, geothermal heat pumps, smart water supply systems, surveillance network, satellite receivers, and lift platforms. Each one was consuming electricity. The existing 30-degree sodium-ion batteries were struggling to keep up. During peak electricity usage, the stored power dropped visibly. He couldn't wait until there was a blackout to replenish. Peng Wanxiang consumed some stock materials and had the system construct another set of batteries by the underground river directly connecting to the power grid. The total stored energy jumped on the screen, 60 degrees. Doubled. That would suffice. At least for the short term, he no longer needed to worry about power issues. Peng Wanxiang made rounds between several areas. The greenhouse was functioning normally. Zhao Gang's new apprentice was diligently recording the growth of the crops. Zhang Chong in the kitchen was preparing dinner, the sound of chopping vegetables crisp and neat. In the monitoring room, Li Mingyu was focused on the screen. Everything was calm inside and out. In the tent area of the underground level, someone was pedaling a bike in the gym with power generation data uploading steadily. Everything was orderly. Night had fallen unnoticed. There was no distinction between day and night underground, but the shelter's lighting system would automatically adjust brightness to simulate sunset. The lights in the hallway gradually dimmed. Peng Wanxiang gently pushed open the door to bedroom 001. Wang Qinyu lay on the lower bunk, hugging Xiaoya, both of them already in deep sleep. Xiaoya's small hand was still gripping Kaka's ear. Kaka dared not move, lying beside the pillow with a face of fate. Dobby and Pippi were squeezed at the foot of the bed, the three Pomeranians huddled together, breathing softly. Peng Wanxiang stood at the door for a few seconds. Then he walked into the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face, his movements as light as a cat. In the mirror, he saw himself with a new layer of stubble and a hint of darkness under his eyes. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, he turned off the bathroom light and climbed onto the upper bunk. The mattress caught his weight, the springs emitting a very soft creak. Lying flat, the ceiling was just 30 centimeters above his head. Peng Wanxiang stared at it for a few seconds, mentally running through tomorrow's list one last time. Build an airplane. Fly 1,600 kilometers. Bring back the cows. Absurd to the point of disbelief, but this was not the first time he had done something absurd. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He closed his eyes, the last thought dimly flashing through. What expression would those cows have when they saw the airplane tomorrow? Who cares? 2 seconds later, his breathing steadied. Inside the shelter, maintaining a constant temperature of 23 degrees, it pulsed quietly like a heartbeat. Outside, the nuclear winter at minus 31 degrees continued to pound down. Inside, a programmer slept soundly. Tomorrow he would build an airplane. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, in the morning. When Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes, the first thought that sprang to his mind was not "I've lived through another day," but rather, "Today, I will build an airplane." The breaths from the bottom bunk were soft. Wang Xinyu lay on her side, one hand resting on Xiaoya's belly, both mother and daughter soundly asleep. Kaka curled up beside the pillow, squinting one eye to glance at him before burying its head back down. Peng Wanxiang remained silent. He carefully climbed down from the top bunk, his bare feet touching the slightly warm floor tiles, moving more gracefully than a cat. He entered the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face in 30 seconds. He came out and put on the heavy lead protective suit. Each time he wore this thing, it felt like wrapping himself in a metal coffin, but he was used to it. As he opened the door, he glanced back. Xiaoya turned over, burying her face into Wang Qianya's embrace, mumbling something before falling silent again. Peng Wanxiang gently closed the door. He crossed through the disinfection area, walking up the sloped corridor as cold air seeped in through the gaps of his protective suit. The lift platform quietly squatted in the snow, covered by a thin layer of white. On this 31 degrees below zero morning, the sky was as gray as a dirty rag. Peng Wanxiang stood in the center of the platform, taking a deep breath of the filtered cold air. His heartbeat was slightly faster than usual. It wasn't due to nervousness. It was excitement. After a decade of coding today, he was going to build an airplane. Such a thing before the apocalypse would have been deemed the ramblings of a lunatic. But who cares? System. He mentally typed that line of code. Construct a large vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft. The system responded instantly, its tone, as always, reflecting the style of a client's assessment. Calm, precise, devoid of any emotional color. Required survival points 80 points to fill material gaps. Current balance 99 points. Would you like to consume? Yes. No hesitation, not even a fraction of a second. 80 points. Nearly 2 days of income. Exchanging for an aircraft capable of flying 5,000 kilometers was undeniably a great bargain. Deducting 80 points. Beginning construction. The lift platform beneath him shook violently. It was not the dull, low-frequency tremor experienced while building houses before. It was a deep, resonating roar that vibrated through the entire steel plate, reaching from his feet to the top of his head. The air surrounding the lift platform visibly distorted. Countless materials surged forth from another dimension, not appearing, but surging. Steel, aluminum, alloy, titanium, alloy, electronic components. As if an invisible hand was pulling them from the void, assembling, interlocking, and forming at a speed beyond the human eye. The skeleton emerged first. Sturdy titanium alloy beams rose from the ground like the spine of a colossal beast. Then came the fuselage. Pieces of aluminum alloy skin adhered one by one, fitting seamlessly, with even the rivets automatically positioning themselves. The engine compartments formed symmetrically on both sides. The turbine blades gradually grew out the precision, making the scalp tingle. The bulletproof glass of the cockpit settled into place last. With a soft click, the entire nose was sealed, its lines smooth, as if carved from a single piece of steel. The whole process took less than 40 seconds. Peng Wanxiang stood there, head tilted back, mouth agape, for a long time. Before him stood a steel behemoth. The fuselage had sharp lines, heavy yet imposing. How to describe its shape? Well, it resembled the aircraft Tom Cruise piloted in Edge of Tomorrow, but was even larger. The surface of the fuselage glinted with a matte metallic sheen, resembling a slate-gray raptor lying dormant in the snow. Peng Wanxiang walked around it. He walked around it again. His fingers brushed over the welds along the belly of the aircraft, smooth to the touch, as if it were a mirror, without a single seam to be found. This is just too cool. The voice came muffled from the protective suit's visor, carrying the tone of a middle-aged man gazing at his dream car. This is what a man should drive. Forget armored vehicles. Compared to this, they are just tricycles. Cool as it is, it needs. System. Can the materials from the other dimension be synthesized into fuel? How much is needed for a full tank? The system calculated for less than a second. Yes, but limited by the type of materials. Fuel performance will be reduced with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. The destination is 1,600. A round trip makes 3,002. That's more than double the shortfall. Not enough. Peng Wanxiang directly dismissed it. What if I use survival points to fill in the materials? 5 points for a full tank performance, normal maximum range. Only 5 points. A mere trifling amount. Deduct. Received. Fuel has been automatically injected into the tank. Peng Wanxiang pulled open the cockpit door and climbed in. As soon as he sat down, he was momentarily dazzled by the sight before him. Countless buttons, dials, control sticks, switches, and indicator lights filled the entire front panel and sides. It was like opening a back-end management system with 800 configuration options. Completely incomprehensible. But Peng Wanxiang's mindset was as steady as a rock, because he remembered the system had said supports fully autonomous flight, voice command control, idiot mode. The client never needs to understand the code. The client only needs to say to the screen, this requirement will be online tomorrow. He scanned the control panel, finding 2 large red buttons side by side in the center. They were labeled in Chinese: ground start, automatic start, simple and straightforward. Peng Wanxiang directly pressed automatic start. The cockpit lit up instantly. All the screens illuminated simultaneously, the dials jumped to life, and the HUD displayed a stream of green data projected onto the bulletproof glass. The roar of the engines came from the turbine compartments on both sides. First a deep hum, then rapidly escalated, growing louder, causing the entire fuselage to tremble slightly. That vibration traveled from the seat into his spine, then from his spine into his heart. Just 2 words: thrilling. System set destination. The coastal waters around City G, the island with the cattle. Locked. Journey distance 1,600 kilometers. Estimated flight time 1 hour and 27 minutes. Preparing for takeoff. Just as the words left his mouth, the turbine nozzles on both sides suddenly tilted downwards. The white high-pressure air smashed against the lift platform, instantly scattering the accumulated snow, and small ice particles hit the concrete surface with a crackling sound. The transport aircraft began to ascend, steady, even, and fast. The ground quickly receded. The lift platform shrank to the size of a fingernail, and the rubble at the entrance of the shelter disguised itself as a grave. Then the entire community, the entire street, the entire urban area, all collapsed into a bird's eye view. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. As they passed through the low-hanging gray clouds, the fuselage shook violently twice. Then, silence. Above the clouds, the sky was a dirty gray-white. It wasn't the clean blue of pre-apocalypse days, but a murky blend of dust and smoke raised by nuclear explosions unable to disperse. The sun hung far away like a copper coin dulled by sandpaper, dark and round. The turbine nozzles switched to propulsion mode, and the transport aircraft accelerated to level flight. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window below. For the first time, he was looking down at the apocalypse from this height. Gray. All was gray. The skeleton of the city remained, but its flesh was gone. Skyscrapers leaned, bent, collapsed like a mouth full of rotten teeth. The streets were covered in thick snow, occasionally revealing a bus stop sign or a traffic light pole standing alone like gravestones. There were no lights, no traffic, no signs of life whatsoever. The entire city lay like a skeleton, stripped bare, blanketed in white snow. Peng Wanxiang did not avert his gaze. He forced himself to look. 10 days ago, millions lived beneath him. 10 days later, not a single smoking window could be found. After flying for about 20 minutes, the outlines of the city finally faded from view. Peng Wanxiang let out a sigh of relief, not even realizing he had been clenching his fists the entire time. The scenery outside the window began to change. First came the gray-white plains, large areas of farmland blanketed in snow obscuring what had originally been planted. Then mountains appeared, not high, rolling like frozen waves. The trees on the mountains were charred and bare, their branches reaching towards the sky like outstretched fingers. But flying further south, those fingers began to sprout something. Leaves. At first only a few scattered ones. Brownish, half-dried, curling at the tips. Then more and more. Brown turned to dark green to green, real vibrant, glistening green. Not the half-dead remnants of trees, but dense canopies blanketing the hills. Peng Wanxiang activated the anti-fog function of the window and leaned closer to look. Below the trees was a river, narrow and winding, its surface reflecting the grayish light from the sky. There was grass by the river, a mix of withered yellow and fresh green, like an unevenly laid carpet. He felt as if he were riding a time machine, flying from winter into autumn, then from autumn into late spring. The nuclear bomb hadn't reached here. Or rather it had, but it hadn't killed everything. Life was more resilient than he had imagined. 1 hour and 20 minutes. First the coastline. Gray sands, white waves, a clear boundary line as if drawn with a ruler slicing the land and sea in half. Then the island appeared. Peng Wanxiang recognized it at a glance, exactly as he had seen in satellite images. A green gem set on the blue-gray sea. But the resolution of the satellite images was far inferior to the human eye. This island was larger than he had imagined, and greener than he had anticipated. That green was not the fake glow produced by LED lights in a greenhouse, but a true green nourished by sunlight, rain, and soil, embedding itself into the retina. In the entire cockpit, all Peng Wanxiang could hear was himself taking a sharp breath. 10 days. He had spent 10 days in gray ruins and lead-colored concrete. This was the first time in 10 days he had seen such a large expanse of living color. The transport aircraft began its details of the island gradually came into view. The coastal rocks, the gentle slopes, inland a sparkling stream cascading down the mountainside. And cattle. On the gentle slopes meadow, a dozen or so dark brown spots moved slowly, grazing, swishing their tails. One calf trailed behind a large cow, just like in the satellite images. Alive. All alive. Peng Wanxiang chose a relatively flat open space and commanded. No, issued a voice command for the transport aircraft to land. As the landing gear touched the ground, the fuselage sank slightly, then came to a steady stop. Smoother than parking his car, the engines shut down. The turbine's fading sound lingered in the air for a few seconds before the world fell silent. Peng Wanxiang opened the hatch. When the first breath filled the filtration system of his protective suit, he was taken aback. It was not cold. It was warm, carrying the damp scent of earth, the aroma of grass warmed by the sun, and a hint of salty sea air. What is this? This is spring. The 23-degree constant temperature created in the basement was merely a number. But this, the wind is real, the grass is real, and the sound of the crushed dry leaves beneath his feet is also real. Peng Wanxiang stood at the hatch for 3 seconds, then shook his head, dismissing that moment of misplaced sentiment. Time to catch cattle. Time to get to work. He had barely taken a few steps towards the cattle when he was stopped. Trees. The trees on the island grew too densely. One trunk pressed against another, branches intertwined, vines wrapped around. There was no way to squeeze through, let alone herd the cattle over. Peng Wanxiang instinctively reached out to touch the nearest tree trunk. Deconstruct. 1 second. 2 seconds. No response. Deconstruction failed. Living organisms cannot be deconstructed. The system's cold prompt popped up. Peng Wanxiang was taken aback for a moment, then realized. Previously, the wood he had dismantled in the city had either been dead or processed wood products. Living trees were off limits. This rule was quite reasonable. If he could just wipe out living things with a slap, he might as well rename himself Thanos. But reasonable or not, the current problem was very real. If those trees were not cleared, even if he found the cattle, he couldn't drive them to the transport aircraft. Pausing for 2 seconds, a solution popped into his mind. Can't dismantle the living. Then let them become non-living. System, create a chainsaw. The system took almost no time to calculate this command. A brand new chainsaw dropped into his palm from another dimension. Metallic body shining chain full tank. Peng Wanxiang pulled the starter rope. Virum, the chainsaw roared, the chain whirled. This sound traveled far across the quiet island, causing a flock of unknown birds to take flight from several treetops. Peng Wanxiang gripped the handle with both hands, aiming at the tree trunk in front of him, which was as thick as a bowl. The chain bit into the wood. Chips flew. Crack. The tree crashed to the ground. As soon as the trunk fell, Peng Wanxiang slapped it. Deconstruct. The fallen tree instantly transformed into wood and was stored in the other dimension. Clean and swift. All in one go. Activate. Cut tree. Smack down. Reclaim. The programmer's method of clearing bugs applied to tree cutting was remarkably smooth. Peng Wanxiang wielded the chainsaw, pushing through. One tree to the left, one to the right. The thick ones fell sideways, the thin ones cut in half. Wood chips danced in the air, and the sawing noise echoed through the forest. A 3-meter-wide path was forcibly cleaved through the dense jungle. Finally, the end of the woods. An open grassy slope. 16 cows. Up close, they looked much sturdier than in satellite images. Each one was well healthy, with shiny coats, standing over 1 meter 30 tall. There were black and white, spotted ones, brown, yellow ones, pure black ones. Various breeds, but with one common characteristic: they were all incredibly robust. Clearly they had been living quite comfortably, without supervision. Several large cows grazed with their heads down, chewing, with dull, serene expressions. One calf followed closely behind a larger cow, swishing its tail. They glanced at Peng Wanxiang. Just a glance. Then continued grazing. The look in their eyes could be described as, "Oh, a two-legged creature, what do I care?" Peng Wanxiang's mouth twitched. "Fine. You are the kings now. But that won't be the case once you're on the airplane. 16 cows, just him alone, even with the chainsaw, wouldn't be effective. If the cows got startled and scattered, he wouldn't be able to catch them all across the island. He needed to be clever. What options does the system provide? The system offered 3 routes: sound inducement, scent inducement, food inducement. Peng Wanxiang pondered for 2 seconds and chose a combination package. Cover the cargo hold with fresh grass, put a basin of salt water, and create a loudspeaker to play cow calls on repeat. 3-pronged approach. The system executed swiftly. In less than half a minute, the cargo hold of the transport aircraft had transformed. Green grass covered the ground. A stainless steel basin stood in the corner. The scent of salt and sugar wafted with the sea breeze. A loudspeaker was set up at the cargo hold's entrance, directed towards the meadow. Moo, moo. The deep, resonant sound of cow calls echoed from the loudspeaker, drifting far across the empty island. Peng Wanxiang switched off the chainsaw and retreated behind a large tree, crouching down, waiting. At first, the herd showed no interest. They continued eating and chewing. All 16 heads were buried in the grass, ignoring the calls of their kind from the loudspeaker. Peng Wanxiang felt a bit anxious, but he told himself, "Don't rush. Debugging could be more tedious than this." There was one time he spent 3 days finding a null pointer exception, only to discover a missing semicolon in the backend. Compared to that, waiting for these cows was nothing. 3 minutes passed. The leading black and white cow was the first to react. It lifted its head, still chewing on half a blade of grass, glancing towards the transport aircraft. Its nostrils twitched a couple of times. It had caught a whiff. Salt. For cows, salt is a drug-level temptation. The black and white cow shook its head and cautiously took a few steps forward. Seeing the leader move, the other cows gradually lifted their heads. 16 pairs of cow eyes turned in unison towards the cargo hold. Peng Wanxiang tightened his fists behind the tree. "Here they come, here they come, here they come." The black and white cow took a few more steps forward. Stopped. Sniffed. Took a few more steps. Stopped. Sniffed. Moved again. The herd behind seemed to be pulled by an invisible string, moving slowly, but surely towards the transport aircraft. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. The black and white cow reached the ramp of the cargo hold. It lowered its head, sniffing the grass spread on the ground. It lifted its head again, glancing inside the cargo hold. Hesitated. Peng Wanxiang's heart raced. "Come on. Step inside, big brother. There's grass, salt, and sugar water inside. 5-star treatment. Stepping in means enjoying life." The black and white cow flicked its tail. Then it stepped forward, climbing the ramp. The sound of its hooves on the metal ramp echoed crisply. It entered the cargo hold, lowered its head, and began to graze. The second cow followed. The third. The fourth. That's how cows are. Once the leader goes and the others hesitate less. One after another they filed in like queuing for a cafeteria. The 12th. The 13th. A brown-yellow cow mooed after crossing the ramp. The calf following behind stumbled as it stepped on the edge of the ramp, almost losing its balance. Peng Wanxiang's heart skipped a beat. The calf swayed twice, but steadied itself. The mother mooed again, and the calf ducked its neck and hurried a couple of steps, diving under the mother. The 15th. The 16th. The last pure black bull slowly walked into the cargo hold, glancing back at the large tree behind which Peng Wanxiang was hiding. Its expression still bore that indifference of "what do I care?" But it was fine. They all went in. Got it. Peng Wanxiang sprang out from behind the tree, rushing towards the cargo hold's entrance. 16 cows crowded inside the cargo hold, some grazing, some licking the saltwater basin, and the calf nuzzled. The scene was both bizarre and harmonious. A group of cows standing in the belly of a transport aircraft, eating the grass material manifested by the system and drinking the salt sugar water prepared by the system. It looked like a scene from a sci-fi movie. But who cares? Peng Wanxiang pressed the button to close the cargo hold. The heavy-tailed door slowly closed with a thud. 16 cows secured. He jumped into the cockpit and plopped down. System, let's go home. Received. Return flight initiated. Estimated flight time 1 hour and 25 minutes. The turbines reignited. The transport aircraft carrying 16 oblivious cows slowly took off, leaving the green island behind. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his seat, watching the patch of green shrink and recede from view, ultimately swallowed by the gray murky clouds. He closed his eyes. In just over an hour, the people at the shelter would finally have their first taste of fresh milk in this century. 4-year-old Xiaoya had been drinking instant noodle soup for 10 days. This trip was worth it. The transport aircraft landed smoothly on the lift platform. The cargo door slowly opened. Peng Wanxiang jumped down, taking a long breath, his legs slightly weak. Not from exhaustion, but because the tension of traveling 1,600 kilometers had finally relaxed. Finally back, he said, raising his hand to press the intercom. Mingyu, have Zhao Gang and Lu Mei put on their protective suits and come to the lift platform at the entrance of the community to meet us. Got it, brother Peng. Li Mingyu's voice burst from the other end, filled with an irrepressible excitement. Did you bring 16 heads? Not a single one missing. Hurry and notify them. After hanging up the call, Peng Wanxiang turned to look at the cargo hold. 16 cows were squeezed inside the steel fence. Some were lying down ruminating, while others stretched their necks sniffing around. In the far corner, a calf pressed closely against its mother, its pair of wet eyes vigilantly watching him. Having flown 1,600 kilometers, these creatures were calmer than he was. All right, everyone, we're home now, Peng Wanxiang said, patting the fence with a smile. The cows paid him no mind. Footsteps hurriedly approached from the ramp, heavy and urgent. Zhao Gang rushed ahead, the zipper of his protective suit, not fully closed, half of his face exposed, his eyes darting towards the cargo hold. Lu Mei followed closely behind her, step steady, but her breathing betrayed her, a panting like she had just run 800 meters. Wanxiang. Zhao Gang lunged to the cargo hold entrance in 3 quick strides, peering inside. Whoa. The old farmer's eyes instantly locked onto the group of cows, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously. He rubbed his hands together, then rubbed again, his fingertips trembling slightly. The instinctive reaction of a lifetime farmer seeing live livestock was ingrained in his bones. Goodness. Yellow cattle, and some dappled ones. Zhao Gang's voice floated with excitement. This physique, they look good. That black one must weigh at least 1,200 pounds. Lu Mei squeezed up beside him, her gaze professionally scanning the area, her tone far more composed than her husband's. Are there both males and females? Yes, both. Peng Wanxiang nodded. And there's a calf too. The corner of Lu Mei's eye visibly twitched. The significance of being able to breed. Those 3 words carried more weight than gold in this apocalypse. All right, no more just standing here looking. Peng Wanxiang patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. How do we get them down? You're the expert, you direct it. Zhao Gang snapped back to reality, his professional instincts kicking in. We need a cattle prod. Nothing fancy, just a 2-meter-long rod with something soft wrapped around the front, so we don't hurt the cows. Peng Wanxiang said something to the system in his mind. 2 seconds later, a wooden stick appeared in his hand. It was slightly over 2 meters, wrapped in a layer of black rubber at the top, and the grip was designed to prevent slipping. Zhao Gang took it, weighing it in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist it spun smoothly. Perfect. 1 word, and all the confidence of a seasoned pro was contained within. Peng Wanxiang stood aside, watching the whole process of herding the cattle. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He genuinely couldn't. Zhao Gang stood at the cargo hold with the stick, and his entire demeanor changed. Bending at the waist, his steps light, yet steady, he made a low da sound with his mouth, neither hurried nor impatient, as if speaking to the cows. The lead black cow was the first to move. It snorted out a puff of air and tentatively took a step forward with its front. Zhao Gang's stick tapped lightly on its hip, the force precise. The cow naturally moved forward towards the cargo door. Slow down. Yes, just like that, good job. Zhao Gang murmured, his tone softer than when coaxing a grandchild. One by one the cows began to move. Their hooves thudded against the metal floor of the cargo hold, creating a dull thumping sound, like a drum being struck. Lu Mei stood outside the cargo door, arms spread wide, body slightly leaning forward, serving as a human barrier to prevent the cows from getting startled and veering off. The 2 worked together with remarkable synergy. One herded, one blocked, one managed the rhythm, and one controlled the direction. Suddenly, the dappled cow in the middle halted at the cargo door, its 4 legs planted firmly, neck stiff, refusing to budge. Zhao Gang remained calm. With the stick resting on his back, he freed one hand and gently patted the cow's neck twice, changing his tone. Come on, good girl, there's grass ahead. The cow's ears twitched. Then it stepped forward. Peng Wanxiang watched in astonishment. This kind of skill the system couldn't replicate. The 16 cows made their way from the cargo hold to the lift platform, then down the newly constructed, gentle slope, finally lining up to enter the washing area. Throughout the process, Zhao Gang managed it all with just 1 stick. In the washing area, the spray heads activated automatically warm water, cascading down the cows' backs, carrying mud and grass clippings into the drainage. The ultraviolet disinfection lights overhead shone a cold blue light, illuminating the entire space like an operating room. These big guys are much more docile than I expected, Lu Mei said, brushing the calf's fur with a soft brush, her lips curling with a smile. Indeed. Zhao Gang lightly tapped the rear of the big black cow with his stick. Cows that have flown in an airplane have seen the world, how could they not be tame? Lu Mei rolled her eyes at him. You've been on a plane too. How come I don't see you behaving yourself? That's different. Alright, Peng Wanxiang interrupted with a laugh from behind. Hurry up and finish, let's take them to their new home. After washing, the herd was led into the breeding area. Zhao Gang walked in first, stepping into the underground breeding space. He paused for a moment, then paused again. The ceiling was 4 meters high. 7 pens. The blue light of the stainless steel water dispensers flickered in the dimness. The ground was covered with golden dry hay, and the air brought in from the ventilation ducts carried a refreshing coolness without even a hint of dampness. He had previously participated in the construction and had come to see it once before, but at that time it was empty. Now, as the first cow stepped on the hay, sinking its hooves into the bedding with a rustling sound, the space finally came to life. Lu Mei drove the last few cows into the communal activity area, brushing off the dirt on her hands, looking around. The bulls and cows need to be separated. Her tone shifted back to work mode. If they clash during the mating season, this steel pipe might not hold up. Don't worry, the partitions are sturdy enough, Peng Wanxiang assured her. The calves should stay with their mothers in the same pen at first. If separated, the calves won't nurse. Zhao Gang was already mentally arranging the pens, his fingers lightly tracing each one. This black one goes in this pen, the dappled cow with the calf goes in that one. Peng Wanxiang didn't interrupt. Leaving professional tasks to professionals was one of the few management lessons he had learned in his 10 years as a programmer. Brother Zhao, sister Lu. After the couple had roughly divided the pens, Peng Wanxiang spoke up. With the greenhouse plus the breeding area, there's too much work for just the two of you. I'll have Zhang Yuan find 2 more people from the 10 area to help you decide how to manage them. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands, smiling broadly. That sounds great. The newcomers from the greenhouse had gotten the hang of it, but adding cattle on top of that. My and Sister Liu's old backs really can't take it anymore. You just worry about your old back, don't drag me into it. Lu Mei teased, but her eyes were filled with smiles. Alright, you just make sure the cows are settled. If there's anything lacking here, call me anytime. Got it. Peng Wanxiang turned to walk out, took a couple of steps, and turned back to add, by the way. Zhao Gang looked up at him. After you finish working, remember to go back to 101 to sleep. Your room is the first one in the entire shelter. Don't just take care of the cows and forget about your own nest. Zhao Gang grinned. That smile belonged to a farmer who had spent a lifetime in the fields, simple content emanating from deep within. Peng Wanxiang stepped out of the breeding area, strolling slowly along the corridor. The shelter operated quietly. The low-frequency hum of the ventilation system, the soft sounds of water flowing through the pipes, the distant clinking of bicycle chains from the gym. All these sounds layered together, creating a peculiar white noise. Like a large server's cooling fan, never ceasing yet reassuring. He mentally reviewed the current situation. Heating stable. Water supply stable. Electricity expanded with an additional set of batteries, no worries in the short term. Security 3-person team on duty, electronic wristbands fully covered. Greenhouse operating at 5 times capacity with the first batch of vegetables already on the dining table. Breeding area recently put into use with 16 cows in place. The foundational setup was already quite solid. But Peng Wanxiang's pace slowed slightly. The protein issue was temporarily solved with the cows. However, for the shelter to grow to a larger scale, relying solely on him for scavenging, building, and decision-making would eventually hit a ceiling. There weren't enough hands. Not just any laborers, but rather core forces capable of handling key positions independently. Zhang Yuan was capable, but he was just one. Zhao Gang could farm, but he couldn't stretch himself too thin. Li Mingyu was clever, but still just a half-grown child. More importantly, he recalled the blurry signal that replayed in the satellite images. Hope radio, 3,000 kilometers away. The signal was weak, the source unknown, and it was uncertain whether the other side was alive or dead. But it was the first message from distant humanity he had received since the apocalypse began. Peng Wanxiang pushed open the door to the monitoring room. Li Mingyu was sitting at the console, his gaze flitting between several screens. Brother Peng. The boy turned his head, instinctively straightening his back. Peng Wanxiang nodded, walking to the satellite receiving terminal and tuning into the frequency of Hope Radio. On the screen, the blurry human silhouette continued to loop. The signal strength hadn't changed, nor had there been any response to the call for dawn shelter. As expected, at a distance of 3,000 kilometers, separated by half a continent ravaged by nuclear bombs. The fact that the signal could come through unidirectionally was already a miracle. Expecting real-time two-way communication was unrealistic at this stage. But Peng Wanxiang's thoughts weren't on communication issues. He was contemplating, should he go there in person? Hope Radio was in City X, in a high-altitude area. He had taken his family there for vacations several times before, so he was somewhat familiar with the geography. High altitude meant a low population density, and the priority for nuclear strikes was also low. If there were indeed survivor settlements there. Population. Once again, population. He had thoroughly understood the system's logic. More people meant more survival points, faster construction speed, and a stronger positive cycle. Over 40 people generating 44 points daily. It sounded like a lot, but an aircraft burned 80 points in one trip. To elevate the shelter from merely surviving to thriving, this current population was far from enough. He needed to go out to find more people. But the problem was also evident. Going alone was too risky. He had just flown 1,600 kilometers and knew that anything could happen on the road. Even with the system by his side, he couldn't confidently say it was foolproof. Should he bring Zhang Yuan and the others along? Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Zhang Yuan, Lu Dilong Yiming. Capable, but loyalty was currently the biggest uncertainty. Currently was the key word. It was only the 10th day of the apocalypse. Human hearts. When resources were abundant and the situation stable, everyone was friendly. But when the day came that something went awry and interests clashed, who could guarantee that everyone would still stand on the same side? Handing weapons to others was tantamount to handing over half of his life. This equation was one Peng Wanxiang could. He stared at the string of fluctuating signal data on the screen, his brows knitting together. Then a thought echoed in his mind. It wasn't a system prompt, it was his own thought. Wait. Who said he had to take people with him? As soon as the thought emerged, the system followed suit. Like a product manager with an extremely keen sense of smell, it accurately captured a need that the client hadn't yet articulated. Post-humanoid robots can be constructed. 6 words. Peng Wanxiang was stunned for a full 2 seconds. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it. Since the day he acquired this system, he had toyed with thoughts like, use the system to create weapons, and use the system to create equipment. But the idea of creating a compliant person, he had locked himself in by his own habitual thinking. A decade of programming had ingrained the habit of first asking, who can do it, when encountering a problem, always defaulting to find someone. Find Zhang Yuan. Find Zhao Gang. Find Li Mingyu. From start to finish, he had been looking for solutions among people. But the capabilities the system provided him were never limited to just people. It could create aircraft, greenhouses, power generators. Why couldn't it create a soldier? Once this understanding clicked, the subsequent logic unfolded like a line of falling dominoes. Robots had no selfishness, no fatigue, no need to contribute points. They wouldn't conspire behind his back. They wouldn't pick at the metal ring buckles in the restroom. They wouldn't start with, I'm not trying to cause trouble, before creating a host of issues. They wouldn't stare coldly at the camera with an abnormally low heart rate of 64. Absolute obedience. 24 hours online. This was the ultimate solution for security. Is there enough interdimensional material to create one? Peng Wanxiang asked. The system replied instantly. Materials are sufficient. A standard humanoid robot can be directly constructed. Peng Wanxiang did not hesitate. Appearance setting. East Asian male, height of 1 meter 80, robust physique. Dress code based on SWAT combat uniforms. Face covered with a fully enclosed metal mask. He paused and added, it should have an imposing presence. The kind that makes people instinctively quiet when standing there without saying a word. Received. Constructing now. Li Mingyu, sitting 2 meters away, was busy sorting through frequency records. He didn't notice Peng Wanxiang's silence, nor did he detect the almost imperceptible tremor in the air, the unique low-frequency resonance that accompanied the system's construction. So when he looked up, he saw a person that had appeared out of thin air in the center of the monitoring room. 1 meter 80, dressed in black combat gear, broad shoulders and a thick back, standing straight. The face was covered with a completely expressionless metal mask, revealing only a pair of, no, not eyes, but rather 2 optical sensors faintly glowing like 2 dead stars embedded in steel. Li Mingyu's pen fell to the ground with a thud. His chair suddenly rolled back half a meter, not because he pushed it, but because his legs jerked uncontrollably. Wah! His mouth opened. No sound came out. His gaze shifted from the metal mask to the combat vest on its chest, then to its waist. Wait, nothing was hanging there, but after a few exchanges with Peng Wanxiang, an assault rifle and a handgun appeared on it. Goodness! Li Mingyu's Adam's apple bobbed twice. He wanted to shout, but reason told him not to. Peng Wanxiang was standing right next to him, his expression as calm as if he were inspecting a newly arrived printer. If Brother Peng wasn't panicking, it meant this thing was controllable. Probably. Should be. T-800 reporting for duty. A deep voice came from behind the metal mask. It wasn't a human voice, but steadier than a human voice without emotional fluctuations. Like a precisely calibrated speaker, every word's volume and tone were exactly the same. It gave Peng Wanxiang a military salute. The motion was clean and neat, the angle standard, as if it had been extracted from a textbook. Li Mingyu's back pressed against the chair. He looked at the T-800, then looked at Peng Wanxiang, then looked back at the T-800. Peng. Brother Peng. His voice returned, but it was hoarse. What? Is this a robot? Peng Wanxiang turned his head, his tone more flat than if he had said, this is a chair. I made it using the system. He didn't feel the need to hide anything from Li Mingyu. From rescuing this boy to now 10 days of being together had shown that this 13-year-old boy had delivered reassuring answers at every critical juncture. Monitoring room intercom codes advice on handling the Zhao de incident keen screening during personnel registration. He was already one of them. Li Mingyu stared at the T-800 for several seconds. The cold light on the metal mask flickered like it was breathing. But it did not breathe. Its chest remained completely still. It listens to you. Only listens to me. Will it? Li Mingyu swallowed the second half of his question. He wanted to ask if it would lose control, but felt it was foolish. The things Peng Wanxiang created had never lost control. Every wall, every pipe, every circuit board in the shelter had flowed from this man's fingertips. The monitoring room fell silent for a few seconds. The T-800 stood motionless like a war sculpture moved from a museum. Li Mingyu took a deep breath. He picked up the pen that had fallen on the floor and sat up straight again. Brother Peng. The boy's voice had regained its steadiness, but his gaze held an indescribable something. Not fear, but rather a new recognition that needed time to digest. This, T-800. He looked earnestly into Peng Wanxiang's eyes. How many can you create? Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow slightly. This kid wasn't asking, will it hurt people? Or, why are you making this? He was asking, how many can you create? With the T-800, Peng Wanxiang had also put the plan to head to the Hope radio station on the agenda. Over 3,000 kilometers. The transport plane would take 5 to 6 hours for a one-way flight. Before the apocalypse, this was called a business trip. Now, this was akin to gambling with one's life. But there was no... The signal had been looping on the monitoring room screen for almost 2 days. Whether the other party was alive or dead, whether they were valuable or worth recruiting, was all a question mark. Ignoring the question marks would eventually become a hidden danger. Peng Wanxiang pulled Wang Qinyu into bedroom 001 and closed the door. Xiaoyao was playing with Kaka on the lower bunk, oblivious to the commotion. I have to go on a long trip. Peng Wanxiang did not beat around the bush. Wang Qinyu looked at his going to cause trouble again face, and her eyelids twitched. Where to? City X. How far? 3,000 kilometers. The bedroom fell silent for 2 seconds. Wang Qinyu took a deep breath, neither screaming nor collapsing. She simply put down the small clothes. She was folding her movements slow. The Hope radio station. Peng Wanxiang nodded. She had a good memory. He had mentioned it in the monitoring room. The signal has been looping for 2 days without receiving our reply. It could be a device issue or something happened to the person. I need to go there in person. I won't feel at ease otherwise. Wang Qinyu did not respond. She walked to the corner, pulled out the thermal lining of the protective suit from the wardrobe, dusted it off, folded it, and handed it over. Put this on. City X has a high altitude and is colder than here. Peng Wanxiang was taken aback. The speech he had prepared, don't worry, it'll definitely come back safe when in used. Aren't you going to ask why I must go? If I ask, will you not go? Wang Qinyu shot him a glance. I want. Then what's the point of asking? Wang Qinyu squatted down, stuffed the thermal lining into his hand, her movements quick like pack. Who is going with you? T-800, the robot I just built. Is one enough? It's sufficient. It is more effective than Zhang Yuan and the others combined. It doesn't need to eat, doesn't need to sleep, won't gossip behind your back, and certainly won't use a wire to pick its wristband in the bathroom. Wang Qinyu couldn't help but smile slightly. But the smile only lasted half a second before being suppressed. She stood up, her gaze landing on Peng Wanxiang's face. There was no choking back tears, just a stare that lasted a few seconds. Such a look was harder to bear than tears. You haven't stopped since the first day? Digging basements, laying electricity, plumbing, building planes, saving people, capturing cattle. Now you're flying 3,000 kilometers again. Peng Wanxiang, you are human, not a system. Peng Wanxiang opened his mouth. I know. You know nothing. Wang Qinyu pushed him lightly, not much force, but her fingers did not loosen. You can go, but give me a time limit. When will you be back at the latest? If I don't hear from you after this time, I will take our daughter and 3 dogs and run. 24 hours. Peng Wanxiang, if I don't contact you after 24 hours, it means I've encountered something I can't handle. By then listen to Zhang Yuan's arrangements. He is reliable. Wang Qinyu nodded slightly. Very lightly, very quickly, without dragging it out. She turned and walked to the bedside, bending down to kiss Xiaoyao on the forehead. The little girl was still tugging at Kaka's ears, completely unaware that her dad was about to go out to cause trouble. I put the handgun and stun gun in the second drawer of the bedside table. Peng Wanxiang added. I know. Xiaoya's anesthesia watch. She's wearing it, hasn't taken it off. If someone, Peng Wanxiang. Wang Qinyu turned back, her tone flat, as if reading a manual. Did you forget how many points I scored in anatomy class during my internship at the nursing school? Full marks. Then what are you rambling on about? Hurry up and go. Peng Wanxiang smiled slightly. Then he turned and walked out, his steps quicker than when he came in. As he closed the door, he did not look back. Turning back would mean he couldn't leave. Monitoring room. Li Mingyu was staring at the terminal screen, a handwritten frequency record spread out beside him. Hearing footsteps, the young man looked up and immediately saw the 1.8-meter black statue behind Peng Wanxiang. The T-800 stood quietly in the corridor, the cold light on its metal mask flickering. Brother Peng, are we ready to depart? Peng Wanxiang walked to the control console. Where are Zhang Yuan and the others? Patrolling on the first underground level. I've already notified them. Li Mingyu's reaction speed was as consistent as ever. He had already prepared the necessary paths without being prompted. Peng Wanxiang patted the back of his chair. After I leave, the eyes inside and outside the shelter will depend entirely on you. Keep a close watch on Chun Weigua, the bespectacled man. If he has any contact with Zhao De, regardless of the conversation, record it for me. Understood. Li Mingyu nodded, pausing for a moment. Is Zhao De still locked up? Yes, he will be released when I return. Li Mingyu didn't ask more questions. He lowered his head and jotted down a note, then looked up. Brother Peng. Come back early. The boy's tone was very calm, but his fingers were gripping the pen tightly. Peng Wanxiang smiled. Keep an eye on home for me. When he walked out of the monitoring room, Zhang Yuan and the others were already waiting in the corridor. The retired reconnaissance soldiers stood with a posture that remained upright, like steel. Lu Dilong leaned against the wall, his expression relaxed, but his gaze unwavering. Yiming, the youngest, was gripping a stun baton, showing some signs of nervousness. Mr. Peng. Zhang Yuan spoke first. How long will you be gone? If all goes well, a few hours, if not a few days. We will take care of the shelter, nothing will go wrong. I trust you. Peng Wanxiang looked him in the eyes. But I need to say this again. If someone causes trouble while I'm away, don't spare any feelings. Zhang Yuan's expression turned a degree colder. Understood. Also, Peng Wanxiang scanned the three. Xinyu and Yaya, they are the bottom line. If anyone crosses this line, there is no need to consult me. You can handle it yourselves. The three nodded in unison. No one thought this statement was polite. The lifting platform. The wind and snow at 33 degrees below zero slammed down. The transport plane sat on the platform covered with a thin layer of snow, the aluminum alloy surface glimmering with a cold light. Like a dozing gray predator, Peng Wanxiang opened the hatch and climbed in. The T-800 silently followed behind, moving as fluidly as liquid. Its 1.8-meter metal body took the pilot's seat, its hand resting on the control panel, posture more standard than that of a real pilot. Set destination, City X coordinates of the Hope radio station signal transmitter. Destination set. The T-800's voice came from behind the mask like wind rushing through a metal pipe in winter. Estimated flight time 5 hours and 42 minutes. Peng Wanxiang settled into the co-pilot's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Take off. The turbine ignited. The white high-pressure air blasted onto the lifting platform, instantly blowing the snow away. The aircraft shook a couple of times and then took off. The ground receded. The outline of the shelter shrank to a dot and was then swallowed by the gray clouds. After leveling off, Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his seat, scanning the scenery through the window. Gray. All gray. 1 hour. 2 hours. The view outside the window was like a copy-paste. Everything was sealed under a blanket of white snow, occasionally revealing fragments of road guardrails or the remains of high-voltage towers sticking out like bones in the snow. Then the transport plane gently jolted. The T-800's voice sounded right on cue, warning remaining fuel at 10. As expected. Before coming here, he had calculated this. Last time they transported cattle, they burned through more than half a tank, and he didn't have time to fill it up before departure. System 5 survival points, refill the tank. A chime sounded in his mind. The fuel gauge needle jumped from the red zone to the bottom, 100. It was full, but 5 points for a tank flying back and forth would require at least 2 tanks. By this calculation, just for fuel it would cost over 10 points. Not worth it. He needed to find a place for self-service refueling. System, are there any places along the way to get aviation fuel? The system searched for less than 2 seconds. About 150 kilometers southwest, at S City Airport. The airport. A smile crept onto Peng Wanxiang's lips. Airports meant planes. Planes meant aviation fuel. More importantly, planes also meant aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, electronic components, rubber. This was not just a gas station. This was a dungeon. T-800 changed course, head to S City Airport first. Received. Estimated arrival 22 minutes. 20 minutes later, the transport plane landed on the runway of S City Airport. To be precise, on a piece of flat land barely recognizable, as this used to be a runway. The terminal had collapsed by more than half. The glass curtain wall of the waiting hall was shattered, leaving no frame. The remaining steel structures twisted into various indescribable shapes, resembling a beer can crushed by a giant. Scattered across the runway were the wreckage of planes, some with only half of their tails left, others burned to blackened skeletons with engine blades sticking out from snow piles like scrap metal flowers. But the look in Peng Wanxiang's eyes when he saw this wreckage was exactly the same as Zhao Gang's when he saw live cattle. His eyes sparkled. It was not pity, it was appraisal. Let's go. He jumped off the transport plane and strode toward the nearest wreckage. A medium-sized passenger plane. Its fuselage broken in two, with only one wing left and the engine hood nowhere to be found. Before the apocalypse, this would have been a major incident requiring an investigation team to be formed. Now, this was a resource package waiting to be dismantled. Peng Wanxiang slapped his palm against it. The palm felt slightly warm. The entire aircraft began to dissolve from the contact point. Aluminum alloy skin, steel framework, titanium alloy fasteners, fabrics, and sponges from the seats, electronic components from the avionics system, rubber tires from the landing gear. All materials were disassembled into their basic elements within 3 seconds, silently flowing into another space. In his mind, the system reported a series of exhilarating numbers. Aluminum alloy 500 kilograms. Titanium alloy 5 kilograms. Steel 200 kilograms. Rubber 100 kilograms. Aviation fuel 500 kilograms. A broken passenger plane 500 kilograms of aviation fuel. Free for the taking. Peng Wanxiang's mouth stretched into a grin. I want 10 of these dungeons. He turned to the next one. Slap. Accounted for. On to the next one. Slap. Dissolve. Accounted for. The T-800 followed behind its steps, steady, the cold light on its metal mask flickering. It had no expression, but if it had one, it would likely have a look of indifference, as if thinking the host is going crazy again. After clearing the wreckage on the runway, he was still not satisfied. Peng Wanxiang led the T-800 directly to the hangar area. Pushing open, more accurately smashing through, the half-collapsed rolling door of the hangar, the sight inside made him take a deep breath. Dozens of large passenger planes. Some fuselages were almost intact, only covered in dust. Some engine hoods were open as if they were about to undergo maintenance, but were interrupted by a nuclear bomb. Peng Wanxiang touched each one. His palm rested on it, the system activated, the plane dissolved, and the data was recorded. A narrow-body passenger plane. Aluminum alloy 1200 kilograms, titanium alloy 15 kilograms, aviation fuel 1800 kilograms. A wide-body passenger plane. Aluminum alloy 2500 kilograms, titanium alloy 40 kilograms, aviation fuel 3200 kilograms. The larger the fatter. By the time Peng Wanxiang reached the last plane, the aviation fuel inventory in the other space had already reached a number that made him want to laugh to the sky. Now, even if I make 10 round trips, it would be enough for fuel. He shook his hands, feeling relaxed all over. This trip to S-City Airport was originally just to refuel. It turned into a full stockpile. A typical passing through the dungeon, cleaning it out casually, and gaining more experience than the main storyline scenario. Reboarding the transport plane, Peng Wanxiang refilled the tank to full. No survival points were needed this time. The aviation fuel in the other space was abundant enough for a bath. The T-800 sat back in the pilot's seat, the lights on the control panel reflecting a cold blue glow on its metal mask. Restoring the original course, destination City X. Received. Estimated flight time 4 hours and 15 minutes. The transport plane ascended again. The scenery outside continued to retreat. Snowfields, ridges, dry riverbeds, collapsed bridge piers. Occasionally there would be a patch of charred forest or a town whose outline had been bombed into oblivion. But more often than only the white expanse of snow stretched from one end of the horizon to the other like a massive, endless burial shroud. Peng Wanxiang watched for a while, and his eyelids began to droop. The continuous tension, from the morning's construction of the breeding area to bidding farewell to Wang Qianyu to brushing through the dungeon at the airport. After the adrenaline subsided, fatigue surged in like the rocks exposed after the tide recedes. T-800, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me if there's anything. Received. Peng Wanxiang reclined his seat and closed. The engine of the transport plane emitted a low hum, steady and constant, like an unchanging lullaby. 3 seconds later, he fell asleep. Host, you have arrived above the destination. The T-800's voice pulled him from a dream devoid of images. Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes. His first reaction was that his neck hurt. The angle of the co-pilot's seat back wasn't quite right. After sleeping for several hours, his cervical spine protested strongly. His second reaction was, outside the window it was dark. Not that kind of dreary darkness. It was night. A true night where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, swallowing everything. On the distant horizon, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Even the orange light pollution from the edges of cities before the apocalypse was non-existent. The entire world seemed to have been unplugged. Current time, 2147. They had flown for more than 4 hours. From afternoon to deep night. Peng Wanxiang straightened up, moved his neck a bit, and looked out the window. Below was a pitch-black outline of mountains, undulating slightly, but solidly black. Occasionally, a small reflective spot appeared, possibly the surface of a river or ice reflecting faint starlight. City X. High altitude. Low temperature. Thin air. It was a tourist city before the apocalypse. He had come here twice with Qianyu and Xiaoya. In summer, the whole city was filled with the scent of gesang flowers and yak yogurt. Now there was no scent at all. Just the wind. Find a flat place to land. The transport plane descended. The altimeter's numbers jumped down. 3,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Details of the ground emerged from the darkness. Gravel, withered grass, collapsed building outlines. He could make out the direction of a road. The surface was cracked from freezing, filled with ice shards. 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters. The T-800 chose a vacant lot next to the road. When the landing gear touched down, the entire plane made a gentle thud, landing even more steadily than on the shelter's lifting platform. The engine shut down. It became quiet. The kind of quiet was not no sound, it was the silence that remained after all sound had perished. Only the wind brushed past the aircraft's outer shell, producing a faint sighing whimper. Peng Wanxiang opened the hatch and jumped down. His boots crunched on the frozen ground, the sound of cracking ice sharp and piercing. Cold. Colder than outside. The thermal layer of the protective suit was working hard, but the exposed skin on his face still felt tight from the cold, and the breath he exhaled condensed into a thin layer of mist on the inside of the mask. The system detected external radiation, levels 1890 USVH. Much lower than that on the shelter's side. High altitude combined with distance from the core strike zone made this figure reasonable, but it was still at a deadly level. The protective suit couldn't be removed. Peng Wanxiang surveyed his surroundings. Dark. Other than the small beam of light from the headlamp, darkness surrounded him. In the distance, a few buildings' remains jutted awkwardly into the night like a row of broken teeth. No lights. No shadows. No signs of life whatsoever. T-800. Here. The robot silently jumped down from the hatch, landing without making any sound. Its metal body, weighing over 100 kilograms, felt as light as a falling leaf. Its optical sensors lit up in the dark, 2 points of cold light sweeping around, resembling 2 wandering will-o'-the-wisps. Lock onto the signal transmitter of the Hope radio station. The T-800's sensors flickered for a few seconds. The data processing speed was even faster than when it was in the monitoring room, likely because the distance was closer and the signal strength increased by an order of magnitude. Locked. Direction 17 degrees northeast. Straight line distance 7 kilometers. 2 kilometers 7. Not far. But in this pitch-black ruin, every step could land on rebar, fall into a collapsed basement, or collide with. Peng Wanxiang instinctively felt at his waist. The system-manifested handgun was tucked in the tactical waist pouch of the protective suit, its grip warm against his body, cold to the touch, but reassuring. Lead the way. Be aware of your surroundings. Received. The T-800 stepped forward, moving into the darkness in the northeast direction. Peng Wanxiang followed 2 steps behind, adjusting the headlamp to low light mode. Too bright would easily expose them, too dim would obscure the path. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, delved deep into the ruins of City X. After walking for some time, the T-800 came to a halt. Peng Wanxiang raised his head. Before him stood the entrance to a subway station. Its overhead sign reduced to half, its characters blurred and obscured by dust and shards of ice, rendering the name illegible. The entrance stairs descended into darkness, a yawning maw. The signal source lies underground. The T-800's voice carried no inflection, cold as the wind outside. Subway station. Peng Wanxiang glanced down at the steps. Before the apocalypse, he had ridden this line daily to work. Familiar with every detail, the rush hour crowds, the electronic chime of card swipes, the calm female voice announcing stops. None of it remained. A thin layer of snow blanketed the steps. Several footprints, half buried under fresh snowfall, retained faint outlines. Someone had passed through, more than one. Go down. Peng Wanxiang uttered 2 words. Simultaneously, an assault rifle materialized from subspace into his grip. The sharp metallic click-clack of magazine insertion pierced the silence. The weapon had been prepared in advance. A 3,000 kilometer expedition demanded arms, not sightseeing. The T-800 descended first, its 1.8-meter metal frame, stepping onto the stairs without a whisper. Peng Wanxiang followed, dimming his headlamp to its lowest setting, a slender cone of light gliding just above the ground. Inside the station, devastation reigned. The shockwave had surged upward with tremendous force. The ceiling had partially collapsed, steel rebar jutting from shattered concrete like broken ribs. The floor was strewn with rubble, twisted signage, and the fractured backrest of a seat, hurled here from who knew where. Directly across the corridor, a massive heap of collapsed concrete and steel beams blocked the path entirely. Peng Wanxiang stepped forward and struck the debris with his palm. An old habit. At the point of contact, the concrete began dissolving. Rebar withdrew silently from fractured ends of fragments, crumbled into fine dust. Within 3 seconds, a tonter-high ruin vanished into subspace as raw construction data. He continued onward, striking each obstruction with his palm. Strike, dissolve, clear. Strike again, dissolve, clear again. The path toward the platform was literally forged blow by blow. To an onlooker, it might have resembled not debris clearance, but deep cleaning a tunnel with impossible efficiency. Minutes later, a wall appeared ahead. Not part of the original station architecture, but welded in place afterward. Haphazardly assembled from sheet metal subway car doors, iron grills, and stainless steel pipes, it seemed stuffed with rags and duct tape. Crooked and crude, yet its purpose was unmistakable, to bar something. Or someone. Embedded in its center stood, forged from thick steel plates, its hinges salvaged and crudely welded on. No handle adorned its surface. No external mechanism offered access. It was locked from within. Peng Wanxiang pushed lightly, immovable. He made no further attempt. Instead, he pressed his palm flat against its surface. Deconstruct. The steel door began dissolving from its center, spreading outward. Within 3 seconds, it ceased to exist. Beyond lay deeper darkness. T-800, you go first. Acknowledged. The machine stepped through. Peng Wanxiang followed, rifle leveled low, finger resting outside the trigger guard. Alert, yet poised against accidental discharge. A decade of coding had ingrained a reflex verify status before execution. They descended another flight of steps, and the air changed. Not in temperature, but in scent. Damp. Rotten. Metallic. Like a blood-soaked rag wrung dry, yet still dripping. His suit's filtration system whirred fiercely, yet a faint coppery tang seeped through microscopic gaps in his mask. Peng Wanxiang's stomach tightened. Every few meters along the walls, a lamp flickered. Not proper lighting. Merely makeshift wiring feeding bare bulbs, casting feeble dying yellow light that barely reached 2 meters. Yet they burned. Power persisted somewhere. That fact registered sharply. Was it the subway's emergency generator? Or a survivor-built independent system? He didn't pause. Answers lay below. The platform came into view. Peng Wanxiang's pace faltered just slightly. He'd ridden subways countless times, knew its layout by heart, rails, waiting zones, platform screen doors, digital displays overhead. This platform bore no resemblance to memory. The screen doors were shattered, not cracked, but violently smashed in. Glass shards carpeted the floor, glinting erratically under his headlamp, like fractured ice. Fragments clung to the frames, stained dark red. Not glass's natural hue. Blood. Dried blood. The tracks stood empty. Across the gap, wooden planks bridged the rails. Crude, crooked walkways connecting both. Their surfaces bore the same dark red stains. Dozens of tents littered the platform edge. Not the sturdy refugee issue models he'd distributed, but haphazard shelters cobbled from plastic sheets, bed linens, even cardboard boxes, sagging abandoned. Several had been torn open, ragged, uneven gashes as if ripped apart by brute force. Peng Wanxiang swept his headlamp beam left to right, then froze. On the wall, dark red traces. Not uniform splatters, drag marks, 5-fingered scrapes gouged into the surface, all dried, crusted. Yet their wet state remained horrifyingly legible. Scattered across the floor lay fragmented remnants. unidentifiable, incomplete. Peng Wanxiang glanced once, then deliberately looked away. He wrote code, not forensic pathology. Some images required only a single glance. The T-800, however, registered no emotion. It crouched beside a severed limb, its optical sensors flaring blue, scanning methodically like reading a QR code. Cutting characteristics, sharp-edged instrument. Moderate wound smoothness, inconsistent force vector. The T-800 rose tone as detached as a technical manual. Non-specialized tool, likely common implements: kitchen knife, scissors, or broken glass. Kitchen knife, scissors, broken glass. Not invaders from without. Survivors, themselves, wielding whatever lay at hand: utensils, debris, turning on one another. Peng Wanxiang's Adam's apple shifted. He said nothing. His grip on the rifle tightened, fractionally but decisively. Signal source location. Opposite platform, replied the T-800, its visor tilting slightly toward the far side. That room. Peng Wanxiang followed its gaze. A door at the far end of the opposite platform. Once the door was closed. Proceed. They crossed the rails via the plank bridge, each step groaning beneath them. Each creak tightening Peng Wanxiang's scalp. Not from fear the wood would break, but because the sound echoed too loudly in the tomb-like silence. Screaming living beings have arrived. At the control room door, the T-800 extended its hand and pushed. It did not budge. Not locked, wedged shut from within. The T-800 applied greater pressure. A grating bone-like screech tore from the metal, like ancient joints wrenched beyond endurance. Still immovable, Peng Wanxiang tapped the T-800's shoulder plate, gesturing it aside. He placed his palm flat against the door. Deconstruct. The door dissolved. Behind it stood 2 metal chairs and an overturned table, the very objects barricading. He had sealed himself inside. Peng Wanxiang disassembled the furniture, absorbing it into subspace. The T-800 entered first. He followed. The room was small, barely 10 square meters. 3 walls were lined with acoustic foam. A long table occupied the center, bearing a microphone, a mixing console, an aging computer monitor, and an array of unidentifiable communications equipment. Indicator lights blinked steadily, red-green, pulsing softly. In the corner, a jury-rigged antenna snaked upward through a hole in the ceiling, vanishing into the darkness above. This was the Hope Radio, a broadcast studio cobbled together from a subway control room. Its austerity was heartbreaking. 2 knobs missing from the mixing console, replaced with a bottle cap secured by tape, the monitor's casing cracked and bound with wire, the mic stand bent from a coat hanger. Yet it functioned. That looping signal, broadcast for untold days, had emanated from this battered apparatus. It had traversed 3,000 kilometers of ruins, blizzards, and radioactive dust, finally landing in Peng Wanxiang's satellite receiver. The room held no one. At least no one standing. T-800, retrieve communication logs. The machine seated itself at the console, fingers hovering over its ocular sensors pulsed rapidly, processing data. Peng Wanxiang did not watch the screen. His gaze settled beneath the equipment, where dense bundles of cables snaked from beneath the table, tracing the baseboards, then vanishing into a rough-hewn hole in the wall, disappearing deeper into the tunnel. Power originated from that direction. The programmer's instinct flared. He mentally sketched a topology: power source, cable, routing device, load, estimated runtime. But now was not the time for architectural analysis. Found. The T-800's voice redirected his focus. 47 communication records logged. Most recent generated 7 hours ago. Content. An unsent voice message. Target: Dawn Shelter. Peng Wanxiang's pupils contracted. 7 hours prior. After his team transmitted their reply, the sender had indeed received it and recorded a response, but failed to transmit it. Equipment failure. Or human collapse. Play it. A burst of static. SHHRRK. Like an analog radio tuning between stations. Then a voice emerged. A man's. Not aged yet ravaged. Hoarse not by nature, but as though his throat had been abraded raw. Dawn Shelter. The first 3 words faltered, breathless, as if expelling them required every ounce of strength remaining in his body. We need help. A pause. Heavy, wet-labored, gurgling, not from mucus, but fluid pooling deep in the trachea. Save us. Peng Wanxiang's fingers unconsciously clenched the rifle stock. Most are afflicted with radiation sickness. The man's voice trembled, not from cold, but from bone-deep, uncontrollable shuddering. Skin ulcerates, bleeding uncontrollably. At first just nausea and hair loss. We thought we could endure it. We couldn't. It worsened. Another prolonged breath, ending in a faint, exhausted moan. Some lost their minds. His voice dropped to a whisper, as if fearing eavesdropping. They no longer recognize people. Attack anyone. Bite anyone. Wielding knives, striking indiscriminately. We welded the doors shut. But they're battering them. Relentlessly. The door won't hold. 2 seconds of silence. Weightier than any I must hide. His final coherent utterance. Then silence. Yet the recording continued. Thud. A heavy muffled impact, like something slamming against metal. Thud. Thud. Increasing in frequency. Then, a woo. Not human. How to describe it? If forced to call it human, it was the sound of a human voice pulverized, leaking raw and broken from a ruined throat. Devoid of meaning, logic. Only primal animalistic shrieking. A thud. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Impact and howl merged into a churning cauldron of noise, then cut off abruptly. The recording ended. Within the control room, silence reigned, so profound that only the faint high-frequency hum of indicator LEDs could be heard. Peng Wanxiang stood motionless. Radiation sickness. The term was not unfamiliar. Pre-apocalypse, he'd watched documentaries on Chernobyl, skin necrosis, internal hemorrhaging, immune collapse, neural degradation. But those documentaries contained no such sounds. These people had been trapped underground, without protective gear, without medicine, without any barrier against ionizing particles. Air poisoned, water poisoned. Each breath drew radioactive isotopes deep into their lungs. Initially, perhaps hope lingered, welding doors, erecting tents, broadcasting desperate calls for rescue. Believing survival hinged only on enduring until help arrived. But help never came. As their bodies rotted, fear transcended mere dread of death. It became the agony of watching oneself decay, utterly powerless. Then some minds broke. Radiation-induced neural damage is irreversible. Beyond a threshold dose, life persists, but humanity does not. The door battering sounds on the recording aligned perfectly with the dried bloodstains on the platform, walls the torn, tents the scattered remains. He should still be inside. Peng Wanxiang spoke, his voice lower, heavier. He said, I must hide, not I will leave. This door was barricaded from within. T-800, search. The machine rose from the console and began scanning the room inch by inch. Blue sensor light traced walls, corners, crevices between equipment. Less than 20 seconds elapsed. Host. The T-800 halted beside a cluttered metal rack at the farthest corner of the room. Here. Peng Wanxiang approached, keeping distance, then knelt. His headlamp's beam pierced the narrow gap behind the rack, a figure. Crouched in the corner, knees drawn tight to chest, arms wrapped around his head, like a hedgehog rolled into a defensive ball. Utterly still. His skin bore a hue no living person should possess. Ashen gray, marbled with vast livid purple-black bruises, as if doused in ink. Eye sockets sunken into hollow voids. Lips split into jagged fragments. Dried black crusts sealed nostrils and ear canals. He wore a hazmat suit, but it was paper-thin, little more than a raincoat. Its chest zipper was broken, lashed shut with twine, sleeves frayed into holes. Such attire might fend off rain. Against radiation, it offered less protection than naked skin. Yet with this fragile shell he endured, within a subway station saturated with lethal isotopes, until the very end. Until he recorded that final unsent plea. Then he hid behind the metal rack and waited for death. Peng Wanxiang gazed upon the curled form, silent for a long while. Pre-apocalypse, this man had been ordinary. Commuted, worked, rode the subway, scrolled his phone, complained about corporate overtime and tasteless cafeteria meals. Then the apocalypse came. He did not perish in the nuclear fire. He survived. Then spent 10 days in a lightless, medicineless, poison-laden tomb, watching companions rot, descend into madness, and slaughter one another. He welded the doors shut, built a broadcast station, called out into the void. No reply came. He called again. Still none. Until finally Peng Wanxiang's signal arrived. He heard the words, "Dawn shelter." He recorded his reply. But that reply never left the station. The battering at the door arrived first. Peng Wanxiang slowly rose. His knees ached, not from squatting too long, but from a taut, unbearable tension coiling deep within his frame. He cast one last look downward, then turned and walked away. Soon Peng Wanxiang and the T-800 advanced deeper along the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, a platform was piled with corpses. Not arranged. It was a heap, piled in the corner like garbage. Peng Wanxiang glanced at it, and then turned his gaze away. The wounds on his body, the traces on the ground, the scattered daily tools. All details verified what had happened after the recorded sound of the door being crashed open and the roar. No forensic identification was needed. The answer was written on every wall. He did not linger. He pressed his hands against the walls, slapping one wall after another. Rails, waiting chairs, advertising light boxes, communication pipelines, iron fences. All materials recognizable by the system were completely deconstructed and recorded. The subway station was turned into an empty shell by his actions. The only ones who could not be taken away were those who no longer needed anything. Let's go. He walked towards the exit without looking back. The T-800 silently followed. The two of them walked back to the train. Peng Wanxiang flipped into the passenger seat. At the moment the hatch closed, the sound of the wind outside and the metallic smell were cut off together. But the images in his mind were not interrupted. He leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. He did not give the takeoff command. He wasn't going anywhere tonight. Just making do for the night in the transport aircraft. He hadn't taken off his protective suit. There was no lead shielding in the cabin, and although the radiation levels were lower than in the subway station, taking it off was tantamount to seeking death. There wasn't even enough space to turn. The passenger seat was lowered to the lowest point and his neck was still suspended, the posture so awkward it felt like being stuffed into a delivery box. But he was too tired. The physical exhaustion was secondary. It was the tension in his mind that had been stretched for nearly 20 hours finally easing. After easing, dreams came. The dream was of the subway station. Pale skin, purple bruises, dried blood scabs. There were no screams. The dream was startlingly quiet. Quiet to an abnormal degree. He stood on the platform with no one around. But he knew that something was moving. In the darkness. Behind the walls. In a place where he could turn his head and see. Yet he did not dare to turn. Then the sound rang out. Thump. 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 Closer and closer. You have gained 60 survival points yesterday. Current total survival points, 74 points. The mechanical voice of the system pulled him out of that scene. Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes wide. His heart raced a bit. A thin layer of sweat formed in his palms, sticking to the inner lining of his protective gloves, uncomfortable. He paused for a few seconds and took a deep breath. Then he realized, 60 points. Wasn't it 44 points every day before? He traced back through his thoughts. 44 individuals plus 3 dogs. Daily clocking in for 44 points. But yesterday he had brought back 16 cattle. All living beings dependent on his survival could provide survival points. 44 plus 16, exactly 60. Peng Wanxiang stared at the numbers in his mind for 2 seconds. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Cattle indeed were money printers. He straightened his back and moved. His cervical spine cracked, and he felt much more awake. Outside the window was a gray sky. To say the sky has brightened is not quite accurate. The sky in a nuclear winter has no distinction between bright and dark, only deep gray and light gray. It was probably in the light gray range now. Peng Wanxiang did not rush to return. He had an idea. The situation in X city was different from the cities he had previously traveled to. The altitude here is high, the population density is low, and the priority for direct nuclear strikes is also low. The city outskirts were originally vast pastures and meadows. Before the apocalypse, this place had an abundance of cattle and sheep. If the nuclear bombs did not precisely cover these areas, due to high altitude and dispersed regions, the cost-effectiveness of precise strikes was very low. Those livestock on the pastures might not all be dead. Radiation would kill some. Extreme cold would freeze some. But cattle and sheep are far more resilient than humans. Even if only 1% survived, that would still be a huge gain. Protein, fur, milk, and each living livestock equated to 1 survival point every day. The more he brought back, the more points he earned. This calculation was too easy. T-800, don't return yet. Received. Fly a circle along the city. Keep low altitude and scan the ground. Report immediately upon discovering cattle and sheep. Understood, host. The transport aircraft's engine reignited. The aircraft trembled slightly and ascended. The gray surface below slowly receded beyond the porthole. The edge of X City's urban area was quickly left behind, replaced by a visible expanse of open land, rolling hills, dry riverbeds, and large grasslands covered with. The grass was not green. It was grayish-brown. Radiation, dust, and continuous cooling had dyed the original plateau meadow into a dead color, like an old blanket that had been washed too many times. But it was not completely dead. Occasionally, a few clusters of dark green could be seen breaking through the yellowish dead grass, stubbornly emerging from the snow crevices. The vegetation of the plateau indeed showed extraordinary resilience. Where there was grass, there could be livestock. Peng Wanxiang fixed his gaze on the window, missing no moving black dots. 1 hour. Nothing. 2 hours. Still nothing. Peng Wanxiang's brows furrowed. Could it be that X City's cattle and sheep were truly wiped out? Just as disappointment began to rise, report to the host. At 10 o'clock ahead, approximately 5 kilometers away, discovered scattered flocks of sheep. The T-800's voice was devoid of emotion, but those few words sounded like heavenly music to Peng Wanxiang. How many? About 30. Peng Wanxiang leaned forward to the porthole. In the distance, a grayish-brown patch of grass was slowly moving. As he got closer, he could see clearly. It was a flock of sheep scattered in a small sheltered hollow. About 30 of them. Some big, some small. Alive. Lower the altitude and get closer. The transport aircraft tilted its body and began to descend. The height continued to decrease. The details on the ground gradually became clear. Then Peng Wanxiang saw the appearance of the flock of sheep. His brows furrowed again. Something was off. Normal sheep should not be this big. These creatures were all as robust as calves. Their shoulders measured at least 2 fists higher than ordinary goats. The fur color was also strange, not the normal white or grayish-white, but a dirty grayish-brown that almost blended into the surrounding dry grass. The most striking feature was their horns. Several rams had absurdly thick horns, the curvature exaggerated compared to normal ones, with the tips showing an unnatural dark color. Peng Wanxiang took a glance and already had a guess in his mind. He had the system verify it. Indeed, they had mutated. Genetic mutations led to increased size and color changes in their fur. The meat was edible, but it had to be cooked thoroughly to eliminate residual radiation. They could be domesticated and could produce wool and milk. Peng Wanxiang exhaled. As long as they are edible, whether mutated or not didn't matter in the apocalypse. Edible ones were good sheep. The transport aircraft landed steadily on a patch of open ground next to the flock. The engine shut off. Peng Wanxiang jumped down, standing in place to take a look around. Over 30 mutated goats were scattered within a 100-meter radius. Some were nibbling the dry grass roots beneath the snow, some lay down in the wind-sheltered areas ruminating, and a few of the biggest rams raised their heads, cautiously glancing towards the transport aircraft. They were a whole size larger. The shoulders of those rams were almost at his waist. It won't work to force them. Last time on the island, they had caught cattle using salt and grass as bait. But that was in a relatively closed environment. This was an open pasture. Over 30 mutated sheep, large in size with unknown speed and aggressiveness. If he and the T-800 startled the flock, and they scattered in all directions, they wouldn't be able to catch up. System, do you have any efficient methods? The system provided a solution. For words, mechanical dog. Simulating shepherd dog behavior automatically hurting the target livestock. Peng Wanxiang was taken aback for a moment then laughed. Can this actually be made? A materials list popped up. 50 kilograms of steel, 10 kilograms of aluminum alloy, 5 kilograms of rubber, 5 kilograms of electronic components, 5 kilograms of plastic, 1 kilogram of titanium alloy. A light rain. Just a casual sweep in the alternate space would be enough. Build it. A silver-gray big dog appeared in front of him after a few seconds. It was modeled after a Great Dane, over 70 centimeters tall at the shoulder with a long and slender body and proportionate limbs. The entire body had a metallic sheen, the lines smooth enough to not look like a product of the system's industry, but more like a conceptual artwork from an artist. 2 blue light sensors on its head blinked, resembling 2 eyes surveying the world. Then it spoke. Woof woof. The bark was astonishingly realistic. Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but squat down and pet its head. The metallic touch was cold and smooth, but it surprisingly nudged its head against his palm. The behavior simulation is quite well done. The programmer's occupational disease acted up, and he was praising not the dog, but the algorithm. Control method. Remote control via electronic wrist, or set to automatic mode for autonomous execution. Automatic. Target. Herd all 30 sheep into the cargo hold. The mechanical dog's blue eyes flashed, locking onto the distant flock. The next second it moved. Its speed was much faster than Peng Wanxiang had anticipated. The silver-gray figure dashed along the ground, its 4 metallic legs landing in such quick succession that the naked eye could hardly keep up. There was no heavy metallic clanking sound while running. The rubber cushioning at the joints absorbed most of the noise, leaving only a rapid and rhythmic thud thud thud. After running 50 meters, it began to bark. Woof, woof woof. The series of short barks echoed far across the open grassland. The flock exploded. Over 30 mutated goats almost simultaneously raised their heads, and the closest few stood up with a whoosh, scraping their hooves against the ground and assuming a defensive posture. The leading ram lowered its head, aiming its stout, curved horns at the direction of the intruder. Yet the mechanical dog did not charge heed. It made a sharp turn 30 meters away from the flock, circling around to the back. Then it advanced slowly. Not chasing. Not herding. Not rushing into the sheep pile. Just maintaining a distance, running back and forth behind them, barking occasionally, like a slowly advancing wall. The flock's instinctive reaction was unanimous. Uncomfortable, they wanted to distance themselves from this barking iron creature. So they began to walk forward. There is no difference in the method. Previously data packets were transported, but now it is live sheep. Within a few minutes the flock was steadily herded to the cargo door of the transport plane. Peng Wanxiang opened the hatch in advance and laid a layer of dry straw decomposed from nearby on the cargo hold floor. The leading ram stopped at the hatch. It stretched its neck in to sniff, its 4 legs rooted to the spot, hesitating. The mechanical dog did not push it hard. It stopped at the back of the flock, ceased barking, and quietly crouched. It applied pressure without instilling fear. After a few seconds the ram stepped into the hold. The sheep behind followed in a rush. 1, 2, 5, 10. At this moment the flock's herd instinct was vividly evident. Eventually there was no need to herd them. The sheep squeezed in on their own. The last lamb bleated at the hatch and was nudged inside by the mother sheep behind it. All accounted for. Mission accomplished. The mechanical dog returned to Peng Wanxiang's side, squatting down, its blue light flickering. If it weren't metal, the scene would resemble a shepherd dog waiting for its owner to pet it after herding. Peng Wanxiang patted its head. Good job. They'll take you to meet my family later. Just so you know, don't scare my daughter's Pomeranian into a psychological shadow. The mechanical dog barked once. It was unclear if it understood. T-800, return home. Understood. The transport plane ascended. Inside the cargo hold, over 30 mutated goats huddled together, the sound of bleating echoing back and forth. The mechanical dog squatted at the hatch as a guardian, its cold blue light scanning the flock. Whenever a sheep misbehaved, it would turn its head to take a look. The sheep quickly behaved. Indeed, metal is more effective than organic bodies in terms of deterrence. They refueled once midway. The aviation fuel reserves in the alternate space were abundant and did not cost much. After flying for several hours, the transport plane landed steadily on the lift platform, the time displaying just past 3 in the afternoon. Peng Wanxiang pressed the intercom. Brother Zhao, I'm here with another load. This time it's sheep, over 30 of them. Please put on your protective suit and come to the lift platform. There was silence on the intercom for a second. What? Zhao Gang's voice rose sharply. Sheep. Over 30 of them. Mutated, larger than normal, but can be raised and fed. There was silence for another second. Then Zhao Gang's voice trembled with excitement. Coming. Wife? Hurry up and get dressed. Peng Wanxiang moved the intercom a bit away. He feared it would be deafening. Zhao Gang and Lu Mei rushed in faster than when they came for the cows last time. At least this time the protective suit's zipper was pulled all the way to the top. Zhao Gang bounded to the cargo hold, peering inside. His eyes rolled around, sweeping from the largest ram to the smallest lamb, finally settling on the remarkably thick, curved horns. Wow, these horns. I've never seen such thick ones in my entire life. His voice lowered a bit, carrying a cautious tone unique to old farmers. Mutated. Genetic mutations caused by radiation. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the wall of the hold. They are larger, and their fur color has changed. The system has checked them. The meat is edible when cooked, and they can be domesticated for milk and wool. But the residual radiation hasn't been completely eliminated, so protective measures must not be neglected during contact. Lu Mei squatted at the hatch staring at the belly of a ewe for a few seconds. This one is pregnant. Her tone was certain. How can you tell? Peng Wanxiang asked. The shape of the belly. Lu Mei stood up, brushing the dust off her hands. My family has raised sheep for over 20 years. I can tell at a glance if they are pregnant. That gray-brown one too, it's earlier than this one, probably about 2 months along. Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. They can reproduce. Those 3 words weigh heavier than lead in the apocalypse. Alright, the old rule applies. Brother Zhao, you direct, I'll assist from behind. No need, no need. Zhao Gang took over the mechanical dog that was handed over. Wait a minute. Zhao Gang stared at the silver-gray metal dog in front of him, his expression frozen. What? What is this? A mechanical dog. It helps you herd the sheep. Peng Wanxiang briefly explained. It's more efficient than a shepherd dog. Ooh, just tell it where to herd, and it will go there. Zhao Gang stared at the mechanical dog for 5 seconds. The mechanical dog tilted its head and barked. Zhao Gang's mouth twitched. Then he waved his hand. Alright, it's the apocalypse. Anything strange can be encountered. The adaptability of old farmers can sometimes surpass that of the young. The process of herding the sheep was much smoother than herding the cows. Although the mutated goats were larger, they were essentially still sheep, herding timid and easily directed. The mechanical dog held the rear position. Zhao Gang wielded a stick as a human guide from the side, and Lu Mei guarded critical turns to prevent them from getting separated. Over 30 sheep lined up in a crooked queue, moving from the cargo hold to the lift platform down the gentle slope. As they passed the washing area, warm water sprayed off the dust and radiation particles from their wool, the water flowing into the drainage ditch as murky as mud. Disinfection lights glowed with cold blue light overhead. A lamb, startled by the water, bleated loudly, leaped twice, almost falling, and was swiftly caught by Lu Mei, who was quick on her feet. What's the rush? Taking a bath won't cost you a piece of meat. Lu Mei's words were stern, but her hands were gentle. Problems arose when over 30 sheep were sent into the breeding area. The breeding area was already small. The previous 16 cows had taken up most of the space. Now, with over 30 robust sheep crammed in, the sheep were pressed against each other, and the cows were squeezed together, leaving no room to even turn around in the public activity area. A ram charged to the partition fence, lowering its head to butt against the railing of the big black cow's pen. The big black cow huffed out a breath through its nostrils and shook its neck. The atmosphere instantly became tense. We need to expand. Zhao Gang wiped the sweat from his brow and looked back at Peng Wanxiang. If it stays this cramped, they'll start fighting in no time. The cows have good tempers, but these mutated sheep, look at those horns. If they really get into it, the railing might not even hold up. I know. Peng Wanxiang had already calculated this expense. He mentally struck a sentence. The breeding area began to change. A low rumble vibrated beneath their feet. Not the violent shaking of an earthquake, but more like the foundation was growing. The walls silently pushed outward, the ground began to extend from the edges, and new concrete floors emerged from the old floors, seams fitting perfectly together. The ventilation ducts overhead automatically elongated. The lighting fixtures emerged from the ceiling, illuminating one by one. Water dispensers sprouted on the new wall. The fence partitions were lifted from the ground, and the weld points between the steel pipes automatically fused. The entire process occurred without sparks or noise, as if a tree made of steel was silently sprouting branches. In 30 seconds, the breeding area expanded from 200 square meters to 400 square meters. A whole row of isolation pens and a separate public activity area appeared between the cattle and sheep. The cows had more space now, no longer needing to stand pressed against the partitions. The sheep were more comfortable too, with a few directly lying on the newly laid straw, beginning to ruminate, wearing expressions that said, "Finally, we can breathe." Moo. The big black cow called out, sounding quite satisfied. Zhao Gang and Lu Mei stood in the newly expanded space, looking around, their expressions writing 2 words: accustomed. This was not the first time witnessing Peng Wanxiang's miracle. Yet each time he saw space grow before his eyes, the impact still made his heart skip a beat. Mr. Peng. Zhao Gang snapped back to reality. These mutated sheep cannot be raised with the cows. The effects of radiation are unpredictable. What if the sheep carry some unknown toxins that could be transmitted to the cows? That would be a big loss. They are already separated. Peng Wanxiang pointed to the newly built isolation pens. The sheep are in a separate area, the cows in another, with a double-layered barrier in the middle public activity area. The entrances and exits are also separate. Zhao Gang nodded and added, protective suits must not be neglected, especially during lambing. Lu Mei just said 2 of them are pregnant. When it comes to close contact, double-layered gloves must be worn. Rest assured, I'll make specialized breeding protective gear for you later. That would be great. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together, his gaze sweeping around the newly expanded breeding area, finally landing on the group of robust mutated goats in the corner chewing on grass. Gray-brown robust figures. Thick curved horns. Round plump bellies. All right. The old farmer took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. I'll separate the males from the females first. Those rams with horns must have a strong temperament, so they need to be isolated. Lu Mei, keep an eye on those 2 pregnant ones. Don't let the other sheep push them around. Understood. Do I need to teach you? The couple bickered as they each got busy. Peng Wanxiang walked out of the breeding area. The corridor was quiet, the low-frequency hum of the ventilation ducts intertwined with the distant sound of flowing water forming the unique white noise of the shelter. He slowed his pace. It had become a habit to mentally review the situation. Heating. The geothermal heat pump was operating stably. Water supply. The intelligent circulation system was online. Electricity. The battery had been expanded and the gym bike was still supplying power. Security. Zhang Yuan and the other two were on duty, their electronic wristbands fully covered, and T-800 was back in position. Greenhouse. Operating at 5 times capacity, the first batch of vegetables had been served on the dining table. Breeding. With 16 cows and over 30 sheep, the issues of protein and fur had short-term solutions. Survival points. Tomorrow should breach 90. The situation was stable. It was countless times better than the first day of the apocalypse. Yet Peng Wanxiang's steps paused at the corner of the corridor. A scene flashed through his mind. It was not of the shelter. It was of the man curled up behind the iron frame in the sun. Pale gray skin, purpler bruises, dried blood scabs, and the voice from the recording. Some people went mad. They no longer recognized others. Radiation sickness. He stood there staring at the light at the end of the corridor for a few seconds. Animals can mutate. That was an undeniable fact. The 30 gray-brown robust sheep were evidence. But what about that man? There were over 40 people in the shelter with lead walls, air filtration, and a washing area. The protective measures had already reached the limits of his current capabilities. But limits do not equal foolproof. How long had those survivors been exposed to high radiation before being rescued? Were there already latent issues buried within their bodies yet to manifest? Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes briefly. Those people from Hope Radio once thought they could endure. At first it was just nausea and hair loss. Then they ceased to be human. He opened his eyes and walked towards the monitoring room. A new task quietly added itself to his mental checklist. Universal radiation sickness screening. Not tomorrow. Today. After settling the flock, Peng Wanxiang stepped away from the breeding area. Just as he began to contemplate his next plan, the system's notification chime sounded as if it were in sync with him. Congratulations, host. Room 102 exchanged successfully, deducting 100 contribution points. Congratulations, host. Room 103 exchanged successfully, deducting 60 contribution points. Congratulations, host. Room 104 exchanged successfully, deducting 60 contribution points. Congratulations, host. Room 105 exchanged successfully, deducting 100 contribution points. Congratulations, host. Room 106 exchanged successfully, deducting 60 contribution points. 5 messages bombarded him in quick succession. Peng Wanxiang paused, a corner of his mouth involuntarily curling up. The contribution point system was in motion. The speed at which these people were saving money to exchange for rooms exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the phrase, first come first served, indeed had significant impact. System construct the corresponding room types sequentially beside room 101 according to the exchange order. Received. Deducting corresponding materials, beginning construction. Construction complete. Room permissions have been automatically bound to the exchanger's electronic wristband. Clean and efficient. Peng Wanxiang did not stop his pace and continued forward. Now the building materials in the alternate space were piled high like a mountain. Just from the last wave at S-City Airport, it was enough for him to build 2 more floors. Since his resources were ample, some matters needed to be prioritized. For instance, ceiling height. Previously, due to material shortages, the ceiling height of the shelter was only 2 meters. It was manageable for 1 person but cramped for over 40. Especially on the underground floor where tents were packed closely together and the ceiling could be touched with a hand, it felt like living in a coffin. System increased the ceiling height of the first floor, the underground first floor, and the underground second floor from 2 meters to 3 meters. Received, deducting corresponding materials. A low rumble was felt beneath his feet. It wasn't violent, but it was distinctly felt as the walls and ceiling seemed to be growing upwards. The sensation was quite marvelous, as if the entire space was taking a deep breath. 10 minutes later the tremor ceased. Peng Wanxiang looked up. There was an extra meter of space overhead, and the visual change was much greater than he had anticipated. The previously somewhat cramped corridor suddenly became bright and spacious. No longer did it press down on his head. Comfortable. He exhaled and continued forward, his mind still busy. The basic structure of the shelter was now stable. Water, electricity, heating, greenhouses, breeding, security, and the contribution point system, with each module being monitored by someone. But there was one area that remained blank. Medical. This thought hadn't just emerged today. Since the day Li Mingyu broke his arm, it had hung in his mind like a taut string. At that time it was Wang Qianyu who barely managed to handle it with her nursing school background. The antibiotics were scavenged by Zhang Yuan's team from outside. It all relied on luck. Luck was worthless in the apocalypse. Moreover, he flashed back to that scene in his mind. The subway station. The man curled up behind the iron rack. Pale gray skin, purplish bruises. At first it was just nausea and hair loss. Later he was no longer human. The over 40 people in the shelter had been exposed outside for an unknown duration before they were rescued. Were there any undetonated bombs buried in their bodies? They couldn't wait. System expand downwards by 1 floor and construct a medical room. The tremor was slightly more pronounced than before. After all, it was an entire floor. A few minutes later, the underground 3rd floor was formed. Peng Wanxiang walked down the newly created stairs. As he pushed open the door, he raised an eyebrow. The system had done a better job than he expected. The entire medical room was more than twice the size of the master bedroom. The left half was the surgical area. Operating table, shadowless lamps, instrument carts, and the stainless steel surfaces were cold and reflective, yet every piece of equipment was positioned with a sense of professionalism. The right half was the diagnostic area. Examination beds, ECG monitors, infusion stands, and a row of locked medicine cabinets against the wall currently empty. At the far end stood a large X-ray machine. Peng Wanxiang approached and touched its casing. It was cold and smooth, and the craftsmanship was far too refined to belong to post-apocalyptic products. He remembered the last time he took Xiaoya to the hospital for a cough. The pediatric X-ray machine's casing had a Peppa Pig sticker. That world felt very distant now. All right, the hardware is in place. He withdrew his hand and began to ponder the next question. With equipment in place, who would use it? Among the more than 40 people in the shelter, there wasn't a single medical professional. Wang Qianyu's nursing background could handle external injuries, but if faced with internal medical issues or situations needing surgery, she wouldn't be able to manage. So, system construct a surgical robot. Received. Deducting corresponding materials. The surgical robot requires an additional payment of 30 survival points. 30 points. Peng Wanxiang's eyelid twitched, but he hesitated not. Payment. A faint hum resonated in the alternate space. Seconds later, a figure appeared next to the operating table. Dressed in a white coat, its physique was well proportioned. Its facial features were between that of a human and a machine. Its features were well defined, but its eyes held no emotion, only a faint blue light, slowly swirling. It looked like a young resident physician, yet more composed than any resident physician. Because it wouldn't be nervous. The surgical robot is online, ready for deployment at any time. Host. Its voice was cold, but not in the oppressive manner of a T-800. It felt more like the cool air from the air conditioning in the operating room, cold enough to provide reassurance. Peng Wanxiang nodded. System, bring me another one focused on internal diagnostics. Received. Additional payment of 30 survival points required. Another 30 points. 60 points in total. Peng Wanxiang calculated in his mind. Today's survival points were not plentiful to begin with, and acquiring the two robots had directly consumed 60. It hurt, but it was worth it. The second robot appeared in the diagnostic area. Unlike the first, this one looked older. Its temples were gray, facial lines deeper, exuding a sense of calm, as if it had 30 years of clinical experience. The internal diagnostic robot is online, ready for deployment at any time. Host. Its voice was equally cold, but the speech was slightly slower, as if it was accustomed to thinking through its words before speaking. One looked like a resident physician, the other like an attending physician. Quite good. Peng Wanxiang surveyed the room. My post-apocalyptic tertiary hospital has officially opened. Although the medicine cabinets were still empty. System, can I directly exchange for medication? Yes. The host can use survival points to exchange for special materials required for medication construction, which will then be synthesized by the system. Common medications can be obtained this way. His heart, previously anxious, relaxed halfway. At least he no longer had to rely on the scavenging team to scour the entire street for a box of amoxicillin. But now there were only 14 survival points left. The matter of medication would have to wait until tomorrow's settlement. First, sharpen the knife. The issue of medicine can be addressed later. He muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the empty space at the door. Something was still needed. System, construct a comprehensive radiation detection device. This time it didn't cost survival points. The materials from the alternate space were sufficient. Seconds later, a silvery cabinet-like device appeared at the entrance of the medical room. It was more intricate than he had imagined. The top was a circular scanner, the middle was a display screen, and the base had a conveyor-style stepping platform. When a person stood on it, results would be displayed in 10 seconds. The screen showed the current radiation levels in the environment, green, within a safe range. Peng Wanxiang stared at the string of numbers for 2 seconds. Then he picked up the intercom. Zhang Yuan, please notify everyone available to come to the underground third-floor medical room for a radiation test. Everyone without exception. Receive. Zhang Yuan asked no further questions. People began to arrive one after another. Initially, everyone was quite curious. When did the underground third floor gain a medical room? And 2 doctors in white coats? Wasn't the upgrading speed of this shelter a bit absurd? But the novelty quickly dissipated as the test results came in. The first to go up was Wang Zhen. 10 seconds. The screen displayed a string of numbers. The internal medicine robot glanced at it and said steadily, the internal radiation residual value is elevated, exceeding the safe threshold. Treatment for elimination is recommended. Wang Zhen was taken aback and instinctively touched his arm. I don't feel uncomfortable. Radiation damage has a latent nature. The robot's tone remained flat. In the early stages, there are often no... Wang Zhen's complexion changed. The second, third, fifth, and 10th. Each time a number appeared on the screen, it felt like all exceeded the limit. The degrees varied, but not a single person's value was within the safety line. The atmosphere in the group visibly shifted. Some began to whisper. Some instinctively covered their mouths. A woman directly teared up. Peng Wanxiang stood beside, his expression neutral. But his hand was in his pocket, his fingertips clenched tightly. Because the next person up was Wang Qianyu. 10 seconds. Then it was Xiaoya. The little girl had no idea what this machine was for, thinking it was fun as she twisted and turned on the 10 seconds. Exceeded. Peng Wanxiang's throat moved. He looked at the data on the screen regarding his daughter, and his mind buzzed. It wasn't severe. Much lighter than those outside. The shelter's lead walls, air filters, and cleansing areas. These protections held up most of it, but not completely. The initial exposure from the nuclear explosion coupled with leaks during the first few days before the protection system was fully established had already sown seeds within every person's body, including himself. He was the last to step up. 10 seconds. Exceeded. As expected, he was the one who had gone outside the most. Every time he ran outside wearing protective gear, there would always be trace amounts of radiation that breached the defenses. Accumulated over time, it was all recorded in his body. System construct medical equipment capable of eliminating internal radiation residues. What is needed? Requires 50 survival points to supplement special materials. 50 points. There were 14 points left in the account. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes for a moment. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Tomorrow, with the settlement of 60 points, it would be sufficient. But during these 2 days, the radiation in each person's body was continuously damaging cells. Although the amount wasn't large and wouldn't deteriorate as quickly as those in the subway station, it was still there, like a thorn embedded in the flesh. Not fatal, but you know it's there. He opened his eyes. First register. Those with the highest radiation values go first, prioritized by severity. The equipment will be in place tomorrow. The internal medicine robot nodded and began to record each case. The line continued to move slowly. Besides the radiation tests, some ailments that had been accumulating for several days also surfaced at this opportunity. Coughs, fevers, diarrhea, and colds. It's an inevitable consequence of a sealed environment combined with high mental stress leading to lowered immunity. The 2 medical robots performed their duties. The surgical robot handled external injuries, debridement, suturing, fracture reduction, its techniques so smooth that even Wang Qinyu was taken aback. The internal medicine robot was responsible for consultations, auscultation, palpation, and prescriptions. Its icy tone paired with precise judgments made it more difficult to secure an appointment than at a pre-apocalyptic community hospital. A woman with a pale complexion entered the diagnostic area, clutching her stomach. My stomach hurts. It's been hurting for several days, but I haven't dared to say anything. The internal medicine robot scanned for 10 seconds. Acute gastroenteritis. Requires infusion therapy. Can it be cured? The woman's voice trembled. Yes. Just 2 words. But the woman's tears flowed immediately. In the apocalypse, the words, can be cured, were worth more than gold. Peng Wanxiang looked at the line of people and spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but the quiet corridor made sure everyone could hear. Today's checks and treatments are all free. The crowd stirred slightly. Really? Free? Peng Wanxiang nodded. The medical room was just built today, and it counts as a welcome gift for everyone. Everyone should get checked. Those with illnesses can be treated, and those without can have a file established. Grateful gazes converged from all directions. Someone softly remarked, Mr. Peng is a good person, and others nearby nodded in agreement. Peng Wanxiang did not respond to this comment. He waited a couple of seconds before continuing. But starting tomorrow, medical treatment will require deduction of contribution points. Medications, consumables, and equipment where all have costs. The specific prices will be posted at the exchange terminal, clearly marked. Normally such a statement would prompt murmurs, but there were none. After days of education, the people in the shelter had already grasped Peng Wanxiang's logic. There's no free lunch in this world, especially not in the apocalypse. Having rules is better than having none. Understood, Mr. Peng. It's only right. Having a place to see a doctor is already great. What more could we want? Peng Wanxiang glanced at the crowd, said no more, and turned to head for the stairs. Coming up from the underground 3rd floor, he headed straight for the equipment area by the dark river. The batteries and generator were stationed there, humming away. The shelter had expanded 3 times, the breeding area doubled, and now a whole new floor of medical rooms and 3 robots were added. Each robot was running continuously for 24 hours. The T-800, the surgical robot, the internal medicine robot, along with the mechanical dog, all 4 electric devils gaping wide. The original power supply system was struggling. It wasn't that it was insufficient, but the surplus was inadequate. If one day a power peak coincided with equipment maintenance, a power outage could lead to serious consequences. Losing power on the operating table wasn't a bug, it was a matter of life and death. System upgrade the batteries and generator. This time it relied solely on materials costing no survival points. Minutes later, the equipment was as good as new. The humming sound had changed. It was now deeper and more stable, like a stronger heart beating. The power was fully restored, and the lights in each area visibly brightened. But this was just a temporary fix. Peng Wanxiang crouched beside the generator, watching the rotor for a while. The limit of hydropower generation was evident. The flow rate of the dark river was fixed, and no matter how much the generator was upgraded, it could only spin within that ceiling. As the population increased and more equipment was added, this dark river would inevitably struggle to keep up. A permanent solution needed to be found. He tossed a question into his mind. System, how much would it cost to build a micronuclear power station? The system provided a long list. 500 kilograms of titanium alloy, 200 kilograms of enriched uranium, 1,000 kilograms of lead, 500 kilograms of graphite, 50 kilograms of boron steel, 500 liters of coolant, 50 kilograms of electronic components. And then there was the last line. An additional payment of 3,000 survival points is required to supplement special materials. 3,000. Peng Wanxiang's expression remained unchanged, but he silently cursed. Based on the current daily income of 60 points without eating, drinking, spending, or using any resources, it would take 50 days to save up. And during those 50-day survival points would still need to be used for medication, equipment upgrades, seed purchases, and handling various emergencies. Forget it. The nuclear power station could wait. He would reconsider once the population doubled and daily income surpassed 100. The programmer's old habit: if a demand can't be resolved, toss it into the backlog. Priority P3, status pending. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands. The task list in his mind automatically sorted itself. Radiation elimination equipment must be online the day after tomorrow. P0. Medical supplies inventory exchange as soon as the points are credited tomorrow. P0. Zhao. Right. That troublemaker. Peng Wanxiang arrived at the entrance of the confinement room. The sound of the dark river flowed from nearby, turning muffled in this deadened corridor like someone continuously rinsing their mouth from a distance. The door to the confinement room was solid steel, without windows, only a small food slot the size of a palm. He bent down and glanced inside through the slot. Zhao was curled up on the iron bed in the corner. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his clothes wrinkled, and he seemed smaller than when he came in. Hearing the footsteps, Zhao lifted his head. His eyes were hollow. His lips were cracked. A layer of stubble had appeared on his chin. He was a stark contrast to the eloquent Zhao boss from a few days ago. How are you? Peng Wanxiang's tone was flat, as if he were asking if he had eaten today. Zhao said nothing, just looked at him. Do you want to come out? Zhao's eyelids twitched. His lips parted slightly, but then closed again. He still said. Peng Wanxiang leaned against the doorframe and waited a few seconds. I can give you a chance. His voice wasn't loud, but in the sealed corridor, every word was clear. Admit your mistake. Promise not to violate the shelter's rules again. I will let you out. Zhao Adam's apple box. The corners of his mouth moved, as if a complete set of statements had already lined up on his tongue, ready to spill out at any moment. But in the end, he said nothing. He merely turned his head back, facing the wall. Peng Wanxiang looked at the back of his head, silent for 2 seconds. Fine. He straightened up. Then just stay there. Whenever you figure it out, have Zhang Yuan notify me. After saying this, he turned and left. His footsteps gradually faded in the corridor. The confinement room fell silent again. Only the sound of the dark river and the motionless figure on the iron bed remained. Zhao's face was buried in the shadows. Peng Wanxiang sat down on the steps, his gaze sweeping across the lower level. Those who had completed their medical checkups gathered in small groups. Some were squatting against the wall, chatting, others were staring blankly at the ceiling, while 2 individuals had somehow procured a piece of hard cardboard and were playing Go with small stones on the ground. Peng Wanxiang watched for a while and sighed softly. Aside from the 10 spinning bikes on the second underground level, there was nothing else to do here. He had counted it all. When people have nothing to do, their minds tend to wander. He hoped for a sudden flash of the radio broadcast in his mind. The man curled up behind the iron frame. The torn tents. The blood dried on the walls. Those people weren't mad from the beginning. It was despair that drove. Peng Wanxiang pulled back his thoughts, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. He couldn't wait. Mental needs, though seemingly trivial, could become a matter of life and death. He walked over to the crowd without preparing any opening remarks and spoke directly. I want to discuss something with everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but the echo in the underground level was good, and everyone could hear him clearly. Dozens of eyes turned towards him simultaneously. The entertainment options in the shelter are too limited right now. Besides cycling, there's nothing else to do. I'm planning to add a few things. Peng Wanxiang raised 2 fingers. 2 directions. First, ball games, basketball, badminton, and such. Second, board games, poker, mahjong, but the space is limited and electricity isn't abundant, so we can't do everything. So I'll start with 1. You can choose. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Mahjong. It has to be mahjong. A loud-voiced, middle-aged woman was the first to shout, prompting several others nearby to nod in agreement. Let's play ball, as sitting around all day without exercise is making my bones soft. Haven't you tried cycling? Cycling is not the same as playing ball. How boring is it to cycle alone? I'm voting for mahjong. A tall, thin guy raised his hand. I'm afraid it'll put a dent in Mr. Peng's wall if I play ball. This made everyone burst into laughter. Peng Wanxiang scanned the room. On the ball game side, there were sparse hands. On the board game side, there was a dense crowd. All right, let's build a game room for board games first. Peng Wanxiang nodded, turned, and walked away. Cheers erupted behind him. He didn't look back. Reaching the end of the corridor on the second underground level, Peng Wanxiang mentally tapped out a series of commands. System horizontal expansion, build a game room. The area should accommodate 10 tables, 4 people per table, avoiding the underground water direction. Received host. The plan has been generated. Shall we execute it? Execute. Deducting corresponding materials. Beginning expansion. The familiar low-frequency vibrations coursed beneath his feet. The walls silently pushed outward, and the new ground squeezed out from the old floor's fracture, fitting perfectly. The ceiling sprouted lights, each one lighting up in sequence. The people in the shelter were already used to this process. 10 mahjong tables, 40 chairs. 10 sets of mahjong, 10 decks of playing cards. Received. A few minutes later, a square game room appeared at the end. 10 brand new mahjong tables were arranged neatly, the surfaces smooth and still carrying a faint scent of wood. 4 chairs were placed beside each table, their surfaces slightly concave, fitting snugly against the body. System's industrial design level was always on point. Mahjong and playing cards were already in place. Peng Wanxiang casually picked up a mahjong tile and turned it over between his fingers. The feel was quite nice, much better than the Ninyuan free shipping ones he had bought online before the apocalypse. He put the mahjong tile back down. Within 2 minutes, the first batch of people surged in. Wow, is it really built? 3 short of a full table. Who's joining us? The crowd rushed into the game room faster than into the cafeteria. 6 of the 10 tables were filled in the blink of an eye. The sounds of tiles clashing echoed, mixed with shouts of Pong. Chow. Self-draw. Since the apocalypse, this was probably the liveliest night on the first underground level. A middle-aged man turned around and waved at him. Mister Peng, want to join for a couple of rounds? Peng Wanxiang waved his hand. You all play. He stood at the door for a moment watching the noisy scene, inside a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Noisy as it was better than silence. That subway station was too quiet. Quiet to the point where only the sounds of breathing and banging doors remained. He turned and left the game room. When Peng Wanxiang returned to the first floor, hunger chased after him. To be precise, it wasn't chasing. It had been there all along but was suppressed by a pile of matters. Now that his mind was free, his stomach began to protest. Since leaving for City X last night, he had only nibbled on 2 bites of compressed biscuits. Peng Wanxiang turned into the kitchen. The kitchen crew was wrapping up, the stove was gleaming, and the water stains on the cutting board hadn't dried yet. Zhang Chong was squatting on the floor stacking spice jars. He looked up upon hearing footsteps. Brother Peng. He stood up and wiped his hands. What's up? I'm hungry. Peng Wanxiang didn't beat around the bush, patting his belly and stating the obvious. Haven't eaten yet, thought I'd grab a bite. You all keep busy, you'll just heat something up. That's not alright. Zhang Chong didn't let him finish. Big Hu. Lu Dahu, who was washing dishes, turned around without shaking off the water. Make Brother Peng a bowl of noodles, add more greens, and slice the luncheon meat thick. Got it. Lu Dahu responded, and swiftly got to work boiling water, grabbing noodles, washing greens, and neatly arranging everything on the cutting board in one fluid motion. Peng Wanxiang pulled up a chair and sat beside them, feeling a bit embarrassed. Bro, sorry to make you work so late. Lu Dahu didn't even lift his head, tossing a handful of greens into the pot. Brother Peng, back in the day that would have been called politeness. These days, he pulled out some luncheon meat from the fridge, the knife chopping it into thick slices with a rhythmic thunk as it went into the pot. Without UIDB, under 2 meters of grass by now. This was blunt. Neither polite nor pretentious. During those days locked in the iron cage as livestock, he thought he would never see the light of day again. Just being able to stand here slicing luncheon meat was a gain. Peng Wanxiang didn't respond. Some things didn't need to be repeated. 2 minutes later, a large bowl of noodles was served. The noodles lay in the soup, topped with a layer of vibrant green vegetable leaves and thick slices of luncheon meat arranged neatly on top, the steam carrying the aroma of meat wafting into his nose. Peng Wanxiang wasted no time. He picked up a big chunk of noodles with his chopsticks and slurped it into his mouth. The noodles were slippery and chewy, the broth incredibly fresh. He didn't know what secret recipe Zhang Chong had taught, but it was on par with the offerings from street noodle shops before the apocalypse. Delicious. He didn't want to say more, his mouth occupied with eating noodles. The entire bowl was wiped clean, even the broth was drained to the very last drop. Burp. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his chair, feeling as though he had soaked in warm water. He was full. This sense of satisfaction was simple, yet in the apocalypse, it was worth a fortune. He stood up to collect the bowl, but Lu Dahu stopped him. Brother Peng, you leave that, I'll take care of it. Peng Wanxiang didn't insist. He nodded and left the kitchen. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Li Mingyu. Peng Wanxiang instinctively glanced at his left arm. The splint was gone. His arm hung freely at his side, moving effortlessly. Brother Peng. Li Mingyu's eyes lit up as he dashed over. Your arm. It's healed. Li Mingyu raised his left arm, twirling it around a couple of times, and then clenched his fist. Fully healed. He pointed in the direction of the 3rd underground level, unable to contain his excitement. That robotic doctor was incredible. First it gave me a shot, saying it was some kind of skeletal repair nutrient, then it waved a device over my arm. He gestured as he spoke. I could feel the bones growing inside. It was that itchy, tingly feeling. Not long after, it had me clench my fist, lift my arm, and rotate it for a test, and then it removed the splint. Li Mingyu moved his arm a few more times as if still not satisfied. It said I was completely recovered. At this point his tone softened a bit. The robot said thanks to this device, otherwise normal recovery would have taken at least another month. He looked at Peng Wanxiang, the gratitude in his eyes needed no translation. Peng Wanxiang nodded. The system's work is always reliable. He downplayed it with his words. But in his heart he noted that the skeletal repair efficiency of the medical robot exceeded his expectations. There would be many scenes in which this ability could be utilized in the future. Brother Peng, have you eaten yet? Li Mingyu asked. Just finished. That's good. Brother Peng, may I go see Xiaoya? His voice dropped a notch, sounding a bit shy. A 13-year-old boy stood in the corridor, asking as if he were asking a teacher for leave. Peng Wanxiang looked at him, recalling the trembling boy who had protected his mother's body in the barbecue restaurant during their first meeting. Back then, he didn't even know where his next meal would come from. Now he was proactively asking, can I go see my sister? This place, he truly regarded as home. Go ahead. Peng Wanxiang nodded, raising his chin. She's in the bedroom. Thanks, Brother Peng. Li Mingyu's face broke into a smile as he turned and ran. After running a couple of steps, he suddenly hit the brakes and turned around to shout, oh right, Brother Peng. My arm is better starting tomorrow. Am I due for some work? This kid. It wasn't fear of work, but fear of having no work. Peng Wanxiang watched his figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, shaking his head. In these times ambition was worth more than arms. He turned and headed toward the monitoring room. As the daily trivialities came to an end, a new day began to unfold. The 13th day after the apocalypse. Yesterday, I earned 92 survival points, bringing my total to 106 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Peng Wanxiang opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Over 40 individuals, 16 cattle, more than 30 sheep, plus 3 Pomeranians. This group of employees had a check-in record far surpassing that of his previous company's attendance. He got up and stretched lazily. His joints cracked twice, reminding him of the price he paid for sleeping in the co-pilot seat of the transport plane last night. After a quick wash, he opened the bedroom door. A waft of fragrant food came over. Zhang Chang and the others had already prepared breakfast. After having breakfast, Peng Wanxiang headed straight to the underground medical room on the 3rd floor. The results of the radiation tests conducted on everyone yesterday pierced his mind like a thorn. System spend 30 survival points to replenish the materials needed for constructing medicine. Received host. A few minutes later, the medicine cabinet against the wall of the medical room was neatly filled with various medicine boxes. Anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, painkillers, antibiotics, anti-radiation medications, all categorized, as if the pharmacy had just received a shipment. Peng Wanxiang opened the medicine cabinet door to check again, and a weight lifted from his heart. The post-apocalyptic triage hospital was officially in operation. He used the communication function of his electronic wristband to call over those who had registered high radiation levels yesterday, prioritizing their treatment. Fortunately, he had reserved the entire space on the 3rd underground floor when he built the medical room. There were enough hospital beds. Isolation wards were also available. In case of any serious situation, he wouldn't be caught off guard. As people gradually arrived, Peng Wanxiang glanced around. Wang Qianyu was half reclining on a hospital bed, earnestly confirming the treatment process with the internal medicine robot, her expression as serious as if she were attending a class. Xiaoya lay on a smaller bed nearby, completely unaware of the hidden dangers in her body, pouting as she argued with the 4-drip, complaining that the needle hurt. Everyone was settled. Peng Wanxiang felt a bit more at ease. He didn't stay to treat himself. He turned and walked out of the medical room. During treatment, one had to lie still, which was inconvenient. He planned to put himself at the end of the line. During this time, there were more urgent matters to attend to. After donning the lead protective suit and taking the T-800, he arrived at the ground lift platform. The biting wind and snow stung his face. Peng Wanxiang stood in the center of the platform, taking a deep breath. System construct 9 humanoid robots of the same specifications as the T-800. It requires 50 survival points to fill the material gap. Confirm construction. 50 points. Adding the 30 spent on medicine earlier, he had already spent 80 this morning. Money flowed like water. But he was very clear on this account. His shelter was getting larger, and relying solely on his own flesh and blood to run outside was too inefficient and risky. Robots wouldn't tire, wouldn't fear, wouldn't betray. They were currently the best solution. Confirm. Deducting 50 survival points and corresponding materials, beginning construction. The outline began to appear out of thin air on the lift platform. Metal skeletons grew from nothing, cables spread like veins, and armor plates layered on top of one another. The entire process was so quiet it felt less like weapon manufacturing and more like watching a time-lapse of 3D printing. After a dozen seconds, 9 humanoid robots stood neatly in front of Peng Wanxiang. The system had made differentiated adjustments to their appearances. They were not identical copies. 5 were combat types identical to the T-800, robust, in-build, fully enclosed visors, wielding assault rifles, standing straight, like iron stakes driven into the ground. The remaining 4 were immediately distinguishable as not belonging to the same job type. Peng Wanxiang's gaze swept over them, and his programmer's classification obsession kicked in. The first one, carrying a signal amplification device larger than its head on its back with 2 antennas protruding from the top of its helmet resembling a pair of rabbit ears. A communications soldier. UC-800. The second, adorned with wrenches, welding guns, and multimeters hanging from its waist with 2 long auxiliary mechanical arms added on its own. A maintenance robot. UM-800. The tool bag at its waist was bulging, resembling a handyman's kit. The third one. This one was exaggerated. Hanging grenades with a rocket launcher slung diagonally on its back, a belt adorned with blocks of C4 explosives. A combat engineer. A moving arsenal. UE-800. Peng Wanxiang scrutinized it for a moment, thinking to himself that if this guy accidentally tripped, half the street could go up in flames. The fourth, tall and slender, holding a long-barreled sniper rifle, its scope reflecting the cold light under the dim sky, with a silencer attached to the muzzle, just standing there, radiated an aura of coolness. A sniper. All 9 robots stood straight. Yes, host. Their voices were monotonous and cold as blades. Peng Wanxiang looked around, nodding in satisfaction. 1 commander, 5 assault troops, 1 communications soldier, 1 maintenance worker, 1 demolitions expert, 1 sniper. All present. A fully equipped squad ready for action. In the past, this would be termed as team formation complete, preparing to deploy. Now, in the apocalypse, 10 iron soldiers could act at any time. T-800 EU are the veteran, lead the team. Understood, host. T-800's visor slightly shifted, its optical sensors scanning the 9 newly manufactured companions, resembling a wolf assessing its new pack. Let's go, move out. Peng Wanxiang waved his hand. 11 figures stepped onto the lift platform, slowly ascending to the surface. The wind and snow struck his face. Peng Wanxiang led the robot team onto the transport plane. The cabin instantly felt much more crowded. 10 iron figures stood in the cargo hold, resembling a row of steel sculptures waiting to be deployed. Peng Wanxiang settled into the cockpit, connecting each robot's visual feed to the control terminal's split screen. 10 perspectives, 10 screens arranged in 2 rows of 5 on the terminal. It was similar to monitoring multiple server panels in his previous job. The difference was that he used to monitor CPU usage and memory alarms. Now he was focused on muzzle direction and life and death. With this setup, even if I encounter tough opponents, I can remotely command from the transport plane without needing to engage in direct combat myself. He murmured this, his tone relaxed. But as his fingers glided over each perspective on the terminal, his movements were slow and meticulous. Every screen represented an escape route, and every screen was a layer of insurance. Programmers valued redundancy in their designs. Everything was ready. He filled the fuel tank. The engine roared. The transport plane took off, piercing the gray sky. The target, the underground parking garage in the eastern business district of City C. Peng Wanxiang remembered clearly. Previously, he had listened to the radio broadcast of the official shelter, which had 3 locations continuously broadcasting to recruit survivors. The nearest one had already been taken down by him personally. Inside there were not refugees, but livestock. The remaining 2 were likely cut from the same cloth. The broadcast continued. The bait was still in the water. Each passing minute could mean one more survivor being lured in. He had to hurry. The transport plane searched for a relatively flat piece of ground on the outskirts of the eastern business district and landed steadily. The whirling propellers whipped up the wind and snow, making a puff sound against the fuselage. Peng Wanxiang remained seated in front of the terminal, unmoving. T-800 lead the way down. Target, the entrance to the underground garage. Focus on reconnaissance, engage if you encounter enemies. Understood. The cargo door opened. 10 robots streamed out in order. T-800 led the way with 5 combat types, splitting into 2 3-man fire teams, providing alternating cover as they advanced. S-800 positioned itself at the back of the team, finding a vantage point atop some ruins, setting up its sniper rifle, and slowly scanning with the scope. C-800 followed half a step behind T-800, its antennas on the helmet spinning continuously, beginning to scan the surrounding electromagnetic signals. E-800 and M-800 took the center one, clearing the path, while the other managed the aftermath. A standard tactical formation. The system had programmed them with not just firepower parameters, but also cooperative logic. Peng Wanxiang monitored the 10 split screens in the transport plane, the 10 perspectives advancing in sync on the terminal. Gray ruins, gray snow, gray sky. The visuals were monotonous, like an uncolored sketch. Then, T-800's perspective revealed the entrance to the underground garage. It was just as he had anticipated. Various metal plates, lead plates, and iron bars were welded together in layers, blocking the entrance tightly. Only a narrow door remained, barely wide enough to pass sideways. Compared to the last fake shelter, it was practically a copy-paste. But there was one difference. Outside the narrow door were stacked sandbags. Shooting covers formed in 3 directions, arranged in a fan shape, mutually supporting each other. Someone had reinforced the defenses in advance. These people were prepared. Peng Wanxiang frowned slightly. He thought of the intelligence Zhang Yuan had brought back before. While out searching for supplies, fresh footprints had been discovered in multiple locations within the last 24 hours. It was inferred that there was a survivor team of about 5 in the vicinity that was also active. After he had taken down the first fake shelter, he hadn't deliberately sealed off the news. If that mysterious 5-member team discovered the ruins and communicated the information to this side, they would know someone was hunting them. So they had fortified their defenses in advance. Interesting. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his seat, lightly tapping the edge of the terminal with his fingers. What good was preparation? They had prepared against people, but the ones coming were not human. E-800 advance. Breach the front wall. E-800 stepped out of the line, advancing steadily. Its mechanical arm extended. A short, thick jet pipe protruded from the end. Sizzle. A blinding flame cut through the metal wall. The iron plate quickly turned red, softened, and deformed under the heat. The cutting mark traced a rectangular shape measuring 2 meters on the wall. Then boom. E-800 kicked it. The entire cut section of the wall collapsed inward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A breach opened. T-800 was the first to charge in. 3 combat types followed closely behind. In the darkness, flames suddenly erupted. Da-da-da-da. The sound of dense gunfire erupted from within the breach. It was not the robots who opened fire first. It was the people inside. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, striking T-800's chest, armor sparks flying. The metallic clashing sounds rang out like a drum roll. They were indeed prepared. Not only had they reinforced the outer walls, but they had also set up at least 3 fire points inside, cross-firing to seal the entrance. Peng Wanxiang focused on the terminal screen, quickly scanning between the 10 perspectives. In T-800's perspective, the trajectory of the bullets was marked in light red lines in real time by the system. 3 directions, at least 7 guns were firing simultaneously. T-800, suppress the front. T-801, T-803, a flank from the sides. Receive. T-800 knelt on one knee shouldering the assault rifle and began delivering steady fire. Every flash of the muzzle was aimed precisely at the firing ports of the opposite cover. It did not seek to kill. The robot's shooting logic was simple: keep the enemy's head down, not allowing them to lift it. T-801 cut in from the left breech. Just as its left arm crossed the edge of the cover, bang! A bullet struck T-801's left arm joint. Metal shards splattered hydraulic lines in its arm, ruptured, leaking black lubricant. T-801's left arm lost power, instantly hanging limply. But it didn't even pause. With its right hand it continued to wield the gun, advancing. Machines do not feel pain. This was the greatest difference between iron soldiers and flesh-and-blood soldiers. T-803 on the right was even faster. It leaped over a low wall, getting to the side and rear of the enemy fire point. 3 shots fired. One fire point fell silent. Bang! S-800's sniper rifle sounded from the perimeter. The sound was completely different from the crackling gunfire on the battlefield. Deep and long, like a distant thunderclap. On the terminal screen, S-800's targeting perspective captured a figure crouching behind the second cover, whose head suddenly jerked back, then slumped down. One shot. Clean and swift. Boom! E-800's rocket followed up immediately. The third cover and half the wall behind it were blown to smithereens, the shockwave sending debris and sandbags flying several meters away. Smoke billowed. C-800's antennas on its helmet spun frantically. It continued to scan and suppress any potential communication channels of the enemy, ensuring they couldn't call for reinforcements. M-800 crouched beside T-801, its 2 mechanical arms already extended. One held a welding gun, the other gripped a replacement line. It started repairing T-801's arm right on the battlefield. Its speed was astonishing, and the welds were as neat as products from an assembly line. Firepower, suppression, encirclement, sniping, demolition, communication, interference, battlefield repairs. All 7 roles operated simultaneously, like a well-oiled precision machine. Peng Wanxiang leaned back in his seat, his 10 fingers resting on the edge of the terminal, no longer needing to speak. It was unnecessary. T-800's command logic had already taken over the battlefield. All he had to do was observe. The battle did not last long. From E-800 breaking the wall to the last gunshot, it was no more than 4 minutes. The firepower from the opposite side was several notches stronger than that of the previous fake shelter. There were more people, better positions, and more ample ammunition. But the outcome was no different. Their defenses were designed as if to guard against people. They could withstand a group of survivors wielding cold weapons. They could hold off a few sporadic civilian firearms. They could even withstand a small armed squad for a while in direct, but they could not withstand 10 fearless, pain-resistant, millimeter-precise metallic monsters. Humans would feel fear. They would hesitate. They would shrink back when bullets whizzed past their ears. Robots would not. The gunfire completely ceased. On the terminal screen, the smoke had yet to clear. On the ground lay over a dozen corpses sprawled haphazardly, dressed in various protective gear from makeshift raincoats to homemade armor reinforced with lead plates. Some still clutched their guns, their postures frozen in shooting stances, but they were no longer moving. T-800, secure the area. Confirm all threats have been eliminated. Receive. The robots dispersed, searching each area. Peng Wanxiang stood up, stretching his stiff neck from sitting. He walked away from the terminal, donning his lead protective suit, grabbing his gear, and stepping off the transport plane. The faint smell of gunpowder still lingered in the underground garage, mingled with rust and blood. Peng Wanxiang walked in along the path, cleared by the robot team. Shell casings scattered on the ground, crunched underfoot. He did not look at the people lying on the ground. His gaze fell only on the weapons beside them. He pressed down. Decompose. A rifle disappeared. He shifted positions and pressed again. Decompose. A handgun vanished. He walked around the battlefield, decomposing all scattered weapons, ammunition, and protective gear into his account one by one. The materials weren't much, but even mosquito legs amount to meat. Passing by M-800, he saw it crouched beside T-802, the welding gun sizzling. T-802's head-mounted electronic eye had been pierced in battle, and the entire right side of its visor was dented. M-800 had already replaced it with a new electronic eye module, making final adjustments to the connection. T-801 was also repaired. Its left arm's hydraulic lines had been replaced, and it was back to normal movement. Peng Wanxiang glanced at it, but did not stop. He noted M-800's maintenance efficiency. Next time he should prepare more spare parts for it. Deep within the garage, T-800 stood in front of a heavy metal door. Host survivors are being held inside. Peng Wanxiang walked over. There was a palm-sized observation window on the door. He bent down and took a quick glance inside through the window. In the dim light, a small basement was packed with people. They looked emaciated and ragged. Some crouched on the ground, hugging their knees, some leaned against the walls with closed eyes, and some huddled together for warmth. The expressions in their eyes were the same, hollow and numb, as if they no longer expected anything. It was the same look as the 37 people he had rescued last time. Peng Wanxiang stood up straight. Open the door. T-800 reached for the doorknob. The metal door clicked open. The people inside all looked up simultaneously. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards the doorway. First seeing T-800's metal body, their pupils constricted as they instinctively recoiled. Then they saw Peng Wanxiang behind T-800, a human dressed in silver-gray protective gear. No guns were pointed at. There was no reprimand. A voice emerged from behind the protective suit's mask, soft but clear. "We are from the Dawn Shelter here to take you home." It fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then someone trembled their lips. Is it true?" The voice was weak, as if squeezed out from the throat. "It's true." Another second of silence followed. Then the voice broke into a cry. In the basement, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Crying, laughter, shouting erupted all at once. "We are saved. Whoa. Finally someone has come." Some covered their faces, crouching on the ground, their shoulders shaking. Some embraced those beside them, weeping uncontrollably. A child who looked to be under 10 pulled at a woman's clothing, looking up and asking, "Mom, can we leave now?" Peng Wanxiang stood at the door, unmoving. He scanned around, silently counting. More than last time. This trip again had dozens of people, dozens of lives. Also dozens of survival points he could earn daily. Peng Wanxiang sighed inwardly. Saying this out loud would sound harsh. Peng Wanxiang immediately realized that the third official shelter was likely to be the same as the others. These beings consuming human blood under the guise of the official banner must be eliminated. He did not delay. The transport aircraft's engines roared back to life, making trip after trip, transporting the survivors rescued from the second outpost to the underground garage outside his own shelter for a brief rest. When the final trip landed, Peng Wanxiang left 2 combat robots to assist Zhang Yuan and the others in maintaining order. These people have been exposed outside for much longer than we have, so their radiation levels won't be low. Peng Wanxiang patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, his tone low. "Protective suits must not be removed at any time. If anyone causes trouble, hold them down first, and call for me immediately if anything happens." "Don't worry, brother Peng." Zhang Yuan patted his chest, his expression steady. Lu Dilong nodded beside him, while Yi Ming made an okay sign with the walkie-talkie. Peng Wanxiang trusted the foundation of the 3 of them. He said no more, turned, and boarded the transport aircraft accompanied by the remaining 8 robots, heading straight for the third target. The low-frequency vibrations of the engines resonated through the seat into his spine. Peng Wanxiang stared at the approaching coordinate on the terminal screen, and the doubts in his mind grew larger. 3 outposts. 3 complete sets of defensive fortifications. 3 batches of standard protective gear and weaponry. It had been less than 2 weeks since the apocalypse began. Where did these people come from? At the moment of the nuclear explosion, the electromagnetic pulse paralyzed global communications. Government agencies were too busy to care for themselves, and the military was almost dismantled. Even if some personnel survived, it was impossible to complete the entire operation of occupying civil defense works, modifying enclosures, and setting up broadcast decoys in such a short time. Unless they had already prepared before the nuclear bomb fell. That thought pierced through his mind like stepping on shattered. Peng Wanxiang took a deep breath and pushed back the swirling thoughts. First, finish this battle. The coordinates of the third official shelter fell directly beneath the old town's commercial district in City C. When the transport aircraft arrived, Peng Wanxiang looked down and felt a weight in his heart. The old town suffered the worst during the nuclear explosion. In peacetime, this area was mostly inhabited by the elderly, and the buildings were decades old, with low seismic ratings and fragile structures. When the shock wave from the nuclear explosion passed, the entire block crumpled like a set of toy blocks flattened by a giant hand. As far as the eye could see, there were layers of shattered bricks and broken beams, and not a single flat piece of ground where the transport aircraft could land. Peng Wanxiang scanned the area twice and gave up on landing. Hover. Robot squad rappel down. The cargo door opened, and the cold wind rushed in. 10 robots grabbed the rapid descent ropes in sequence and descended, landing on the ruins almost without a sound. Peng Wanxiang switched the terminal to scan the ground using the robot's optical sensors. After searching, he finally found the entrance to the underground garage wedged between a pile of collapsed buildings. The location was extremely concealed. If it weren't for the sensors scanning meter by meter, it would have gone unnoticed by the naked eye. Deliberately hidden, Peng Wanxiang squinted. This was completely different from the previous 2 outposts that had ostentatiously built shelters at the entrance. This one was hidden, not waiting for prey to come to them, but rather fearing being discovered. T-800, proceed cautiously. E-800A, lead the way, and the engineers will clear the path. I instinctively added a layer of caution. My previous experience told me that when things go smoothly, with 2 consecutive strikes, the third often goes awry. The programmer's intuition: passing 2 tests in a row leads to complacency, and the third is likely to have bugs. E-800 reached the entrance, and the high-temperature cutting tool sliced through the metal seal. A gap opened. T-800 stepped forward. Just as its foot crossed the threshold, boom. An explosion erupted suddenly from beneath. Flames and shockwaves surged outward simultaneously. Debris and metal shrapnel wrapped in the blast threw the nearby robots into the air. Peng Wanxiang's pupils contracted sharply. On the terminal screen, the images of T-800 and T-801 shook violently. Then the image of T-800 turned into static. 2 seconds later, the image of T-801 shattered as well. Report to the host: the entrance area is laid with anti-infantry mines. T-800 and T-801 are severely damaged, and their combat effectiveness has significantly decreased. T-802's voice came through the communication channel, accompanied by the sound of gunfire in the background. Mines. Peng Wanxiang froze for half a second. Then he reacted. The northwest corner of the old town used to house an armed forces warehouse. The source of their equipment was most likely from there. No wonder it was hidden so deeply. It wasn't that they were afraid of survivors finding them. They truly had hard goods in hand, treating themselves as a stronghold. All personnel retreat. Bring T-800 and T-801 back. He did not hesitate. Received. On the terminal screen, the remaining robots quickly adjusted their formation. S-800 set up a sniper rifle at a high point in the ruins to cover the entrance, while T-802 and T-803 flanked to provide support, dragging the sparking, slow-moving T-800 and T-801 out of the combat zone. The people on the opposite side didn't chase them out. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but that they didn't need to. They guarded the mines and fortifications, waiting for the enemy to charge in and die. Peng Wanxiang stared at the screen, tapping 3 times on the terminal's frame. The last time he attacked the second outpost, it took 4 minutes to push through with 0 casualties. This time he suffered a major setback in just 4 seconds. A programmer's only reaction in such circumstances was to debug and alter the plan, changing tactics for another attempt. The robot squad withdrew to the transport aircraft. T-800's right leg was blown out of shape, its chest plate dented, and the left optical sensor completely destroyed. T-801 fared slightly better, but the hydraulic system in its left arm had broken again, leaving the entire arm dangling like a twisted iron rod. System repair the whole team and replenish ammunition and equipment. Received. Deduct corresponding materials and start repairs. A blue glow spread from the damaged areas as the metal skeleton unfolded, reshaped, and closed in the light. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 robots were restored to their former glory, standing upright, as if freshly manufactured. Peng Wanxiang glanced at them, but did not rush to order an attack. A frontal assault would not work. With mines and fire points, the opponent had clearly set up a turtle formation. If you come in, I'll blow you up. If you don't come in, I'll wear you down. The robots were fearless, but every explosion meant a consumption of materials, and this strategy was a sure loss. A new approach was needed. System equip the transport aircraft with a weapon system. Plan install multiple rocket launchers and heavy machine guns on both sides. Can't break in. Then let's plow the entrance first. Received. Deduct corresponding materials and start upgrading. The sounds of metal unfolding came from both sides of the cargo hold. A few minutes later, the bare wings of the transport aircraft had 2 bulky black additions, a 7-tube rocket launcher on the left side and a 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the right side with a barrel as thick as an adult's forearm. The transport aircraft transformed from a transport vehicle into an armed transport aircraft. Although it was still far from being an armed helicopter, it was more than enough to bully a group of rats hiding in a hole. Peng Wanxiang chose not to conduct indiscriminate bombardment. There might still be people locked inside. T-800 fire rockets only at the entrance area, clear their minefield and first line of defense. Don't fire deep inside. Understood. The transport aircraft adjusted its posture, the nose slightly lowered, and the left launcher aimed at the entrance. T-800's mechanical hand firmly rested on the launch control lever. Launch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockets shot out of the launch nest, trailing smoke as they drilled into the entrance area. Boom. 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 The consecutive explosions struck the ground like heavy hammers. Flames soared into the sky, debris flew everywhere, and the iron bars, sandbag bunkers, and metal seals welded in layers at the entrance were torn apart, as if made of paper under the dual pressure of heat and shock waves. Smoke billowed upward. The ground trembled. Peng Wanxiang switched to infrared thermal imaging mode on the terminal. The smoke and debris turned into a blurred, orangered thermal spot in the infrared image, with the surface temperature of the entrance area soaring above 400 degrees. Mines. At this temperature, any unexploded ones should have detonated as well. Go down. Activate infrared mode before the smoke clears. This is your stage. The robot squad surged out, diving into the smoke. They did not need their eyes. In infrared imaging mode, thick smoke was not an obstacle, but rather natural cover. The robots could see every humanoid heat source through the smoke, while the humans on the opposite side could only see a grayish haze. Tat, 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 tat. Gunfire erupted in the smoke. On the terminal screen, the humanoid heat sources fell one after another in the infrared view. Some hadn't even had time to raise their guns, some had just turned to run, and some squatted behind cover thinking they were well hidden. But in the infrared image, their bodies appeared like bright orange flames, unable to escape. S-800 crouched at a high point in the ruins, locking onto a figure, trying to circle around from a side passage with the thermal imaging crosshairs. Bang! One shot. The heat source fell to the ground, no longer moving. In less than 2 minutes, report to the host, the entrance area has been cleared. 11 enemies were killed, and no more living targets were found. Peng Wanxiang nodded. E-800 will lead the way, clear the mines. When encountering closed doors, don't rush to break in, scan first then open. Having been tricked once was enough. This advance was much slower than the previous 2 outposts. E-800 led the way, squatting down to scan the ground every 3 steps. Infrared sound wave pressure sensing, all 3 running in parallel. In the first 200 meters, 4 more mines were cleared, all of which were tripwire types hidden at the bottom of door frames and in dark corners. Deceptive. Peng Wanxiang watched E-800 carefully disarm the mines on the terminal, and that thought resurfaced in his mind. This was not something an ordinary survivor gang could accomplish. The placement of the mines was too professional. It wasn't just a couple of random ones to scare people, it was calculated, covering all possible infiltration routes after the entrance cross-placed, blocking even the blind spots for mine clearance. Among these people there were surely those who had received proper military training. The robot squad advanced to the second underground level. The lights in the corridor had been off for an unknown amount of time, and the emergency lights were also out, making it as dark as ink spilled into the eyes. Only the LED lights on the robot helmets cut through the darkness, casting a few pale beams of light. Then, T-800's viewpoint turned around a corner, and a half-open iron door appeared in the image. Behind the door was a room. Peng Wanxiang took a glance and felt his stomach churn. Under the dim light, several human bodies hung upside down on iron hooks from the ceiling. Blood dripped down from the exposed bodies, pooling on the ground into a dark red puddle, the edges already blackened and dried. Some bodies had large areas of skin flayed off, revealing the deep red muscle tissue and white fascia underneath, like carcasses in a slaughterhouse that hadn't been cut apart yet. The smell of blood in the air was so strong that even through the robot's sensors it was palpable. Peng Wanxiang closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze had returned to calm. Continue. T-803 was the first to charge into the next room. A person in a black protective suit was crouched on the floor, frantically stuffing documents into an iron barrel. Flames flickered in the barrel, the edges of the papers curling and darkening, ashes swirling up with the airflow. T-803 did not wait for him to stand. 2 shots fired. The man's body leaned back, collapsing beside the barrel. Half of his black suit mask shattered, revealing a distorted face. Peng Wanxiang fixed his gaze on the still-burning barrel on the terminal. T-803, put out the fire. Salvage the documents. T-803 kicked over the barrel, sparks flying. The mechanical hand sifted through the scattered ashes and scraps of paper, the movements precise but slow. The paper was too brittle, any touched burned part crumbled. In the end, only 7 or 8 fragments were salvaged. Most had been burned into carbonized debris, the edges dark and curled. T-803 spread the fragments on the ground, the camera zooming in. Peng Wanxiang leaned closer to the terminal screen, adjusting the brightness to the maximum. The first fragment, 2/3 burned away, the remaining part had only a few lines. Phase 2 execution node. Ensure completion within H72 hours. H72. If H referred to the moment of the nuclear explosion, H72 hours would be the 3rd day after the explosion. Peng Wanxiang's fingers instinctively tightened. The 3rd day? What day was it when he breached the first fake shelter? The 7th day? This meant that they had completed Phase 2 on the 3rd day after the nuclear explosion, no matter what it was. The second fragment was even more fragmented, leaving only a corner. Person in charge: Chun. Ming. Surname: Chun. The name has a Ming in it. Peng Wanxiang's pupils constricted. Chun Weigua. No, he couldn't think like that. There were many people with the last name. But the image of that 47-year-old middle-aged man with a heart rate of only 64 when he was fitted with the electric shock collar automatically popped up in his memory. The 3rd fragment had only half a line. Coverage area of the 3 northern cities. Human assets, no less. What a phrasing. Referring to living people as human assets. What's the difference between that and numbering pigs in a... The writing on the last fragment was almost entirely burned away, with only a blurred outline of a seal remaining in the lower right corner, round with a pattern that Peng Wanxiang could not recognize. He saved screenshots of all the fragment images. Then he stood up from his seat and walked to the operating table beside the cot. He leaned his hands on the table, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. It wasn't fear. It was digestion. 3 outposts. A unified operational model. Professional military deployment. Standard weapons and protective gear. With plans, nodes, and person in charge. Referring to survivors as human assets. Covering the 3 northern cities. This was not a group of chaotic rabble taking advantage of the fire. This was an organization that had made a full set of preparations before the nuclear bomb fell. They knew that nuclear war would happen. They had pre-selected civil defense works. They completed the deployment on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Then they opened the broadcasts, casting nets like fishermen, reeling in desperate survivors one by one. Not to save them, but to harvest. Peng Wanxiang raised his head, looking at the gray sky outside. The thorn embedded in his flesh. The bigger fish are still at the bottom. Report to the host, all areas have been cleared. T-800's voice brought his attention back. In the 3rd underground level, a detention area was found with 23 survivors, all with varying degrees of external injuries, 5 severely injured, but with no immediate life-threatening conditions. Back at the underground garage outside the shelter, Zhang Yuan, Lu Dilong, and Yi Ming finished counting the people. After confirming the tally, they reported to Peng Wanxiang. Brother Peng, 3 groups plus 1 together. 85 people in total, not 1 missing. Zhang Yuan's voice was hoarse, yet his posture remained rigid like an iron stake driven into the ground. Peng Wanxiang nodded once, his gaze sweeping over the survivors huddled in the garage corners. Their faces were sallow, closed, ragged eyes full of the panic of those who have lived on the brink. They all wore the same expression as the 37 rescued last time, as if cast from the same mold. Only this time he did not flinch. Compared to the early days when they could not even produce a single bag of fabric, the stockpile of materials in the pocket dimension was now generous. Calling it well-provisioned would be an understatement. 85 people, 85 mouths, and also 85 daily survival points. He tallied the ledger in his head with absolute clarity. System. Peng Wanxiang keyed a line of command in his mind. Laterally expand basement level 1. Avoid vertical zones over the farming and groundwater areas. Designate a temporary dwelling area that can fit an additional 85 people. Not cramped but not lavish, just sufficient to house them. Acknowledged host. Plan generated. Deduct required materials. Commence expansion. There was no hesitation. A low tremor rose from the earth. Small but continuous, like the heart of the world skipping a few beats. The basement walls silently pushed outward as new concrete panels rose from the ground in the distance. Steel rebar wove and crossed within cement slurry automatically, filled every seam. The whole process resembled a precision 3D printer running at full speed, flawless down to the last millimeter. 10 minutes later, the expansion was complete. The formerly irregular area became a regular chamber, roughly 35 meters long, 25 meters wide, with a 3-meter ceiling height. 875 square meters. Before the collapse, that space would have housed a modest supermarket. Now it would serve as dormitory space. Next came the matter of electronic wristbands. 85 people, 85 wristbands, 85 survival points to expend. His pocket was short, but these newcomers could not enter just yet. Even if they could, the first thing would not be to claim wristbands, but to go to the infirmary and rid themselves of residual radiation. After enduring the outside world, so long their bodies would surely bear high residual radiation. Untreated, they were ticking time bombs. System expand the medical wing on basement level 3. Extend both isolation rooms and general wards outward. Reserve at least 40 extra beds for redundancy. Acknowledged host. Plan generated. Deduct required materials. Commence expansion. Another low-frequency tremor. The level 3 medical suite began to swell outward as new partition walls grew around the existing space and bed frames lined up neatly along the walls. Within minutes, everything was ready. The expanded medical area was nearly twice its former size. Handling 40 to 50 patients at once was no longer a problem. Peng Wanxiang took the tally book Zhang Yuan handed him. Its craft paper cover was worn at the corners, the very ledger Li Mingyu had used to register people at the outset. By now more than half the pages were filled. He flipped through a few sheets. Zhang Yuan's handwriting was not elegant, but it was clear, each name, age, health condition, former occupation listed in neat rows. Doctors, 2. 1 surgeon, 1 general practitioner. Peng Wanxiang's finger lingered on that line for a moment. A surgeon. That had not been scarce before the end, but after the collapse, a living person who could wield a scalpel was worth more than 10. Robots could perform programmed standardized tasks, but when faced with emergencies or anomalies absent from a database, only the human brain could improvise. He continued reading. A civil engineer 1. Electricians 2. A carpenter 1. And an entry labeled the veterinarian. Zhang Yuan, noticing what he was looking at, leaned closer and murmured, that vet was pulled from the 3rd outpost. Worked on a farm for over a decade. Can treat cattle, sheep, pigs. Peng Wanxiang closed the book. Among the 85 people, the number of immediately deployable professionals numbered at least a dozen. This sortie had not been a loss, but had been a windfall. He pocketed the ledger and cast his eyes around the garage. Dozens squeezed together, their warm breath mingling into a pale mist. Though concrete overhead provided a layer of shelter, the garage had no heating system. The temperature inside offered little respite from the cold. A few people had begun rubbing their hands and stamping their feet. A woman holding a child wrapped the coat tightly around the little one. While she wore only a thin sweater, her lips were tinged purple from the cold. 2 problems had to be solved. First, warmth and sealing the garage tight. Peng Wanxiang strode to the garage entrance, the sole passage to the outside world. The exit half dismantled by him before gaped like an open mouth. Cold wind poured in and howled, magnifying the sound of an ill-shut winter window 100-fold. He pressed both hands to the broken walls on either side. Systems seal this opening. Retain 1 lift door wide enough for transport planes and armored vehicles to pass through. Acknowledged. Under his fingertips, concrete and rebar began to grow. New walls closed inward from both sides, and within seconds the once open entrance became a complete barrier. In the center was seated a metallic lift door 4 meters wide and 3 meters tall, dark gray, with a fine anti-rust texture. Peng Wanxiang pressed the control panel to the door's side. A low hum. The door rose half a meter, and wind and snow immediately squeezed through the gap, stinging faces with cold. He pressed again, and the door settled back down. It sealed tightly, not a breath leaked. Satisfied, he turned and rejoined the crowd, issuing a second mental command. Seconds later, 3 industrial electric heaters materialized on the garage floor. Small in size, but powerful in output, their cables extended automatically, snaking along the wall into reserved outlets, and connecting to the shelter's power grid. Click. The 3 heaters glowed orange at once. Warmth surged from their grills like a compassionate hand, pushing the surrounding cold back several paces. Those nearest first froze in place, then, as if pulled by a magnet, drifted instinctively toward the heaters. Warm. It's warm. The woman with the child whispered, her voice breaking in her throat. Tears welled in her eyes. Everyone gather near the heaters, but don't crowd or step on one another. Peng Wanxiang's voice was low, yet in the quiet garage it carried far. We'll make do here for tonight. Once some preparations are complete, we can bring you into the shelter tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peng. Fragments of voices rose from the crowd. Thanks, sobs, and the wordless grip of hands held tight to one another. Peng Wanxiang said little. He checked the temperature around the heaters, and seeing it slowly climb nodded briefly to Zhang Yuan and the others. Go back. You've worked a long day. Right, Brother Peng? Zhang Yuan replied, his throat rasped like sandpaper. Lu Dilong yawned. Yiming shouldered the radio and followed silently. Before leaving, Peng Wanxiang glanced at the two combat robots left on guard duty. T-804 and T-805 stood rigid at the outskirts of the crowd, their optical sensors sweeping slowly beneath metal visors without superfluous movement. If you need anything, talk to them. Peng Wanxiang gestured toward the machines. They will relay it to me. Understood, Mr. Peng. Rest assured. He waved and led his team into the passage. The decontamination room's ultraviolet lamps activated and the spray system began. Water washed dust and radiation residues from the surface of the protective suits spiraling down the drains. The moment he removed his lead suit felt like shedding a set of shackles. His shoulders ached so much he could barely lift them. You all go rest first. He cracked his neck and a bone popped. They'll check the infirmary. Zhang Yuan and the others said little and dispersed. As they left, Lu Dilong looked back, opened his mouth as if to speak, then only patted Peng Wanxiang's shoulder. A small gesture, but sincere. Peng Wanxiang walked down the corridor to basement level 3. His pace slowed involuntarily. It was not fatigue, since leaving the outpost his nerves had been taut. Combat command infrastructure resettlement. His mind had been threaded with tasks spinning at full speed. Now it slowed, and the things buried at the bottom of his list rose up. Hang bodies. Flayed torsos. Radiation-stricken survivors curled in corners. And those charred fragments. Phase 2 execution node. H72. Person in charge Chun. Ming. Human assets. He paused at the stair landing for 2 seconds. He inhaled deeply and pushed those images back down. First, see to his family. Other matters could wait. The infirmary's lights were soft, not the harsh white LEDs used elsewhere in the shelter. He had deliberately set the color temperature when it was built. Hospitals should be comforting places, especially for family. He opened the door and stepped lightly. On the bed, Wang Qinyu sat propped against pillows, staring at the 4-tube on her wrist. Hearing the door, she turned. Their eyes met. She did not say, "You finally came back." She only looked at him, the corner of her mouth stirring as she whispered softly, "You're back." 2 words. Peng Wanxiang heard in them the weight beneath a whole day's waiting. The anxiety of watching him take off in the transport, the clenched hand when gunfire and explosions crackled over the radio. It was all contained in those 2 words. "Yes, I'm back." He walked to her bedside and took her hand. Naturally, her palm was warm. "Daddy." On the small adjacent bed, Peng Zioya's head popped out from under the covers, eyes bright. "Daddy, where did you go?" "Mom said you want to fight monsters." "Did you win?" Peng Wanxiang couldn't help but smile. He leaned down and pinched his daughter's plump cheek. "I won. The monsters have all run away." "Yage." Xiaoya pumped a tiny fist, then promptly pouted. "But the robot doctor gave me a shot. It hurt so much." "Shots are how we drive the bad things out of the body." Peng Wanxiang tucked the blanket around her. "Bear with it, you'll feel." "Really? When have I ever lied to you?" Xiaoya thought for a moment. "You lied? You said you went out to find strawberries and came back with a cow." Peng Wanxiang fell silent. She still remembered that debt. "The strawberries are planted, they'll be ready soon." He quickly changed the subject. "Be good and sleep." Xiaoya grunted, burrowed back under the covers, and in 3 seconds was motionless. A child's speed of falling asleep forever inspires adult envy. Peng Wanxiang stood and glanced at the neighboring bed. Li Mingyu sat propped up, clutching a radio, alert and ready at a moment's notice. His eyes were bright for someone supposedly ill. "Brother Peng," he lowered his voice. "I've been monitoring. There is nothing abnormal inside the shelter." Chen Wei was stayed in his tent all day with a steady heart rate. "Shouter is quiet, not causing trouble." Water still dripped from the floor on his bed as he reported without missing a detail. Peng Wanxiang looked at him. "Your task now is convalescence, not standing watch." "Convalescing doesn't stop me from watching the screens," Li Mingyu argued with righteous firmness. Peng Wanxiang did not bother to argue. He turned to the medical robot by the bedside. "How long until radiation clearance for the 3 of them?" The robot's electronic optic flickered twice. "Report host. Ms. Wang Xinyu has low residual radiation and requires approximately 2 more days for complete clearance. Peng Zioya's light weight and fast metabolism indicate 1 day. Li Mingyu having the longest exposure will require 4 days. For days. That meant Li Mingyu had to stay obediently in bed for the duration. Hear that? Peng Wanxiang met his gaze. 4 days. During that time, your sole duty is to lie down. Leave the monitoring to Zhang Yuan and the others. Li Mingyu opened his mouth, but did not argue. Understood, he said reluctantly. The words showed on his face more than his voice. Peng Wanxiang said nothing further and returned to Wang Qianya's bedside. She had listened quietly without interrupting. When the room settled, she asked in a soft voice, "Did things go smoothly today?" "Smooth. All 3 outposts were taken and everyone was rescued." He hesitated. "But there are things I should tell you in private later." Wang Xinyu glanced at him, but did not press. She knew him well. If he said later, it meant the matter was unsuitable for a child to overhear. "All right. You get some rest too." She tilted her head, slightly signaling that he should not linger. "You look worse than when you left." "Do I? Go look in a mirror yourself." Peng Wanxiang touched his face and found nothing unusual. He bent and brushed his forehead to hers, his voice lowered, so only they could hear. "Sleep. Don't worry. Everything is under my care. Wang Qianyu hummed, and closed her eyes. A faint smile curved her lips, small but real. He left the infirmary and closed the door gently behind him. The corridor was quiet, the lights stretched his shadow long. He walked the length, once checking operational data on every system panel. Ventilation, normal. Water supply, normal. Power, load at 72%, within safe limits. Ground source heat pump, stable indoor temperature steady at 25 C. All green lights. No yellow, no red. In his old days, writing code, a fully green dashboard meant you could relax. Now it made clearer a different truth. The hardware was maxed out while software bugs remained unfixed. He entered the monitoring room and took his seat at the console. On the big screen, the shelter's internal and external feeds tiled across the display. Basement level 1 tent zone. Most newly arrived survivors were asleep, a few turning in their slumber. Basement level 2 gym stationary bikes stood idle, the leaderboard showing Wang's name lit in red at the top. The recreation room was empty, mahjong tiles stacked neatly. In the garage, the 85 newcomers clustered around the heaters, most with closed eyes. T804 and T805 stood motionless at either end. External cameras offered only a gray-white blur. Wind and snow had smeared most of the lenses, leaving only vague outlines of rubble and swirling flakes. Temperature reading 31 C. Radiation 2847 USVH. It was slowly declining, but still far from safe. Peng Wanxiang stared at the screens and tapped a few keys, bringing up the satellite signal terminal settings. The cursor hovered on the broadcast mode option for 2 seconds. Before the collapse, there had been a hope radio, an ordinary person broadcasting a plea into lethal radiation until he curled up and died awaiting rescue. His reply had arrived too late. The man was gone. Peng Wanxiang pressed the key. Transmit mode, looped broadcast. Message: survivors receiving this signal, this is Dawn Shelter. We have water, power, food, and medical care. Our coordinates are coordinates encrypted channel loop transmission. He leaned back and watched the green broadcasting indicator blink on the screen. He did not know how far the signal would reach, nor whether any living ear would receive it. But he knew that if the man who died in the subway control room had heard not a siren luring him into a trap, but a genuine lifeline, the ending might have been different. Perhaps the outcome would change. Perhaps. Dinner: Zhang Chong cooked a large pot of stewed radish with vermicelli and added chopped luncheon meat. Plain fare, but hot and filling. Peng Wanxiang sat in a kitchen corner with a bowl and stopped after half a serving. He chewed mechanically while the charred paper fragments replayed in his mind. Phase 2 execution note. H 72 hours. Person in charge: Chun Ming. Coverage: Northern 3 cities. Human assets. And that blurred circular seal. He forced down a few more mouthfuls. He knew from long nights coding that low blood sugar made decisions unreliable. After finishing, he tossed the bowl into the sink and walked back to his empty bedroom. Xinyu and Xiaya were in the infirmary. The 3 dogs had been coaxed by Li Mingyu to lie by his bed under the pretense of keeping watch. In truth, they were angling for those ham-eat cubes. Peng Wanxiang lay down. The ceiling was smooth gray concrete, uncracked. Things made by the system never failed on quality. He closed his eyes. The fragments shuffled into patterns in the dark like scattered code attempting to recompile in his head. 3 outposts. A unified modus operandi sees civil defense installations broadcast to lure people, close the iron cages. Professional military defenses, minefields, overlapping fields of fire, communication suppression. Standard issue weapons and protective gear, not the kind a civilian could scrounge. There was planning. Timelines. A person in charge. They called live people human assets and covered the northern 3 cities. This was not a ragtag gang assembled after the bombs fell. It was an organization that had written its script before the missiles landed. He turned over and thought of Chun Weigua, age 47. He wore cracked spectacles, registered a heart rate of 64 when the shock bracelets were applied, never cued, never complained, never followed the crowd. Yet always in the shadows, he scanned cameras, terminals, and Peng Wanxiang with calm eyes. He had met Zhao Desgaze at least twice. The document fragments read: person in charge Chun Ming. Perhaps coincidence. There are countless people surnamed Chun. The 14th day after the apocalypse. Yesterday, I earned 177 survival points, bringing my total to 203 points. Peng Wanxiang's eyes had not fully opened, yet the corners of his mouth began to curl up. 203. 203. He silently repeated the number in his mind, twice to confirm he hadn't missed. 126 people, 16 cattle, 32 mutated sheep, and 3 Pomeranians. These employees had feasted and rested comfortably in his territory all night, turning in exactly 177 points as workspace fees. This is the daily revenue of a medium-sized enterprise. Peng Wanxiang sat up in bed, his joints cracking. 3 minutes for washing up and dressing, then he pushed the door open and stepped out. The smell of rice porridge wafted through the corridor. Zhang Chong's crew had already started cooking. He didn't go to eat. Business first. After donning a lead protective suit, he entered the decontamination area, pushed open the isolation door, and arrived at the underground garage. The heater had been on all night, and the air still bore a faint scent of sweat, though it was slightly less than the night before. With 85 people crammed together overnight, it couldn't be too pleasant. Most were still asleep. T804 and T805 stood like iron pillars at both ends of the crowd, unmoving throughout the night. Peng Wanxiang did not disturb everyone. He approached a few survivors who were already awake and waved. Come over and form a line. A few rubbed their eyes and approached, their expressions betraying their apprehension of what's next. Peng Wanxiang was concise. A command flashed in his mind. 85 survival points deducted and 85 electronic wristbands neatly lined up, emerging from an alternate space. A significant loss. However, it was inevitable. He drew out the first wristband and gestured for the person in front of him to extend their hand. Name: Zhao. Zhao Feng. Age: 34. What was your previous job? Taxi driver. The wristband clicked into place. Peng Wanxiang nodded towards the door. You'll go in with the robot shortly. There are rules, listen carefully and don't mess around. Zhao Feng looked down at the faint blue light glowing on his wrist and swallowed, nervously nodding vigorously. Next. Name, age, profession. Input secured. Next. Some were very cooperative, answering every question. Some were still disoriented, only asking, "What is this?" after securing the wristband. Others stared intently at the small screen on their wrists, as if observing something that did not belong to this era. Their eyes mixed fear, curiosity, and a glimmer of hope. 2 hours passed. All 85 wristbands were. Peng Wanxiang moved his fingers and let out a sigh of relief. Doing this once was manageable, but doing it a second time would make him consider resigning on the spot. He was not an HR. T800, take people in batches. Once the decontamination process is completed for one batch, let the next one in. You explain the rules inside. Understood, host. T800 stepped forward, mechanically reciting the rules in a tone devoid of emotion. How to earn contribution points, how to exchange for housing, wrists must not be removed, and violations will result in electric shocks. The survivors looked bewildered. Someone muttered softly, "This place is stricter than my previous job." The person next to him pulled him sharply. "Stricter? You have food, drink, and heating, and you're still complaining about strictness. Go freeze outside then." The man shrank his neck and fell silent. Peng Wanxiang ignored them and turned back to the shelter. He paused at the inner entrance of the decontamination area. In the future, when more survivors came seeking refuge following the broadcast signals, he couldn't rely on manually processing each one. It needed to be automated. System. Build an automatic registration and distribution device at this location. The entrance will scan human data and the robots will handle wristband fitting and distribute sleeping bags and tents. Fully automated, 0 human intervention. Received. Deducting corresponding materials. Constructing. The ground trembled slightly. A metallic framework grew from nothing. A scanner, a display screen, conveyor rails, and robotic arms. After a few seconds, a sci-fi-like registration assembly line was firmly embedded at the entrance of the decontamination area. Peng Wanxiang circled around it. This thing reminded him of the vault entrance from playing Fallout 4 before the apocalypse. He had previously criticized the unrealistic design of the game. Now he had created a real version himself. Life had become much more surreal than a game. With this device, future newcomer intake would be completely automated. Scan, register, fit wristbands, distribute supplies, all in one go without him needing to show up. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the total number of people on the terminal. 126 people. Before the apocalypse, this was the employee scale of a small enterprise. After the apocalypse, half a squad. The phrase "a local lord" spun around in his mind. The corners of Peng Wanxiang's mouth twitched, but he managed not to laugh out loud. The scale had expanded, but with it came more responsibilities. However, those managerial headaches could wait. Today there were more pressing matters to attend to. 3 levels underground. Medical room. A new batch of survivors was lining up for checkups. The lights were set to a warm hue, and the beeping of the machines was steady and unhurried. 2 medical robots operated their mechanical arms rhythmically, accurately, and coldly devoid of any excess warmth. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion lay on the examination bed, his arm extended into the testing aperture, his voice fragile, like crumpled papers. "Is there still hope for me?" Radiation, level 785 MUSVH, moderate radiation. Treatment is possible, oh please relax. The robotic voice was as flat as a straight line. The man was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he buried his face in the crook of his arm, his shoulders shaking. It was not fear. It was the first time he had heard the words "there is hope." Peng Wanxiang observed silently for a while. 85 people underwent tests, classified and queued, with those having higher radiation levels prioritized for the machines. There were no issues with the process. The problem was the speed. Even with both medical robots working at full capacity, they couldn't process so many people in a day. Moreover, in the adjacent ward, Wang Qianyu and Xiaoyu were still lying there. He passed by the next room, opened the door, and took a glance. Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep. Her little face was flushed, and she clutched an uneaten piece of ham sausage, leaving a small patch of drool on the pillow. Wang Qianyu was half reclining against the head of the bed, lifting her eyelids, slightly mouthing 2 silent words. "I'm fine." Peng Wanxiang nodded and gently closed the door. He felt a little more at ease. He turned back to the main treatment area. There could be no more delays. The radiation elimination equipment that had been put off due to insufficient points had to be resolved today. System. Construct a radiation elimination device. Position it on the east side of the medical room. Requirements compatible with existing equipment. Treatment efficiency must be improved by at least 60%. Received. Deducting 60 survival points and corresponding materials. Constructing. 60 points. It pained him. But if the residual radiation in over 100 bodies was not cleared, it was like sitting at a dining table with a ticking time bomb. This expenditure could not be spared. After a few seconds, a device grew out of thin air on the east wall of the medical room. It was entirely silver gray, its surface gleaming with a rhythmic faint blue light a full size larger than the two old devices. Radiation elimination device is now online. After integration, the estimated treatment time will be reduced by 70. Peng Wanxiang signaled for the medical robots to complete the connection. The wiring was reorganized and completed within minutes. All those with radiation levels over 500 should be prioritized for this unit. Understood, host. The queued survivors were unaware of what had happened. They only saw a large device appearing out of nowhere in the corner. But after 2 days of visual bombardment, they were almost accustomed to Mr. Peng conjuring things out of thin air. System current survival points. 53 points. From the 203 points in the morning, he had spent down to 53. To lose 150 points in a single day was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine a week ago. But now, employee number 177 clocked in on time every day to pay rent, and tomorrow morning another full deposit would be credited. This confidence was built on the foundation of daily high wages. After handling the medical room matters, it was already afternoon. Peng Wanxiang first went to the kitchen to grab a few bites. Zhang Chong had left him a serving of fried rice. Second-generation greenhouse bok, choy chopped luncheon, meat cooked just right, not the best, but sufficient to fill one's stomach, which was a delicacy in the apocalypse. After eating his fill, he began to think of new ideas. Electricity. The biggest hidden danger in the shelter now was not food, not radiation, it's electricity. The population surged from over 40 to more than 120, and the equipment expanded from a few LED lights to medical devices, radiation elimination devices, greenhouse lights, heating systems, surveillance networks, servers, gym bikes. The daily electricity consumption was climbing. Hydroelectric power and batteries could still hold out, but not for long. Nuclear power, starting at 3,000 survival points. Out of the question. But there was still one path, geothermal. The earth lay beneath his feet. The deeper the hotter. As long as he dug to the right depth and set up geothermal power generation equipment, it would be like plugging a never-depleting charging line into the earth. Without hesitation, Peng Wanxiang headed to the underground water area, bypassing the steadily operating geothermal heat pump, and selected an empty spot 10 meters away. The distance was sufficient, not affecting the effectiveness of the heat pump. System begin excavation downward from this position. Diameter 3 meters. Simultaneously construct a reinforced concrete support structure and elevator track for the walls. Receive deducting corresponding materials. He squatted down, pressing his palm against the ground. The rock layers beneath his feet began to silently dissolve. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters. His palm remained pressed against the cool ground, but he could clearly sense the layers of earth beneath him peeling away. Dirt, gravel, clay, sandstone, each layer differing in color and texture like slicing a millefeuille cake. All the materials extracted were credited. The rocks transformed into basic elements of silicon, aluminum, and iron, while sand turned into silica. Any encountered metal veins went straight into storage. Mining also yielded materials, a pure form of free gain. The walls of the shaft were automatically filled and reinforced as they dissolved, while the elevator track extended downwards in segments along the inner wall, fitting perfectly with no deviation. It felt like playing a real-life version of Minecraft. The difference was, Steve could fall through bedrock into the void and restart his save. He could not. 100 meters. 200 meters. The temperature was rising. The numbers on the system panel slowly climbed from 25 to 38. 45. 52. The air began to feel heavy. 300 meters. The color of the wall rock changed from gray-white to dark red. Even through his gloves, he could feel the heat penetrating into his palms. The thermometer registered over 67. 400 meters. Current depth rock layer temperature 81 has entered the moderate to low temperature geothermal resource range. Primary geothermal power generation facilities can be constructed, but efficiency will be low. Suggestion to continue digging deeper into the high temperature range. Primary. Efficiency low. Having already dug down 400 meters, he wasn't going to stop now. Continue. 500 meters. The thermometer stabilized at 96. The rock layer turned deep brown with steam seeping out the air filled with a heavy mineral-like heat. Pressing his palm against it even through the protective layer of the system, he could feel a slow, heavy warmth surging up from deep within the earth. Slow and heavy, like the breath of a giant beast. Peng Wanxiang stood in the elevator looking up. Above him was a perfectly round shaft 3 meters in diameter extending upwards 500 meters. At the very top remained a tiny point of light, the shelter's lamp. 500 meters. Before the apocalypse, this depth was enough to stack 2 Shanghai Tower buildings. After the apocalypse, he had dug it out all by himself in one afternoon. Upgrade protective suit heat resistance. Peng Wanxiang grit his teeth. The suit's temperature alarm screamed, sweat soaked the lining until it clung to his skin like a scalding damp towel. 85 C. 600 meters deep. Any deeper, and without an upgrade his suit would turn him into roast meat. Acknowledged. Deducting materials and 5 survival points upgrading. Complete. Current protective suit temperature limit raised to 200 C. No sooner had the voice faded than a coolness seeped from the inner layers, as if a row of chilled water bottles had been pressed against his spine. The air that had been baking him through was suddenly only warm. Comfortable, Peng Wanxiang said, flicking sweat from his brow and pressing his palm back against the rock beneath his feet. Onward. 700 meters. The rock shifted from ashen gray to brick red like an iron slab half-forged. Even with the gloves and the system's protective layer, heat still seemed to crawl into the joints of his bones. The air was suffocating heavy as a steam chamber carrying a metallic tang. 800 meters. When he struck a vein of metal, the system automatically cataloged it into inventory. Mining yielded materials too. Free gains were the sweetest. 900 meters. The rock face began to weep. Not with cool water, but with scalding liquid that hissed and steamed upon the suit's surface. Peng Wanxiang instinctively curled his fingers inward. Temperature readout 127°C. The surrounding air was no longer merely hot. It carried a ferocity capable of igniting cotton. The hoist shaft stretched upward beyond sight, the top reduced to a pinpoint of light like a distant star. 900 meters. Before the end, his longest commute during an all-night shift had been from his desk to the downstairs convenience store. Now he was alone, having hewn nearly a kilometer of earth with his bare hands. Code does change the world, yes. But today it was not code that remade things. It was the hands pressed against the stone. Finally, 1,000 meters. Current depth 1,000 meters. Rock temperature 150°C. Entering high temperature geothermal resource zone. Suitable for constructing a geothermal power station. I'll recommend on-site deployment. Peng Wanxiang exhaled. The rock beneath his feet was deep brown, fissured with fine cracks. Steaming vapor seeped from every seam, laced with the smell of sulfur. It felt like standing on the sleeping spine of a dragon. He could sense that power, a slow, muffled pulse, the heartbeat of the planet's inner reaches. The earth was breathing. His task was to hook a pipe to that dragon's flank and draw its warmth. Initiate construction of geothermal power system. Acknowledged. Deducting materials and 20 survival points. Constructing. This tremor was fiercer than it was. No gentle resonance from the walls. It was a weighty, low-frequency roar that poured up through his soles, as if the planet itself were helping him work. Pipes grew from nothing into the searing rock. Thick alloy mains, a web of heat exchange branches, high-pressure valves, pressure reducers, safety vents. A turbine materialized and seated itself on a prepared foundation. Its blades turned at first languidly, then, with gathering speed. The generator followed. Coils spun furiously in a magnetic field, current climbing along laid conduits, ascending a vertical 1,000 meters to tie directly into the shelter's power grid. The whole installation stretched from 900 to 1,000 meters, occupying 100 meters of vertical space. Before the collapse, this would have required permits, bidding, environmental reviews, and years of bureaucracy. Now, 30 seconds. Geothermal power system construction complete. Current output 500 kilowatts. Connected to shelter power system. Shelter daily average consumption 100 kilowatts. Power surplus 400. 500 kilowatts. Peng Wanxiang stood beside the generator, listening to the turbine's steady, sonorous hum and feeling the continuous warmth rising through the floorboards. This apparatus required no oil, coal, or nuclear fuel, only the Earth's own heat. As long as the core did not collapse and the crust held, this machine could keep turning. Perpetual motion is a myth. But he had built something close, a quasi-perpetual engine. What does 500 kilowatts mean? Before the collapse, it could run an entire 20-story office building without restraint. After the collapse, it meant he could keep the shelter's lights on for as long as memory remained. Power anxiety was from this day erased. Peng Wanxiang rode the elevator up 1,000 meters, returning to the underground water zone. The subterranean river flowed quietly. The hydro turbines buzzed. Geothermal heat pump piping clung to the rock face. 3 systems distributed across different locations, each doing its own work. That would not do. The programmer in him flared. Distributed architecture was fine, but there must be a unified control panel. Otherwise, when a node failed, would they run to each one in turn to diagnose? System, construct an energy control room at this location. Integrate the geothermal plant hydroelectric system and ground source heat pumps. Implement unified monitoring. Acknowledged. Deducting materials, constructing. Complete. The control room was modest in size, but complete. 3 walls were fitted with displays live streaming geothermal output, hydro output, heat pump temperatures, battery charge, and other critical metrics. The console was neat, buttons, knobs, and an emergency brake arranged with purpose. At its center, a metal workbench held the master control panel, the status of all 3 systems instantly legible, green indicators blazing. Before the collapse, this would be called a SCADA system. After the collapse, it was Peng Wanxiang's energy brain. He sat at the console, a moment running permissions logic through his head. Highest privileges belonged to him alone. Full shutdowns, parameter edits, emergency stops, all sensitive operations required his hand. View and operate privileges he granted to Zhou Hai, the old hydro technician who loved his equipment like a man loves kin, responsible for daily maintenance and routine adjustments. View privileges he gave to Li Mingyu, the kid who had learned to watch monitors with uncanny focus, so there would be an extra pair of eyes on the screens. System set control room permissions. Highest Peng Wanxiang. View and operate Zhou Hai. View only Li Mingyu. Acknowledged. Permissions set. Fine. 3 keys, 3 people each guarding their own door. Peng Wanxiang walked to the underground river and found Zhou Hai crouched by a hydro turbine, checking its bearings. Zhou Hai had an almost obsessive love for machinery. Daily inspections thrice over screws tightened, then rechecked battery connections soldered by his own hand with joints neat enough for a trade show. When he heard about the geothermal plant and the control room, his eyes widened then brightened. 1,000 meters. You really dug to 1,000. With my own hands. Zhou Hai clicked his tongue, muttering, impressive. Then his gaze settled on the insulation suit in Peng Wanxiang's hands. What's this? For you. Peng Wanxiang held out the suit. The underground is at 150C. If the generator fails, you'll have to go down and fix it. This will protect you. Zhou Hai took the suit, turning it over, feeling the fabric and inspecting every seam. It was his reflex. Anything new in hand must first be verified for quality. He handled it as he always had, with new tools. Good workmanship. He nodded solemnly, folding the suit and cradling it to his chest with the tenderness of a man holding. The underground temperature is high. Keep a close eye on the geothermal generator's readings. The control room has the master panel. Any parameter fluctuation will show up immediately. If you notice anything odd, notify me at once. Don't worry, brother Peng. Zhou Hai thumped his chest. My life revolves around machines. Hand them to me and they won't fail. Peng Wanxiang patted his shoulder and said no more. Some people need no speeches or promises. Place them beside the thing they love and they are enough. Leaving the control room, Peng Wanxiang climbed the stairs. Passing the first basement level, he slowed his pace. This place was wholly changed from 10 days before. Doors along the corridor bore handwritten room numbers, rooms already assigned and lived in. Someone had strung a clothesline from one doorframe to the opposite and hung washed t-shirts and socks. Water dripped from a hem in slow measured beads to the floor. A child ran at the corridor's end, shoes slapping. A woman's voice called him back. Around the corner, two men crouched over a chessboard drawn on cardboard, the pieces scavenged from who knew where. The scene made Peng Wanxiang momentarily disoriented. He thought of his pre-collapse apartment building. Corridors always hung with laundry like flags, motion sensor lights that broke and stayed broken for months, and an old man permanently squatting in a corner with a chessboard. That world had vanished. Yet certain traces were slowly regrowing inside 5 meters of concrete shell underground. Still, he glanced down at a corner of the wall. Yellowing stains crept up from the baseboard, tufts of hair and dust clustered like the spoor of long-haired rodents. A discarded plastic bag was flattened and stuck to the floor, unpeeling with difficulty. Deeper in the corridor, a faint stale odor lingered. Over 100 people crowded into one place, and no one managed common areas. Before the collapse, this would have been the mark of a neglected low-end property. After the collapse, no different. We need property management. Two plans formed in Peng Wanxiang's mind. Plan A, build cleaning robots. Plan B, manual cleaning. Robots would save effort but cost survival points. Manual cleaning demanded managerial energy, but there were still many people on basement level who had no assigned posts. Idle threads left unassigned will eventually cause bugs. Plan B. He picked up his radio. Zhang Yuan, notify everyone without assigned day shifts to gather in the first basement public area. Received, Mr. Peng. Minutes later, 10 or so survivors trickled in. Some had just come down from the gym, legs still trembling. Others were called from the card room, a fistful of cards still in hand. Their faces shared a single question. What is the boss up to now? Peng Wanxiang wasted no time. I have an announcement. Starting today, we are forming a sanitation and cleaning team. They will be responsible for daily cleaning of public areas, corridors, restrooms, stairs, and shared facilities. Daily work no less than 3 hours. Base contribution 15 points per day with system adjustments based on He paused and scanned the crowd. If interested, sign up with Zhang Yuan. For now, we will recruit 5. At once, they'll sign up. Count me in. In the shelter, everyone knew. Having a post meant contribution points. Points meant the ability to trade for rooms and supplies. This was not merely recruiting cleaners, it was handing out meal tickets. More than a dozen hands shot up. Zhang Yuan took the registration book Li Mingyu had given him and wrote names quickly, then handed it to Peng Wanxiang. Peng Wanxiang glanced through the list. He did not pick the youngest or the most eager. He selected 5 people. Lu Guifeng, 55, a housewife. No competing technical skills, a life spent on household labor. Wang Li, 52, retired worker. Nimble, steady temperament. Li Jiangwo, 58, retired teacher. Spent a lifetime at the lectern, not much use in combat, but meticulous and conscientious. Zhang Tsuea, 60. Before the collapse, she worked in property cleaning. Her expertise fit the role. Sun Dishing, 65. Former street union chair for over a decade, able to manage people and coordinate relationships. 5 people, the youngest 52 and the oldest 65. In many other positions, they could not outcompete younger, stronger candidates. Greenhouses, kitchens, security, scavenging. None of those would fall to them. But the collapse did not only require the strong. It required that every living person have a place or role in which they were needed. If these people could never secure posts, and thus never earn contribution points, they would become surplus to the shelter. When a person believes themselves surplus, that is the true danger. Peng Wanxiang handed the roster back. These 5. Zhang Yuan skimmed it, lips moving briefly, then said nothing and went to notify them. When the 5 were summoned, their expressions differed. Zhang Tsuea reacted quickest. This was her old trade, and she straightened with professional pride. Sun Dushing pushed up his bifocals, face reserved, but eyes bright. Lu Guifeng and Wang Li exchanged a look and found a hidden small relief, the gladness of being chosen. Li Jiangguo stood the straightest, as if at a podium. The cleaning team duties are entrusted to you, Peng Wanxiang. The cleanliness of public spaces will determine whether 100+ people live comfortably. You have my confidence, mister. Sun Dushing was the first to speak, voice modest, but resonant. Leave it to us. We will do the job properly. The others nodded in agreement. Peng Wanxiang gave a short affirmative and turned toward the second basement level. At the corner he stopped. System construct a supply room in the west corner of basement level 2, 5 square meters, fully equipped with cleaning tools, a sink, and drying racks. The floor behind them trembled faintly. Before the five could respond, a room silently grew from the corridor wall. The door opened automatically. Inside, brooms, mops, buckets, and rags were neatly stowed, a stainless steel sink nested in the corner, and 2 rows of drying rods were welded to the wall. Small but complete. Tools are inside. Today, familiarize yourselves with procedures. Just a simple sweep will do. Tomorrow you officially start. The system will record work hours and attendance. Go. The 5 filed into the storage room in single file, their chatter and the clatter of tools spilling out. Zhang Cueya had already started filling a bucket. Zhang Yuan followed Peng Wanxiang a few steps before he could contain himself. Mr. Peng, the 5 you chose are rather old. I know. Zhang Yuan waited 2 seconds for further explanation that did not come. Peng Wanxiang glanced at him. Do you mean younger people are more efficient? Zhang Yuan did not deny it. Efficiency is not the only standard. Peng Wanxiang's tone was calm. These 5 cannot compete with younger people for other posts. Without posts, they cannot earn contribution points. Without points, they cannot secure food or housing. Over time, a person becomes wasted. Giving them meaningful work is far more important than giving them free meals. Zhang Yuan froze, then nodded vigorously. Understood. Peng Wanxiang patted his shoulder and moved on with a new day. The 15th day of the apocalypse quietly arrives. Peng Wanxiang awakens from his slumber. A new day has begun. Habitually, he checks the system panel the first thing he does upon waking. In the section of survival points, the number has changed to 225. Yesterday, he gained 177 points, adding to the previous 48 points, bringing the total to 225. Inside the shelter, everything is as usual. People have gradually adapted to life here, transitioning from initial panic to the current orderly routine, a remarkable transformation. Some are rejoicing over securing their desired rooms, others are busy preparing for the upcoming harvest, and some are engaged in heated debates over yesterday's card games. Everything seems so harmonious. Approaching noon, around 10 o'clock, a voice suddenly breaks the momentary calm over the radio intercom. It's Li Mingyu, brother Peng. The cameras outside the community have spotted a few people heading our way. Peng Wanxiang responds with some confusion. Who could come here at this time? Can you see any details about them? Are they friend or foe? He inquires. Let me zoom in and take a look, brother Peng. Hold on. Li Mingyu adjusts the zoom on the surveillance, carefully observing. They look like survivors. Their clothes are tattered and their faces are covered in dust, as if they haven't washed in a long time. They carry some worn-out or homemade backpacks and hold simple weapons like sticks. I can't tell if they mean any harm for now, he reports after a moment of observation. Alright, I understand. Peng Wanxiang. He'll send 2 combat robots to guide them. You have Zhang Yuan and the others ready at the automatic registration device. Understood, Li Mingyu replies. T-800 and T-801 are dispatched from the shelter to the entrance of the community garage, where they encounter the survivors seen on the monitor. The group of survivors consists of 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s. One tall male steps forward to converse with T-800. Although his steps are somewhat unsteady, he strives to stand tall, exuding a military-like aura. He explains that they received a message from the Dawn shelter via the radio and have journeyed here, hoping to be taken in. They have struggled for a long time in this apocalyptic world, enduring numerous hardships. Now, they just want to find a safe place to live. T-800 reports the situation to Peng Wanxiang with a voice that remains cold, devoid of any emotion. 5 survivors detected 3 men and 2 women aged between 20 and 30 in poor physical condition, posing no apparent threat. Requesting instructions. Let them in, Peng Wanxiang commands after a moment of thought. Be cautious, verify their identities and intentions to prevent any deceit. He added, after all, in this apocalypse, one cannot be too careful. T-800 and T-801 brought the 5. In the decontamination area, the 5 underwent a simple disinfection and cleaning, washing away the dust and fatigue, revealing their true appearances. Zhang Yuan was already waiting there, responsible for recording their information. Name, age, occupation, specialties, please state clearly, no concealments. My name is Gao Chong. I served as a scout in the army for 3 years and worked for a security company after retiring. The tall man speaks first, his voice booming with a hint of military bravado. My name is Zhou Jiwen. I previously worked in sales, mainly selling medical equipment, and am familiar with various medical devices. The second man speaks, his voice somewhat hoarse, but he maintains his composure. Im Chun Xiao, a cook at a small restaurant capable of preparing various homemade dishes. The third man states, his face carrying a hearty smile that provides a sense of warmth. Im Li Qian, a nurse at Sea City Central Hospital with rich clinical experience. A young woman chimes in, her voice clear and melodious, like a refreshing spring breeze. My name is Zhao Min, a kindergarten teacher who previously worked at a private kindergarten in Sea City, skilled in interacting with children. Another young woman adds, her voice sweet and gentle, bringing warmth to those around her. Zhang Yuan records everything and notes their specialties next to each name. Alright, here are your electronic wristbands. Peng Wanxiang approaches, handing them the 5 electronic wristbands. Remember, in the shelter you must follow the rules here and refrain from any actions that could harm the shelter, or you will face severe punishment. Understood, the 5 respond, putting on the wristbands. Mr. Peng, how should we arrange these 5 individuals? Zhang Yuan asks. Let them familiarize themselves with the environment first before making arrangements, Peng Wanxiang considers. Gaochang, didn't you say you used to be a soldier? For now, stay by Zhang Yuan's side to assist him in managing the lower level, maintaining order and safety. The others, let's see what specialties they have before making arrangements, aiming to utilize everyone's talents and resources effectively. Peng Wanxiang adds. Alright, Mr. Peng, I understand, Zhang Yuan replies. You may go ahead and get busy, familiarize yourselves with the environment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Zhang Yuan. Peng Wanxiang nods, addressing the 5. Call me if anything comes up. Oh, I need to handle some other matters. He turns and walks into the monitoring room. These 5 seem to be relatively honest. There shouldn't be any issues, Li Mingyu remarks. I hope they can behave themselves and not cause any trouble, Peng Wanxiang responds while observing the surveillance footage. However, having more hands is beneficial. It can help share the workload and make things easier for everyone. Indeed, many hands make light work, and our shelter is growing stronger. Li Mingyu agrees. The perspective shifts to the newly joined female survivor Li Qian. She is currently setting up their temporary residence, a double tent and 2 sleeping bags, together with Zhao Min in the public area on the lower level. Both are young women in their 20s with striking appearances that even the dust of the apocalypse cannot obscure, like 2 flowers blooming resiliently amidst the ruins. This naturally attracts the attention of many men within the shelter, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a delectable. Soon a few men step forward, eagerly offering to help, their eyes filled with greed and desire, inducing a wave. Li Qian does not refuse. After all, it's always good to have help. She doesn't want to appear overly proud at this moment. While expressing her gratitude, she casually inquires about the shelter's situation from these enthusiastic gentlemen, her voice sweet and gentle, like a spring breeze that warms their hearts. This shelter is truly incredible, just like a scene from a movie. Mr. Peng is absolutely remarkable, Li Qian exclaims sincerely. Her words clearly please the men, and they enthusiastically begin to educate her about the various wonders of the shelter, each one sounding like an expert. Of course, Mr. Peng is an extraordinary person. We all admire him greatly. Indeed, he single-handedly built this shelter. It's impressive. We all rely on Mr. Peng to survive. I'd say this shelter is 100 times better than those official ones. Those official shelters are just for show and don't care about the lives of ordinary people. The men chatter enthusiastically, each trying to showcase their knowledge about the shelter, acting like loyal fans of Peng Wanxiang, showering him with praise. Amidst their discussions, there are also those who attempt to belittle Peng Wanxiang, seemingly to highlight their own uniqueness and capture Li Qian's attention. Hey, what's so great about that? Just because he has some superpower. What's the big deal? If I had that ability, I'd be much better than him and ensure everyone lives well. Exactly, just a lousy programmer. What skills does he have? He's just lucky to have this so-called system. He's just relying on a little ability to act like a tyrant here. He treats us like slaves. And what's with the electronic wristbands? He claims it's for our safety, but isn't it just to monitor? It's as if he's watching us like criminals. The men grow increasingly animated, having found a common topic as they vocally attack Peng Wanxiang, each one acting like a righteous messenger aiming to overthrow his tyranny. Their words are filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Li Qian listens quietly, not interjecting. However, from their words, she gains quite a bit of useful information. It seems this shelter is more complex than she had imagined. And the man named Peng Wanxiang is certainly not an ordinary individual. Establishing such a vast shelter in this apocalypse and managing so many people in an orderly manner is no easy feat. The tent is quickly set up, and this simple shelter becomes their first home in the refuge. Li Qian thanks the men once again, and together with Zhao Min places the sleeping bags and some basic supplies inside. Thank you all. Li Qian's voice is sweet and gentle. If you need any help in the future, just let us know, and we'll do our best. Of course, it's only right. We are all survivors. Helping each other is what we should do. The men, enchanted by her gentle voice, quickly wave their hands in response. Then we'll rest for now. Li Qian smiles, zipping up the tent to block out the outside view. She carefully retrieves a delicate round metal device from a layer in her underwear resembling an ancient coin polished by time, emitting a faint cold light. She gently inserts the metal device into her right ear, ensuring it fits snugly in the ear canal. She lightly taps on the surface of the device with her fingertips, 3 long and 2 short taps resembling an ancient Morse code. The bluebird diligently seeks to observe. She whispers in a voice only she can hear. The mountain has wood, and the wood has branches. Nesting and building a new home. 5 children have fallen, all are safe. A new day, the 16th day after the apocalypse. Yesterday I gained 182 survival points, bringing the total to 402 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind, waking Peng Wanxiang from his dream. He quickly washed up and walked out of his... He checked the radiation detector and found that the outside temperature had dropped to minus 35 degrees. The temperature inside the shelter was normal, but he wondered if it could withstand further drops. He thought of the game Frostpunk, where the lowest temperature reached minus 150 degrees. Peng Wanxiang couldn't imagine whether the shelter could still function at that temperature. A sense of urgency surged within him, He needed to quickly enhance the shelter's facilities to cope with potential extreme weather in the future. Peng Wanxiang hurried to the first floor where 5 newcomers were having breakfast. He didn't pay them much attention, knowing that any dangerous behavior would trigger warnings from the electronic wristbands. He headed straight to the kitchen where Zhang Chong was busy. "Brother Peng, you're here." Zhang Chong greeted him eagerly. "Yes, I want to discuss something with you," Peng Wanxiang said. "I want to expand the kitchen and add a public dining area." "What do you a public dining area?" Zhang Chong was taken aback, but quickly understood Peng Wanxiang's intention. "You mean like a school cafeteria?" "Exactly that." Peng Wanxiang nodded. "The number of people in the shelter is increasing, and we need a way for everyone to have hot meals." "I agree." Zhang Chong slapped his thigh. "It should have been done a long time ago. I always thought the kitchen was too small, there wasn't enough space when too many people were around. Now that we have a public dining area, cooking will be more efficient." "Then it's settled," Peng Wanxiang said. "System, expand the kitchen, add a public dining area, and provide a plan." Received host. Searching for available upgrade plans. The system's voice rang in his mind. Plan 1, expand the kitchen area, add stoves and kitchen equipment, create a rectangular public dining area equipped with tables and chairs. Plan 2, expand the kitchen area, add stoves and kitchen equipment, create a circular public dining area with tables and chairs, and set up a self-service station in the center. Plan 3, expand the kitchen area, add stoves and kitchen equipment, create a multi-level public dining area with tables and chairs, and set up an elevator for easy access. System, execute Plan 1. Peng Wanxiang finally made his choice. Received host. Deducting corresponding materials. Beginning expansion. A slight tremor emanated from the kitchen. The original walls were dismantled, and new walls rose from the ground in the distance. Various kitchen equipment appeared out of thin air, neatly arranged in designated spots. Approximately 10 minutes later, the expansion was complete. The once cramped kitchen had transformed into a spacious, bright kitchen. The area had expanded by more than 3 times with all kinds of kitchen tools available. Next to the kitchen, a rectangular public dining area was added. It was furnished with neatly arranged tables and chairs accommodating hundreds of people at once. "Great," Zhang Chong said excitedly. "Now cooking will be even more convenient." "Yes," Peng Wanxiang nodded. "From now on, everyone will eat here." "All right, Brother Peng, I will notify everyone right away," Zhang Chong said, turning to leave the kitchen. Peng Wanxiang looked at the refreshed kitchen, feeling a sense of comfort. At that moment, a voice suddenly came through the radio intercom from Zhang Yuan. "Brother Peng, Zhao De is looking for you. He says he has something to discuss." "Zhao De?" Peng Wanxiang was taken aback. "What does he want from me?" "I'll be right there." Peng Wanxiang thought for a moment and replied. "All right, Brother Peng," Zhang Yuan responded. Peng Wanxiang turned and walked towards the confinement room. He wanted to see what Zhao De was up to. Arriving at the door of the confinement room, Peng Wanxiang opened the observation window. "Mr. Peng, I've thought it over." Zhao De's voice came from inside. "I will behave from now on. I won't cause any—" "Oh." Peng Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. "You really thought it over?" "I did, Mr. Peng," Zhao De said earnestly. "I promise to contribute my part to the shelter from now on." Peng Wanxiang carefully observed Zhao De's expression. He noticed a hint of evasion in Zhao De's eyes, as if he was hiding something. "Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Peng, if you mess up again, don't blame me for being rude." "Understood, understood," Zhao De nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Peng, for giving me this opportunity." Peng Wanxiang opened the door of the confinement room and let Zhao De out. "Go on, behave yourself from now on." He patted Zhao De on the shoulder and said, "Yes, Mr. Peng." Zhao De lowered his head and walked out of the confinement room. Peng Wanxiang watched Zhao De's departing figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see how long Zhao De could endure. "Send him to the sanitation department to clean the toilets," he said to Zhang Yuan. "All right, Brother Peng," Zhang Yuan responded and turned to leave. As for Zhao De, after being released from the confinement room, he felt secretly pleased. "Do they think they can keep me locked up for life?" "In your dreams," he thought to himself. "Once I find an opportunity, I will make them pay." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Zhao De, follow me." Zhang Yuan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhao De asked impatiently. "Mr. Peng has arranged a new job for you," Zhang Yuan said. "What job?" Zhao De inquired. "Cleaning the toilets," Zhang Yuan replied expressionlessly. "What a—" Zhao De was taken aback. "Are you kidding me? Cleaning the toilets?" "That's right." Zhang Yuan nodded. "It's Mr. Peng's order." "I refuse to go," Zhao De shouted. "That's not up to you," Zhang Yuan said coldly. "If you refuse to go, you can return to the confinement room." "You?" Zhao De trembled with anger. "Fine, I'll go," he gritted his teeth. "You said it yourself," Zhang Yuan said. "From now on, the cleaning of the toilets will be your responsibility." "Oomph." Zhao De snorted coldly and turned toward the toilets, cursing under his breath. "Peng Wanxiang, just wait. I will make you pay for this." Meanwhile, not far from the male protagonist's shelter, a small air raid shelter had been transformed into a temporary refuge. A few people were seated together discussing something. "Has there been any news from Li Qian?" a tall man asked. "Not yet," a bespectacled man shook his head. "But she said she has successfully infiltrated." "That's good." The tall man nodded. "Let's wait for her news. Our task this time is to investigate the person with mysterious power. He managed to obliterate our 3 outposts. That's not something an ordinary person can achieve. The higher-up suspect, he may possess some supernatural abilities. Therefore, we must gather enough intelligence quickly and return to the base." "Understood," several people nodded. With the sudden drop in temperature, our supplies are running low, the bespectacled man stated. We won't last for many days. We need Li Qian to gather information quickly. The tall man nodded. Let our people gather as much supplies as possible while out. At the same time, we must be cautious and not expose ourselves. Yes, several people responded and turned to leave. I hope this mission goes smoothly, the tall man muttered. All our outposts in City C have been wiped out. This is unprecedented. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What kind of person is he possessing such mysterious powers? He was at a loss. Forget it, no more thinking about it. The urgent task is to complete the mission first. Then we need to return to City S as soon as possible. He stood up and left the temporary refuge. Outside, the world was covered in ice and snow. The cold wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air. Visibility was extremely low. He tightened his clothes and walked into the distance. His figure quickly vanished into the storm. Li Qian and Zhao Min walked side by side toward the medical bay for radiation therapy. It was only their second day in the shelter, everything still unfamiliar. The air carried a faint scent of antiseptic subtly mingled with traces of sweat and the warm aroma of food. Do you really think he can conjure things out of thin air? Zhao Min whispered, her voice hushed with curiosity. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Li Qian replied. That kitchen, you saw it, didn't you? It was like watching real magic. Yesterday, I even went back to take another look. Guess what? What used to be a cramped 15-square-meter kitchen has now expanded into a sprawling space exceeding 100 square meters, complete with a communal dining area, just like a school cafeteria. Yes, it's utterly astonishing. Zhao Min sighed. I truly wonder how he does it. As she spoke, she gestured broadly with her hands. A space that vast, appearing out of nowhere without so much as a whisper or tremor. It's simply beyond belief. Don't rush. Li Qian smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Observe patiently. Flaws always reveal themselves in time. Our mission is clear: uncover his secret, and determine whether he truly possesses the legendary power they speak of. They arrived at the medical bay where medical robots were already treating other survivors. Their movements were precise, their efficiency unmatched, seemingly more skilled than human physicians. Next patient, intoned the robot's emotionless electronic voice, breaking the quiet serenity of the chamber. Li Qian stepped forward and lay down on an empty treatment bed. Its surface was soft and soothing, easing the tension coiled tight within her nerves. Please insert your arm into the scanning aperture, instructed the robot, its voice flat and uninflected, like a machine executing pre-programmed commands. Li Qian complied, sliding her right arm into the aperture. Its inner surface was cool, sending a subtle shiver across her skin. Radiation level 685 μSVH, moderate exposure. Immediate treatment required. The robot announced, its crimson optical sensors pulsing as they scanned her vitals. Initiating treatment. The robot began treatment. Its articulated mechanical arms moved with fluid grace, while instruments emitted soft rhythmic beeps. Li Qian lay with eyes half closed, outwardly relaxed yet inwardly hyper-alert. Her sharp gaze swept the room, seizing every detail within the medical bay. Each motion of the robot's manipulator arms, each flicker of digits across instrument displays. Nothing escaped her scrutiny. She attentively traced the treatment's progression, searching for any hidden anomaly. The procedure concluded swiftly, painless, enveloping her in a gentle warmth that spread from her arm through her. Zhao Min stood nearby, appearing to idle chat with another survivor. But like Li Qian, her senses remained keenly attuned to every nuance around her. Her gaze lingered briefly upon the medical robot, then flickered with quiet contemplation. Moments passed, then treatment complete. Radiation levels normalized to safe thresholds, declared the robot. Thank you, Li Qian replied, rising to leave the bay alongside Zhao Min. Well, any findings? Zhao Min asked eagerly. Not yet, Li Qian shook her head. But something about this treatment feels off. A faint furrow appeared between her brows as she pondered. What's odd about it? Zhao Min pressed. I can't quite name it, just that it's too fast. Li Qian frowned. And there's not a trace of discomfort. Isn't that good, eh? Zhao Min asked, puzzled. It is, but doesn't it defy reason? Li Qian countered. Can radiation truly be neutralized so effortlessly and so thoroughly? That is. Zhao Min nodded, slowly thoughtful. Indeed, Peng Wanxiang proves far more extraordinary than he first appears. Returning to the second subterranean common area, they found it livelier than before. Groups of people gathered in clusters, chatting, playing cards, immersed in games of all kinds. Inside the game room, the clatter of mahjong tiles, the rustle of shuffled playing cards, and bursts of laughter wove together into a uniquely post-apocalyptic tableau. I hadn't expected it to be this lively, Zhao Min remarked. Yes, finding such a haven amid this ruined world is nothing short of fortune. Li Qian murmured, then shifted tone, her expression turning grave. But let's not forget our mission. Rest assured, I want, Zhao Min affirmed. Good. Let's split up, gather intelligence from every angle. Agreed. Zhao Min nodded. They parted ways, vanishing seamlessly into the crowd. Li Qian approached a card table, observing several players with quiet fascination. Around the table, they played do diju, faces taut with concentration. One moment frowning in frustration, the next lighting up with triumph, as if locked in mortal combat. What masterful play, she laughed warmly. May I join your game? Her voice was honeyed, her smile radiant. Impossible to refuse. Absolutely gorgeous. What's your game? A man greeted enthusiastically, his gaze sweeping over her with a fleeting hungry glint. Anything goes. I dabble in them all, Li Qian replied, taking a seat. Got a cigarette? One would be lovely. Oh, a lady who smokes. He produced a cigarette, exchanged from the shelter's allocation system, and offered it with a grin. Didn't see that coming. Is that forbidden? She arched a brow. Not at all. Smoking suits a woman of character, he hastened to reply. They began playing. Li Qian's skill was evident. She won more than she lost, quickly winning over the group with charm. I've only just arrived. I'm still getting my bearings. How about you? You seem to have settled in well. She shuffled the deck casually as she asked. Us. We've been here a few days, said one man, tossing his hand on. We were among the earliest arrivals. This place is truly exceptional. Far safer than the wastelands outside. He glanced around, relief softening his features. Without Mr. Peng, we'd likely be dead already. Indeed, he's a rare soul, added another voice. He didn't just save us. He feeds us, shelters us. Our savior in every sense. Their voices overlapped, brimming with reverence and heartfelt thanks. Li Qian listened in silence, yet inwardly doubt stirred. Was Peng Wanxiang truly this benevolent? Or was this merely a meticulously crafted facade? She recalled her briefing, the weight of her assignment tightening her resolve. By the way, do you know how he did it? She asked, feigning innocent curiosity. How did he build this shelter? And those supplies, appearing from nowhere. How does that work? How? One man blinked, then his expression turned enigmatic. You mean, creating things from nothing? Li Qian nodded. It's simply miraculous. She feigned wide-eyed, awe, her tone laced with just the right measure of reverent wonder. I've only ever seen powers like that in films. Never imagined they'd exist in reality. We don't know the details, another man admitted, shaking his head. All we know is that Mr. Peng possesses a unique... He lowered his voice as if sharing a sacred secret. He can manifest anything, out of pure void. Truly. Li Qian gasped, eyes widening, disbelief painted across her face. Absolutely true, insisted a third man. We've witnessed it ourselves. He spoke with solemn conviction as though describing a divine miracle. He's conjured buildings and weapons. Unbelievable. Li Qian breathed. I long to witness it firsthand. As she spoke, her peripheral vision tracked each man's micro-expressions. You'll get your chance, said one man, smiling, pleased by her reaction. He uses his ability often. Then I'll be waiting. Eagerly, she beamed, nodding vigorously. Her words were bright and light, but beneath them her mind raced. How do I draw closer to Peng Wanxiang? How do I pierce the veil of his power? Meanwhile, Zhao Min sat in a quiet corner, speaking softly with a woman, unobserved amid the bustle surrounding them. How long have you been here? Zhao Min asked, voice barely above a whisper. A few days, the woman replied. I came with... She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a tender smile blooming on her lips. This place is wonderful, so much safer than outside. Yes, Zhao Min agreed. I've heard rumors, Mr. Peng possesses an extraordinary ability. Is that true? She probed gently, her gaze alight with feigned curiosity. Absolutely true. The woman confirmed. I've seen him use it myself, when he expanded the kitchen and dining area, but I can't explain how. They say it's tied to something called this system. Her tone held quiet certainty, as if stating universal truth. My husband told me Mr. Peng is extraordinary. He creates things from nothing. The system? Zhao Min asked, feigning confusion, while committing the term firmly to memory. I'm not entirely sure, the woman shrugged. They say he uses this system to manifest anything he needs. She seemed equally intrigued and equally baffled by the concept. My husband says this system is incredibly powerful. It produces anything provided you have enough survival points. And there's something about an alternate dimension, though honestly I don't fully grasp it, she added, her brow furrowing slightly. My husband says his alternate dimension holds vast reserves, enough supplies to sustain us for years. Survival points. Alternate dimension. Zhao Min repeated softly, etching both phrases deep into her mind. These were the keys to understanding Peng Wanxiang. Yes, the woman affirmed, nodding confidently. They say that's how he built this shelter. My husband also says Mr. Peng earns survival points daily. So long as we stay with him, survival is guaranteed. Then he's practically a deity, isn't he? Zhao Min mused, guiding the conversation further, seeking deeper revelation. Who knows? The woman shrugged. We ordinary folk don't pretend to understand such things. Just staying alive. Still, I've heard his ability isn't limitless. Oh, why not? Zhao Min leaned in. I'm not certain, the woman admitted, but I suspect it's bound by some kind of restriction. She paused, then added thoughtfully, my husband mentioned that Mr. Peng's ability somehow connects to each one of us, though he couldn't clarify how. Zhao Min's pulse quickened. A vital thread, slippery, elusive, had just brushed her fingertips. It is complicated, the woman conceded. For people like us, understanding isn't necessary. Only endurance matters. After a brief farewell, Zhao Min made straight for Li Qian. Their eyes met. No words needed. The last stall in the public restroom. Zhao Min slid a slender metal shard into her right ear. 3 taps. Long, long, long. Then 2. Short, short. The sparrow bears a branch descending to the mortal realm. The hidden dragon bides its time. The soaring dragon reigns supreme. Await the appointed hour. A new day dawned. Peng Wanxiang glanced at the system panel. His survival points had risen to 556. Lately, the shelter's daily supplies were being obtained chiefly through the contribution point exchange system. The food and sundries people redeemed with contribution points were in truth produced by Peng Wanxiang consuming his own. To keep the system functioning, he had to replenish various materials on a regular basis for others to exchange, which likewise drained some of his survival points. Today, however, was special. His wife Wang Qinyu, his daughter Peng Xiaoya, and Li Mingyu had completed their radiation treatments and were ready to be discharged from the infirmary. Peng Wanxiang washed, quickly dressed, and headed for the medical ward on the 3rd underground level. As he reached the door, he saw Wang Qinyu, Peng Xiaoya, and Li Mingyu already gathered and preparing to come out. "Daddy!" Peng Xiaoya sprang forward with glee. Peng Wanxiang scooped her up and pressed a kiss to her soft little chin. "How do you feel?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine now, Daddy," Peng Xiaoya replied sweetly. "That's good." Peng Wanxiang set his daughter down and looked to Wang Qinyu and Li Mingyu. "You two feel all right now?" "Yes, much better, thank you, Wanxiang." Wang Qinyu said gently. Li Mingyu nodded and added, "Thank you, Pingji." "Very well. Over the next few days the shelter will be in your care." Peng Wanxiang continued. "Zhang Yuan and the others and I have radiation readings beyond the safe limit and must remain hospitalized for a while. Once you finish treatment, we will take over the watch." Don't worry." Wang Qinyu nodded. Peng Wanxiang temporarily transferred command authority for the robot squad to Wang Qinyu. He set the robot's highest directive to protect Wang Qinyu and Peng Xiaoya. The medical robots estimate it will take about 3 days to lower our radiation to a safe range. Peng Wanxiang told Wang Qinyu during these 3 days with Zhang Yuan and the others absent, the shelter's security may be a bit fragile. But don't worry, I've arranged several combat robots to patrol. They will stand in for Zhang Yuan's team and maintain. "Alright, I understand." Wang Qinyu replied. A flicker of concern crossed her face, but was soon replaced by resolve. "I will take care of myself and Xiaoya. You focus on your treatment." Peng Wanxiang nodded. As Peng Wanxiang, Zhang Yuan, and the others entered the medical ward to undergo radiation removal procedures, the final round of treatments for those in the shelter with excessive radiation officially began. This meant that once they were discharged, every survivor in the shelter would have radiation levels restored within the safe threshold. To the residents, this news was without doubt a tonic for their frayed nerves. Li Qian noticed that Peng Wanxiang, Zhang Yuan, Lv Dilong, and Yi Ming had entered the medical ward together and had not emerged for a long time. Piecing together the gossip she'd gathered earlier, she surmised these men were likely receiving radiation treatment. Back in the common area, she relayed this crucial information to Gao Chang, Zhao Min, Zhou Jiwen, and Qin Xiao. "This is our best chance," Gao Chang whispered, his eyes glittering with excitement. With Peng Wanxiang and his core members under treatment, the shelter's defenses are at their weakest. "But we're all wearing those damned electronic wristbands," Zhou Jiwen frowned, pointing to the black devices on his wrist. "Any act of aggression will trigger an electric shock," Qin Xiao added. "Besides, without his authorization, we can't leave." Zhao Min's tone carried helplessness. "So we must find a way to coordinate with forces outside the shelter, an internal and external pincer." Li Qian spoke softly, but with firm resolve. "Only then will we have a chance to seize the shelter." Li Qian fitted a metal patch and whispered into it, "Qing Niao." She spoke in a voice meant only for herself. A low male voice answered in her ear, "This is Qing Niao. Speak." "We have successfully infiltrated the target shelter," she reported. "The target and his core members have been placed in medical isolation, expected to last 3 days. Requesting instructions." "Copy." The male voice replied tersely. "Your task is to sabotage internal facilities as much as possible and create chaos. Do so in order to facilitate our assault from the outside." "Understood," Li Qian answered. "We still need to finalize the specifics of the operation." "Maintain contact," the man said. "The operation time is set for 1 o'clock in the morning." "Received. I will maintain contact." Li Qian ended the call. "So?" Gao Chang asked impatiently. They agreed. Li Qian said they will strike from outside at 1 in the morning. "Our assignment is to sabotage internal systems and south. But how can we accomplish these tasks without triggering the electronic wristband alarms?" Zhou Jiwen asked. "I have a plan," Li Qian said, a sly light in her eyes. "Do you all know a man called Zhao Da? I've heard he harbors resentment against Peng Wanxiang," she continued. "We can use him." "You mean?" Gao Chang's eyes brightened as he grasped her meaning. "Exactly." Li Qian nodded. "We can exploit Zhao Da's grudge to have him damage the facilities. He's been confined before. Another punishment won't arouse suspicion." "That could work." Zhao Min agreed. "But how will we make Zhao Da follow our orders?" Qin Xiao asked. "I can handle that," Gao Chang said. "Give him a little incentive." "Then it's settled," Li Qian declared. "We'll disperse and prepare separately. Remember, time is short. Move cautiously and do not expose yourselves." The 5 dispersed quickly to make their preparations. Night fell and the shelter grew quiet. Only the common area remained lit, a few silhouettes huddled together whispering. "Are you all ready?" Li Qian asked softly. "Ready." Gao Chang nodded. "I have spoken with Zhao Da. If he helps, we will promise him a place among the new managers of the shelter." "That's good," Li Qian breathed. "If his side succeeds, we can move in the ensuing chaos. But is he truly reliable?" Zhou Jiwen remained uneasy. "I just don't trust that man." "Trust me," Gao Chang replied. "I told him that if he helps, he will receive ample reward. A man like that will do anything for gain." "Very well," Li Qian said. "Remember, time is short and caution is paramount." "Understood." The group nodded. At 1 in the morning outside the shelter, a team of a dozen or more men crept toward the complex entrance. They wore heavy protective suits and gas masks, fully armed and resembling a special forces unit from a film. The leader was tall with a hard, sharp gaze. Qingyao, the operation commander Li Qian had mentioned. Move, he ordered in a low voice. The dozen or so operatives fanned out and slipped toward the shelter entrance, their movements silent and precise. They soon reached the garage entrance. Boom. A tremendous explosion tore a hole in the garage door. What was that? Inside the shelter, the sleeping Li Mingyu was jolted awake. He rushed to the surveillance room and saw the scene at the garage entrance. Not good. His face drained of color. We're under attack. He pressed the alarm button and a piercing siren blazed. What's going on? Wang Qinyu was awakened and hurried from the bedroom to find Li Mingyu staring anxiously at the monitor. Someone is attacking the shelter, Li Mingyu said. The garage entrance has been blown open. What? Wang Qinyu's face went pale. Robot Combat Squad, proceed immediately to the garage entrance and eliminate the intruders. C-800, notify everyone that the shelter is under attack and prepare for combat. M-800, E-800, 800, stay and guard the shelter, protect Xiaoya. Acknowledged. The robot squad sprang into action. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Zhao De slipped into the underground utility area. Following Gao Chang's instructions, he located the shelter's main power lines. Peng Wanxiang, you didn't expect this, did you? He sneered. He grabbed a wrench and hammered it savagely against the main. Sparks flashed, and the lights throughout the shelter instantly went out. What's happening? Power outage. What's going on? In the darkness, people cried out in panic. The shelter descended into disarray. Huh. Zhao De laughed triumphantly. Now you'll see what I can do. He madly wrecked equipment in the distribution room, intent on crippling the power system entirely. Warning, malicious damage detected. The electronic wristband sounded. Electric shock punishment activated. Oh, Zhao De screamed and collapsed to the floor, convulsing. Looks like Zhao De succeeded. Gao Chang whispered, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. Go. The conspirators slipped away from the crowd under cover of darkness. What's going on? In the dark, Peng Wanxiang bolted upright on his sickbed. Report, host, the shelter is under attack. The power system has been disabled. The system's mechanical voice chimed in his mind, cold and inhuman. Peng Wanxiang's chest tightened. He groped for the radio at his pillow and urgently asked Li Mingyu, what's the situation? After a few seconds of static, Li Mingyu's anxious voice came through the radio. Peng, someone attacked the shelter. Sister Wang has already dispatched a robot squad, Li Mingyu added. What happened to the power? Peng Wanxiang pressed. I don't know. It went dark suddenly. Probably deliberate sabotage. Li Mingyu's voice sounded panicked. Peng forced himself to calm down and quickly opened the management interface on his electronic wrist, scanning the alert logs. A glaring red alert flashed. Zhao De sabotaged shelter facilities, maximum penalty triggered. It was Zhao De. Peng Wanxiang's brow tightened as a cold unease rose within him. He had suspected this possibility, but seeing it happen was still thorny. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He took a deep breath and ordered the medical robot medical unit cease treatment immediately. The medical robot executed the command without delay. Its mechanical arms deftly manipulated the instruments. After a few clicks, the tubes and lines connected to Peng Wanxiang were removed one by one. Post-treatment halted, the medical robot reported. Stop treatment for Zhang Yuan and the other two as well, then awake. Peng Wanxiang dressed while issuing orders. What's happening? Zhang Yuan jolted upright in his bed, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. LV Dilong and Yi Ming woke almost simultaneously and went instantly on alert. The shelter is under attack, Peng Wanxiang stated succinctly. His voice was low and composed, and in that moment acted like a calming anchor, steadying the three of them. System, fabricate 3 Type 95 assault rifles and 30 magazines. He issued the command in his mind. Acknowledged, host. Deducting required materials. Initiating construction. A faint vibration came from the wall of the infirmary. 3 pristine Type 95 assault rifles and a pile of fully loaded magazines materialized and were neatly arranged on the floor. Peng Wanxiang tossed the weapons to Zhang Yuan and the others. Take them. The three instinctively caught the rifles. The metal was cold and heavy in their hands, a familiar, reassuring feel. LV Dilong and Yi Ming were stunned. They had never seen anything like this before. Zhang Yuan reacted quickly, checking the weapons, racking the bolts to confirm their condition. Mr. Peng, what is this? He asked, disbelief in his tone. No time to explain. Deal with the immediate crisis. Peng Wanxiang cut him off. System, fabricate 3 sets of bulletproof vests and 3 ballistic helmets with tactical flashlights attached. Acknowledged, host. Deducting materials. Initiating construction. After a few seconds, 3 sets of vests and helmets appeared before them. Put them on. Peng Wanxiang ordered. The 3 quickly donned the protective gear. Zhao De sabotaged the power systems. The entire shelter is without electricity now. Peng Wanxiang explained with a grave edge to his voice. Be careful. There may be enemy agents among the crowd. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. System, construct a single soldier combat mech, height set to 2.5 meters, armed to destroy infantry and light vehicles with superior protective capability. Peng Wanxiang ordered in his mind, tone hardening. Acknowledged, host. Deducting materials. Initiating construction. A strong tremor ran through the room as the floor shuddered. A 2.5-meter tall machine, resembling the alien mechs from the film District 9, the Daxia Mecha, stood silently in the infirmary. It wore heavy armor, its left arm bore a multi-barrel rotary gun, its right arm a Gauss rifle, and twin exhaust stacks rose from its back like the spines of a future steel titan. The three gaped at the looming colossus, eyes wide with awe. Zhang Yuan stammered, Mr. Peng, this is... He could not imagine such a thing, something that belonged only to science fiction, taking form in reality. No time for explanations. You stay and protect the others, I'll deal with the intruders outside, Peng Wanxiang said, then leapt into the cockpit of the Daxiao mecha. Click. The hatch sealed, the mech's electronic eye glowed a ghostly blue, and the internal holographic display awakened streaming diagnostic data. Initiate mech control protocol, Peng Wanxiang commanded mentally. Acknowledged host. Mech control program starting. Neural link established. Mech self-check in progress. All systems normal. Activation successful. A low hum began as the mech's hydraulic systems engaged, pushing the steel beast. The Daxiao mecha strode heavily toward the upper level. Each step sent a subtle tremor through the shelter, as if the entire structure shuddered. Holy, this is badass. LV Delong couldn't help the expletive, his eyes burned with zeal. Stop gawking. Zhang Yuan snapped back to focus first. Protect the others. He shouldered his assault rifle and followed with LV Delong and Yi Ming close behind. By then Peng Wanxiang had piloted the Daxiao mecha to the shelter's entrance. Fortunately, they had previously expanded the decontamination room and the shelter's gate to admit livestock, which allowed the massive mech to pass through. The mech's holographic screen projected the scene outside, a group of heavily armed men pounding the shelter's entrance with rocket launchers. It was plainly an attempt to breach the refuge. At the same time, T-800 and its robot squad engaged the intruders in a firefight. Warning. Intruders detected. The mech announced. Target count, 13. Weapons: assault rifles, grenades, rocket launchers. Danger level high. The mech's electronic voice rang in Peng Wanxiang's ear, and the hologram locked each intruder in red boxes. The screen annotated their weapons and positions. Peng's eyes hardened. He pushed the control stick. The Daxiao mecha. It advanced with thunderous steps, each footfall carrying overwhelming force. Targets locked. Fire. Rat-a-tat. The multi-barrel rotary gun on the left arm vomited angry tongues of fire. A hail of bullets poured down on the intruders like a storm. The Gauss rifle roared in concert, each shot carrying devastating kinetic energy. Obstacles ahead were shredded into fragments in an instant. Boom. A rocket struck the mech's chest armor. The blast shockwave rocked the machine slightly. Its thick plating held, only a charred mark remained. Meanwhile, T-800 and the robot squad waged fierce combat with the intruders. T-800 rifle in hand led the robot squad in a flanking maneuver, trying to encircle the attackers. T-801 and T-802 alternated, covering fire from behind cover. They picked off every exposed enemy with surgical precision. T-803 provided suppressive fire, his light machine gun, laying down a continuous barrage. The intruders were pressed so hard they could hardly lift their heads. Bang! T-801 took a bullet to the arm, sparks danced along his mechanical limb. He remained expressionless and kept firing. T-802 had his leg struck by shrapnel from a grenade and moved more slowly as a result. Ah! Help! What is that? The intruders screamed and scattered. Their weapons were toys against the Daxiao mecha. They posed no real threat. The robot squad's firepower was merciless, weaving a dense net of bullets. The intruders were firmly suppressed. One crouched behind the wreck of a car and tried to return fire with his assault rifle. The Daxiao mecha's gun tore the car into a sieve, bullets pierced the chassis and shredded the man to pieces. T-800 swiftly finished off another approaching intruder. Another intruder lobbed a grenade, attempting to halt the mech's advance. The grenade detonated against the mech's armor, producing only a slight tremor. T-804 and T-805 quickly tossed 2 grenades in return.